Chapter 110. Everything against Ye Luo. Moyes felt a sense of unease, for he had just devised a strategy to counter Ye Luo's long-range shots. However, it was not long before Ye Luo penetrated the penalty area. You cannot pass the ball on the ground, can you? The opponent ascends high, with the ball soaring through the air. It was a dimensional aerial assault. The previously arranged strategy for long shots had crumbled. Now, his players were compelled to confront Ye Luo in the air. In such circumstances, Moyes could only pray that Ye Luo's form would be lacking today. He found himself devoid of alternatives, relying solely on the hope that the ball would miss its target. In comparison to the ball reaching Ye Luo's feet, it was, in fact, less perilous when airborne. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Moyes could only offer himself this small consolation. After all, it was widely acknowledged worldwide that Ye Luo possessed the finest footwork. While Messi's technical skills were remarkable, many believed Ye Luo surpassed him in this regard. Messi's advantage lay in his rapid foot speed. However, one could not ignore the disparity in their heights, one standing at 170 meters and the other at 187 meters. Ye Luo, with his towering stature and long legs, naturally had a slower cadence than Messi, a fact dictated by their physiological structures. Yet, despite his greater height and elevated center of gravity, Ye Luo's ability to dribble, maneuver, and shield the ball remained exceptionally incisive. Coupled with his superior physical resilience, his breakthroughs could often be more aggressive and lethal than Messi's. Especially when he received the ball within the penalty area, chaos would undoubtedly ensue for Everton, who would find themselves facing a formidable adversary, testing their very resolve. For the sake of their physical well-being, a direct confrontation at the top was somewhat less taxing. Thus, Moyes could only watch repeatedly as Arsenal players transmitted the ball into the penalty area, descending to cross it. The two Arsenal wingers, Main and Mahrez, alternated in their approach, sending the ball towards Ye Luo's head. The two central defenders, Van Dijk and Mertesacker, served as Ye Luo's guardians, not vying for headers, but rather employing their substantial physiques to fend off defenders, creating a space for Ye Luo to leap. And who was responsible for defense in the backfield? It was Kanté and Fabinho. To say they were in the backfield was an understatement. Strictly speaking, they were positioned near the center circle. In any case, Everton had surrendered their offensive efforts, so their role was to regain possession and distribute the ball. Under such circumstances, Wenger even felt the impulse to substitute one of Kanté or Fabinho for Giroud to assist in safeguarding Ye Luo. At that moment, Arsenal launched another offensive. Main advanced towards the baseline, dribbling closer to the penalty area. He aimed to deliver the cross from as near to the goal as possible, ensuring a more precise landing for the ball. The duration of the ball's flight through the air is brief, which favors the attacking players. As Main approached, Everton needed a player to step up. Before the opposing defenders could close in, Main decisively delivered a cross. The ball soared over the heads of the defenders at the near post and descended towards the far post. Within the penalty area, chaos ensued. Everton's defenders vowed to confront Ye Luo fiercely. Just as Ye Luo prepared to leap, Jagielka, positioned behind him, reached over Ye Luo's shoulders with both hands, encircling him and executing a bear hug tackle. Ye Luo stumbled but managed to remain upright. He then twisted his body, utilizing his strength to send Jagielka flying out of bounds due to centrifugal force. A foul. Fans and players from both sides erupted in protest. Arsenal's players clamored, "Foul! Foul!" Jagielka committed a foul. Everton's players retorted, "Did you see that? That was a violent act." "Violent, you say?" Van Dijk exclaimed. "Our captain made no contact with his hands. He was thrown out because he is too weak." Tensions flared. In truth, Jagielka's actions were undoubtedly foul-worthy. However, as long as Ye Luo did not use his hands, his maneuver to throw Jagielka off was not a foul. For the referee, the decision was clear. Either he did not whistle at all, or he had to call a foul on Jagielka. The commentator Duan Xian from Longhua emphasized this point. Jagielka certainly committed a foul, but we may find it difficult to expect the referee to award a penalty. Indeed, all Longhua fans understood this reality. In this match, Ye Luo's adversaries extended beyond the players on the field. The English Referees Committee and the FA surely did not relish the thought of a Longhua player breaking an ancient record. However, to everyone's astonishment, when it seemed the referee would let the incident pass, the officiating referee Oliver blew his whistle, not for Jagielka's foul, but for Ye Luo's. This decision incited outrage among Arsenal players, who surrounded Oliver demanding an explanation. Yellow was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the referee's decisions were unlikely to favor him. Thus, he encouraged his teammates to step back. The whistle is biased, is it? Yellow inhaled deeply, his fighting spirit ignited. Everton's players, initially feeling guilty due to Jagielka's evident bear hug, were taken aback when the referee did not call a foul on Jagielka, but instead penalized Yellow. This development emboldened them. As professional players, understanding the referee's standards is essential. The referee was evidently on their side, so what did they have to fear? A bit more aggression was certainly permissible. Stones and Jagielka exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. The referee's leniency, no? The referee's bias favored them. What a tremendous advantage for the defense. Indeed, you, Yellow, are formidable. Your heading ability is impressive. But so what? Everyone surrounds you, denying you the chance to leap. Today, it's Jagielka tackling you. Next, it's Stones leaping towards you. How will you respond? In such circumstances, if you manage to score, I will sever this 18-centimeter appendage of mine. Stones was exhilarated. Before the match, he declared his intention to use fouls to thwart Yellow. Now, he was demonstrating through action that his words were not mere bravado. On the flank, Maine delivered a cross. But Yellow could not weave through the throng. As he prepared to jump, Stones shoved him from behind, causing him to stumble and miss his opportunity. Stones' actions were blatant. He pushed with all his might. It would be a travesty not to call a foul. Yet, the referee remained oblivious. The subsequent incident mirrored the first. Stones forcefully drove his knee into Yellow's back, sending him sprawling. The referee's whistle blew, and everyone anticipated a penalty, but instead, it was a dive. The referee brandished a yellow card. When Yellow witnessed this, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. This despicable referee seemingly wished to prevent him from breaking records. How amusing that even the referee had joined in. He had truly become a pariah. Chapter 111, the third. A dive? The referee actually penalized Yellow for simulation? The commentators from Longwa could no longer contain themselves. What kind of officiating is this? Are they blind? This is blatant corruption. The Longwa fans erupted in furious outrage. Damn it, doesn't he know that Yellow never dives? I'm truly laughing in anger. Is that scoundrel attempting to issue 2 yellow cards for diving to send Yellow off? Good grief. Don't scare me like that. In an instant, the crowd was incensed. The Arsenal players could no longer restrain themselves. Can you see it clearly? How could this possibly be a dive? FK, we demand an explanation. In an instant, Oliver was surrounded by Arsenal players. Faced with their eyes wide with disbelief, Oliver trembled as he clutched the yellow card. Normally, he would issue a yellow card at this moment to calm the furious players. However, today he hesitated. He was reluctant to act, knowing it could ignite the match entirely. Oliver felt like a solitary boat surrounded by a crimson sea. Corruption! Corruption! The Arsenal fans roared. Wenger, in a fit of rage, vociferated at the 4th official. A dive? A dive? How can this possibly be deemed a dive? This is absurd. A disgrace. A disgrace. This is a blight on English professional football. This is an affront to the sport itself. Damn it. To provoke the typically composed Professor Wenger to such a state speaks volumes about the ludicrous nature of this officiating. In England, fans cheer for Oliver, yet across Europe and the world, supporters ridicule the Premier League and English football. The English are desperately trying to uphold their honor, only to find themselves entangled in a narrative of disgrace. Many former English footballers, particularly those with ties to Arsenal, have voiced their concerns post-match. As for the English Football Association and the referees committee, they feign ignorance. Conscience. How could they possess such a notion? Arsenal's players must remain composed. Fortunately, Yellow did not lose his temper. Had he engaged in an argument, I suspect the referee would have unhesitatingly issued him a second yellow card, worried the commentator Duan Xian. Such a scenario is not beyond possibility. Perhaps referee Oliver had that very intention. If Yellow were to be sent off, he would naturally no longer have the opportunity to break records. Yellow had no intention of confronting the referee. He discerned that in this match, the majority of England did not wish for him to surpass the record. Theoretical arguments are futile. Criticism cannot replace the power of action. Yellow is no fool. He is acutely aware that he cannot afford to give his opponents a chance to exploit his situation. He must confront his adversaries with sheer skill. He cannot provide them an opportunity to penalize him. If he were to be sent off, some might lament, perhaps even label him a tragic hero. But he has never aspired to be the protagonist of a tragedy. He seeks victory. victory that would leave everyone in awe and admiration. He intervened to separate the protesting players, urging them not to lower themselves to the referee's level. There is no need for such discourse. Just wait to celebrate the goal. Embracing his teammates, Ye Luo spoke calmly. Following this, Ye Luo became acutely aware of his movements, not out of fear of committing a foul, but to avoid falling to the ground and presenting an opportunity to the opposition. He grew silent, yet a storm was brewing within him. This tempest was destined to erupt. Stones felt a sense of pride upon witnessing Ye Luo, who had been clearly pushed to the ground by him, receiving a yellow card from the referee. He realized that the referee was decidedly biased in their favor. It seemed that Ye Luo had truly stirred the ire of the masses. Given this, why should he harbor any concerns? He could proceed with abandon, unrestrained in his actions. Thus, his movements grew bolder, and his fouls more conspicuous. Yet the referee remained oblivious, choosing not to penalize the opposing team's foul. This undoubtedly provided a significant boost to the Everton players. Under normal circumstances, they would have been unable to prevent Ye Luo from scoring. However, bolstered by such unorthodox methods, they were convinced that no player could find the back of the net under these conditions, not even Ye Luo, who was not a deity. Thus, when Maine's cross arrived once more, the Everton players resorted to their familiar tactics, intending to employ a blatant foul to impede Ye Luo. Yet this time, they discovered that Ye Luo's positioning had become elusive. Just as they were about to engage, Ye Luo had already evaded them, unexpectedly. He did not charge directly towards the ball's landing spot, but instead retreated momentarily before pivoting back with sudden agility. This maneuver granted Ye Luo a precious moment of advantage. He curved sharply towards the near post, an area patrolled by Stones. Observing the trajectory of the ball, Stones felt assured that he merely needed to secure his position in advance. He was considerably closer to the ball's path and harbored little concern, believing he could position Ye Luo behind him. At that instant, Ye Luo surged forward with remarkable speed, eliciting gasps from the stands. Stones sensed impending trouble and decisively leaped, positioning himself horizontally in midair, not to head the ball, but to obstruct Ye Luo's path to it. Unless Ye Luo could defy gravity, there was no way he could surpass Stones to connect with the ball. Just as this thought crossed Stone's mind, he felt an ominous shadow looming above him. Suhan! 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 He has taken flight. The commentary booth erupted with Andy Gray's astonished exclamations. Viewers at home were met with a thunderous roar as nearly all Dragon Kingdom fans witnessed the explosive moment. Suhan! He has leapt. A header. Oh my God, he truly can soar. The sentiments of Stones, the commentators, and the fans in attendance were unified in disbelief. Collectively, they were engulfed in astonishment. How could this be? They witnessed Suhan deftly evade all defensive efforts, leaping without any physical contact, folding his body in an astonishing manner as he ascended with the velocity of a rocket, piercing the heavens. He leapt from behind Stones. Yet his elevation swiftly surpassed that of Stones' head. To leave no room for the referee's judgment, he refrained from engaging in physical contact with Stones, launching himself from a half-body deficit. Even so, he soared higher than Stones. Subsequently, he bent at the waist, folding into a perfect arc mid-air, and with a flick of his head, struck the ball. Thud! The football, devoid of any suspense, ricocheted into the net. The stadium fell into a hushed silence. Thus concludes this chapter, chapter 112. In this moment, standing side by side with history, half of Merseyside, those who were unable to secure tickets to the match. Thus, the Everton supporters had no choice but to gather in places like pubs to witness the match, staring blankly at the television screen. Logically, such an environment should be bustling and noisy. However, at this moment, it resembled a library in its stillness. Were it not for the pervasive aroma of beer, whiskey, and various alcoholic beverages, who could imagine that this was a locale frequented by the rowdy working class of Liverpool? Those local blue-collar workers, typically so fond of uttering profanities that seemed to assert their masculinity, were rendered speechless. At that instant, they watched in disbelief as the football sailed past Howard's outstretched hands and into the net. In that moment, everyone in the pub appeared frozen, akin to sculptures. The sounds emanating from the television were not jeers or cheers, but the shouts of Arsenal players as they surrounded Suhan, racing toward the corner flag. Even in the stadium, Everton fans had transformed into statues, stunned into silence. No one could have anticipated that, under such defensive circumstances and pressure, with everything seemingly in Everton's favor, Ye Luo would still score. smashing the ball into Everton's goal. Thus, he equaled the single-season record of 60 goals set by Everton legend and English football icon Dixie Dean. Despite the fact that Dean achieved this feat during a time when the Old English First Division consisted of 24 teams playing 44 league matches, and the offside rule was considerably more lenient than it is today, with large scorelines being the norm. Even though it was an era celebrated as the golden age for traditional center forwards, a record deemed insurmountable, Ye Luo accomplished it. He truly did. He transformed the impossible into reality, achieving what was thought to be nearly unattainable. In a single season, across 38 Premier League matches, he netted an astonishing 60 league goals. Silence enveloped the room. The Everton supporters recognized their defeat. Everything they had done became a footnote to this monumental record. They had become the backdrop for a remarkable season and an extraordinary player. Finally, the first to react was Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, who inhaled deeply before exclaiming, "Ye Luo. Oh wow. He did it. He truly did it." Meanwhile, at Goodison Park, every commentator rose, gripping their microphones, their expressions filled with excitement. This is a historic moment. Ye Luo's header. He has scored his 60th goal in the Premier League this season. He has equaled the record. A record that had remained untouched for 88 years has now been matched. He has caught up with the legends. No, he is now greater than the legends. For the current goal record is incomparable to that of yesteryears. Setting aside the difficulty of scoring, the number of matches played is also vastly different. Back in the day, the Premier League consisted of 44 matches per season, 6 more than today. Incredible. Unbelievable. This is a moment for the history books. This is a legendary moment. He has achieved it. At this very instant, he stands shoulder to shoulder with greatness. Referee Oliver is also momentarily stunned. It is only when Ye Luo lands and turns to look at him that he blows the whistle, pointing to the center circle. The goal stands valid. There was no way he could disallow this goal. To do so would be a betrayal of the game. He could find no fault whatsoever. Not even a hint of physical contact. How could he call a foul? It was simply impossible. Who could have anticipated that he would strike so high? As the referee indicated the goal was valid, the Arsenal fans too began to react. In the stands, almost simultaneously, all the Arsenal players erupted in jubilant cheers. This sudden outburst of joy caught the Everton fans off guard. Some Everton fans began to boo, yet their feeble jeers lacked the vigor they once had. The Everton supporters had seemingly lost their spirit. The Arsenal players flocked to the corner flag, where Ye Luo, still in disbelief, was swiftly embraced by Van Dijk, who bent down and wrapped his arms around Ye Luo's thigh. On the other side, Fabinho did the same with Ye Luo's other leg. Together, they lifted him up. Shortly after, other teammates rushed in, hoisting Ye Luo and carrying him towards the sidelines, making their way to the section of the stands occupied by Arsenal fans. At that moment, the pitch transformed into a coronation ceremony. All the Arsenal supporters rose, applauding with fervor. Some even removed their hats in tribute. Wenger, standing to the side, clapped with a smile. In the stands, numerous Everton fans looked on dejectedly at this scene. They had lost all motivation to boo or create noise. After days of brewing anticipation, they had expected victory to be assured. Now, they could only imagine how their pre-match proclamations and performances had turned them into jesters, the subject of ridicule. Furthermore, the media across Europe would undoubtedly highlight Everton's struggles and various dubious tactics in their reports. As the Everton fans calmed down, they reflected on their team's maneuvers and the referee's favoritism, coming to realize the bitter truth. The team has brought great shame upon itself this time. With this thought, the faces of Everton fans gradually twisted into grimaces. They failed to recognize that the issue lay within themselves, instead shifting the blame onto Ye Luo, claiming it was all due to that wretched player from the Dragon Country. Stone stood there, staring blankly at the ball still nestled in the net, pondering a question. In that fleeting moment, he considered whether he should have swatted the ball down with his arm. Perhaps the referee would have turned a blind eye. In such a case, England's supporters might even proclaim it as the hand of God. But it was all too late. Their mission had faltered. Ye Luo had equaled the record. Henceforth, the record for the most goals in a single season of the English Premier League would no longer belong solely to the English. Ye Luo would claim his place among them. What a turn of events. A player from the Dragon Country stood at the pinnacle of English football history, a glory once reserved exclusively for the English now divided. In that moment, the stadium erupted with an even more frenzied chorus of boos than before. The cacophony was utterly hysterical. In the stands, The expressions of Everton fans were grotesque and frenzied. They were utterly incensed, but this fury could find no outlet. They could only stifle their burning wrath, their eyes turning red as if they were zombies on the brink of losing control. Yet the Arsenal players remained unfazed at that moment. They cared not for the opinions of Everton fans. They knew that from now on, Arsenal players would also have a place in this grand record. Incredible. Unbelievable. Truly a hat trick. In the Dragon Country, in every neighborhood, in every university campus, there were cries of jubilation. Countless dreams were disrupted by this fervor. Indeed, Ye Luo had become the most prominent sports star in the entire Dragon Country. His name echoed in every household. Nearly every citizen was aware of his identity. However, the actual number of people in the Dragon Country who followed football remained relatively small. People recognized Ye Luo because he had brought pride to his nation, proving that individuals from the Dragon Country could excel on the football field. For the majority, this was less about football and more about national honor. As for playing or watching football, it remained an activity for a select few. Yet, thanks to Ye Luo's influence, the sport began to permeate the hearts of the Dragon people. An increasing number of citizens, inspired by their admiration for Ye Luo, were drawn to football, to the stadiums, and began to truly experience the joy of the game. Perhaps this was the beginning of a grassroots movement. However, only when the sport of football enjoys sufficient popularity does it attain the stature necessary to aspire for remarkable achievements. After all, any pyramid requires a sufficiently broad base. Football, unlike weightlifting, gymnastics, or diving, is not a pursuit that can yield success through the relentless training of a few dedicated athletes with minimal resources. It is, in essence, a truly universal sport. This endeavor is remarkably inclusive. Individuals of all shapes and sizes can participate. Even on the professional stage, one may witness towering giants exceeding 2 meters alongside diminutive talents standing at a mere 1.5 meters. The rules of this sport are refreshingly simple. On the pitch, there is no need for convoluted regulations, and even the offside rule can be disregarded. The primary objective is to propel the ball into the opposing goal, an act that unleashes a cascade of dopamine. Joy serves as the foundation of this sport. Perhaps, in the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, it is time to diminish the grand narratives, lessen the depths of grievances, and reduce the divisive rivalries among fan circles. Instead, let there be more participation and more joy, which may pave the way for the establishment of a football culture that truly belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment on the field, reporters from the Dragon Kingdom raise their voices in fervent cheer, contrasting sharply with their English counterparts who appear despondent. Some shout in anger, claiming foul. That was undoubtedly a foul. Ye Luo impeded stones during the aerial contest. The goal should be disallowed. To which a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom retorts loudly in English. What are you, blind? The English journalist, taken aback by the overwhelming presence of reporters from the Dragon Kingdom, dares not respond further. Such is the nature of power dynamics. In slow motion, Ye Luo's goal is revealed to be flawless, evoking cheers of triumph from the Dragon Kingdom's journalists. They have long been disenchanted by the double standards exhibited by the English. Their words are crafted to provoke the once arrogant English reporters, relishing in their incredulous expressions. Ye Luo has scored 62 league goals, an achievement that ignites fervor not only in England, but resonates throughout Europe as a significant news event. Across the continent, numerous fans are captivated by the match. When spectators observe Everton's entire defensive lineup, it becomes clear just how formidable the challenge was for Ye Luo. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would net 3 goals despite such a stringent defense? The astonishment is palpable. If even this level of defense cannot contain Ye Luo, what could possibly hinder him? Cristiano Ronaldo, fixated on the enormous television screen, witnesses the moment Ye Luo is hoisted by Arsenal players in celebration. See, Ronaldo's expression is one of disbelief. Upon seeing Everton's formation, he had presumed that Ye Luo could not possibly break the record. Scoring a single goal under such an impenetrable defense would indeed be remarkable. However, the prospect of achieving a hat trick seemed utterly impossible, absolutely unattainable. Even someone as self-assured as Cristiano Ronaldo believed it was beyond his reach. But now, Ye Luo has accomplished it. The Everton players should collectively contemplate jumping off a ledge. Ronaldo mused despondently while reclining on his armchair. He regarded Ye Luo as a rival, and with such formidable prowess displayed by his opponent, the likelihood of him securing a victory appeared increasingly bleak. In a sudden fit of resolve, Ronaldo switched off the television. I must strive harder. A relentless spirit of competitiveness surged within him, propelling Cristiano Ronaldo, often deemed less gifted than the likes of Messi, Ronaldinho, or even Kaká, to keep pace with Messi and achieve accolades that rivaled, if not surpassed, those of these illustrious names. Meanwhile, in Barcelona, Messi sat before the television, watching the live broadcast of the match with keen interest. He was eager to discover how Ye Luo would perform under such adverse conditions. Upon witnessing Ye Luo net his 60th league goal, silence enveloped him. Throughout the match, Messi internally grappled with the question of whether he could replicate Ye Luo's success against such formidable defense. Could he, too, score a goal or even execute a hat trick? After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be a formidable challenge. Initially skeptical of Ye Luo's capabilities, he gradually recognized the reality of Ye Luo's potential as the game progressed. And now, the dust had settled. Achieving 60 league goals in a single season within the Premier League is no small feat, though Messi had never played in the Premier League. He understood the magnitude of this achievement. Deep within, a sense of frustration welled up. Was Ye Luo truly invincible? Messi fell into silence, grappling with discomfort, frustration, and a sense of injustice. Clenching his fists, an intense resolve ignited within him during this quiet moment. I must win. I will undoubtedly triumph. For the first time, Messi's competitive spirit blazed fervently. He had one opportunity to conquer, the Champions League final. He yearned to face Ye Luo head-on. As Ye Luo had become a psychological barrier for him, he needed to personally vanquish this rival to unravel the knot in his heart. Chapter finished. Chapter 113, Shattering Records. Ye Luo remained oblivious to the profound impact his performance would have on his two competitors. Had he been aware, he would have felt a surge of elation. He feared not the strengthening of his rivals. Standing atop the peak with a sword drawn, gazing aimlessly, would indeed be devoid of meaning. Moreover, Ye Luo had no inclination to dwell on such matters. Achieving a hat trick and equaling records was merely a minor goal. His true ambition was to shatter records. With 30 minutes remaining in the match, scoring just one more goal would allow him to break the record. Ye Luo's ambition transcends merely shattering records. He aspires to forge an even grander, more formidable legacy. He intends to thoroughly dominate the realm of English football. You claim that the glory of English football is sacred and should not be desecrated by outsiders. Yet here I stand, defiling it. How will you respond to this affront? Moyes finds himself in a state of utter disarray. He is at a loss for words, uncertain of what actions to take. He feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness, trepidation, and even despair, emotions he has never encountered in his career. Even during Everton's previous 5-0 defeat to Arsenal, or when his team faced relegation, he had never felt so powerless. Yet here we are. All his efforts have become a farce. The bravado Everton exhibited before the match has rebounded upon them, striking them with brutal force. For Everton, there exists no worse scenario than this. They have exerted every effort, strained their intellect, and even shamelessly resorted to open provocations, all in an attempt to thwart their adversaries' goals. Their singular aim has been to avoid becoming the backdrop of a record, to prevent themselves from being mere accomplices to Ye Luo, and to ensure that in the future, they are not repeatedly mentioned in the context of his achievements. However, the most dreadful situation has now come to pass. Everton's coach, fans, and players believe they had encountered the worst of it, yet the direst circumstances are yet to unfold. The players likely did not fully absorb Moyes' furious roars, as they appeared somewhat lost in their own thoughts. This is understandable. In this match, they ceased to care about victory or the scoring prowess of Arsenal's other players. Their only objective was to obstruct Ye Luo's goals. Under ordinary circumstances, scoring against Ye Luo would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. But now, he has netted 3 goals with alarming ease. This has dealt a catastrophic blow to the confidence of Everton's players. Regrettably, Moyes, consumed by anger, has failed to recognize the mental state of his squad. For Everton's players, their primary objective has vanished. This signifies a loss of motivation to strive. What purpose do they serve on the pitch now? The players of Everton appear dazed, and their defensive structure has faltered from its previous rigidity. Ye Luo will not miss the opportunity to mercilessly exploit their plight. He continues to press forward, relentlessly pursuing further goals. Perhaps to others, merely equaling a record might seem remarkable enough to satisfy Ye Luo. Yet, he remains far from content. The entire Everton squad has descended into a state of chaos. They have barely completed 3 passes before Arsenal regains possession. Upon losing the ball, Everton's players hastily retreat to defend. On the surface, they seem no different than before. However, the Arsenal players on the field swiftly sensed their opponent's laxity. The rigidity of their defense had evidently diminished significantly. There was no immediate physical confrontation. It was apparent that Everton's players were struggling to concentrate on their defensive duties. Nevertheless, the performance of Everton's goalkeeper, Howard, remained commendable. After all, he is a seasoned veteran with formidable psychological resilience. Moreover, as a goalkeeper, conceding multiple goals would be quite an embarrassment. The torment of retrieving the ball from his own net time and again is indeed excruciating. Howard's high saves were a desperate attempt to maintain a semblance of dignity in defeat. Beyond the players on the pitch, the majority of spectators had diverted their attention from the match itself. Commentators, media personnel, and fans alike, whether in the stands, behind computer screens, or in front of televisions, were fixated on Yellow's pursuit of equaling the record. For most, the remainder of the match appeared to have lost its significance. Enthusiastic discussions revolved around Yellow's remarkable achievements. His 3 goals were undoubtedly splendid. However, the conversation did not dwell on the aesthetic brilliance of the goals themselves, but rather on the profound significance of these 3 strikes. In their eyes, this was the essence of the match. Compared to the record chase, the game had become trivial, with few caring about its outcome. Many believed that Yellow's feat of scoring 3 goals and completing a hat trick was an extraordinary accomplishment, one he would surely take pride in. Given this, what remained to capture attention in the subsequent match? Thus, commentators began to delve into the history of the record during the ongoing game, enlightening the audience about its origins and the challenges Yellow faced in equaling it. Yet, some English commentators started comparing the 2 records, aiming to underscore that while Yellow had matched the record, Dixie Dean's legacy remained superior. Overall, Dixie Dean was the pioneer, the original record holder, while Yellow was merely the pursuer, the latecomer. One English commentator, seemingly straining for words, finally articulated this point. He then perused his notes and stumbled upon a statistic that illuminated his perspective. In terms of character and integrity, Dixie Dean was undoubtedly far superior to Yellow. One particular statistic illustrated this. Throughout his career, Dixie Dean had never received a yellow or red card. A smile spread across the commentator's face as he felt he had discovered the key to diminish Yellow's accolades while extolling Dixie Dean's virtues. Just then, his assistant became anxious, gesturing frantically from the sidelines. Sensing something amiss, the commentator hastily removed his earpiece. What was happening? Sir, during the era of Dixie Dean, there were no rules regarding red and yellow cards. His assistant promptly interjected. The commentator's face became rigid, a profound embarrassment washing over him. Consequently, the viewers of this broadcast were met with an unsettling silence, leading many to speculate that the commentator had abruptly excused himself for a restroom break. Some astute fans quickly recognized the commentator's egregious blunder. Fortunately, the majority of the audience was English, and they chose to tacitly acknowledge the faux pas, opting not to address it. If I remain silent, it is as though it never occurred, they seemed to reason. Many commentators and media outlets in England adopted a similar stance, attempting to downplay the incident, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Should the match conclude without further incident, the English would undoubtedly find their means of saving face, a skill in which they excel. However, this ultimately depended on whether Ye Luo would grant them such an opportunity. At this moment, the match was decidedly one-sided, with Arsenal relentlessly assaulting Everton. The dynamics appeared unchanged at first glance. Yet those with discerning eyes could observe that Arsenal's passing had become increasingly fluid. This indicated that Everton was gradually losing its grip. Ye Luo now unleashed both long-range shots and headers, leaving Everton struggling to cope. They were at a loss regarding how to defend against him. Pressing forward to defend against long shots, Arsenal sought to exploit Ye Luo's heading ability with crosses from the flanks. When they receded, Ye Luo would pull back and shoot from outside the penalty area. These 2 approaches seemed deceptively simple, yet when built upon Ye Luo's formidable heading and long-range shooting prowess, their combination became nearly insurmountable. As the match reached this juncture, it was evident that the players from Everton were barely able to persevere. In the 69th minute, Moyes, while attempting to force his way into the penalty area, was unceremoniously brought to the ground. The foul was glaringly apparent. Referee Oliver hesitated momentarily before making his decision. Arsenal was awarded a free kick from approximately 37 or 38 meters away from the goal. Initially, Oliver regarded this position as rather distant. Yet upon witnessing Ye Luo meticulously positioning the ball, it dawned on him that, despite the distance, this was still within Ye Luo's shooting range. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, pondering whether he should have been more lenient and overlooked the foul. However, it was too late for second thoughts. Once the arrow was loosed, there was no turning back. He could not possibly retract the foul, as that would insult the intelligence of the viewers. As he observed Ye Luo intently preparing to take the free kick, the commentators, who were enthusiastically discussing Ye Luo's pursuit of the record, along with those who were comparing Ye Luo's achievements to those of Dixie Dean and hastily concluding the latter's superiority, suddenly recalled the time remaining in the match. With at least 24 or 25 minutes left, there was ample opportunity for Ye Luo to score once more, should he find the net again. Those commentators who debated greatness would find themselves in an awkward position. They had spent considerable time comforting English fans, insisting that even if Ye Luo equaled the record, he would still fall short of Dean's legacy. But what if Ye Luo surpassed the record? What would they say then? Statistics are cold and devoid of sentiment. An extra goal is simply an extra goal, with no room for argument. Realizing this, the commentators suddenly recognized that they may have spoken too soon. The Everton fans, who had been gloomy moments before, also experienced a jolt of realization. This was not the time for despair. Ye Luo had merely equaled the record, should he exceed it. A wave of boos erupted from the crowd, with fans vocally urging the Everton players to rally and prevent Ye Luo from scoring again. Regardless of the situation, Goodison Park seemed to come alive once more. The Everton supporters were now filled with trepidation as they watched Ye Luo prepare the ball. Ye Luo was unhurried, patiently waiting for the opposing team to set up their wall. He simply smiled coldly at the referee's allowance for the wall to shift forward. When Fabinho and others protested, the referee reluctantly began measuring the distance, taking nearly a minute before the wall was finally established. Ye Luo awaited the whistle, determined not to give the referee any opportunity to dismiss his effort. If the ball were to find the back of the net and the referee claimed he hadn't blown the whistle, it would be a waste of expression. Oliver understood Ye Luo's intent, caught between laughter and tears. It was rare in the world of football for a player of Ye Luo's caliber to be so cautious. Oliver's expression darkened, despite his shameless actions. He still felt a sense of pride when others regarded him as unprincipled. With a composed facade, he blew the whistle. As the sound resonated, Ye Luo began to adjust his breathing and stride, gradually increasing his pace. Finally, with a taut foot, he struck the ball with precision. The ball soared like a cannonball over the wall, then descended like a cruise missile. A textbook example of a powerful, arcing shot. In the blink of an eye, the ball pierced the net. A moment of stunned silence ensued, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The goal was scored. The goal was scored. The 63rd goal. Ye Luo has forged a new chapter in history. Oh my God, he truly did it. However, they soon realized their excitement had been premature as the referee's sharp whistle pierced the air. Wait, is this goal disallowed? Offside. Who was offside? This is absurd. The ball went straight into the net. The commentators were left in a state of bewilderment. Oliver raised his arms, indicating that Maine, who had attempted to interfere with the wall, was in an offside position. Maine's face darkened further. Offside. The referee was already reaching for his pocket. Yet, Ye Luo swiftly covered Maine's mouth. Don't stoop to his level. Ye Luo reassured him, patting Maine on the shoulder. Damn it, he just annulled a historic goal. It was a goal that could have made history. Maine was agitated. Offside. He was certain there were other Everton players behind him. There was no way he could be offside. Moreover, even if he was in an offside position, did he interfere with the goalkeeper's judgment? Surely not. It's all right, brother. Ye Luo soothed, patting Maine's shoulder again. Just wait and watch, I'll show them. Ye Luo glanced at Oliver before turning away. Oliver wore a stern expression. He had disallowed a legitimate goal, and this would undoubtedly spark discussions post-match. Yet, at that moment, Oliver understood he could not play both sides, otherwise Ye Luo would truly break the record. How could he justify that? The goal was disallowed, but it mattered not, for Ye Luo's opportunity soon presented itself again. From nearly the same position, Ye Luo was brought down by a tackle as he advanced with the ball. To be honest, Oliver did not wish to award another free kick, but upon glancing at the camera, he decided to proceed. A referee cannot be entirely biased. Being biased at critical moments suffices. You don't need to enter the penalty area. Ye Luo called back his teammates who were preparing to advance. Upon reflection, everyone agreed with Ye Luo's reasoning. This time, we should not be offside. Ye Luo smiled at Oliver, and upon seeing his grin, Oliver felt a sudden urge to pull out a yellow card. However, he suppressed that impulse. After all, he still had a career to maintain in officiating. If you are not in an offside position, you certainly cannot be offside. Oliver remarked with a cold demeanor. That's good. I'll strike from the same angle. The same position. Ye Luo replied with a smile. The same angle, the same position? Oliver scoffed. A free kick requires a calm mindset, with your current mentality. Scoring is a mere fantasy. You must heed my whistle, he stated. Ye Luo remained noncommittal. He waited for the whistle to sound, then took his run up and shot. The ball soared. Oliver's expression changed instantly. The ball, yet again from that angle, found its way into the net. He stared in disbelief before ultimately blowing his whistle. Arms crossed. Goal disallowed. The Arsenal players were furious. What was the issue this time? We did not even enter the penalty area. This cannot possibly be offside. The referee dismissed the Arsenal players. Seeing that Yellow was not among those who had come forward to protest, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. The more composed Yellow remained, the more trepidation he felt. There was shoving within the wall, a heavy penalty. Upon hearing this explanation, Yellow couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. Truly, it was exceedingly entertaining. The commentator could hardly bear it. Another penalty? Oliver is being excessively biased towards Everton, isn't he? This time, the Arsenal players were particularly agitated. In the stands, Arsenal fans were booing furiously, but their discontent was soon drowned out by the cheers from the rest of the crowd. Other English fans believed the referee was being overly lenient. If one were to lose all sense of shame, they might as well go all the way. After much tussling, Yellow finally stood at the penalty spot, while the wall took its time to position itself. This time, Arsenal made no effort to disrupt the wall, leaving no excuse for Oliver. Yet, Oliver did not blow the whistle immediately, for he had been setting a trap for Yellow all along. To be frank, the moment Yellow showed any signs of agitation, a card would swiftly follow. However, Yellow remained unervingly calm. It was now the third opportunity. He had granted Everton 2 chances at revival. If this one were to be disallowed, it would likely spell the end of his refereeing career. Sacrificing oneself for the sake of so-called glory and pride simply wasn't worth it. At last, the whistle blew. Yellow took his run up. He shot. Boom. The ball soared into the air, following the same trajectory, the same angle. The ball found its way into the net for the 3rd time. This chapter concludes with chapter 114, The Great Yellow. Are there still excuses? Are there still excuses? Are there still excuses? Duan Xian was shouting. He was about to explode with rage, completely disregarding the norms of the national broadcaster's commentators. However, at this point, few cared about such matters. In front of television screens, computer monitors, and mobile devices, fans from Longwo were also nearing their boiling point. For the first time, it was ruled offside. The second time, there was an assertion of shoving in the wall. And now, the third time. This was the third time. Yellow had already taken the penalty 3 times. The forums where all the fans congregated were in an uproar. The barrage of comments on mobile screens had taken over the entire display, with everyone cursing the referee, cursing the Premier League, cursing the English. Yet, when Yellow began his run-up, everyone fell silent, fixated on the unfolding match. Nonetheless, most felt a sense of pessimism. For Yellow had already scored twice. He had done more than enough. Could one truly ask for more? A third penalty, the weight of the pressure was immense. Even if he missed, everyone would understand. Twice in succession, penalties were awarded, only to be annulled. This truly tests one's mental fortitude. When it comes to free kicks, the psychological aspect is paramount. With the first 2 attempts invalidated, the mounting pressure becomes palpable. It is difficult for anyone to maintain emotional equilibrium in such circumstances. Moreover, the probability of successfully converting 3 consecutive shots is exceedingly slim. Although hope for a miracle lingers in the hearts of many, they are acutely aware that such occurrences are rare. Thus, when the ball soared into the net for the 3rd time, astonishment enveloped the crowd. They stared at the screen, transfixed by the sight of the ball entering the goal, until the sound of the referee's whistle broke the silence, and Oliver pointed towards the center circle. Only then did realization dawn upon everyone. The goal had indeed been scored. In front of the television, Duan Xian's jubilant roar erupted like thunder. His exuberance transformed his voice into a distorted, hoarse shout. Yet, This exhilarating image, accompanied by such a fervent sound, was a perfect match. The excitement was palpable, with many fans surpassing even Duan Xian's enthusiasm. Supporters leaped from their seats, shouting and jumping, their words a cacophony of unrestrained emotion. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Well done. Incredible. What a rush. After scoring, Ye Luo refrained from immediate celebration, instead casting a glance towards referee Oliver. The Arsenal players, having learned from past experiences, mirrored this action. Eager to see what further complications Oliver might concoct, many clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with indignation. In their hearts, they had already prepared for a drastic response. Should this goal be disallowed, they would immediately threaten to withdraw from the match, escalating the situation. You wish to play tricks? Very well. If you refuse to officiate fairly, then let us bring this matter to the forefront and see who suffers more from this debacle. Ye Luo maintained an air of calm as he regarded Oliver, which alone exerted immense pressure on the referee. Everton fans stood in stunned silence, fully aware that the goal was unlikely to be overturned. All eyes in the stadium were fixed upon the solitary figure of the referee. Oliver was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he finally blew his whistle. He raised his hand, pointing towards the center circle. Though his movements were shaky and unsteady, the message was unmistakable. The goal was valid. The goal was indeed effective. Andy Gray leaped from the commentary booth, his voice erupting in jubilation. Other commentators quickly followed suit, echoing the excitement. The 61st goal. The 61st goal. This is a historic moment. In the 72nd minute of the match, Ye Luo scored his 61st goal of the season. Unbelievable. Astonishing. The birth of this goal was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, Ye Luo withstood the pressure. He created history, surpassing the record of Dick Dean. The commentators were in a frenzy. This was a moment to witness history. At this very moment, many commentators felt exceptionally fortunate to behold such a spectacle. Howard lay on the ground, painfully shutting his eyes. Damn it. It was terrifying. It was monstrous. This was beyond human capability. 3 times. 3 times. A full 3 times in succession. What can I even say? This was Howard's sole sentiment at that moment. 3 consecutive free kicks, each executed with remarkable precision. How could he express himself further? They were on the verge of breaking records, and there was simply no way to stop it. 3 free kicks. 3 strikes to the same corner. Such performance transcended mere description. It was truly beyond comprehension. The Everton players were left in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. Is this even human? This goal shattered their understanding of reality. Their very perspective felt as if it were fracturing. They could hardly fathom that someone had accomplished such a near-miraculous feat. Many Everton players seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the grass. They were engulfed in fear and disheartenment. Had they known it would come to this, why even resist? Were they merely meant to be the best backdrop? Now they felt an overwhelming disdain for the referee, Oliver. One could only imagine how this goal would be replayed countless times on television, each instance sure to mention the referee's dubious decisions. People would say that referee stifled Ye Luo's goals twice, yet he still managed to score. In due time, Everton would become the greater fool. Such a dramatically scored goal would undoubtedly subject the Everton players to relentless humiliation. Oliver was truly the scapegoat, caught in a no-win situation, facing criticism from both sides. Meanwhile, in North London, half the community was ablaze with excitement. Madness. Those unable to attend the match gathered in various pubs. When Ye Luo withstood the pressure and found the net, they raised their glasses in celebration of this magnificent season. Ye Luo had achieved a remarkable season. The commentator from Arsenal Radio exclaimed. He did it. He is now the player with the most league goals in a single season in the history of English football. Let us salute the extraordinary Ye Luo. Let us honor the magnificent Ye Luo. Fans in the pub raised their glasses high. To the incredible Ye Luo. To the great Ye Luo. Countless voices cheered. On the field, Ye Luo stood still, simply standing there. And then, behind him, all the Arsenal players stood in unison, raising their hands towards yellow in reverence. Long live. The Arsenal fans cheered. This scene rendered those who had scorned, humiliated, and despised him before the match utterly silent. In the face of undeniable strength, arrogance and prejudice became nothing more than trivial jest. Confronted with such an exceptional yellow, they found themselves at a loss. Contempt? Huh. The disdain of the weak is of little consequence. Superiority? What superiority could one claim in the presence of 61 league goals? Before the unassailable truth, Those who had vocally questioned, slandered, and discriminated against Yellow prior to the match were left speechless, their faces bruised by the force of reality. They could hardly utter a word. The close-up of Yellow's silhouette lingered on the television screen for a good 10 seconds, strikingly tall and dazzling. He proclaimed his dominion over English football to all of England, Europe, and indeed the entire world. As he turned and opened his arms, the Arsenal players surged towards him like loyal subjects, embracing him in celebration. Their revelry lasted so long that the referee had to intervene. At that moment, Oliver appeared to the Arsenal players as nothing more than a clown. Everyone held their heads high, treating him as if he were invisible. In this moment, Oliver found himself unable to muster any anger. He too was astonished and somewhat intimidated by Yellow's performance. When the Arsenal players returned to their half, Yellow noticed the Everton players looking utterly dejected, clearly shaken. He smiled knowingly. Weren't they the ones who boasted so boldly? He bore no ill will towards Everton initially, but their pre-match antics and behavior during the game were disheartening. This only fueled Yellow's motivation further. If the Everton players and fans had realized that their actions merely served to inspire him to score even more, one wonders if they would feel regret. Yellow certainly was not content to rest on his laurels. With the chance to further extend his record, why not seize the opportunity? Did they not wish to be mere background players? Did they not intend to do everything in their power to thwart him? Unfortunately, their intentions meant nothing. Moyes' face turned ashen. He had failed, utterly defeated. He could not comprehend why such an extraordinary player existed in this world. Sitting silently on the bench, he had ceased to stand because his legs trembled beneath him. Even once seated, they continued to quiver slightly. He had to admit that he was profoundly shaken by Yellow's remarkable display. At that moment, Moyes' focus was entirely absent from the pitch. He contemplated matters regarding the upcoming season, recruitment, tactics, and so forth. He forced himself to divert his attention, otherwise, the mere thought of Ye Luo's formidable performance in the match would send shivers down Moyes' spine. He was at a loss, uncertain whether he would exhibit such prowess again when facing Ye Luo's Arsenal next season. Perhaps a consultation with a psychologist was in order, as Ye Luo remained oblivious to the psychological shadow he had cast over Moyes. Upon the resumption of the match, Ye Luo displayed remarkable zeal, initiating vigorous pressing in an effort to reclaim possession and launch an offensive. The other Arsenal players, witnessing his fervor, understood their roles as well. Time remained in the match. From this moment forth, each goal Ye Luo scored would set a new record. Everton, plagued by low morale and disorganization, found their players utterly at a loss for what to do, ultimately resorting to passing the ball back to the goalkeeper. On one side, a team devoid of spirit, teetering on the brink of collapse. On the other, a team bursting with determination, surging forward with unrelenting momentum. Even though this was Everton's home ground, the advantage had evaporated. Howard, upon receiving the ball, felt a profound sense of helplessness. There were no viable passing options available. He resorted to a hasty clearance, but the quality of the kick was lacking. In truth, the Everton players did not contest the drop, allowing the ball to return to Arsenal's possession. Centre-back Van Dijk seized the opportunity. He had initially intended a long pass to find Ye Luo, anticipating that Everton's players would press forward, thus creating space behind them. A long ball over the top would have been an excellent attacking option under normal circumstances. However, as Van Dijk received the ball, astonishingly, not a single Everton player occupied the vicinity. Thus, he boldly advanced the ball himself, crossing the halfway line unimpeded. Van Dijk charged toward the edge of the penalty area before passing the ball to Ye Luo while continuing his run. This was not merely for a combination play, but rather to draw away one or two defenders from Ye Luo. Upon receiving the pass, Ye Luo pivoted and deftly maneuvered the ball onto his right foot. Seizing the moment before the opposing players could close in, he unleashed a shot, his leg movement subtle, the power moderate, a precise strike. The ball skimmed along the grass toward the goal, its trajectory obscured from Howard's view. As the ball approached, he instinctively reacted, yet at that moment, within the penalty area, centre-back Stones inadvertently extended his leg to block the shot, but was a fraction too slow. The ball struck his shin guard, resulting in a deflection, though not particularly swift. Howard found himself with no recourse. His weight had shifted, and the prospect of regaining his footing for a save was slim. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. The fifth goal, Ye Luo's fifth goal of the match, achieved in a mere 2 minutes. He has shattered his own record of 61 league goals, now extending it to 62. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the ball spinning within the net. Then, their eyes turned to the referee. Surely, there could be no doubts regarding this goal, but who could say for certain? What if Oliver had other intentions? Oliver was at a loss. It would be utterly pointless to annul Ye Luo's goal at this juncture. Moreover, it would be a thankless task. He felt somewhat speechless. Had he known this player was so extraordinary, he would not have bothered with such futile actions. Without hesitation this time, he blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle. 5-0. 5-0. The 60-second goal. The 60-second goal. Ye Luo not only broke the scoring record, but elevated it to 62 goals. All of Everton's efforts were in vain. He now stood firmly at the pinnacle. The commentators erupted in cheers. Chapter 115. Come on, cash power on the line. 62. The 60-second goal of the season. My God, he has surpassed his own record. The commentators marveled. In the commentary box, Andy Gray and his co-commentator, Lineker, exchanged incredulous glances. Lineker shook his head, his face reflecting astonishment. To be honest, I had serious doubts before the match about Ye Luo breaking the record. I thought merely equaling it would be an incredible feat as for a quadruple. I had never even considered it, let alone scoring 5. When was the last time Ye Luo scored 5 in a match? No one could recall. As the commentators witnessed the ball soaring into the net, they found themselves at a loss for words. Just 2 minutes prior, they had unleashed their emotions, exhausting every prepared and spontaneous compliment in a moment of exhilaration. Now, they felt drained, devoid of vigor, and in a state of reverie. They were elated, yet did not anticipate that he could deliver yet another blow. At this moment, any language would seem inadequate. All we could do was rise in applause for Ye Luo and pay our respects. Andy Gray too found himself speechless, yet he cleverly devised a way to alleviate the awkwardness. Wenger was equally stunned, reduced to mere applause. Beyond that, he could utter nothing. At this point, Wenger felt an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence to Ye Luo. This was divinity, the god of football. Meanwhile, on the bench, the players stood in applause. On the field, Everton's players no longer perceived a significant difference between conceding 5 goals or 4. In any case, it was all a record-breaking event. 1. 2. There truly wasn't much difference. The media's reaction tomorrow would be quite similar. After all, no matter how heated the atmosphere, under normal conditions, it could only reach a boiling point of 100 degrees. People assumed Ye Luo would be satisfied. However, in reality, that is not the case. Ye Luo continues to strive for opportunities to score. Is it not enough for him to net 5 goals? Some are filled with trepidation. They realize that despite having scored 62 league goals, Ye Luo is still not truly terrifying. The most fearsome aspect is a Ye Luo who is perpetually insatiable, forever hungry. For him, these accolades do not bind him. Rather, they fuel his unquenchable thirst for glory. Thus, when Ye Luo strikes the ball into the net for the 6th time, the world seems to fall silent. The voice of Andy Gray stutters with disbelief. The Everton fans in the stands are left in stunned silence. Having witnessed a single player score 6 goals in a match, and astonishingly, all 6 were scored while the entire Everton team consisted of defensive players. What a disgrace. What defines disgrace? This is disgrace. An absolute humiliation. Everton will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. Had they known this would be the outcome, perhaps they would have opted for a more subdued approach. One commentator shook his head in lamentation, pondering, had we known, why pursue this path? Truth be told, had the match unfolded normally, it is likely that Ye Luo achieving a hat trick would have been a remarkable feat. Indeed, reflecting upon it, if Everton had played normally, even seizing just 40% of possession would have significantly curtailed Arsenal's scoring chances. This is what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. The fully defensive Everton granted Arsenal too much time on the ball. In the realm of football, victors and vanquished are clearly delineated. When Everton faltered, the voices that once supported and encouraged them transformed entirely into skepticism, even derision. Those who appeared to stand by them before the match quickly distanced themselves once Everton plummeted into despair. Had Everton triumphed, they would surely proclaim, "The pride and dignity of England have been preserved." Now that Everton has lost, they hastily disavow any connection, as if only Everton will suffer the consequences. As the match concluded, Ye Luo found himself surrounded by layers of reporters. From every direction, he could see microphones and recording devices, making escape impossible. Ye, please share your feelings about breaking the record. Ye, do you have anything to say about creating a new record? Faced with this blockade, Ye Luo raised his hand. At once, the reporters fell silent as if orchestrated by a conductor. I know many of you are displeased with this new record I've set, but that has nothing to do with me. If you're unhappy, then I am even more delighted. Ye Luo grinned and declared. The expressions of the English journalists turned noticeably awkward. Many wished to storm off, yet they hesitated. After all, Ye Luo is bound to capture global attention. If they left, how could they possibly ride this wave of notoriety? Well said. A reporter from the Dragon Kingdom spoke up loudly. Do you have anything to say to the fans back home? Ye Luo raised his hands and exclaimed, enjoy it to the fullest. With that, he turned and departed, ultimately vanishing from the sight of the reporters. At the post-match press conference, Moyes faced a barrage of questions from the journalists. He offered only a few perfunctory words before hastily making his exit. He did not deign to respond to the absurd inquiry regarding his decision to deploy 11 defensive players while still allowing Ye Luo to score 6 goals. Thoughts? What could one possibly think in such a situation? Was that even a question worth asking? Truly foolish. As Moyes exited the press conference, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, leaving the assembled reporters in stunned silence. In contrast to Moyes, Wenger appeared far more amicable. With a smile, he graciously addressed the reporters' inquiries. Ye Luo's record-breaking achievement was undoubtedly the most significant news in the Premier League this season, overshadowing even Arsenal's successful title defense. Thus, when Wenger seated himself, he was swiftly encircled by questions from the press. Naturally, Wenger was determined to support Ye Luo wholeheartedly, indifferent to the potential ire of the majority of the English populace. After all, he was not English himself. More importantly, he needed Ye Luo. With Ye Luo on his side, he could dominate the British football scene and aspire to win the Champions League. If he were to offend Ye Luo, what good would the support of all of England do him? Could those individuals help him secure victories? He sought greater achievements and accolades, aiming to become the most successful manager. For all of that, Ye Luo's backing was essential. As for the English, what did they matter? That evening, the internet and television media were abuzz with reports of Ye Luo's record-breaking feat. However, many in England expressed a rather sour tone, suggesting an air of discontent. Some television programs featured individuals questioning the legitimacy of Ye Luo's accomplishments, claiming it was outrageous and unrealistic to score 6 goals in a single match, particularly under away conditions with the opposition playing a full defensive game. If it seemed unrealistic, then surely there must be something amiss. Some insinuated that Ye Luo had resorted to performance-enhancing drugs to break the record. In reality, Ye Luo's achievements were beyond reproach. Following the match, he promptly participated in a urine test, which confirmed there were no issues. His accomplishments were credible. Unlike certain nations whose swimming teams were riddled with asthma cases, yet still managed to prevail. Nevertheless, England disregarded such facts, choosing to speak without evidence. For instance, during a televised program, an English football expert passionately expounded on the history of drug use among individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, declaring their achievements to be untrustworthy. Their swimming team, weightlifting team, gymnastics team, and so forth all have histories of doping scandals. Their football is rife with controversy, from age manipulation to match fixing. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I find it hard to believe he is innocent. It appears that he possesses an extraordinary understanding of the sports scene in the Dragon Kingdom, articulating his thoughts with apparent authority. However, in truth, it all seems to be a mere cerebral ecstasy, as if he has not perused a single piece of Chinese literature. One should not be deceived by the Englishman's polished facade. Beneath it lies the essence of a pirate. A negative urine test does not necessarily affirm his innocence. It merely indicates that he may have consumed a stimulant that current technological methods cannot detect. Time will reveal the truth, and we could preserve his urine sample for 5 or even 10 years to assess the outcome. I firmly believe that time will restore justice to history. While the Englishman's assertions may be somewhat understandable, within our own borders, a contingent of sycophants, epitomized by Ma Deshine, has commenced a fervent campaign to sensationalize this matter. Voices of dissent have also emerged on social media, questioning Ye Luo. These critiques stem from a group irked by Ye Luo's criticisms of the English, feeling a sense of loyalty and sympathy towards their father. Consequently, they too have begun to cast doubt on Ye Luo, eagerly ingratiating themselves with foreign opinions as if they were the ultimate truth. Anyone daring to question the foreign perspective is deemed a heretic, especially someone like Ye Luo, who audaciously confronts them. The opportunity has finally arrived. Let us annihilate him. Following a call from above, Moyes has been working tirelessly these past few days. With a multitude of anonymous accounts, he has purchased several trending topics. On his official account, he presents himself as a voice of reason, citing numerous instances of Dragon Kingdom athletes who have succumbed to the allure of performance-enhancing drugs. He references a former world champion whose urine test once declared him clean, only for him to later confess to drug use, resulting in the revocation of his gold medal and a suspension. Through this example, he cautions against absolute assertions of innocence, reminding everyone that while individuals may profess their purity, only time can unveil the truth. Inevitably, he has been inundated with derision from countless fans. Of course, the social media landscape is nothing but a cesspool. The sheer volume of discontent is enough to provoke existential doubt. Furthermore, their willingness to invest in trending topics has muddied public opinion considerably. After setting a new record, Ye Luo celebrated with his Arsenal teammates before returning home to rest. It was not until the following morning that he was roused from slumber by a phone call from Mendes. There are numerous journalists eager to interview you, Ye Luo, Mendes stated on the line. Are they all calling to congratulate me? Ye Luo, still groggy, struggled to comprehend. Some are, but not all. Many media outlets wish to inquire about allegations regarding your use of undetectable performance-enhancing drugs. Do you have any response to this? Upon hearing this, Ye Luo's drowsiness dissipated. He rose from his bed and glanced at Avril, who had flown in from the beautiful country to celebrate, yet was too exhausted from the intense battles to rise. He casually pulled up the blanket and exited the bedroom, making his way to the living room where he settled onto the sofa. They actually questioned my use of performance-enhancing drugs? Ye Luo was taken aback. Indeed, they had. As a commentator named Sweet had made such claims on a television program in England. I will send you the video shortly. And there are also individuals stirring up trouble domestically in Longwa. Is it Moyes and his associates? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Ye Luo was not surprised. If he had any adversaries in the country, it would surely be the Longwa Football Association. Their embarrassment stemmed from his very existence. They wished to act as if nothing had happened and invite Ye Luo to join the national team. However, Ye Luo had made it clear that the association must first provide an explanation for past events and dismiss Gua Chao along with others connected to those matters before any discussion could take place. Thus, their relationship was irreparably damaged. As for Moyes and others, they were the association's appointed scribes. In light of such circumstances, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. What do you think I should do now? Ye Luo sought advice from Mendes. Mendes shook his head on the other end of the line. Such matters are difficult to manage. As a public figure, incidents like this can arise daily. Your best course of action is to remain silent. You have achieved a new record. You are the victor and need not concern yourself with the ramblings of the defeated. If a dog bites you, would you bite back? I need not retaliate, but I will certainly strike down that dog. Ye Luo replied with a cold smile. What will you do then? Mendes inquired. A contemplative expression crossed Ye Luo's face. This situation was indeed challenging. Which star has not faced such slander? Ultimately, words reside in the mouths of others. How does one silence them? But should he simply let it go? Ye Luo was unwilling. He was not the type to endure in silence when attacked. Yet, engaging with those individuals seemed impractical. The FA Cup final and the Champions League final were imminent, and time was of the essence. Who had the leisure to engage in trivial disputes? Ye Luo's expression shifted. He had no time, but he did have wealth. Are you not spreading rumors? I will sue you for defamation. You shall compensate me for damage to my reputation. I will hire a legal team specifically to contend with these individuals. Let us see who can outlast whom. Furthermore, Ye Luo believed his chances of winning were substantial, as his adversaries had no evidence. Defamation was inescapable. Hire lawyers? Mendes paused for a moment before responding. This will require a considerable sum of money. Money is no object. I have plenty. Ye Luo was now the highest commercially valued football star globally. To him, money was merely a number. Very well, I will make the arrangements for you. Mendes chuckled on the other end of the line. John Sweet was basking in glory. Ever since he made the audacious claim that a negative urine test from Yellow did not necessarily imply he had abstained from drugs, he had become a darling of numerous television networks. Invitations to appear on various shows flooded in, and the prospect of brighter days lay ahead. However, Sweet's excitement was abruptly shattered when he received a lawyer's letter. What? He actually took me to court. A sense of panic overwhelmed Sweet. In fact, many commentators in England were known for their loose tongues, and there had been no repercussions in the past. After all, it was common knowledge that one should never provoke the media lightly. Yet, who could have anticipated such a fierce reaction from Ye Luo, accusing him of defamation and seeking a staggering $5 million in damages? Moyes also received a lawyer's letter, leaving him dumbfounded. After years of spouting nonsense, he was encountering someone who was serious for the first time. Soon, this matter gained traction through media coverage, revealing that Ye Luo had sent legal notices to nearly all the celebrities who had defamed him on television. Many were suddenly rendered speechless, for without evidence, Ye Luo's allegations stood a strong chance of success. Coupled with the fact that he had assembled a legal team specifically for this purpose, it was clear that he was determined to pursue this matter to the end. Consequently, many chose to remain silent. The scandal surrounding performance-enhancing drugs quickly subsided, with no one daring to make public statements in television or newspaper forums. As for John Sweet and Moyes, they found themselves entangled with Ye Luo's legal team for the next year or two, facing lawsuits every few days. Not only did John Sweet fail to secure any television appearances, but he was also ordered to compensate Ye Luo nearly €1 million for damages to his reputation. Moyes also lost his case and was required to pay damages. Of course, that was merely a subsequent development. Ye Luo could hardly be bothered to engage directly with such pests. He and Arsenal were diligently preparing for the team's next two crucial matches. The first to unfold was the FA Cup final. This chapter concludes with the 116th chapter, leading to another crown. The opponent in the FA Cup final was the thrillingly relegation-surviving Hull City. This season, Hull City had been timid in the league. At one point during the season, many believed that the Tigers would not manage to avoid relegation. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Hull City performed remarkably in the final rounds, achieving an impressive 5-match unbeaten streak, 3 victories and 2 draws, garnering 11 points and successfully escaping the relegation zone in a dramatic escape. Additionally, Hull City's advancement to the FA Cup final was undoubtedly a major upset, as the Cup had seen a series of surprises over the past 2 seasons. Last season, Wigan Athletic made it to the final and clinched the championship. This season, it was once again the elevator team, Hull City, that reached the final. The FA Cup truly lived up to its reputation as a breeding ground for upsets. However, most of these surprises typically occurred before the final, with lower-tier teams occasionally eliminating giants. This phenomenon was due to the circumstances leading up to the final. Many teams do not field their strongest lineups, often relying on youth players. This provides lower-tier teams with a rare opportunity to triumph over the giants. Furthermore, as the FA Cup follows a knockout format, the element of chance is significantly heightened, increasing the likelihood of upsets. However, this does not pertain to the finals, where it is inconceivable for any team to compete with a second-string squad. Achieving victory in the FA Cup is a pursuit worth pursuing. Historically, in the past 2 decades, there have only been 3 instances where the champions were not among the Premier League's elite: Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester City. The spectacle of smaller teams toppling giants in FA Cup finals is indeed a rarity. Many media outlets anticipated Arsenal would easily overcome Hull City. However, Wenger remained cautious, aware that Hull's progression to the final was not merely a stroke of luck. Hull City boasts a well-organized defense and a formidable counterattack. In the final, it is expected that Arsenal will face a densely packed defense, prompting the team to engage in targeted offensive drills against tight defenses and defensive drills against counterattacks in the days leading up to the match. Wenger intends to deploy Canny as a defensive midfielder specifically to counter Hull City's counterattacks. Hull City will undoubtedly be fueled by motivation. Securing the FA Cup would mark a historic achievement for the club, leaving an indelible mark in its history. The significance of the FA Cup title for Hull City cannot be overstated, as the team has never claimed a prestigious trophy. The prospect of victory ignites excitement among Hull City's players and fans alike. Conversely, for Arsenal, the FA Cup title holds little weight. They are the club with the most FA Cup victories in history, having won it 12 times, surpassing Manchester United. Given that Arsenal has already secured the league title, their primary focus lies on the Champions League. Consequently, Arsenal's fans exhibit a calm demeanor regarding the final. In stark contrast, Hull City supporters exude fervor. Even before the match commences, Wembley Stadium resonates with the exuberant cheers of Hull City's fans, while Arsenal's supporters remain relatively subdued. Why such fervor before the game has even begun? Will they still have the energy to cheer as the match unfolds? The Arsenal fans' perspective is astute. Although Arsenal does not field its full-strength squad, Ye Luo still takes the field as a starter. In the 23rd minute, Hull City's efforts crumble as a free kick is awarded. Hull City's defense against Ye Luo can be described as impenetrable, and they do not hesitate to commit fouls, albeit in non-dangerous areas. This instance exemplifies their approach, as Ye Luo slightly encroaches beyond the center circle. Approximately 40 meters from the goal, the player, upon receiving the ball, was immediately brought down by a sliding tackle from an advancing defender. The fouling player, displaying an unexpected amiability, offered consolation, assisted the fallen Ye Luo to his feet, repeatedly apologized, and gestured to the referee with an innocent demeanor, seeking to cultivate a favorable impression. His seemingly benign behavior was likely motivated by the looming possibility of a yellow card due to his side tackle foul. However, the referee, perceiving his good intentions, opted for merely a verbal warning. The location of the foul provided a sense of relief to the Hull City side. 40 meters. Such a considerable distance. While theoretically, a shot on goal could be executed from such a range, it remains a matter of theoretical capability rather than practical efficacy. Much like a rifle with a theoretical range of 1,000 meters, the actual engagement distance seldom exceeds 500 meters, as visibility diminishes beyond that point. The same principle applies here. From 40 meters, the goal appears diminutive, akin to a pencil case, rendering the task of striking it quite challenging. Ye Luo positioned the ball, ready to take the free kick himself. The distance was formidable, compounded by the presence of a defensive wall, making the endeavor significantly more difficult. Nevertheless, Ye Luo's proficiency in free kicks was well honed, complemented by his maximum shooting power, allowing him to take a chance from 40 meters. Admittedly, the likelihood of success was not particularly high. As the commentator mused on the improbability of scoring from such a distance, Ye Luo commenced his run-up. His right leg, akin to the tensioned arm of a trebuchet, unleashed all its pent-up force, striking the ball with tremendous vigor. The football soared into the sky, ascending rapidly. Upon reaching its zenith, it began a steep descent, as if guided by some unseen propulsion device, correcting its trajectory towards the goal. Descending, 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 and then it plunged into the net. In this match, Hull City's strategy revolved around defense, with their counterattacks merely serving as disturbances, given the vast disparity in the team's strengths. Hull City had evidently prepared meticulously for this encounter, managing to thwart Ye Luo's attempts at scoring for over 20 minutes. Yet, despite their best efforts, they succumbed to a goal. They could not possibly stand in front of the ball to block it. That would constitute a foul. They were obliged to retreat to a sufficient distance. As the ball thundered into the net, the Arsenal fans, who had remained relatively subdued compared to the exuberant Hull City supporters, finally erupted in jubilation. The goal was scored. 1-0. Arsenal had taken the lead. Hull City finds itself in dire straits. Should they manage to maintain their defense, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, should they concede a goal, the prospect of overturning Arsenal's lead appears nearly insurmountable. Many commentators have expressed this sentiment, for it is evident that the disparity in strength between the two teams is substantial. While Hull City had a flicker of hope as long as they held the score, their chances were dashed when they conceded a goal in the first half. It is not without reason that Hull City has managed to eliminate formidable opponents en route to the finals. Their mental fortitude and tactical execution are commendable. After conceding, they did not hastily surge forward, but rather opted to continue their defensive stance. Consequently, the first half concluded with a score of 1-0. During the halftime break, Hull City's coach painted an enchanting vision for his players. Given the relentless pressure from Arsenal in the first half, allowing only one set-piece goal was a commendable feat. The players were receptive to the coach's optimistic outlook. Let us persist in our defense. We are merely a goal behind. There is no need for haste. We shall wait for them to become anxious, and when they do, we will strike back and catch them off guard to equalize. The coach's rallying words instilled a fierce determination in Hull City's players as they returned to the field. They believed their defensive efforts had been effective, and indeed, they had been, up until the 73rd minute. However, when Ye Luo skillfully maneuvered through the defense to score, the once vibrant Hull City supporters fell into silence. At 1-0, they still held on to hope. But at 2-0, could Hull City possibly equalize from a 2-goal deficit against Arsenal? All Hull City fans were acutely aware that this likely signified the end of their aspirations for this match. The atmosphere shifted as Arsenal supporters took over Wembley Stadium. celebrating jubilantly from the stands. From that moment onward, every Arsenal fan understood that victory was all but assured. They were unconcerned about a potential collapse in the closing moments, as their team's consistent successes had fostered a profound sense of confidence. Following the goal, despite Hull City's attempts to press forward, they were swiftly pushed back by Arsenal's formidable offensive prowess. In the final stages of the match, Hull City found their attacking efforts to be feeble against Arsenal's control. They scarcely touched the ball and were left resorting to frequent fouls, disrupting the flow of the game. However, the overall outcome remained unaffected. As the game neared its conclusion, the fourth official raised the board, indicating that 3 minutes of stoppage time would be added. Only 3 minutes remained. The entire Arsenal bench rose to their feet, as did all the Arsenal supporters in the grandstands of Wembley Stadium. Their excitement was palpable, for this marked their second trophy of the season. The league title and the FA Cup had already been secured by Arsenal, allowing them to pursue the Champions League trophy without reservation. This was an extraordinary achievement, heralding the unstoppable resurgence of Arsenal. As the commentators in the press box prepared their final remarks, 3 minutes passed swiftly, following Arsenal's last shot that veered off target. The referee's whistle sounded thrice, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded. Congratulations to Arsenal on clinching their 8th FA Cup trophy in club history. Ye Luo remained the pivotal figure of the match, his brace effortlessly guiding the team to victory. As the match came to a close, all the players from the bench surged onto the field, enveloping Ye Luo in a jubilant embrace before lifting him into the air. During the awards ceremony, Ye Luo, adorned with the captain's armband, raised the championship trophy high. The photograph of Ye Luo hoisting the trophy reflected the joyous faces of his teammates. As the season drew to a close, it was indeed harvest time for Arsenal. Ye Luo found himself at the center of attention, gracing the front page of Sky Sports with a bold headline, Ye Luo, the key man in Arsenal's resurgence. The celebrations at Wembley were brief, as merely a week later, they were set to travel to Lisbon's Estadio da Luz to contend for the coveted European Champions Trophy against Barcelona. The English media offered little novelty in their coverage of the FA Cup, as Arsenal's victory over Hull City bore minimal newsworthiness. A surprising win by Hull City would have garnered far more attention. While scoring twice in the final is typically noteworthy, the fact that it was Ye Luo who achieved this feat diminished its impact. His double was merely par for the course. It had become expected of him to score at least twice in a match. Should he score fewer than 2, that would truly be newsworthy. After the FA Cup final, the team returned to North London to a warm reception from fans. However, it was not yet time for grand celebrations. Wenger granted Arsenal a 2-day reprieve, with the team reconvening on the 3rd day. Following a brief recovery training session, the squad planned to arrive at the final venue 3 days prior to the Champions League final to acclimatize to the local climate. The sports media across Europe began to focus on the Champions League final, the ultimate destination of the season and arguably the most prestigious match in the world of competitive sports. Indeed, while the Champions League final may not match the World Cup final in terms of viewership, it certainly stands unrivaled in technical prowess. The level of the UEFA Champions League final is generally regarded as superior to that of the World Cup final, primarily due to the fundamental differences in the operational logic between national teams and clubs. It is rather improbable for a national team to exist without significant shortcomings. In contrast, clubs can indeed assemble a squad that exhibits no apparent weaknesses through strategic transfers. Take, for instance, the current iteration of Barcelona, boasting the formidable trio of Messi, Suarez, and Neymar. While Yellow has scored a considerable number of goals, his partners have not contributed as many, leading to the conclusion that if one were to select the most prolific attacking trio in a single European season, the MSN combination would undoubtedly claim the top spot. This Champions League final has garnered significant attention within Langlois, with Catalan media recently sensationalizing a report regarding the neutral stand tickets at the Camp Nou. Most of these tickets have been purchased by individuals from Langlois, inciting considerable discontent among Barcelona supporters. It is common knowledge that those from Langlois who bought tickets are likely there to support Arsenal, with Langlois fans securing tickets in the neutral section. One must question whether it can still be deemed neutral. The World Sports Daily expressed its discontent, stating that this situation is profoundly unfair to Barcelona. Consequently, numerous media outlets in Catalonia have voiced their displeasure, as have Barcelona fans, who feel that the ticket allocation has severely disadvantaged their club. However, Barcelona's coach Enrique displayed remarkable poise and confidence during interviews, asserting, "I am unconcerned about ticket sales. Our opponent is Arsenal, not the fans." In fact, Arsenal has received an unprecedented welcome in Lisbon. After a season's absence, Ye Luo has once again propelled the team into the Champions League final, igniting the fervor of Longwa supporters. Many travel agencies have seized the opportunity to offer tours to the final, and even those unable to procure tickets are eagerly anticipating witnessing Arsenal's potential triumph in Lisbon. Moreover, Arsenal's own supporters have exhibited considerable enthusiasm. This marks only the second time in the club's history that they have reached the Champions League final, with their previous adversary being none other than Barcelona. On that occasion, Arsenal reached the pinnacle of their history, only to be thwarted by a Barcelona side equally at its zenith, resulting in a missed opportunity for the Champions League title. This time, however, they are determined to bring the coveted trophy home. In North London, local Arsenal fan groups collectively carried a banner declaring their support as they journeyed to Lisbon alongside the team. In contrast to the exuberance of Arsenal fans, the supporters of Barcelona, while also residing on the Iberian Peninsula, have remained notably composed. In recent years, they have reached the Champions League final twice and emerged victorious on both occasions. Barcelona fans can afford to arrive at the Estadio de Luz in Lisbon just an hour or two before the match. Upon the arrival of Arsenal's team flight in Lisbon, the players were enveloped by the fervent enthusiasm of the fans for the Champions League final. The sight of a multitude of supporters from the Dragon Kingdom welcoming them at the airport left them utterly astounded. Similarly, during Arsenal's training at Benfica's facility, an even greater throng of reporters surrounded the team compared to those from Barcelona. Some media commentators have noted that this signifies that Ye Luo has eclipsed Messi in terms of star power. Of course, the Catalan press has their own commentary to offer, attributing this phenomenon to the overwhelming presence of media from the Dragon Kingdom. However, it is indeed true that Ye Luo currently garners more attention than Messi. In recent days, the sole topic of discussion within Barcelona has been how to curtail Ye Luo's performance. Enrique is acutely aware that this issue is pivotal to the outcome of the Champions League final. To triumph over Arsenal, one must contain Ye Luo. This logic is both sound and rational. In fact, many media outlets contend that if both teams were to remove their most prominent star, Arsenal eliminating Ye Luo and Barcelona sidelining Messi, the disparity in quality between Arsenal's squad and Barcelona's would be glaringly evident. Yet, for any team, containing Ye Luo is an almost insurmountable challenge, as no discernible weakness can be identified in his game. While Messi is indeed formidable, he possesses vulnerabilities. His shorter stature and aerial ability are considered his weaknesses. Any flaw presents a potential avenue for defensive strategies, however ineffective they may sometimes be. But what are Ye Luo's shortcomings? He boasts exceptional physical strength, elite-level confrontational skills, top-notch heading ability, outstanding dribbling techniques, blistering speed, and remarkable shooting prowess. Even his playmaking in midfield is of the highest caliber, complemented by free-kick abilities that are nearly unparalleled in history. Faced with such a player, how does one construct a defense? As Enrique wrestled with the exasperating dilemma of how to defend against Ye Luo, he found himself ensnared in a web of overthinking. After days of contemplation, he was still devoid of solutions, his stress visibly manifesting as his hair began to thin. In pondering Guardiola, Enrique reflected on the Barcelona of years past. While the current Barcelona squad is not lacking in talent compared to their predecessors, the question arises, why has the once dominant aura of invincibility waned? This is largely because the entire world is scrutinizing Barcelona, analyzing their possession tactics, and devising various countermeasures. This is the reality of the football world. When you are the strongest, you become the subject of study. There are countless intelligent minds in this world. The tactics of Barcelona are certainly not infallible. Every strategy possesses its inherent weaknesses. Tactically, Barcelona has been subjected to exhaustive scrutiny. What about their mentality? Barcelona has previously reached the pinnacle of success, having secured every possible trophy. In such circumstances, the players' hunger for victory has diminished considerably. Thus, when considering both aspects, Enrique's Barcelona has undergone certain corresponding transformations. They no longer engage in ball possession for the entirety of the match. At times, they adopt a lower defensive stance and seize opportunities for counterattacks. Imagine, when this Barcelona is presented with a chance to counter, it is Neymar, Suarez, and Messi who surge forward. It is likely that no defense in the world would be able to withstand such an onslaught. With this in mind, Enrique seems to have an epiphany. Instead of fixating on how to defend against an opponent with seemingly no weaknesses, why not simply engage in an offensive duel? He expresses this revelation to his assistant. Counterattack? Yes, counterattack. The more he contemplates, the more he feels that this approach might be the only solution. If they cannot compete defensively, then let them attack. A relentless offensive onslaught. After all, defense is not Barcelona's forte. Fundamentally, Barcelona's possession game is often a defensive strategy. Their leisurely passes in the backline are primarily aimed at consuming time while retaining control of the ball, thereby preventing the opponent from launching an attack. When the opposing team presses forward to reclaim possession, they suddenly deliver a few incisive passes that penetrate the opponent's defense. This explains why many fans find Barcelona's style of play somewhat soporific. It is not flamboyant attacking football, but rather a form of defensive counterplay. Who says defense must be rooted in a low block, congesting numbers, and compressing space? Barcelona employs its technical prowess in ball control and passing to dominate possession, which is, in essence, a form of defense. Given the strength of Barcelona's midfield and forward players, their sudden changes in rhythm can often dismantle the opponent's defense. Thus, engaging in offensive exchanges is within Barcelona's capabilities. Arsenal's attack is formidable, yet Barcelona's offense is even more potent. With this newfound clarity, Enrique realizes that defending against Arsenal is exceedingly challenging, but penetrating their defense poses no significant issue. Arsenal's backline is not impenetrable. They have conceded 27 goals in the Premier League this season, more than both Manchester United and Chelsea. In contrast, Barcelona has allowed only 19 goals in their league campaign, a full 8 fewer than Arsenal. The capability of Arsenal's defense likely falls short of that of Barcelona's. While Barcelona traditionally embraces a possession-based style, in this match, Enrique chooses to forego control. He urged his players to seize any opportunity for swift, direct passes, engaging in a rapid-fire offensive duel. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 118. There is nothing to fear. Although the calendar has turned to May, and despite Lisbon's relatively low elevation on the Iberian Peninsula, the Atlantic breeze bestows a delightful climate upon this coastal city. It is neither cold nor hot, with scant rainfall, rendering it exceptionally suitable for outdoor activities. In stark contrast to England's damp, chilly, and fog-laden weather, Lisbon's climate is a veritable paradise. If one were to identify the primary dissatisfaction in Ye Luo's life in London, it would undoubtedly be the weather. Year-round, the pervasive fog, high humidity, and low temperatures leave little room for sunshine. Additionally, the culinary scene reflects the English's lack of imagination, epitomized by the unchanging fare of fish and chips. Fortunately, Ye Luo has a personal nutritionist, sparing him from enduring the English's culinary misadventures. In Lisbon, the pleasant climate affords him a restful sleep. Upon awakening the next day, he drew back the hotel curtains, revealing the distant silhouette of the Estadio de Luz, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away. Simultaneously, the golden sunlight streamed through the stadium's roof, illuminating Ye Luo's face with a radiant glow. Countdown, 2 o'clock, 00 ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the Estadio de Luz in Lisbon. Just 2 hours remain until the UEFA Champions League final officially commences. The television footage shows a reporter, hand raised, glancing at his watch and exclaiming, "We can see fans of Arsenal and Barcelona gradually entering the stadium." The scene shifts to aerial footage captured by a drone, revealing a breathtaking spectacle. Arsenal supporters, adorned in their red and white home jerseys, and Barcelona fans, clad in red and blue, create two distinctly vibrant currents, all flowing in the same direction. The focal point of it all is the Estadio de Luz. Switching scenes again, we arrive at the square in front of the stadium, where numerous faces in Arsenal jerseys can be seen. These individuals hail from the Dragon Country, excitedly showcasing their red flags to the cameras. The glorious banners dance before the lens. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. They chant fervently. Countdown, 1:30, 00 with just 1.5 hours remaining until the Champions League final. The buses carrying the players have begun to arrive at the stadium. The resounding cheers from the surrounding fans elevate the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The Barcelona bus arrives first, eliciting thunderous applause from their supporters, who chant the names of Barcelona and Messi. Messi, Messi, Messi. The fervent cries reverberated throughout the venue, creating an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. This uproar signified the fervent hopes of Barcelona supporters for their team. Do you possess yellow? We have Messi. 5 minutes later, Arsenal's coach arrived. Prior to this, the Barcelona fans had begun to disperse. Now, the moment belonged to the supporters of Arsenal and the Dragon Nation, eager to vie against Barcelona's fans. Consequently, an even more thunderous cheer erupted, causing the bus's windows to tremble. The rivalry among fans permeated the stands of the bright stadium. However, it was evident that the voices supporting Arsenal prevailed. Among the neutral spectators, those clad in Arsenal jerseys constituted a significant majority. According to UEFA's ticket allocation, the bright stadium accommodates 64,000 spectators, of which UEFA retained 4,000 tickets for sponsors, media, and partners. The remaining 60,000 tickets were distributed, with the vast stands behind each goal allocated to the most devoted supporters of both teams. Arsenal and Barcelona each received 18,000 tickets, while the remaining 24,000 were made available to a global audience. Yet, as previously mentioned, a significant portion of these tickets, over half, was seized by fans from the Dragon Nation. They showcased their expertise in securing tickets, reminiscent of the fervor seen during the spring travel rush, with various ticket acquisition strategies proliferating across Dragon Nation's online platforms. Statistics reveal that more than half of the 24,000 tickets were claimed by Dragon Nation supporters, while the other half was snatched up by Arsenal fans from around the world. This implies that among the neutral section tickets, Barcelona supporters acquired less than 4,000. In a stadium that can hold 64,000, the number of Arsenal fans exceeded 38,000, representing a significant majority, while the voices supporting Barcelona numbered only around 20,000, highlighting a stark disparity. Thus, at this moment in the stadium, the contrast in the momentum between the two groups of fans became increasingly apparent. Countdown, 1 o'clock, 00. Dear viewers, the players from both teams have arrived at the stadium for warm-ups. Only 1 hour remains until the match commences. Countdown, 0:15. 15 minutes before the match, the players, having completed their warm-ups, entered the dressing rooms. Inside Arsenal's dressing room, the players were generally subdued. The starting players silently inspected their gear, adjusting their mental state as they awaited the manager's final pre-match address. Wenger could discern that, although this Arsenal team had secured consecutive Premier League titles and was heralded by the media as one of the strongest teams in the world, the squad remained relatively youthful. Moreover, this is the inaugural experience for the majority of Arsenal's players in a Champions League final. Within the ranks of Arsenal, only Ye Luo and Sanchez have previously graced the grand stage of a Champions League final, while the rest are stepping onto this illustrious platform for the very first time. It is only natural that they may feel a touch of anxiety. On the other hand, Barcelona exudes an air of relaxation, as for many of their players. This marks their third foray into the Champions League final. Their prior two encounters occurred during the 2008-2009 and 2010-2011 seasons, where they triumphed over Manchester United on both occasions, securing the coveted title. Manchester United, hailing from the Premier League, shares this distinction with Arsenal. Consequently, the Barcelona players harbor ample confidence against their English counterparts, having previously humbled the Premier League titans in 2 Champions League finals. Enrique observes his players, noticing their relaxed demeanor, and feels the buoyant atmosphere within the dressing room invigorate his own confidence. Ye Luo is undoubtedly formidable, yet he requires the support of his team. Collectively, we are far superior to Arsenal. We do not compete on the basis of individual player prowess. We contend as a cohesive unit. No matter how skilled Ye Luo may be, he may not prevail against our entire team. There is nothing to fear for Barcelona. Chapter 119, The Opening. A battle of offense and defense. This marks Wenger's second venture into a Champions League final as a manager, yet he feels no undue anxiety. Ferguson of Manchester United has dominated the Premier League, far surpassing Enrique in terms of accolades and experience. I engage in light-hearted banter. Of course, Barcelona is no easy adversary. They may well be the finest team of the last 5 seasons, having reached the Champions League final for the 3rd time in this span. Their achievement of 3 finals in 5 years speaks volumes about their prowess. Having secured the Premier League title early on, Arsenal's coaching staff commenced their meticulous study of their Champions League final opponent. They dissected every tactical nuance of their rivals, summarizing and analyzing to ensure that no potential threat was overlooked. Even now, Wenger's mind races through all tactical details, meticulously pondering to identify any possible oversights. As an experienced manager, he does not require rehearsals for pre-match speeches. Moreover, this is the Champions League final. How could one possibly need further motivation? Each player yearns for the championship. What he must do is stabilize their mindset, for excessive exuberance can often be counterproductive. After all, their opponents are not mere pushovers. All players must be adequately prepared to face a grueling battle. After the return of the team members, Wenger observed that everyone was diligently engaged in their final preparations before the match. He then spoke, asserting that the main strategy for this encounter would be offensive. We are acutely aware of our opponent's strengths. Thus, there is no need to contest possession in midfield. As long as we have the ball, we will pass it forward. Forward, forward, attack, attack. Let us elevate the tempo. We shall overwhelm them with our offensive play. With a decisive thud, Wenger's fist struck his palm, resonating sharply. We need not concern ourselves with possession statistics. Possession does not equate to goals. We seek to rapidly advance the ball into their penalty area. If ye can receive more passes within their box, victory will be ours. Upon hearing the coach's words, all eyes turned to Ye Luo. This declaration calmed their previously anxious hearts. Indeed, what we are tasked with is exceedingly simple in comparison to Ye Luo's prowess. With Ye Luo in our ranks, we need not engage in intricate tactical exchanges. We shall pass the ball to Ye Luo and witness him vanquish Barcelona. This encapsulates Arsenal as confidence and conviction. During this preparation period, the team has been honing these strategies. Everyone is aware of Barcelona's formidable ball control. Hence, Arsenal has tailored its approach to counteract their characteristics. Kanté, Fabinho, and Cazorla form a formidable midfield trio, complemented by the wing prowess of Sanchez and Maine. In defense, they create a quintet in the midfield. Meanwhile, Ye Luo stands at the forefront. In this match, Arsenal's two center forwards, Harry Kane and Giroud, remain seated on the bench. Ye Luo occupies the central striker position, aiming to accelerate the pace of play. The two towering forwards serve as Arsenal's reserves, not to be deployed lightly. Moreover, should the tempo quicken, their effectiveness in a tug-of-war scenario would be minimal. Thus, Ye Luo is tasked with the central role, while the dynamic Sanchez and Maine patrol the flanks, ensuring midfield defense while also facilitating rapid incursions along the wings, delivering passes into the center. This arrangement places the fulcrum of victory squarely upon Ye Luo's shoulders. Such pressure would likely overwhelm an ordinary individual. Yet, Ye Luo remains unfazed. He meets the gazes of his teammates, rises, adjusts the captain's armband on his arm, clears his throat, and declares, "Let us go." In Barcelona's locker room, Enrique is also conducting his final pre-match rally and preparations. Arsenal's offensive style is swift and direct. Thus, we must be ready for a fast-paced, back-and-forth contest. Barcelona possesses its own strategies for countering attacks, with ball control being paramount. Possessing greater control of the ball implies that the opposing team will consequently have fewer opportunities to mount an offensive. Furthermore, it is imperative to implement aggressive pressing in the attacking third. Upon losing possession, immediate attempts to reclaim the ball should be made, even at the cost of committing fouls. This strategy significantly diminishes the opponent's chances of launching counterattacks. Many counterattacks have been thwarted under such relentless pursuit. Vigilance in defending against their counterattacks is crucial. Upon losing the ball, one must swiftly obstruct their attacking routes and sever their direct passes from the back line to the forward positions. When necessary, do not hesitate to commit fouls. In essence, we must not allow them to exploit their speed. The players of Barcelona listened intently, fully aware of the formidable nature of Ye Luo. 2 seasons prior, he led a team like Malaga to consecutive victories over the La Liga giants, Barcelona and Real Madrid. Moreover, the current Arsenal squad boasts significantly greater strength than Ye Luo's previous team. Furthermore, Ye Luo himself has grown substantially stronger since then. In the locker room, Messi appeared somewhat subdued. Yet those familiar with him recognized this as a manifestation of his serious demeanor in preparation for the match. This season, Ye Luo's prominence has reached unprecedented heights. Prior to this season, discussions in the football world often cited 3 extraordinary talents. Now, many have implicitly accepted Ye Luo as the world's best player, relegating Messi and Ronaldo to a lower tier. Messi could not endure such indignity. He was determined to prove himself in this match, to affirm his status as the world's finest. Thus, Upon hearing Guardiola's tactical directive to launch an aggressive offensive, Messi's resolve soared to new heights. "Gentlemen, let us play our football. We can win it all," exclaimed Xavi, the captain on the field. As Puyol gradually faded from Barcelona's lineup, the captain's armband increasingly adorned Xavi's arm. In defense, Mascherano often partnered with Pique as central defenders, rather than the aging Puyol. Despite his modest height, Mascherano, who previously played as a defensive midfielder at Liverpool, has adeptly transitioned to a central defensive role at Barcelona. Additionally, on the flanks, Alba on the right and Alves on the left are among the finest fullbacks in the world today. The experienced goalkeeper Valdés adds to the team's strength. In midfield, the legendary trio of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets remains vibrant. Even more formidable is their attacking trident of Messi, Suarez, and Neymar. With such a lineup, who would dare to underestimate them? As the players of both teams met in the tunnel, they stared straight ahead, exchanging no pleasantries. In reality, there were many familiar faces on both sides, with numerous teammates from the national team among them. However, at this moment, on the grand stage of the UEFA Champions League final, the players from both sides were not preoccupied with greeting familiar faces. They were all eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Under the guidance of the officiating crew, the players began to step onto the pitch. The atmosphere at the Estadio de Luz was electrifying, particularly when the camera focused on the star players of both teams. With close-ups of Messi and Ye Luo appearing on the big screen, elevating the stadium's excitement to a crescendo. The pivotal player for this match, and the most formidable opponent for Barcelona, raised the question, could he lead Arsenal to their first UEFA Champions League trophy in history? In the commentary booth, the voice of Andy Gray from Sky Sports was particularly animated. After all, this was the UEFA Champions League final. In recent years, English teams had faced their share of misfortune, while the performances of Premier League teams in the Champions League had been notably strong. They continuously found themselves up against the peak of Barcelona's prowess. During the 2 seasons in which Barcelona claimed the Champions League, they encountered 3 Premier League teams in the semi-finals, and against all odds, Barcelona emerged victorious, with the unfortunate runners-up being Manchester United. Today, it seemed the situation mirrored that of several years prior, as Arsenal from the Premier League faced Barcelona once again. This time, who would emerge victorious? At this moment, both teams had taken their positions on the field. Barcelona was set to kick off first. Suarez stood over the ball as the match was about to begin, with both sides fielding their strongest lineups. For Barcelona, the lineup featured goalkeeper Valdés, center-backs Pique and Mascherano, left-back Alves, right-back Alba, the midfield trio of Busquets, Iniesta, and Xavi, and the formidable attacking trio of Neymar, Suarez, and Messi. Meanwhile, for Arsenal, the lineup included goalkeeper Szczesny, center-backs Mertesacker and Van Dijk, left-back Monreal, right-back Cancelo, the midfield combination of Kanté, Fabinho, and Cazorla, and the attacking trio of Sanchez, Ye Luo, and Main. Just as the commentator finished speaking, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. And so, the whistle signaled the start of the 2013 to 2014 UEFA Champions League final at the Estadio de Luz in Lisbon, with Arsenal facing Barcelona. As the commentators raised their voices in excitement, Barcelona began to pass the ball back repeatedly. This was Barcelona's tactical approach. They utilized their formidable ball possession skills to maintain control of the football, gradually advancing and compressing Arsenal into their half for an onslaught. Indeed, for the first 5 minutes, it was essentially a siege by Barcelona in Arsenal's half. During this span, Barcelona created 4 attacking opportunities. Following a failed attack, Barcelona quickly regained possession through high-intensity pressing in the attacking third, launching wave after wave of offensive maneuvers. Undoubtedly, Messi stands as the most radiant star on the field, serving as the consummate finisher for Barcelona's attacking front. Regardless of how the passes are distributed, the ball inevitably finds its way to his feet, where he executes the final strike. Within this ensemble, although Suarez occupies the center-forward position, he assumes the role of a supporting player to Messi. Yet, being a mere shadow to Messi is not a source of shame. In the initial 5 minutes, Barcelona launched several vigorous attacks, yet the net remained untroubled. Arsenal, as champions of the Premier League, showcased a formidable defense, proving difficult to breach. Despite Messi's numerous attempts to penetrate, Arsenal did not concentrate their defensive efforts solely on him. Rather, they maintained a cohesive defensive structure, effectively mitigating the risk of Messi disrupting their organization. However, this strategy carries its own risks, as no defense is infallible. During these first 5 minutes, Messi found himself without significant scoring opportunities. Just as Barcelona prepared to regroup and mount another offensive, Arsenal initiated their first foray of the match. Barcelona intended to slow the pace, catch their breath, and recalibrate their approach. Yet, Arsenal denied them this opportunity, fully aware of Barcelona's attacking prowess. As Barcelona attempted to decelerate and reorganize, Arsenal seized the moment to advance. Ye Luo, receiving a pass with his back turned, shielded the ball effectively, despite Busquets' attempts to disrupt him. He patiently awaited his teammates' advance before distributing the ball. The football found its way to the flank, at Main's feet. Confronted by Barcelona's left-back Alves, Main refrained from a direct confrontation, not out of doubt in his ability to bypass Alves, but rather to avoid wasting time. Even if he managed to evade Alves, it would grant Barcelona the opportunity to reset their defensive formation. Thus, he opted to halt the ball, surveyed the penalty area, and executed a feint, deceiving Alves with a subtle movement before delivering a cross with his right foot. The ball arced gracefully, soaring towards the penalty area. Given the length of the cross, Main's delivery was swift, using the inside of his foot to impart a strong spin, coupled with the rapid motion of his lower leg. The ball traveled at a velocity akin to that of a typical free kick. For other players, such a speed would be challenging to handle. However, Main and his Arsenal teammates understood that for Ye Luo, a ball like this posed no concerns. What might be difficult for Ye Luo would undoubtedly be even more challenging for the defenders. Main's cross. Ye Luo. As the commentators gasped in astonishment, the hearts of Barcelona's supporters raced with trepidation. Thus, it is the lofty header that stands out. Their stature is indeed quite modest. In the defensive midfield, their key central defender, Mascherano, measures merely 178 centimeters. The height in this area is upheld by the lanky figures of Pique and Busquets. Consequently, many teams are acutely aware that set pieces pose a significant threat to Barcelona. Typically, teams facing Barcelona tend to amplify their crosses, and Arsenal is no exception. Given the evident vulnerabilities of the opposition, why not exploit them? Moreover, the prowess of Ye Luo in aerial duels is remarkable. Thus, when Barcelona's fans witness Ye Luo soaring within the penalty area, their hearts race with trepidation. They dread such scenarios. Pique is engaged in a confrontation with Ye Luo, his entire body pressed against Ye Luo's, hoping to disrupt his shot. On this occasion, he indeed succeeded. Despite Ye Luo making contact with the ball, it veered slightly off target due to Pique's interference. Pique is well aware of Ye Luo's capabilities. In recent times, Barcelona has focused on devising strategies to neutralize Ye Luo. Pique has diligently reviewed extensive footage of Ye Luo's matches. He harbors no confidence in a straightforward contest, thus resorting to such subtle maneuvers. This, too, is a strategy. After all, heading the ball involves a comprehensive array of skills, physicality, leaping ability, judgment of landing points, and precision in striking. All are indispensable. Hence, it is rare to find players consistently scoring with headers in amateur matches, as it is quite a challenging feat. Particularly when aiming to score with a header, even slight interference can disrupt the comfort of the strike, often resulting in misdirection or an overhit, or even failing to make contact altogether. This successful intervention afforded Pique a momentary sigh of relief, though he concealed it well. Maintaining composure, remaining humble, and exercising patience are qualities of an exemplary defender. Success in a defensive maneuver once or twice is insignificant. The true measure lies in sustaining performance throughout the entirety of the match. This offensive effort culminated in Ye Luo's header, yet Arsenal swiftly regained possession, organizing another attack. Although Arsenal had established a strategy of counterattacking, their defense was not merely a passive retreat to their own half. Rather, it was a proactive and aggressive defense. Pressing forward and contesting vigorously, they applied ample pressure when Barcelona's players gained possession in their own half. This approach starkly contrasts with the more defensive posture of merely parking the bus. Such a defense is notably aggressive, and once they intercept the ball in the attacking third, Arsenal can launch an immediate counterattack. Both teams employed their preferred strategies, asserting their own dominance on the pitch. The match commenced with fervor, both sides exchanging spirited attacks in a lively contest. End of chapter 120. The struggle for tempo. This is a fiercely fast-paced Champions League final. Both teams are ardently pursuing offense, and neither is inclined to play conservatively. Such a final scene is indeed a rare spectacle. It is often said that finals are marked by anonymity, yet the match between Barcelona and Arsenal unfolded into a remarkably thrilling display of rapid-fire exchanges. The commentators matched the pace of the game with their swift delivery. Although the atmosphere was vibrant, after 10 minutes, the equilibrium of the match remained unshaken, with the score lingering at a stalemate of 0-0. Despite the absence of goals, the intensity of this Champions League final captivated neutral fans. Arsenal launched a swift attack down the flank, only for Barcelona to respond with a series of penetrating passes through the center. Valdez made a spectacular save, while Szczesny charged out of the penalty area to clear the ball with a sliding tackle. Both goals were under duress, and neither side adopted a defensive stance. There was no one team parking the bus while the other laid siege. This was a splendid contest of offensive prowess, Duan Xian exclaimed, while his commentary partner, Su Yang, remarked, "This is quite normal, as both teams excel in attack." However, for Barcelona, it may be the first time this season they are facing a team willing to engage them offensively. Indeed, Barcelona is accustomed to dominating through possession, often suppressing their opponents. Even when they occasionally succumb to defeat, it is typically against teams that capitalize on counterattacks while they are engrossed in besieging a tightly packed defense. This season, Real Madrid has exhibited stability under Ancelotti, yet they often adopt a defensive posture when facing Barcelona. Now, Arsenal, undeterred by the formidable presence of Barcelona in La Liga, pressed forward with their own offensive maneuvers, engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange. In fact, in terms of attacking threat, Arsenal appeared even more formidable than Barcelona. Enrique seemed somewhat anxious. His outward demeanor was calm, yet his awkward posture on the sidelines betrayed his inner turmoil. He recognized the emerging issues within his squad. The players of Barcelona appeared somewhat flustered, eager to deliver a knockout blow to Arsenal. Conversely, Arsenal, initially somewhat tense, began to relax as the match progressed. As Barcelona's players became increasingly simplistic and direct in their approach, mirroring Arsenal's tactics, the rhythm of the game was dictated by Arsenal. Although Enrique emphasized the importance of attack, he sought a style that was inherently Barcelona's, one characterized by organization and finesse, rather than the current disorganized back and forth of rapid ball exchanges. In this scenario, Arsenal, with their greater expertise and experience, thrived. For instance, while they were engaged in offensive maneuvers, Arsenal's defensive formation remained remarkably stable. Both of their fullbacks failed to advance beyond the halfway line, evidently indicating that Arsenal was adopting a more cautious approach. They were not taking reckless risks. In stark contrast, Barcelona's fullbacks seemed eager to play as wingers, with center-back Peak frequently dribbling past the halfway line. The more they pressed forward, the less they attended to the spaces behind them. The accumulation of players in attack was increasing, yet the effectiveness of their offensive maneuvers was lacking. Conversely, Arsenal's assaults grew increasingly menacing as the spaces behind Barcelona widened. Enrique furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the concerns plaguing his players. For some time now, the Barcelona squad had been fixated on one name. They were apprehensive about Ye Luo. They were desperate to score quickly to regain a semblance of security. Ye Luo's average of nearly 2 goals per match meant that his presence on the field signified a high likelihood of Arsenal finding the net. Who wouldn't he be anxious about that? However, Enrique understood that the more they rushed, the less effective they would be. He needed his players to reclaim their usual composure and rhythm. In the 16th minute, Maine executed a remarkable tackle on Alves. At the moment of contact, Alves fell to the ground as if struck by lightning, screaming in agony and rolling about, leaving spectators aghast. Seizing the opportunity amidst Alves's dramatic display, players from both sides surrounded the referee, with one faction insisting that Main's challenge warranted a yellow card, while the other contended that Alves had feigned injury, leading the referee to disallow a legitimate goal for Arsenal. Enrique called Xavi to his side, asserting, "We cannot play this way. This is not our rhythm. Control the game. Maintain the tempo." Enrique exclaimed. Xavi nodded in agreement, recognizing the issue at hand. Yet, in the world of football, there are no pauses. With the head coach now involved, they had a rare opportunity for a tactical reassessment. Alves's timely theatrics had created that moment. Xavi, now approaching retirement age, had been the subject of relentless speculation during each winter transfer window over the past 2 or 3 seasons. Who could succeed him? Unfortunately, whether looking within the squad or attempting to integrate Fabregas, finding a player capable of exerting a similar influence on the match was no easy task. Thus, Xavi remained an indispensable member of the team. His abilities and experience in that position were undeniably world-class, and he was the most familiar practitioner of Barcelona's football philosophy on the pitch. In Barcelona, no one could replace Xavi's role. For instance, at this moment, Enrique's brief words were merely a prelude. It was up to the on-field commander, Xavi, to orchestrate the execution of the plan. Upon returning to the field, Xavi began communicating with his midfield and forward teammates. It is imperative for Messi and Neymar to return to the midfield, creating additional supporting points, while also retreating their positions. Through their remarkable passing skills and experience, they can stabilize the midfield. We must regain our rhythm, he remarked to his partners, Iniesta and Busquets, both of whom are seasoned players. They are undoubtedly aware that the team has found itself in a disadvantageous position under the previous rhythm. Hence, they quickly grasped the situation and made the necessary adjustments. The trio of midfielders from Barcelona undoubtedly represents the strongest combination in recent years. Under their governance, Barcelona slowed down the pace of the game. They ceased their hurried forward passes and instead exchanged the ball back and forth in the midfield and defense, engaging with Arsenal. Upon witnessing their opponents regain composure, Arsenal's players felt a sense of regret, yet it came as no surprise to them, as they were fully cognizant of their opponent's prowess. Thus, they swiftly returned to their half, occupying critical positions. Regardless of how Barcelona passed the ball, their defensive formation remained unchanged. Merely shifting focus with the movement of the ball, they ensured that the most robust, steadfast, and populous defensive structure was always positioned where the ball was located. Liverpool's solid defense thwarted Barcelona's attempts to find openings despite numerous exchanges. The rhythm of the match shifted dramatically. Chapter 121, a high-level duel. Ye Luo retreated to the vicinity of the center circle, a tinge of regret inevitable within him. Had the previous rhythm persisted, he was confident that he could score within mere minutes. However, Barcelona's response made Ye Luo realize that this opponent was no ordinary adversary. They were a contender in the Champions League final. It would be impossible to easily vanquish them. Ye Luo, with his wealth of match experience, refrained from rashly urging his Arsenal teammates to press forward with him. Instead, he retreated to the midfield, aiming for stability, adjustment, and patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. In the face of Arsenal's defense, Barcelona also exhibited patience. They engaged in meticulous passing, as if the two teams were martial arts masters, having navigated the initial probing phase. Now engaged in a contest of inner strength. The spectacle was not particularly captivating. In fact, many fans found Barcelona's style of play to be quite torturous, with slow ball control seemingly aimed at possession for possession's sake, resulting in a languid pace. They appeared to be playing a passing game on the field, waiting for their opponents to falter in concentration to deliver a decisive blow. Amidst the current scene, boos erupted from the crowd. Arsenal's fans were decidedly displeased with Barcelona's control in their defensive third. However, this was merely a tactic to apply pressure on Barcelona, not a genuine disdain for such a style of play. Had Arsenal been in control of the possession, they would undoubtedly have offered applause. For Barcelona, the players are mentally prepared for this match, akin to an away game. Yet the atmosphere is far more favorable than any typical away fixture. Which away match would grant Barcelona over 20,000 tickets? They exhibit patience in their passing. Xavi, Iniesta, and even Busquets possess the ability to deliver penetrating passes. Meanwhile, both Messi and Neymar, along with Suarez, demonstrate formidable finishing skills. On the other hand, Arsenal swiftly transitions to counterattacks the moment they regain possession, capitalizing on the spaces that emerge from these transitions. Yellow serves as a stabilizing force for Arsenal's defense, instilling confidence in the players. With yellow on the pitch, even with less ball possession, Arsenal's players remain unperturbed. They refrain from pressing forward, instead waiting for Barcelona's advancing passes. Consequently, the pace of the game slows down. However, those well-versed in the game recognize that beneath this slower tempo, both teams harbor lethal potential. Each side showcases remarkable maturity in tactical acumen and game experience. Linker, an astute observer, remarked on the unfolding events. Just as his words left his lips, Barcelona suddenly launched an attack. After a 1-2 exchange between Iniesta and Xavi, Iniesta threaded a pass forward. Messi cut in along the sideline, maneuvering around Arsenal's defensive line. The moment Iniesta delivered the pass, Messi darted forward with precision. The interplay was seamless. As the commentators gasped in anticipation, the ball appeared poised to slice through Arsenal's defense like a knife through butter. Yet, Van Dijk executed a crucial defensive maneuver, glancing back at Messi's position while adjusting his stance, ultimately intercepting the ball at a pivotal moment. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze towards Yellow's position and launched a long diagonal pass. The ball soared across the field, finding Yellow in the left channel. Yellow controlled the ball just outside the penalty area, deftly turning and cutting in for a shot. The motion was fluid. Amidst the cheers of Arsenal fans and the gasps of Barcelona supporters, Yellow's attempt was thwarted by Valdez, resulting in a corner kick. A corner. Arsenal's set-piece opportunity had arrived. The commentators were instantly invigorated. Arsenal's set-piece attacks are notably threatening, while Barcelona has historically struggled with set-piece defense. Arsenal boasts several players adept at heading, thus treating set pieces as a crucial offensive strategy. Currently, both teams find themselves in a stalemate. A set piece could be the key to breaking this deadlock. Yellow positioned himself at the goal line. Regardless of whether he plays a primary role in this set-piece attack, he is invariably surrounded by defenders, as Barcelona cannot afford to leave him unmarked. To do so would be tantamount to inviting disaster. For Arsenal, this presents a pivotal moment. This match indeed proved to be exceptionally arduous. Although Wenger issued a cautionary note prior to the game, asserting that possession statistics should not be a primary concern, the current possession ratio stands at an almost lopsided 30-70. The prolonged absence of the ball at their feet presents a significant psychological challenge for the Arsenal players. At this juncture, securing a corner kick is certainly an opportunity that must be capitalized upon. Arsenal's players align themselves in a compact formation, congregating centrally, poised for Cazorla's corner to be delivered, at which point they will swiftly disperse to target their respective positions. This contemporary corner kick strategy poses considerable difficulty for defenders to make preemptive judgments. Barcelona, in response, exhibits palpable tension as all their players retreat to defend. Even Messi returns, stationed at the near post to thwart any potential direct score from Cazorla's corner kick. The other Barcelona players adopt specific roles, with some marking opponents while others assume positions, embodying a hybrid defensive strategy that blends zonal marking with man-to-man coverage. The popularity of such a defensive approach indicates its inherent effectiveness. In terms of marking, Yellow is evidently the focal point of concern. To the Barcelona players, he is perceived as the most pivotal and threatening player on the field. This sentiment is echoed by the fans, both in the stands and in front of their screens, vociferously chanting to keep a close watch on Yellow, urging to restrain him. Pique and Mascherano, the two central defenders, abandon their positions to specifically monitor Yellow, underscoring the emphasis Barcelona places on him. Particularly, Pique has gripped Yellow's jersey with a firm hand. In a sudden display of agility, Yellow forcefully swats Pique's hand away. In the next moment, Pique, like an unyielding adhesive, reattaches himself to Yellow, his hand movements persisting albeit subtly. The referee, though observant, refrains from issuing a caution, instead blowing the whistle to signal Cazorla to proceed with the kick. Just as Cazorla prepares for his run-up, a sudden, anguished cry escapes Pique. It appears that Yellow, in an effort to extricate himself from Pique's grasp, has unceremoniously struck down Pique's hand. This exclamation ultimately captures the referee's attention. Pique, clutching his face despite being struck on the hand, perhaps a matter of instinct, rolls on the ground, enhancing the dramatic effect. The referee gestures for Pique to rise and issues verbal warnings to both Yellow and Pique. However, Pique does not genuinely relent once the referee departs. He once again seizes Yellow's jersey, dismissing any notion of letting him escape easily, especially given Yellow's prowess in aerial duels. As long as the referee refrains from showing a card, he remains resolute in his actions. Moreover, amidst the chaos of the corner kick, minor infractions are to be expected. This time, Yellow chooses not to engage with Pique. Nonetheless, the focus of the spectators remains riveted on the contest of wills between Pique and Yellow. Observing Yellow's fervent efforts to break free from Pique's hold, it is widely believed that the pivotal figure in Arsenal's corner kick was Yellow. Chapter 122. The Cost of Underestimation. Inside the penalty area, players from both teams fiercely contested every inch, refusing to yield. The referee found it necessary to blow the whistle 3 times to restore order. Ultimately, he had to turn a blind eye to minor infractions. Otherwise, the corner kick would never have been executed. As the whistle sounded, Cazorla raised his right hand, extending his index finger and thumb. The set piece was a significant opportunity that Arsenal valued greatly. The offense and defense during such situations could potentially influence the outcome of the entire match. Thus, upon Cazorla's gesture, the Arsenal players understood their roles. As Cazorla prepared to run, the Arsenal players took their positions, some providing cover while others made their runs. Players such as Van Dijk and Mertesacker acted as shields for Ye Luo, who maneuvered toward the back post using their cover. Peak closely followed him, and everything appeared normal. Cazorla's corner was likely aimed at the back post for Ye Luo to complete a header, mirroring Arsenal's previous strategies during set pieces. Consequently, the Barcelona players were unsuspecting, rushing towards Ye Luo. However, once the ball was in flight, they realized something was amiss. The trajectory of the ball was rather low. Before they could react, a figure surged into the penalty area, Fabinho. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, an unexpected attacking point emerged. It was neither Ye Luo, nor Van Dijk, nor Mertesacker, but the defensive midfielder, Fabinho. As the Brazilian leapt high to connect with the ball, sending it towards the goal, the Barcelona supporters behind the net wore expressions of sheer terror. This time, Valdez could not save Barcelona as he was focused on Ye Luo's position. No one anticipated Fabinho's advance, executing a header at the front post. Fabinho. Oh my goodness. Arsenal's corner kick arrangement was utterly unforeseen. Who could have imagined that the seemingly inconspicuous Fabinho would become the key to breaking the deadlock? Barcelona had placed too much emphasis on Ye Luo, underestimating the other Arsenal players. Fabinho surged forward, completely unmarked. 1-0. Arsenal took the lead. In the commentary booth, all the commentators leapt to their feet. In the 18th minute, the balance of the match was disrupted. Arsenal had scored first. The Catalan commentator's expression darkened considerably as he relentlessly criticized Barcelona's defensive effort. However, to be fair, no one had anticipated that Arsenal would effectively utilize Ye Luo as a decoy, allowing Fabinho, a substitute under Arteta, who was merely a rotational player in the squad, to make the decisive advance and score. Do not say they did not anticipate it. Enrique was even more taken aback. Upon witnessing Fabinho advance into the penalty area, his heart momentarily skipped a beat. He then painfully closed his eyes. This was the most dreadful scenario. This goal completely caught Barcelona off guard. Had it been scored by Ye Luo, perhaps the Barcelona players would have been mentally prepared. Yet, it was the seemingly inconspicuous Fabinho who struck beautifully. Oh, splendid. Ahaha. I knew it. I knew you could do it. You've scored several in training. The Arsenal players rushed forward to congratulate the Brazilian. Fabinho, with a shy smile, remarked, I must thank Ye Luo for drawing the defense away. Enough of that. We've taken the lead. Now, does everyone know what to do next? Ye Luo exclaimed. Of course. Let us not give them any chances. Onward. Arsenal's morale soared. Wenger spread his arms and dashed to the sidelines to celebrate. The Arsenal bench was equally jubilant. This was a complete triumph of Arsenal's tactics. Utilizing Ye Luo's individual prowess in open play and then capitalizing on set pieces. During this period, Arsenal had rehearsed numerous set-piece strategies. Now, the efforts of the coaching staff were bearing fruit. The first goal was scored from a corner kick. The pre-match plan tactics had proven effective in the game. What a tremendous sense of achievement this must be for the coaching team. Moreover, just like the corner kick strategy, Ye Luo feigned an attack. Barcelona remained oblivious to this fact. Even if they were aware, what could they do? Would they dare leave Ye Luo unmarked? They would not. Even a slight reduction in numbers when defending against Ye Luo sent shivers down their spines. Thus, this was a well-calculated strategy. Ye Luo's intimidating presence on the field was immense. He attracted an overwhelming amount of defensive attention, allowing other Arsenal players more room to maneuver. Fabinho's header was indeed impressive. Standing nearly 6'3", he resembled a slender pole, yet he was remarkably strong. His performance in midfield displayed this strength, as he shared equal playing time with Arteta in the latter half of the season. As Fabinho increasingly showcased his talents and abilities, he would become a formidable shield in Arsenal's midfield alongside Candy. Arsenal's primary formation was a 4-2-3-1, with the two defensive midfielders, Canny and Fabinho, complementing each other perfectly. One tall and one short. Particularly, Fabinho possessed the ability to surge forward and contribute to the attack. With their protection, Cazorla could devote more energy to delivering threatening passes. Thus, Arsenal's midfield trio was essentially taking shape. The players of Barcelona stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. This time, the attack was merely a feint by Ye Luo, resulting in Arsenal's inaugural goal in the Champions League final. Ye Luo appeared unfazed, leaving Barcelona utterly bewildered by Arsenal's set-piece tactics. The concession of this goal placed Barcelona in a precarious situation. Arsenal had opted not to field their two prominent strikers in this match, a strategy easily discerned. They intended to counterattack, leveraging the blistering pace of Ye Luo, Maine, and Sanchez. With one goal secured, the threat of a counterattack against Barcelona had intensified significantly. Messi placed the ball at the center circle, his expression grave. He realized that the Barcelona players had underestimated Arsenal's other talents, aside from Ye Luo. This underestimation, as it turned out, proved to be exceedingly perilous. Arsenal's other players also possessed commendable abilities. Their defense, for instance, featured the midfield prowess of Kanté and the formidable presence of center-back Van Dijk. Though not widely recognized, their capabilities were substantial. Now, Barcelona was paying the price for their disregard. Chapter 123. Ye Luo has yet to strike. Enrique pondered a strategy in response. The goal had been conceded, and wallowing in frustration was futile. The match time was neither excessively long nor particularly short. If Barcelona failed to respond promptly, they would effectively relinquish the championship. However, the offensive prowess displayed by Arsenal, especially in set-piece situations, presented a formidable challenge for Barcelona. The root of the problem lay in Ye Luo's presence. Barcelona's defense against set pieces had always been weak, and now, in the effort to contain Ye Luo, they were compelled to muster a greater number of defenders. Consequently, when Arsenal shifted their focal point to other players, Barcelona's defense became prone to lapses. To complicate matters further, Arsenal had taken the lead. There exists a statistic that illustrates the significance of Arsenal's lead for Barcelona. This season, whenever Arsenal scored first, they maintained an unblemished record. Indeed, as long as they took the lead, they secured 3 points. This reflects a terrifying consistency. Many have claimed that without Ye Luo, Arsenal would be a mediocre team. Yet, when viewed through the lens of these statistics, it becomes evident that Arsenal's other players are formidable as well. Particularly when they are ahead, Arsenal's defense solidifies significantly. Meanwhile, Ye Luo's presence ensures that opponents are hesitant to commit fully to an offensive surge. The tempo of the match falls under Arsenal's command. Tactically, Wenger devised a strategy that maximized reliance on Ye Luo's individual prowess. Such an over-reliance on a single player might seem manageable. However, what if that player is Ye Luo? Therefore, now, Barcelona finds itself in the awkward predicament of trailing in score, while simultaneously pushing forward in attack, risking being caught in counterattacks by Arsenal. The only remedy for this situation is to score as quickly as possible. The sooner, the better. After conceding a goal, Barcelona indeed adopted this approach. They are acutely aware that the longer they remain behind, the more detrimental it becomes for them. This season, Barcelona's offensive prowess is nothing short of terrifying. Under their relentless assault, Arsenal's penalty area is fraught with tension. Messi. He cuts in and shoots. Oh! It grazes the post and goes out. Arsenal narrowly escapes disaster. Neymar's exquisite dribbling. The Brazilian's footwork is breathtaking. A cross comes in. Suarez. Van Dijk saves the day. Van Dijk intervenes and pokes the ball away from Suarez's feet. Had Suarez managed to shoot, Arsenal would certainly have conceded again. After conceding, Barcelona launched a counterattack, putting immense pressure on Arsenal's defense during this period. In the commentary box, the announcers voiced their concerns for Arsenal, while the pro-Barcelona commentators were visibly exhilarated. The camera zoomed in on Wenger, seated on the sidelines. He remained composed, not standing at the edge of the pitch, his expression seemingly calm. It appeared as though he was quite at ease, yet internally, he harbored some worries. This season, Arsenal had yet to face an opponent as formidable as Barcelona. Their defense had not endured such a sharp offensive onslaught. Frankly, Wenger was uncertain whether his team could withstand this wave of attacks. However, he could not allow his concerns to surface, fearing it might impact the players' mentality. Moreover, Wenger was somewhat hopeful that before Barcelona could capitalize on their attacking momentum, Arsenal might execute a sharp counterattack to extinguish it entirely. Unfortunately, Wenger did not reach that moment, as Arsenal ultimately conceded. Just 6 minutes after Arsenal scored, Barcelona equalized. In the 24th minute, Barcelona's midfielders executed a series of precise one-touch passes, tearing through the defense from the center. Finally, Xavi's incisive through ball found its way to Messi in the penalty area. Messi feigned a left-footed shot to deceive Mertesacker's balance, then deftly maneuvered into the small box, facing the on-rushing Szczesny. With a left-footed chip, The ball sailed over Szczesny's head and into the net. Messi! The Catalan commentator leaped from his seat. The cheers from Barcelona's fans resonated, nearly lifting the roof off the Camp Nou. Goal! The Catalan commentator's voice trembled with excitement. Grasping his headset with one hand, he fervently waved his fist with the other. Messi! 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 Leo Messi! He has saved Barcelona. He is the deity of Barcelona. He is the god of football. He is divine. Ah! All the sentimental expressions erupted like a machine gun. Other commentators also joined in lauding Messi's performance. In a crucial moment, it was Messi who saved Barcelona. This goal came at a most opportune time. Merely 6 minutes after Barcelona conceded, Messi assisted in equalizing the score. 1-1. Both teams returned to the starting line. In less than half an hour, each side had scored a goal. Now, the match was truly captivating. Most commentators yearned for an exhilarating game. Thus, upon witnessing Messi's goal, the commentary booth erupted in jubilation. Enrique raised his arms in triumph, and the Barcelona players surged toward the corner flag. Messi roared and howled, tugging at his jersey. Upon reaching the corner flag, he slid to his knees in a fervent celebration. The Barcelona players behind him mirrored his exuberance. In the Champions League final, such a pivotal goal, every Barcelona player comprehended the significance of this moment. Wenger covered his face with his hands. His apprehensions had materialized. However, he quickly quelled his emotions. The score transformed to 1-1. Although they had been equalized after taking the lead, one could hardly feel elated. Yet, prior to the match, Arsenal had indeed prepared for the inevitability of conceding a goal. No team dares claim that they can fully stop this current Barcelona from scoring. Their attacking prowess is formidable. Wenger approached the sidelines and called over his captain, Ye Luo. Do not rush. Let us continue playing at our own pace. He emphasized. In the stands, Arsenal supporters, after a brief silence, immediately responded with boos to counter Barcelona's cheers. The atmosphere of the match rapidly reached another climax. Arsenal fans did not wish to witness an emotionally charged game. After taking the lead, they sought a slow-paced match devoid of any potential for further goals. However, this scenario was now shattered. Though filled with regret, Arsenal fans remained unperturbed. After all, Ye Luo had yet to take action. Chapter 124. The pathway to the goal. Messi's equalizing goal was replayed repeatedly on the Dragon Country national television sports channel. Duan Xian and his commentary partner, Su Yang, lamented with their heads in their hands. Although they felt quite displeased with the goal, they maintained neutrality and praised Messi's performance. While most fans in Dragon Country supported Ye Luo, there were still a considerable number of ardent followers of Barcelona and Messi. Though this number paled in comparison to those backing Ye Luo, one must not forget that this is a vast nation with a population of 1,400,000,000. In itself, this constitutes a world. 1% of over a billion people is indeed a substantial figure. Moreover, the internet. Often, the voices of minority groups can be amplified. Previously, these voices were suppressed. Now, after Messi's goal, they have finally seized their opportunity. Do you see it? This is Barcelona. This is Messi. This is the essence of football. Do you comprehend what beautiful football entails? Some teams rely solely on the individual prowess of star players. What kind of heroism is that? Messi, Messi, Messi. Yet, some have yet to score. The enthusiastic Barcelona and Messi supporters have rarely had the chance to raise their voices. What is there to boast about? Such a method of scoring, isn't it more about Ye Luo? Yes, Arsenal depends on Ye Luo's individual talent, but the issue is Arsenal. Relying solely on Ye Luo is not at a disadvantage against Barcelona. Away with it. In an instant, Ye Luo's supporters immediately voiced their opinions, swiftly overshadowing Messi's supporters. In the Dragon Kingdom, those who support Ye Luo are the majority. Although there are many Barcelona fans, in this match, quite a few Barcelona supporters have switched allegiance to Ye Luo. Consequently, the number of fans in the Dragon Kingdom who clearly oppose Ye Luo and support Messi is not substantial in proportion. However, as previously mentioned, even a small proportion can still represent a significant absolute number given the large base. On the television screen, Messi celebrated with fierce intensity. Such a frenzied celebration from Messi is indeed a rare sight. Behind him, all the Barcelona players surged forward in jubilation. In front of the television, many Arsenal fans appeared anxious upon witnessing this scene. It felt eerily reminiscent. Years ago, in their prime, Arsenal reached the Champions League final, facing none other than Barcelona. At that time, Barcelona lacked Messi but had a near-legendary figure, the Brazilian football wizard Ronaldinho. Arsenal, boasting stars like Henry, Bergkamp, Vieira, and Pires, could only return home defeated against that Barcelona. Now, Barcelona possesses a superstar with even greater offensive and finishing capabilities, an almost unstoppable giant. Arsenal fans finally grasped the feelings other teams experience when facing Arsenal. Having an unstoppable player on the opposing side can be utterly disheartening. Messi's form in this match is evidently exceptional, and his exuberance adds to the concerns of all Arsenal fans. They have witnessed Yellow's individual brilliance carry Arsenal through many matches. Now, confronted with Messi, a similarly formidable talent, Arsenal fans are indeed worried. At this moment, all Arsenal fans instinctively recall the name of that man. Just then, in the stands of the Bright Stadium, the Arsenal fans were acutely aware that their team needed to respond. Thus, they began to chant the name of Ye Luo. He lifted his head, gazing at the crowd, and then pounded his fist on the emblem on his chest. He aimed to convey to his supporters that the equalizer was but a minor setback. There was no cause for alarm. Witnessing this gesture, the entire stadium erupted. All Arsenal supporters, along with fans from Longwa, rose from their seats, shouting fervently, "Ye Luo! Ye Luo! Ye Luo!" The thunderous roar dominated the arena. The Barcelona fans were taken aback. They had scored. The cheers should belong to them. What was the matter with Arsenal's fans? Were they confused? Did they truly understand the situation? It was their goal. Their right to revel in the celebration. Barcelona fans stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. However, regardless of their thoughts, the Arsenal fans grew even more fervent after Barcelona's goal. The raucous shouts echoed throughout the stadium, creating an atmosphere rivaling that of the Emirates. This completely subdued the Barcelona supporters. In the media section, the Catalan journalists, who had just finished celebrating, returned to their senses to find the stadium nearly dominated by Arsenal fans. They too were bewildered. What was happening? Had Arsenal scored again? One journalist asked in utter confusion. What nonsense? Another journalist scoffed. Their displeasure was palpable. Initially, after equalizing, Barcelona's momentum should have surged. Yet, the disruption caused by Arsenal fans instantly deflated their newfound energy. Who could they turn to for answers? The Barcelona players were equally frustrated. Just as they had scored and were basking in the moment, preparing to light a post-goal cigarette, they were abruptly interrupted. Who could feel satisfied in such a scenario? Returning to their half, the Barcelona players were fuming. The match quickly resumed, and upon Arsenal's kickoff, they immediately advanced the ball forward. Ye Luo sprinted to the edge of the penalty area, drawing the attention of the entire Barcelona defense, including two center-backs, holding midfielder Busquets, and even the two full-backs, Alba and Alves, who dared not push forward. This was Ye Luo's imposing presence. By merely standing at the edge of the penalty area, he allowed his teammates the luxury to develop the play into the attacking zone. After all, most of the defensive players were preoccupied with Ye Luo. Barcelona's signature high press was rendered ineffective. If the defenders failed to advance and maintain their formation's integrity, the midfield would become disjointed. In such circumstances, let alone Arsenal, any team in a top-tier league possesses the knowledge of how to execute their strategy effectively. As a remarkably seasoned team, they decisively retreated. Upon receiving a pass from the backfield, Cazorla turned and, with a deft flick of his outside foot, sent the ball to Ye Luo. Instantly, nearly all of Barcelona's defenders converged into the center, obstructing the central space. In this scenario, everyone anticipated that Ye Luo would direct the ball towards the flanks. However, at the very moment Cazorla delivered the pass, Ye Luo sprang into action, accelerating swiftly, shaking off Busquets trailing behind him. He deftly maneuvered the ball, turned, and with a subtle touch of his right foot, initiated his play. At that instant, Barcelona's formation collectively shifted towards the right side of their attacking direction. During this movement, a pathway to the goal appeared before Ye Luo. Chapter 125, A Defense That Cannot Hold. Cazorla's direct pass found Ye Luo. As Ye Luo received the ball, the commentators instinctively raised their voices in excitement. With a swift touch, Ye Luo maneuvered past Busquets, and his left calf swung into action. Before anyone could react, the ball was propelled toward the goal by the arch of Ye Luo's left foot. The ball, infused with a fierce spin, floated just above the grass, tracing a subtle arc as it weaved through the narrow gaps between defenders. Initially, Barcelona's defense was exceedingly tight. Yet, Ye Luo's reception, turn, and deft touch occurred in less than half a second. As everyone had predicted, Barcelona's players anticipated that Yellow would veer towards the flanks before penetrating the penalty area for a strike. Just a precise poke would render the situation precarious. Consequently, upon Yellow's reception, Barcelona's defensive line collectively adjusted, preparing to shift towards the direction they presumed he would exploit. In fact, their overall movement demonstrated considerable synergy, almost impeccable in its execution. However, Yellow consistently discerned the gaps that eluded the ordinary observer. Whenever a sliver of space emerged, he seized it with uncanny precision. Just as it was now, Valdez, despite being intensely focused, was overwhelmed by the multitude of bodies within the penalty area. He could only discern Yellow's turn. And since Yellow's shooting motion was minimal, with a swift swing of his left calf and no overt indication of a shot, Valdez did not recognize the impending danger until the ball had already traversed the dense thicket of legs and reached the edge of the small box. At that juncture, Valdez found himself struggling to react and make a save, his body nearly immobilized. It was only when the ball grazed the post and rolled into the net that he sprang into motion, albeit too late. Yellow received the ball, turned, and shot directly. The ball is in. Splendid. Ghoul. In the stillness, a thunderclap is heard. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. It is indeed Ye Luo. Barely a minute after Messi's goal, Ye Luo swiftly responds. You score one, and I shall answer with another. Barcelona's joy lasted scarcely a minute. The commentary booth erupted in excitement. The entire stadium was ablaze with fervor. As the football struck the net, the Arsenal fans in the stands leaped to their feet. Well done. Hooray. Ye. I am utterly enamored with you. Here is my room key. Will you come find me tonight? Even some female fans tossed little notes. Everyone was cheering, chanting Ye Luo's name. It was as if from one corner of the stands. The collective voice of Ye Luo's name echoed throughout. Some fans raised their arms high, leaning forward, bowing in reverence. Soon, this movement inspired a large section of the stands. Half the stadium was filled with Arsenal supporters, worshipping Ye Luo in unison. Arms swayed in a mesmerizing display, captured by the cameras. Through the broadcast signal, this magnificent scene was transmitted to television screens worldwide, reaching every viewer of the Champions League final. The faces of Barcelona fans darkened, their expressions revealing panic. Their opponents were venerating the king of football. What could they possibly do in the face of such a spectacle? The synchronized actions delivered an impact akin to a nuclear explosion, resonating within the chests of every Barcelona fan. This overwhelming force and sense of oppression felt suffocating. The Barcelona fans were bewildered, some at a loss for what to do. A few even slapped themselves, attempting to convince themselves that this was merely a dream. Yes, it must be a dream, right? We just scored. How could it be that just a minute after taking the lead, the opposition's first shot after the kickoff resulted in a goal? Surely, something must be amiss. Yes, it must be wrong. This defies logic. Is Arsenal truly that formidable? Is Ye Luo genuinely that terrifying? Is he even human? The Barcelona fans' hearts began to fill with profound unease regarding the course of the match. The players of Barcelona wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. Pique and Mascherano exchanged bewildered glances as the ball sailed between them. The gap was indeed quite narrow. Yet, remarkably, Ye Luo's shot perfectly exploited their movement to the right. Consequently, they were unable to react in time, primarily due to the sheer speed of Ye Luo's strike. There was no warning. By the time they realized and attempted to block it, it was already too late. When they turned back, all they could see was the football nestling into the net. They stared at one another in disbelief. Yet, it is abundantly clear that this blame cannot be cast aside. Or rather, this lapse in defense should rest squarely on the shoulders of Barcelona's backline. However, to be fair, Barcelona's defensive efforts have generally been commendable. It must be said, though, that Yellow's shot was of an exceptionally high caliber. Indeed, while the speed of the ball was not particularly swift, nor was the angle especially acute, this type of strike encapsulated the comprehensive prowess of a top-tier scorer. The timing of the shot and the technique employed were remarkable. Most terrifying of all was the ability to seize the opportunity. Just a fleeting moment, a mere half-second, was all it took for that narrow opening to be exploited by Yellow. As professional players, they are acutely aware of how formidable a player with such capabilities can be. Contemplating this, Pique and his teammates found their spirits further dampened. Barcelona's goal was undeniably spectacular, an eye-catching pass, elegant and fluid, a visual delight. Typically, in La Liga, upon witnessing such a goal, opponents often surrender without a fight. devoid of the courage to counterattack. Yet Ye Luo, with his method of scoring, conveyed to Barcelona's players that he was intent on finding the net. He required no elaborate maneuvering or dazzling passes. All it took was a slight crack in their defense, and he could thrust through with force. This method of scoring only intensified the pressure on Barcelona's defenders. Enrique, of course, was acutely aware of the burden his players were under. Yet what could he do? As he watched the ball roll into the net, Enrique could only shake his head slightly, furrowing his brow in contemplation before issuing new directives. Let us continue our offensive. Ye Luo's goal only reinforced Enrique's belief that defense was futile. If even the tiniest of gaps could be exploited for a goal, how could they hope to defend effectively? It was better to push forward and take a risk. Chapter 126. Relentless Assault. However, attacking is not as simple as merely declaring one's intent to do so. Perhaps against other teams, Barcelona could exert offensive pressure. However, they were now facing Arsenal, a side that had just scored to regain the lead, led by Ye Luo. Consequently, Barcelona struggled to establish the rhythm of their attack. They found themselves under siege. Under siege from Arsenal. This scene truly left one astounded. For the past 5 or 6 years, Barcelona has been universally recognized as the strongest team in world football. Yet here they were, besieged by Arsenal. There are few teams capable of so thoroughly dismantling Barcelona's defense. Even during Mourinho's tenure at Real Madrid, when facing Barcelona, they adopted a defensive posture, relying on counterattacks to engage their opponent. And now, Arsenal's offensive onslaught. Yet Barcelona found themselves compelled to retreat into their penalty area, almost resorting to a defensive strategy. Fortunately, after Arsenal's relentless assault lasted 7 or 8 minutes without a breakthrough, they too began to temper their offensive fervor. At this juncture, following a wave of anxious moments, the Barcelona players gradually regained their composure and began to mount their own attacks. However, time was fleeting in the first half. With Messi's curled effort narrowly missing the post, the referee's whistle signified the end of the first half. Upon hearing the whistle, Enrique exhaled in relief. Trailing by just a single goal meant there was still a chance in the second half. His greatest concern had been the possibility of Barcelona conceding multiple goals before halftime, which would have rendered the second half nearly futile. In the dressing room, Wenger maintained a serious demeanor, refusing to let the lead cloud his judgment. The players, however, appeared relaxed, sharing laughter and banter. Yet Wenger sensed a hint of complacency creeping in, particularly following Ye Luo's goal, which had sparked a sense of unwarranted pride among the team. This was concerning, prompting Wenger to temper their enthusiasm. "All right, gentlemen, let us calm down from this elation," he began. "Our lead in the first half was, I must admit, somewhat fortuitous, so do not place too much weight on the scoreline. Remember, our opponents are Barcelona, and you are all well aware of their formidable nature. If you think a 1-goal lead will compel Barcelona to surrender, you are sorely mistaken. Have you forgotten the adage that a 1-goal lead is the most perilous scoreline in football? Thus, I implore you to exercise caution and vigilance in the second half. Do not let your guard down." His words visibly shifted the players' expressions as they recognized the precariousness of their situation. Meanwhile, on the Barcelona side, Enrique busily rallied his players, as their morale had taken a hit from Ye Luo's goal. Even the mighty Barcelona could find their spirits dampened in such circumstances. Remember who you are, Barcelona. Do you understand the significance of that name? We do not allow a single goal to dictate our overall performance. It was merely a stroke of luck for our opponents. We are down by just 1 goal, a trivial deficit for us. The halftime interlude quickly passed, and soon both teams emerged onto the pitch. Ye Luo and Messi were evidently the focal point of the television cameras. The lens first captured Ye Luo, who appeared relaxed, sharing light-hearted moments with his teammate Cazorla as they exited the tunnel. The camera then shifted to Messi, who bore a serious expression. The expressions of the two-star players vividly reflect the current predicaments of their respective teams. Arsenal clearly enjoys a comfortable lead, while Barcelona faces a more daunting situation. Just as they equalized, the opponents swiftly regained the advantage, placing Barcelona in a precarious position. The commentator elaborates on the circumstances surrounding both teams. Arsenal commenced the second half with the first kick, while Barcelona refrained from immediate pressing in the attacking zone. They maintained their basic formation, denying Arsenal opportunities to advance the ball forward. Confronted with a cautiously defensive Barcelona, Arsenal's initial foray into the second half culminated in a long-range shot from Ye Luo. Upon regaining possession, Barcelona launched a vigorous offensive, bordering on a desperate gamble. The players, recognizing that failure to attack would equate to inevitable defeat, propelled themselves towards Arsenal's goal with fervor. Merely 9 minutes into the second half, Barcelona equalized once again. Messi, Messi, Messi. This marks the 23rd Champions League goal of the season for the magnificent Messi, who has once more salvaged his team. Barcelona's assault was overwhelming, rendering Arsenal's defense utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The unstoppable Messi, the indomitable Barcelona, whose offense remains among the most formidable in the world. They reaffirmed their status as the invincible cosmic team. Amidst the commentators' ecstatic shouts, Messi spread his arms and sprinted across the pitch. Barca, Barca, echoed from the stands, where Barcelona's supporters rejoiced. The entire arena transformed once more into a bastion of Barcelona fans, while Wenger furrowed his brow. Following the goal, he suddenly grasped a troubling realization. Arsenal's defense, which has proven formidable in England, is now somewhat lacking against Barcelona. Their attacking prowess is extraordinarily potent, indeed, exceptionally so. Despite Arsenal's attempts to tighten their defense and launch counterattacks, they found themselves bereft of opportunities, ultimately unable to maintain their defensive integrity. Wenger recalled how many teams in the league sought to adopt a defensive strategy against Arsenal, only to crumble under the weight of Arsenal's relentless attack. Now, Arsenal found themselves in a similar quandary, striving for defensive counterattacks, yet failing to hold firm. It seems that such a strategy is untenable. Wenger reflected on the sidelines, having mingled with Premier League teams for so long that he momentarily forgot that Barcelona is a superlative squad. Standard tactics are inadequate for countering Barcelona. With a one-goal lead, he should not have instructed his team to defend. Choosing to retreat in the face of their brilliance only led to conceding goals each time. This simply cannot continue. At the very least, Barcelona should be subjected to greater challenges. It is essential to create a more conducive environment for Ye Luo, allowing him to unleash his full potential without distractions. Wenger has decided to adjust his strategy. Offense. This strategic modification is not particularly challenging. For while Barcelona boasts a formidable attacking prowess, their defense is relatively weaker. This bears resemblance to Arsenal. Although Arsenal's defense is not without merit, it pales in comparison to their offensive capabilities. In other words, if two identical Arsenal teams were to face off, one focusing on defense and the other on offense, the attacking side would undoubtedly prevail. Thus, the same principle applies when confronting Barcelona. Since defense proves insufficient, it is time to launch an offensive. Barcelona's players celebrate their goal, and this time they have managed to complete their celebration with a sense of stability. During their celebration, Arsenal seizes the opportunity to make tactical adjustments. After leveling the score, Enrique finally feels a sense of relief. With the score equalized, the match is restored to its rightful course. What follows is the true contest between the two teams. Upon Arsenal's restart, Barcelona adopts a cautious approach, wary that Arsenal might capitalize on the kickoff to score again. If they were to concede 2 equalizers in succession, their morale would undoubtedly plummet, rendering the match futile. Due to Barcelona's prudence, Arsenal is unable to replicate their previous miraculous comeback. Just when it seemed the match was destined for a stalemate, the ensuing play took everyone by surprise. Arsenal no longer resorts to merely defending their half, waiting for counterattack opportunities. They refrain from executing a disruptive offensive only to retreat immediately. Instead, they continue to press forward. This bold move astonishes the spectators, but causes Enrique to furrow his brows in concern. Arsenal appears to be preparing for a direct confrontation with Barcelona. Are they courting disaster? Teams that engage in a shootout with Barcelona often meet with dire consequences. An offensive strategy inevitably creates more gaps in the defense, and Barcelona, with the likes of Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi, thrives on exploiting these openings. They can execute incisive passing combinations, granting Messi ample space to maneuver. The result would be a cascade of goals from Barcelona, leading to the inevitable collapse of their opponents, whose offense cannot match Barcelona's caliber. Yet, here stands Arsenal, daring to engage in a shootout. At this moment, one would expect Enrique to feel exhilarated. However, the cautious Enrique finds himself in a state of hesitation. He ponders whether this is a trap. Are the Arsenal players attempting to ensnare Barcelona? Uncertain of his next move, Enrique refrains from acting impulsively. At this moment, stillness is less favorable than action. He is eager to discern the true intentions of Arsenal. Enrique remains cautious, while the players of Barcelona seem less contemplative. When they observe that Arsenal does not retreat but continues to advance with the ball, their spirits are instantly uplifted. An opportunity has arisen. The match has become more favorable. Based on Barcelona's experience, whenever their opponents dare to press forward, exposing vulnerabilities in their defense, Barcelona can effortlessly score. They believe that Arsenal, having been equalized twice, is now compelled to retaliate fervently, striving to regain the lead. However, in their haste, they may have underestimated the consequences. The players of Barcelona regard Arsenal's audacity with a sense of admiration. They are prepared to exploit the spaces left behind as the opposition advances. Both teams have committed errors rooted in overconfidence. Arsenal has underestimated Barcelona's offensive capabilities, while Barcelona has failed to anticipate the formidable strength of Arsenal's attack. Having not faced Arsenal in 2 years, they lack a direct appreciation of Arsenal's prowess and do not expect any team to dare engage in an open confrontation against Barcelona. Thus, when Arsenal surged forward with unrelenting aggression, the players of Barcelona found themselves momentarily bewildered, for Arsenal's offensive onslaught was overwhelming. Unlike Barcelona's methodical passing game, Arsenal's approach was direct and incisive. They seldom engaged in backpassing in midfield, opting instead for rapid forward passes, continuously attacking like an unrelenting tide. This relentless onslaught is most aptly described as a wave of pressure. Notably, Arsenal's midfielders, Gerrard and Cazorla, excel at long-range shots, posing a threat to Barcelona's goal from considerable distances. Whenever an opportunity presents itself, a powerful strike follows. During this period, Valdez can be said to be working tirelessly to fend off the relentless barrage. For nearly 10 minutes, Barcelona finds itself under sustained pressure from Arsenal. This scenario starkly contrasts with the end of the first half, when Barcelona's intention to retreat defensively allowed Arsenal to press forward. No one would have expected that Arsenal's offensive prowess could force Barcelona back. However, the current situation is different. Everyone witnesses Barcelona's futile attempts to counterattack under Arsenal's relentless assault. Yet they remain unable to launch any effective response. Barcelona appears to be caught in a vice grip, struggling to defend rather than counterattack. The fans of Barcelona initially believed that Arsenal's advance was reckless, but now they sense a shift in momentum. It has been nearly 10 minutes, and it seems as though Barcelona has scarcely touched the ball during this stretch. What could be the reason for this? Is this still Barcelona? The illustrious Barcelona, yearning to launch an offensive yet unable to break free, finds itself dominated by Arsenal. They struggle to even cross the halfway line. Is this truly the Barcelona we recognize? In an instant, disbelief envelopes the spectators. Arsenal's offense proves unexpectedly formidable. Barcelona's strategy hinges on allowing Arsenal to attack for a time, enticing them to reveal their vulnerabilities. And once their guard is down, they would unleash a counteroffensive to bury Arsenal completely, from trailing to equalizing, and then to taking the lead. Once they accomplish a reversal of fortune, it is predictable that Arsenal's morale will plummet. In their desperation to equalize, they would inevitably push forward again, at which point Barcelona would seize the opportunity to secure victory. Such calculations are indeed beautiful. However, reality presents a stark contrast. 10 minutes have elapsed, and Arsenal's onslaught shows no signs of abating. They employ various tactics: crosses from the wings, long balls from the back, midfield combinations, ground passes, aerial strikes, headers, long-range shots, and incisive runs into the box. An array of offensive strategies bombards Barcelona's defense. Chapter 127 concludes, but it is far from sufficient. Arsenal's offensive play is distinctly characterized by their ability to maintain a robust defensive presence in the midfield and backline, controlling the periphery. This is largely due to the fact that Arsenal does not commit many players to the attack. Yet, how do they manage to exert such pressure? The answer lies with Ye Luo. His performance has been nothing short of exceptional. Even with a limited number of attackers, his individual prowess allows for a continuous stream of assaults. In this scenario, Arsenal can effectively manage the periphery's weaknesses by minimizing the number of attackers within the box. Consequently, even if their offensive efforts falter and the ball is cleared, the perimeter likely remains under Arsenal's dominion. This sets the stage for their subsequent offensive wave. For an ordinary team, sustaining such relentless pressure under these circumstances would be a monumental challenge. It tests the team's resilience to withstand continuous setbacks. Yet, Barcelona is no ordinary team. They exemplify maturity and tenacity. Moreover, the The players firmly believe that Arsenal's offensive onslaught cannot persist indefinitely. This high-intensity approach is exceedingly taxing on their stamina. As they steadfastly defend, they await the moment when Arsenal's rhythm falters. At that point, Barcelona's opportunity would arise. However, 10 minutes have passed, and Barcelona has yet to see their chance materialize. 15 minutes have elapsed, and Arsenal's offensive tide remains relentless. 20 minutes into the match, Arsenal continues to press forward. Many Barcelona supporters begin to panic. They have never witnessed a team sustain such a vigorous assault for so long. The players of Barcelona grow increasingly anxious. Their defensive line teeters on the brink, as a sense of dread permeates the air. If it were not for Valdez's remarkable save, they would have already fallen behind. It is the 75th minute of the match. The score remains 2-2. There are merely 15 minutes left in regular time. Yet, the expressions on the faces of all the Barcelona fans are identical, furrowed brows. This indicates that Barcelona finds itself in a precarious situation. This is a Barcelona that feels utterly unfamiliar to them. Indeed, it is exceedingly strange. Barcelona is not immune to pressure. During certain phases of the game, they can be momentarily subdued by relentless attacks from their opponents. This is entirely normal. Not only Arsenal, but even mid to lower tier teams in La Liga can achieve this at some point, seizing upon Barcelona's lapses in stamina and making a desperate push. It is inconceivable that Barcelona could maintain their dominance under such circumstances. However, the current situation is not merely a fleeting few minutes of pressure. It has persisted for nearly 20 minutes. Barcelona has been under duress for 20 minutes, and it appears they may concede a goal at any moment. We must endure. We must drag the match into extra time. Arsenal's relentless assault cannot be sustained. The Catalan commentator remarked with a furrowed brow. Such is the grim reality. Barcelona, let alone mounting an offense, achieving victory by merely surviving these 15 minutes would be a triumph. Yet, the fans do not perceive this as a victory. They are Barcelona. They can scarcely remember the last time they found themselves in such dire straits. For 20 minutes, they have allowed Arsenal to press relentlessly without any ability to retaliate. Is it possible that by extending the match into extra time, Barcelona could secure victory? As Arsenal's stamina wanes, do the Barcelona players possess exceptional fitness? They are not machines. They too must feel the strain. Moreover, there are still a full 15 minutes remaining until extra time, including stoppage time. There are nearly 20 minutes left. Can Barcelona endure for 20 minutes? Even the most optimistic of Barcelona fans are beginning to feel a tinge of pessimism. The players know their situation is dire. If they continue to defend like this, conceding a goal is inevitable. Consequently, the Barcelona players cannot afford to remain passive. We need to attack. We must regain the tempo. After Valdez once again deflected a long-range shot from Ye Luo out for a corner, Barcelona's captain, Xavi, shouted. Enrique did not contemplate substitutions, for the 11 players on the pitch represent Barcelona's strongest lineup. On the bench, he has Pedro, Fabregas, and Maxwell. They have decent substitutes in every position. But who could they possibly replace? Should Pedro come on for Messi, Neymar, or Suarez? Pedro is indeed excellent and strong. Yet he falls short in comparison to the three currently on the field. The situations of Fabregas and Maxwell are quite similar. Both are commendable players. However, Fabregas cannot supplant any member of the midfield triangle, nor can Maxwell replace any player in the defense. The 11 players on the field constitute the strongest lineup of Barcelona. Any substitution would be inappropriate. Moreover, the challenges currently confronting Barcelona cannot be resolved merely by changing personnel. If there were a player on the bench capable of instantly altering the tempo of the game, why would he not be included in the starting lineup? Thus, the players of Barcelona must rely on their own abilities to reclaim the rhythm of the match. They have begun to undertake more audacious actions, such as collectively pushing forward, applying pressure in the midfield and attacking zones, regaining possession, launching offensives, and engaging in counterpressing. Yet, this time, they failed to accomplish their daring endeavor. Every risk carries a cost. For instance, in the 77th minute, when Busquets seized possession and prepared to initiate an attack, he turned with the ball only to be confronted by a swift red figure, Kanté. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, Kanté executed a sliding tackle, displacing the ball from beneath Busquets' feet. Busquets, alarmed, turned to follow the direction of the rolling ball, and upon realizing he could not catch up, he cried out in despair, covered his face, fell to the ground, rolled, and lamented. A foul. The Catalan commentator immediately proclaimed, no foul. Arsenal's counterattack. Other commentators echoed the sentiment. While the camera did not focus on the fallen Busquets, but swiftly tracked the ball, Cazorla intercepted it and delivered a long pass. The ball soared over the heads of the advancing Peak and others. Meanwhile, Ye Luo had already accelerated. His speed surged to its utmost. Peak and Mascherano intended to close down the defense, yet before they could do so, Ye Luo leaped between them. A clear shot on goal. The commentators gasped. At the bright stadium, boos and cheers erupted simultaneously. All Arsenal fans were wide-eyed, fists clenched, rising from their seats, each storing energy for the most exhilarating moment. Under the eager gazes of all Arsenal supporters, Ye Luo effortlessly controlled the ball and, facing the advancing Valdez, executed a delicate lob. The ball sailed over Valdez's head, and in the desperate eyes of countless Barcelonians, the ball found the net for the third time. It's in. It's in. Goal. In the 75th minute, Arsenal regained the lead. This Champions League final has been truly spectacular. Perhaps it is the most thrilling final in recent years. Arsenal takes the lead. Barcelona equalizes, Arsenal regains the advantage, and Barcelona equalizes once more. Now, Arsenal has surged ahead again. Ye Luo. He scores twice. He has once again propelled his team into the lead. 31 goals. This marks his 31st goal in a single Champions League season. My goodness. He is the most formidable striker in the history of football. Unprecedented. 3-2. 3-2. Arsenal leads by a single goal once again. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. A terrifying striker who instills fear in all of Europe's elite teams. Unless an unforeseen event occurs. The position of the all-time leading scorer in Champions League history is within Ye Luo's grasp. At only 22 years old, he has ample time to participate in many more Champions League tournaments. As Ye Luo sends the ball into the net, the commentators collectively lose their composure. Who could have anticipated that this Champions League final would unfold in such a manner? The match has yet to conclude after 90 minutes, and 5 goals have already been scored. Moreover, these goals have not been one-sided. Both teams have exchanged strikes in rapid succession. Messi and Ye Luo, two great strikers, have both netted twice. The dramatic competitiveness of this match is at its peak. How the remainder of the game will evolve remains uncertain. No one knows if Messi will erupt once more, nor can anyone predict what astonishing feats Ye Luo might yet display. Everyone waits in eager anticipation for the match to resume. The plot twists are utterly thrilling. When Ye Luo scores against Valdez, countless Arsenal fans leap from their seats, cheering exuberantly. In the Dragon Kingdom, the echoes of their elation can be heard on many streets. At the venue, all Arsenal supporters break into a chorus, the Ye Luo song, which they had prepared in advance. Their voices resound, reverberating throughout the stadium. Amidst their rousing anthem, the Barcelona fans remain silent, their faces numb, staring blankly at the pitch. This is not right. This should not be the case. The narrative ought to unfold differently. We are Barcelona. Yet here we are, pressed under pressure for nearly 20 minutes and conceding a goal. What is happening? At this moment, the television screen displays the technical statistics from the last 10 minutes. Possession rate, Arsenal 90. Such a terrifying figure. Even Barcelona at its peak could scarcely maintain such dominance for a full 10 minutes. Yet Arsenal has achieved it. Their control is evident. Barcelona's supporters, upon witnessing this possession rate, feel a deep sense of despair. They have always prided themselves on Barcelona's ball control. Their confidence stems from the belief that any team facing Barcelona, regardless of the outcome, would find one statistic in which Barcelona undoubtedly leads: possession rate. However, in the last 10 minutes, Arsenal astonishingly seized a terrifying 90% possession. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the pride of Barcelona's fans, making them acutely aware of the adage that there is always someone better. Many Barcelona supporters bore expressions of despair. Could it be that Arsenal's inherent strength surpassed that of Barcelona by such a margin? The anguish was palpable on the faces of Barcelona's fans, as their pride was shattered within these fleeting 20 minutes by Arsenal's relentless assault. Could Messi possibly save them this time? The television broadcast zoomed in on Messi, whose countenance was devoid of emotion. No one could fathom the thoughts racing through his mind. The other Barcelona players also wore somber expressions, until Busquets rose to confront the referee, prompting a collective realization. They surrounded the official, clamoring for a foul. Foul! Kante must have committed a foul. The Catalan commentator indignantly asserted that Arsenal's goal should have been disallowed. Yet, the replay revealed the truth. Kanté's tackle was impeccably clean, while Busquets' fall was somewhat ludicrous. He collapsed as if struck by lightning, only after witnessing the ball escape his control. By the time he hit the ground, Kanté had already risen. Upon the resumption of play, Wenger initiated substitutions, bringing on Moyes to replace the fatigued Maine. Indeed, Arsenal's relentless assault was no easy endeavor. Barcelona's players endured immense pressure. Yet Arsenal's players were equally taxed, constantly on the move. The fatigue was significant. As Maine exited the pitch, he embraced Wenger, then celebrated with each substitute before taking a seat to hydrate and continue watching the match. Arsenal's players harbored their own concerns. Barcelona's attacking prowess was formidable, a reality they had experienced firsthand. The pressure Messi exerted was no less than that of Ye Luo. What if he scored? Could they possibly net another goal in the ensuing minutes? If the match extended into extra time, Arsenal's lack of depth in their squad would likely become apparent. This Champions League final demanded absolute commitment from both teams, posing a monumental test of physical endurance for the players. Once play resumed, Barcelona indeed launched an offensive. Under Messi's leadership, their attack culminated in a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. When possession returned to Arsenal, spectators were astonished to find them in control, persistently advancing. They continued their aggressively pressing tactics, led by Ye Luo. Barcelona was once again subdued. The fully offensive Arsenal had relegated Barcelona to a state of passive defense. Utterly unable to reclaim possession, witnessing this scene, Enrique felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. He realized he had grossly underestimated Ye Luo and taken Arsenal too lightly prior to the match. He had believed he had given Ye Luo sufficient respect, yet he must now concede that his regard was woefully inadequate, far from sufficient. Every assault launched by Arsenal struck him like a heavy hammer, reverberating in his heart and that of every Barcelona supporter in the stands. The resounding cheers from the crowd felt like a death knell, marking the conclusion of this chapter. Chapter 128. He is proud. The players of Barcelona found themselves in a state of extreme frustration. They were, after all, Barcelona, the universally acknowledged team of the universe. Regardless of the opponent, any team facing Barcelona could only adopt a defensive strategy if they hoped to emerge victorious, a tactic of passive defense. But now, Barcelona was acutely experiencing the psychological turmoil that once plagued their rivals. They found themselves utterly powerless against Arsenal's tactical approach. While they could clear the ball from the penalty area, what came next? The football would inevitably fall into the hands of Arsenal's players on the periphery, leading to a renewed offensive on their part. The most exasperated among them were undoubtedly the two central defenders, Pique and Mascherano. They had exerted every ounce of effort. And to be fair, both had performed remarkably well. Yet, they found themselves in dire straits when confronting Ye Luo. Pique, heralded as one of the best defenders in the world, found himself utterly outmatched. Arsenal's tactical approach was ruthlessly oppressive, devoid of technical sophistication, yet it inflicted upon them immense suffering. However, Pique's torment came to an end in the 85th minute, not due to his substitution or Arsenal's sudden decline in offensive vigor, but because Arsenal scored. In the 85th minute, substitute Moyes received the ball on the right flank, executed a feint to cut inside, and swiftly maneuvered the ball down the line. He then curled the ball toward the center of the penalty area. Admittedly, the pass was not particularly well executed. Yet, even such a delivery caused Pique to panic while attempting to clear it. In heading the ball away, he failed to notice that Ye Luo, who had been right beside him, had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. In truth, he could have directed the ball much more effectively. But the pressure Ye Luo had exerted on him had clouded his mind with the singular urgency of clearing it from the danger zone. Consequently, Mascherano gasped in alarm upon seeing the direction of Pique's header. Careful. The moment the warning left his lips, Pique turned to look and was instantly struck with horror. The ball had been cleared from the penalty area. However, Ye Luo, who was initially expected to make a decisive run into the penalty area, inexplicably found himself outside of it. The ball he headed was descending directly towards him. Pique attempted to rush forward, but as he took a single step, Ye Luo, without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, unleashed a thunderous shot. The sound echoed as the ball soared towards the goal in a most peculiar parabolic trajectory. The crisp thud of the ball hitting the net was both resounding and despairing. The Barcelona players gazed into the goal with eyes filled with hopelessness, realizing they had bid farewell to their championship aspirations. With a 2-goal deficit and less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, The chances of leveling the score seemed impossibly slim. They closed their eyes in anguish. Valdez lay on the grass. Despite his attempt to save the shot, it was futile. The ball traveled too swiftly, and by the time he leaped, it had already struck the net. His effort merely served as a backdrop to the goal. Xavi stood with his hands on his hips, gazing skyward, while Suarez leaned on his knees, gasping heavily. Neymar buried his face in his hands and sank to the ground. The dejected Barcelona players became mere scenery against the backdrop of jubilant Arsenal players. The Arsenal squad erupted in euphoria, surging towards Ye Luo from all directions. Their eyes widened, arms outstretched, expressions almost feral as they swept past the stunned Barcelona players like a gust of wind. And what of Barcelona? They appeared as a crumbling, dilapidated castle, creaking under the weight of despair. A hat trick. To describe the chaos further, one must consider the commentators in the broadcast booth. Everyone was in a frenzy. He had achieved a hat trick, marking his 32nd goal in this season's Champions League. Oh my God! Unbelievable! Can you fathom what is unfolding before your eyes? In the Champions League final, a hat trick. He has vanquished Barcelona. Barcelona is finished, trailing by 2 goals. With only a few minutes left in the match, they have lost everything. This goal has sealed their fate. The Arsenal faithful can now rejoice in their impending championship. Arsenal is set to claim their 6th Champions League trophy. Amidst the commentators' rapture, the song of Ye Luo resounded once more. This time, Barcelona's fans need not hold their breath. Defeat was certain. Many sat despondently in their seats, unsure of what to do next. With a 2-goal deficit, the hope of leveling the score had vanished entirely. Enrique stood numbly on the sidelines, having reached the final only to face the bitter taste of second place. He trudged back to the bench, sitting in silence, utterly defeated. This match, Barcelona suffered defeat on all fronts, even in terms of possession. Their overall possession statistics now lag behind their opponents. Arsenal's performance was nothing short of impeccable, truly faultless. Enrique raised his gaze, and within his pupils, the figure of that individual was reflected. On the pitch, Arsenal's number 10 was surrounded, resembling a monarch who had conquered the world. The Arsenal supporters indeed celebrated exuberantly, with even Wenger rushing onto the field in jubilation. The referee issued him a yellow card. However, such cautions held little significance at this juncture. What difference would a red card make? It would not alter the inevitable outcome of Arsenal claiming the Champions League title. As the Arsenal players returned to their half, the match had entered the 85th minute, with merely 5 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the 90-minute encounter. Even with 5 minutes of stoppage time, only 10 minutes remained. Could Barcelona score 2 goals in that time? Unless Arsenal completely dropped their guard, which seemed improbable. Thus, at this moment, the 2-goal deficit had plunged Barcelona's players and fans into despair, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Consequently, most commentators remarked that Yellow's goal had effectively sealed the victory. In the ensuing minutes, as anticipated, Barcelona's players exerted themselves tremendously. Although scoring 2 goals was a daunting task, it was not without precedent in history. Therefore, Barcelona pressed forward in a frenzy, eager to reduce the deficit to a single goal. Perhaps, if fortune smiled upon them, they could extend the match into extra time. Yet, instead of finding the net, they were met with a devastating counterattack from Arsenal. In the 89th minute, Alves's cross was cleared with a powerful kick by Kanté in the box. Up front, Yellow headed the ball, setting up a golden opportunity for Sanchez. In an attempt to thwart Sanchez's advance into the box, Mascherano executed a sliding tackle, bringing Sanchez down, a foul that obliterated a clear scoring opportunity. Even without considering the severity of the tackle, it warranted a red card. Indeed, as the referee approached, Mascherano did not contest the decision. He was aware of the consequences of his actions. He merely shook his head with a wry smile and walked off the field without a backward glance. He sacrificed himself with a red card, preserving a faint theoretical chance for Barcelona to stage a comeback. However, with 1 player less in the following minutes, what threat could Barcelona pose to Arsenal's goal? The answer was dishearteningly clear. Even if they had the chance to take a free kick, Arsenal had already begun to play it safe. They opted for possession rather than a direct shot. The intensity of Barcelona's pressing diminished with the absence of 1 player. Coupled with a decline in morale and the toll of fatigue, the moment the 4th official raised the board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time, it was evident that Barcelona's players were struggling to maintain their pace. Mascherano's red card marked the definitive conclusion of this encounter. At that juncture, the outcome seemed unlikely to alter significantly. Arsenal supporters in the stands rose to their feet, eagerly anticipating the referee's whistle to signal the end of the match. For the Arsenal fans, these 4 minutes felt interminable. During this brief interlude, Arsenal managed to delay the game by holding possession for a full 2 minutes. By the time Barcelona regained control, they were left with just over a minute to mount an offensive. In that fleeting moment, Barcelona failed to orchestrate any meaningful attack. As the match entered its 3rd minute of stoppage time, no one on Arsenal's bench could remain seated. All stood along the sidelines, anxiously and excitedly awaiting the final whistle. Among them stood Wenger, participating in his 5th Champions League final as a manager, having previously lifted the Champions League trophy 3 times. He was on the verge of a 4th triumph. Yet, even with this experience, Wenger felt a surge of excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. As the match approached the 94th minute, a cacophony of whistles erupted from the stands. Arsenal's fans could hardly contain their anticipation. At that moment, Ye Luo secured a high ball in the attacking third, opting not to advance toward the penalty area, but instead directing his efforts toward the corner flag. In that corner, despite their strenuous attempts, Barcelona players could not reclaim the ball, and Ye Luo subsequently earned 2 corner kicks. By this time, the match had long surpassed 94 minutes. Observing that Barcelona had no prospects for an attack, the referee finally blew the whistle to conclude the match. The game was over. Arsenal had triumphed over Barcelona. They were crowned champions. They had claimed the European Championship. This night belonged to Arsenal, as they celebrated their first ever Champions League title. Andy Gray, the English commentator, stood in exhilaration, exclaiming that Arsenal had achieved a feat unimaginable even 2 years prior. They had clinched the Premier League title for 2 consecutive seasons, lifting the trophy in triumph. Their rapid ascent was nothing short of miraculous, leaving many in disbelief. Arsenal's fans in the stands were on the brink of ecstasy, celebrating with wild abandon. Meanwhile, in front of televisions, all Arsenal supporters seemed to lose themselves in the moment, each one roaring with exuberance, fists thrust forward like rockets. Champions! Champions! We are the champions! As the referee's whistle echoed 3 times, the Arsenal players, who had been waiting at the sidelines, surged onto the pitch, joining their 11 comrades in celebration. Wenger, despite his overwhelming excitement, first approached the defeated Enrique to shake hands. Disheartened, Enrique had little inclination for pleasantries. After their handshake, he hurried onto the field to console his distraught Barcelona players, who lay incapacitated by despair. Yet, even Enrique found himself at a loss for words to comfort them, for Barcelona had not showcased their once dominant prowess in this match. They had been outperformed by Arsenal in numerous aspects. What could Enrique possibly say? We did our best, so there's no need for self-reproach? We were simply unlucky? Or the title belongs to the team that performed better? Arsenal did not deserve to win this championship? None of these sentiments felt appropriate, for Enrique himself did not believe them. A loss is simply a loss, a testament to inferiority. He could only pat the shoulders of his heartbroken players, embracing them in silence, offering nothing but a gentle reassurance before moving on to the next. Nearby, the jubilant Arsenal players reveled in their triumph. Congratulations to Arsenal. Observe this exuberant squad. Their uncontainable joy is understandable, for this marks Arsenal's inaugural ascent to the pinnacle of European football. This victory represents the club's first championship trophy in history. They have become the 5th team, following Manchester United, Nottingham Forest, Aston Villa, and Liverpool, to claim the Champions League title, solidifying Arsenal's status as a formidable powerhouse. Arsenal is now the 2nd English team to achieve a treble, concurrently securing the league title, the FA Cup, and the Champions League in a single season. They have triumphed in the treble. Undoubtedly, Ye Luo was the standout performer of this match, his hat-trick propelling Arsenal to this championship. He scored an astonishing 32 goals in this season's Champions League, with cameras ceaselessly capturing his every move. For it was clear to all that he was the pivotal factor in Arsenal's remarkable achievement. Initially, many believed Ye Luo would join elite clubs like Real Madrid, Manchester United, or Barcelona, yet he chose the struggling Arsenal. Now, 2 years later, he has demonstrated through his actions that with him, any team can become a powerhouse. Any team can attain greatness. During the post-match analysis, Duan Xian eloquently recounted Ye Luo's accomplishments since joining Arsenal, evoking profound sentiments. For the 2nd time in 3 years, he lifted the Champions League trophy. He has almost become synonymous with victory itself. On the television screen, Ye Luo sprinted, turning down numerous interview requests until he reached the substitutes bench. From his kit bag, he retrieved a vibrant object, which he unfurled to reveal a striking red flag, the national flag of Longwa. As the devoted fans of Longwa stay up late to watch the match, their spirits are stirred upon witnessing this flag. This very flag has been raised high on countless podiums during sports award ceremonies, symbolizing victory. However, in the realm of football, a sport of immense influence and undeniable supremacy, sightings of this flag are rare, particularly at championship award ceremonies. Including this occasion, it has only appeared twice, both times in connection with Ye Luo. The previous instance was when Ye Luo donned this flag while celebrating his UEFA Champions League triumph. In the realm of Longwa football, he is the sole figure capable of elevating the nation's flag to the pinnacle of football accolades. Some critics within the country argue that Ye Luo is unpatriotic, questioning why he does not serve his country. Even if he has disputes with the Longwa Football Association, should he not, for the sake of the nation, set aside these grievances and represent his country? After all, it is the Football Association that has wronged him, not the nation itself. Fans across Longwa yearn to see him in the national team jersey on the World Cup stage. Now, witnessing this moment, many of those critics find themselves at a loss for words. You, Longwa Football Association, are impressive. Can you manage to let the national flag grace the championship podium? Ye Luo has achieved it. He is the pride of the nation, the pride of all Longwa. As he stands adorned with the crimson flag, many are moved to tears. The chapter concludes. Chapter 129, Defending the Title. The bright red flag flutters in the wind, and the camera focuses intently on Ye Luo. He applauds the stance, embraces his teammates, and holds the match ball tightly. The referees approach for a photograph, while the Barcelona players, coming to their senses, gracefully accept their defeat. Xavi approaches Ye Luo to offer his congratulations. Thank you, Ye Luo replies. Xavi, having lost the final, pats Ye Luo on the shoulder and turns away. This stadium no longer belongs to them. Messi takes a deep breath, internalizing his disappointment. He knows that unless he secures the World Cup title in Brazil this summer, the Ballon d'Or is likely to belong to Ye Luo again. He is a treble winner, having shattered 2 terrifying goal records, with his tally for the season reaching an astonishing 102 goals. This year, he is poised to surpass the 100-goal mark. Messi cannot fathom the level of excellence he must achieve in the World Cup to overshadow Ye Luo's stellar season. He approaches Ye Luo. Congratulations, Ye, he says. Thank you. Your performance was outstanding, Messi adds. From this moment on, I shall be your pursuer. I will not let you catch up, replies Ye Luo. Messi nods earnestly and then turns to leave. As the players and fans of Barcelona gradually exit the bright stadium, the scene unfolds. The entire stadium has been transformed into a sea of Arsenal's financial salvation and jubilant fans. Journalists fervently pursued every Arsenal player, as flashes illuminated every moment within the venue, capturing the ecstatic celebrations of the team. Undoubtedly, the standout performer of this match, the unequivocal champion of this season's Champions League, and the finest player throughout the European campaign, is Ye Luo. Naturally, he became the focal point for the media. Facing the cameras, Ye Luo turned around, presenting his back to the lens, with both thumbs gesturing towards the national flag, signaling the reporters to capture the grandeur of this magnificent banner behind him, radiant red and resplendent, merging beautifully with the moment's brilliance. Soon after, the reporters encircled him, insistent on extracting a statement from Ye Luo. With calm composure, he addressed the microphones, expressing, "I am thrilled to lift the Champions League trophy for the second time. This is truly an exhilarating moment, and I assure you, we shall return at this time next year." The journalists were taken aback. Ye Luo's intent was unmistakable. He aimed to defend the Champions League title. However, since the reformation of the Champions League, no team has succeeded in defending their title. The tranquility with which Ye Luo uttered these words might be attributed to his overwhelming excitement. Perhaps he would wake the following morning unsure of what he had said. Ye Luo understood that the reporters were skeptical of his declarations, yet he was earnest. For him, the passion for football remains undiminished. In truth, this season has left him with a tinge of regret. Wenger had relinquished the League Cup, resulting in Arsenal merely claiming a treble this season. Nonetheless, if given the chance, Ye Luo yearns to pursue a quadruple. No, next season, he aspires to vie for a septuple. The Premier League, the Champions League, the League Cup, the FA Cup, the Community Shield, the UEFA Super Cup, and the FIFA Club World Cup. Yes, a septuple. The mere thought of potentially achieving this next season ignites Ye Luo's spirit and fervor. A septuple. Has anyone accomplished this before? Certainly not. The only team to have claimed a treble in the Premier League is Manchester United, but now Arsenal shall be added to that illustrious list. Other major leagues primarily feature a singular prestigious cup competition. For instance, Barcelona has achieved a sextuple merely because La Liga's cup competition is the Copa del Rey. Unlike the Premier League, which boasts both the FA Cup and the League Cup, seizing a septuple is indeed a formidable challenge. However, Ye Luo is eager to embrace the challenge. The greater the obstacle, the more invigorated and motivated he becomes. He not only aims to defend the Champions League title, but also aspires to secure a three-peat and a four-peat. Perhaps one day he may grow weary of victories. But that time is not now. As for the thoughts of the team he represents, he remains indifferent. The journalists wore expressions of complexity. Ye Luo's performance this season undeniably merits the title of the strongest player in history. Never before has there been such a monstrous athlete. Moreover, this prodigy has never suffered an injury. His physical condition is so extraordinary that it raises suspicions of him being a robot. He never exhibits fatigue. And what is more significant is his youth. However, many journalists believe that Ye Luo's ambition to defend the UEFA Champions League title is fraught with challenges. The difficulties are magnified, as following their triumph in the Champions League this season, Arsenal has become the focal point of scrutiny for all other teams. They have become the target of criticism and will encounter formidable resistance in the Champions League. Internally, one must ponder whether the Arsenal players, having achieved such accolades, will still possess the motivation to strive for new honors. Will they become complacent, resting on their laurels? Such concerns are not mere flights of fancy. History provides ample precedent for such occurrences. The hunger for victory is a crucial component in maintaining a team's competitive spirit. A team that loses its sense of hunger may falter at critical moments, unable to withstand the pressure from their opponents. Often, in knockout stages of competitions like the Champions League, a moment of resolve can determine progression or elimination. After securing the Champions League title and achieving a treble, Arsenal's players are undoubtedly celebrated and renowned worldwide. With fame and fortune at their feet, will they continue to yearn for further championship glory? Furthermore, the gap in strength among Europe's elite clubs appears to be narrowing. In this context, it is not surprising that no team has successfully defended their Champions League title since the tournament's reformation. Additionally, the current European football landscape is characterized by intense competition. In La Liga, both Real Madrid and Barcelona boast remarkably balanced and star-studded lineups. Atletico Madrid, under Simeone, is gradually challenging the dominance of these two giants with their distinctive, aggressive style of play. In Serie A, Juventus is on the path to resurgence. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich's supremacy seems unassailable. In the Premier League, clubs such as Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea invest heavily each season to bolster their squads. The difficulty of defending a title is thus apparent. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether Arsenal can retain their core lineup. The club is burdened with substantial debt incurred from the construction of their new stadium, and they must sell players each season to service this debt. Although winning the Champions League this season will significantly contribute to their finances, who can predict whether their owner will increase investment? Arsenal faces numerous challenges in the upcoming season. End of chapter 130. Bring it on. As the Arsenal players reveled in their victory on the pitch, the official staff of the Champions League busied themselves with the construction of the podium. Once the podium was complete, the first to receive their accolades were the runners-up, Barcelona, although they were entitled to a medal as a consolation prize. The players of Barcelona could hardly find joy in their Champions League runner-up medal. This token served as a constant reminder of their misfortune, for they had reached the finals yet failed to secure the championship, returning home with nothing more than a second-place medal. Who truly cares about being the runner-up? At least the Barcelona players did not. Their expressions were far from jubilant as they approached the podium to collect their awards. Upon descending, each player swiftly removed the medal from around their necks and tucked it into their pockets, feeling no sense of honor in this second-place recognition. Meanwhile, the Catalan commentators were desperately attempting to console Barcelona's fans, proclaiming that while they may not have secured the championship, their performance was commendable. A hat trick is merely luck. Scoring twice demonstrates true skill. Aside from the trophy, Barcelona has achieved everything, they asserted, although their remarks seemed rather far-fetched. Messi, after receiving his medal from Platini with a faint smile, was comforted by him, who said, "Leo, Do not be disheartened. Your performance was exceptional, albeit slightly unfortunate. Platini, of course, was supportive of Messi, harboring little fondness for the player Ye Luo, who had once disrespected him during a celebration while playing for Malaga. This incident lingered in Platini's memory. However, his words of consolation appeared to have little effect. Messi managed a strained smile as he shook Platini's hand, and immediately after stepping off the podium, he removed the medal. He had no desire for a second-place accolade. Platini understood Messi's sentiments, yet what could he do? As the UEFA president, his role was limited. He could only make subtle adjustments during the draw and arrange the referees as he saw fit. Beyond that, his power was constrained. The UEFA president found himself in a position of helplessness, acknowledging Ye Luo's prowess, which perhaps even surpassed Messi's, yet lamenting Ye Luo's rudeness. How could one oppose the UEFA president over a mere questionable call? It was simply impolite. At that moment, the Arsenal players ascended the podium. Platini straightened his attire slightly, preparing to present the awards to Arsenal. His disdain for Arsenal's triumph stemmed entirely from his animosity towards Ye Luo, thus extending to the team he represented. Nevertheless, some formalities were necessary, and Platini quickly donned a professional smile as he began to award the Arsenal players. He is set to award gold medals to each player and coach before presenting the Champions League trophy to Arsenal's captain. Coincidentally, the first to approach is Arsenal's captain, Ye Luo, whose radiant smile seems to mock Platini, causing his expression to become increasingly strained. Faced with the beaming Ye Luo, Platini ultimately says nothing. Instead of placing the medal around the player's neck as per tradition, he retrieves a medal and hands it directly to Ye Luo. Ye Luo rolls his eyes, accepts it, and promptly walks away. However, Platini chuckles to himself, feeling he has finally gained the upper hand over Ye Luo, which lightens his mood considerably. As he presents awards to the Arsenal players, he appears more at ease, wearing a casual, friendly smile. Yet, soon he must confront Ye Luo again, as the trophy must be handed to the captain. When Ye Luo and Arteta arrive at Platini's side, the sight of Ye Luo's smile causes Platini's expression to stiffen. Momentarily taken aback, he senses Ye Luo's irritation. Are you going to give us the trophy or not? Hand it over. Ye Luo steps forward and nearly snatches the trophy from Platini's grasp. Platini's face tightens, struggling to maintain his professional smile. Unfazed, Ye Luo passes one end of the trophy to Arteta. Together, they grasp the handles of the coveted trophy, bestowing it upon Arsenal's two captains. The commentators' excitement escalates, and the crowd's attention shifts entirely to the trophy, oblivious to Platini's discomfort. From the stands, a low murmur of anticipation rises. In the next moment, both captains raise the Champions League trophy high above their heads, and the crowd erupts in a thunderous cheer. Long live Arsenal! We are the champions! The jubilant roar ascends into the heavens. Above the Emirates Stadium, countless red and white confetti falls like a celebratory rain. The stadium's speakers resonate with Queen's iconic "We Are the Champions." Amidst the melody, Ye Luo and Arteta lift the trophy, surrounded by teammates reaching out to touch the emblem of European football's highest honor. Each face radiates excitement and joy. Champions! Champions! We are the champions! The exhilaration is palpable as everyone rejoices. This trophy represents the sweetest fruit of their season. Subsequently, each player takes their turn at the podium, reveling in the moment of holding the trophy. The Champions League final has finally drawn to a close, and the season of fierce battles and struggles has become a cherished memory. After returning to the locker room, the Arsenal players eagerly gathered to capture photos with the championship trophy, subsequently sharing these moments on their social media platforms via smartphones. However, Ye Luo chose a different path. He opted to change his attire in the locker room after the celebratory moments. As the captain of the team, he had the responsibility to oversee the arrangements for the festivities ahead, ensuring that the celebrations were well organized. Being a captain is indeed a formidable task. Once the match concluded, they were set to enjoy a delightful evening, especially since the team would not embark on their journey back until the following day. This night was theirs to revel in, a time for unfettered enjoyment. Wenger, too, would not impose any restrictions, having acknowledged that the season's final match had concluded. With the season at an end, the usual disciplinary measures could be set aside, allowing everyone to indulge in merriment. This was a well-deserved reprieve after a season of hard work. In the following chapter, the ambition of the seven-time champions, the Arsenal players awoke late the next day, having celebrated exuberantly the night before. Fortunately, their flight was not scheduled for an early departure. allowing them to leisurely savor lunch before gathering their belongings and boarding the bus to the airport. In London, a grand celebratory event was poised for their arrival. The Champions Parade would take place in North London, following a designated route for the float procession, culminating in a grand celebration at the Emirates Stadium. At that moment, the four gleaming trophies won by Arsenal during the season, the UEFA Champions League, Premier League, FA Cup, and Community Shield, would be displayed, showcasing Arsenal's glory to the world. After a flight exceeding 2 hours, the plane carrying the Arsenal players touched down at the airport. Congratulations were in order for the players and their fans, who had brought home the European Championship trophy. Prior to landing, the captain circled the aircraft around the airport, eliciting applause and cheers from the passengers. Gazing out the window, one could observe throngs of people surrounding the airport. "Goodness, there are so many," someone exclaimed. Thankfully, the crowd was unable to surge onto the tarmac. Otherwise, the airport would have been overwhelmed. Security personnel diligently maintained order, assuaging the excitement of the Arsenal supporters. As the plane landed, when Arteta and Ye Luo, the two captains, emerged from the cabin bearing the championship trophy, the cheer from the crowd resonated to the heavens. They stood upon the platform, proudly displaying the trophy, before descending the stairway amidst a flurry of camera flashes that continued unabated. Media reporters surrounded them, capturing the moment. Microphones were extended to each Arsenal player, who enthusiastically waved to the fervent fans while responding to the reporters' inquiries. "We are ecstatic. I barely slept last night. I even wanted to cuddle the trophy for the night. But alas, the boss wouldn't allow it. What a thrill." The journalists, at this moment, refrained from posing any challenging questions to the Arsenal players, which resulted in a joyful atmosphere. The team bus was already stationed in the airport parking lot, accompanied by 3 police motorcycles ahead. Once the players boarded the bus, the motorcycles activated their sirens and flashing lights, signaling the commencement of the procession. The Arsenal players settled into the upper deck of the double-decker bus. The weather was splendid. Basking in the warmth of the sun, excited fans gazed at the bus as players took turns emerging with the championship trophy to celebrate. The gleaming trophy captivated the hearts of Arsenal supporters. As Ye Luo raised the UEFA Champions League trophy, fans lining the streets erupted into cheers, shouting his name. Ye Luo lifted the trophy in response to their fervent applause. That evening, at the Emirates Stadium, a grand celebration commenced. The stadium was filled to capacity, with many fans unable to enter, gathering outside to soak in the festive atmosphere. Each trophy unveiled by the Arsenal players was met with resounding cheers, with the loudest applause reserved for the Champions League trophy. Following the trophy presentation, it was time for the captain's speech. Ye Luo, microphone in hand, surveyed the eager crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the stadium. His gaze shifted to the 4 championship trophies before turning to the stands. "I had prepared a speech," Ye Luo began, "but unfortunately, I can't remember a single word. Perhaps my excitement has taken over." His sheepish admission elicited laughter from the fans. He waved his hand and continued, "But that's not the crux of the matter. What I wish to convey is that this championship is not the conclusion. It is merely the beginning. I could share my personal ambitions and dreams with you. Next season, I aim to defend our Champions League title, to reclaim the Premier League, and to secure both the League Cup and the FA Cup. In essence, I intend to seize every championship." The fans stood in stunned silence, surprised by Ye Luo's bold declaration. The atmosphere in the stadium grew still. Ye Luo, noticing their astonishment, smiled. "What's wrong? Do you not believe me? It's simple. Let us reconvene here in a year. I promise to bring you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 championship trophies. The Community Shield, the UEFA Super Cup, the League Cup, the FA Cup, the Club World Cup, the Premier League, and the Champions League." Ye Luo counted off on his fingers. "We shall achieve a 7-time champion. No, not just once, multiple times, countless times." After a brief moment of silence, the Emirates Stadium erupted in exhilaration. Arsenal fans cheered with abandon, united in their faith in Ye Luo, for this was his promise. A promise he had made. There has never been a moment of unfulfilled promises. The media reporters were utterly astonished, left speechless by Ye Luo's ambition. Numerous journalists opened their mouths, yet words eluded them. Given Arsenal's formidable performance this season, they indeed have the right to make such statements. Ye Luo's Arsenal is undeniably powerful. Unsurprisingly, Ye Luo's proclamation graced the headlines of global media the following day. 7-time champions? The Arsenal King's Declaration. This was the headline from the North London Evening News. The championship celebration naturally became the focal point of media coverage. However, even this celebration could not overshadow the impact of Ye Luo's words. After announcing his ambitions, the Champions League title and Arsenal's victory celebration became secondary topics of discussion. Ye Luo's aspirations completely eclipsed the excitement surrounding these events. Seven-time champions. Seven-time champions. This is an unprecedented achievement. Can someone with such ambition as Ye Luo truly realize the feat of becoming seven-time champions? Does he possess the genuine capability, or is he merely indulging in grandiose claims? It is essential to recognize that while Arsenal has secured 4 titles this season, which is indeed impressive, such success does not guarantee victory in the next season. Football is not merely a mathematical game of comparing apparent strengths. If that were the case, there would be no need to play the matches. One could simply compare the market values of players to predict the champions of each season. However, reality tells a different story. Even teams with high market value can experience defeat. After all, even the French national team has fallen to the Dragon Kingdom's national team. The FA Cup has witnessed professional teams being eliminated by semi-professional ones, highlighting that football is not solely a contest of the strong prevailing. Upsets are, in fact, one of the captivating aspects of the sport, particularly in knockout formats, which inherently brim with the potential for surprises. To clinch the Champions League title, one must possess not only skill but also a measure of fortune. Luck is the most elusive of factors. This season, Arsenal's luck cannot be deemed wholly good or bad. They have often relied on Ye Luo's brilliance to secure last-minute victories against opponents. Yet, form is a fickle companion. What if Ye Luo's performance slightly declines next season? What if Arsenal faces a wave of injuries? What if they encounter a grueling schedule laden with formidable adversaries? What if they are subjected to critical refereeing errors during matches? What if unexpected upsets occur in knockout rounds? The realm of football is rife with unpredictability. A mere twist of fate can thwart even the most diligent efforts. Moreover, aspiring to excel on multiple fronts poses a significant test of Arsenal's squad depth. Seven-time champions, excluding titles such as the Community Shield, Super Cup, and Club World Cup, which can be secured through just a handful of matches. The Champions League, the Premier League, the League Cup, and the FA Cup, 4 competitions to contend with. Rotation is imperative. Can Arsenal's bench depth sustain such a demanding schedule? Will they withstand the trials that come with an all-out assault? By expressing such sentiments, Yellow undoubtedly places considerable pressure on Arsenal. Consequently, many believe he has become overly exuberant, perhaps speaking nonsensically. After all, it is easy to dismiss grandiose claims. In truth, Arsenal supporters remain skeptical about their team's prospects of clinching a treble of titles next season. A treble? What a jest! The achievements of this season were beyond their wildest dreams, and they are already immensely satisfied. Many have even prepared themselves for a slight regression in the upcoming season. As fluctuations are the norm for any team, where can one find a club that remains perpetually dominant? Thus, Arsenal's fans express contentment, refraining from extravagant aspirations. They fear that excessive greed might offend the goddess of fortune, jeopardizing their team's luck in the next season. Yet, little did they know that Yellow harbored even greater ambitions. He audaciously seeks all the championships. Such an attitude seems rather unbecoming. Naturally, Arsenal's supporters will not cast blame upon Yellow, for they are ardent admirers of his. Following his declarations, the fans immediately rallied behind him unconditionally, resolved that even if they fall short of their goals next season, it would not be of great consequence. The crux lies in demonstrating their unwavering support for Yellow. Soon, his proclamations reverberated throughout the media, garnering significant attention, including extensive coverage within the Dragon Kingdom. Many became aware of Yellow's bold assertions regarding the pursuit of a treble. Some expressed astonishment, questioning whether Yellow had become overly euphoric. After all, even Barcelona has yet to achieve such a feat. This season's quadruple is already commendable, but aiming for a treble seems daunting. Securing the Champions League title for 2 consecutive seasons is nearly impossible, and Arsenal's form may decline next season, a pattern consistent with historical trends. Historically, when a team reaches its zenith, there is often a slight descent before another rise, followed by further fluctuations. To many, this season represents Arsenal's pinnacle, and it seems implausible that they could surpass it in the following season. Thus, a decline in performance is an expectation shared by most. Others mockingly inquire whether he has lost his sanity, suggesting that this season's monumental success has caused him to lose his composure. Such hubris could invite misfortune. There are also voices of caution urging restraint. Why tempt fate? Such bold declarations could lead to disappointment if not fulfilled. Is it not wiser to adopt a more modest approach? Ye Luo, however, was fully aware that his words would incite a whirlwind of opinions. Yet for him, this is not merely a statement. It is a commitment and a source of motivation. Incentivizing the Arsenal players also serves as a motivation for oneself. He is well aware that after this season, several players from Arsenal will attract the attention of elite clubs. He remains indifferent to those who may depart. However, he hopes that those who stay will share his fervor, ambition, and insatiable hunger for success. Moreover, when has Ye Luo ever failed to fulfill a promise? The pinnacle is merely another base to conquer. On his social media account, Ye Luo posted a succinct message, a few words to convey to all the skeptics, the resigned, the advisors, and the supporters that he is not jesting. Following the championship celebration, the team was granted a holiday. Players are to utilize this time for vacation and relaxation after a grueling season. Their nerves and bodies are taut to the extreme, necessitating a proper rest to alleviate their tense mindset and recharge physically. However, for the club's other staff members, including the coaching team, their season is not yet concluded. Naturally, their holiday has yet to commence as the club must begin preparations for the upcoming season post-haste. The focus is primarily on the transfer market. Wenger is quite satisfied with the current starting lineup. However, it is normal for some fringe veterans to depart. Players like Alex Song, Gervinho, Diaby, and Walcott, who are undoubtedly on the periphery, are certain to leave this transfer window. Giroud is likely dissatisfied with his standing within the team, given that he ranks behind Kane in the pecking order. At times, Ye Luo even occupies the central position, making Giroud's potential departure quite reasonable. Once the golden boy of Arsenal, Wilshere now finds himself low in the lineup. Cazorla's substitute is B. Silva, making him the third in the sequence for the attacking midfield position, prompting Wilshere to contemplate his future. Thus, this season will witness numerous departures, particularly among fringe players. With some leaving, others must arrive. Wenger believes that Arsenal does not require extensive reinforcements this season. Rather, it suffices to acquire substitutes for specific positions. For instance, bolstering the center-back position is essential, and in the left-back role, Gibbs has not developed as anticipated, while Monreal needs a stronger competitor. In summary, this season's Arsenal aims to fill gaps and enhance the depth of the bench. With this objective in mind, Wenger and his coaching staff have commenced preparations for the next season. Chapter 132. Reinforcements for the new season for Wenger. He harbors no concerns regarding Ye Luo's lofty ambitions. He is concerned that Ye Luo may have lost his motivation, content with his current achievements. Nevertheless, Ye Luo has already etched his name into the annals of football history. During the off-season, Ye Luo was quite busy. Yet, amidst his bustling schedule, he carved out time to be with his family, opting for a 2-week retreat at home rather than indulging in a typical holiday like most players. He spent his time watching dramas and films. Soon, he would be traveling the globe for various commercial engagements. After all, he is currently the footballer with the highest commercial value in the world. Indeed, the most commercially valuable sports star overall. For Ye Luo, this summer has been a bountiful harvest, not only securing championships on the field, but also accumulating wealth off it. Mendes's team possesses formidable skills in commercial development. Moreover, given Ye Luo's esteemed status in the football realm, does he even need to actively seek out opportunities? Countless companies are queuing up to invest in him. In this context, Mendes's commercial team focuses not on expanding their portfolio, but on making judicious selections. Brands that could tarnish Ye Luo's personal image, no matter how lucrative, will never secure his endorsement. Only those companies with substantial positive influence within their industry are deemed worthy. Nevertheless, this summer, Ye Luo has signed numerous endorsement deals across a variety of products and sectors, making his image ubiquitous. The media has naturally become intrigued by Ye Luo's total income for the year. This figure is quite straightforward to calculate, as the specifics are publicly available. A simple review of published reports suffices, for Ye Luo does not conceal his earnings. He dutifully pays his taxes, firmly against any form of tax evasion. Consequently, it is relatively easy for the media to gather this information. Firstly, his salary from the club stands at 23 million annually, a fixed sum. Additionally, there are various bonuses, goal bonuses, match-winning bonuses, and championship bonuses, culminating in an after-tax sum of over 10 million. Thus, at the club, Ye Luo's take-home pay amounts to approximately 35 million, constituting nearly 40% of Arsenal's total salary expenditure. However, this investment is undoubtedly justified. Without Ye Luo, Arsenal would have lost at least 100 million last season. Regarding commercial endorsements, excluding new contracts and focusing solely on existing agreements, media reports indicate that Ye Luo's endorsement income alone reaches an astounding 78 million annually. This income positions Ye Luo as the highest-earning player in world football, surpassing even the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. Moreover, he remains far ahead. It is quite a challenge for Messi and others to catch up. This is merely a conservative estimate. The endorsements signed by Ye Luo this summer have yet to be accounted for. A rough calculation reveals that Ye Luo's commercial endorsements exceed 100 million euros annually. Coupled with other sources of income, he easily surpasses 200 million euros a year. As Ye Luo's fame continues to grow and his performance improves, his earnings will undoubtedly increase further. Perhaps in the end, the income he may achieve will reach astronomical figures. Given that he is from the Dragon Nation, the Dragon Nation market is the largest single market in the world. Having spent over a month domestically, Ye Luo was frequently questioned about the national team. After all, it is a recurring topic. However, his responses have been rather consistent, firmly indicating that he would not compromise with the Football Association. Regardless, neither the Dragon Nation media nor its fans have witnessed the day Ye Luo concedes. This is not merely a matter of stubbornness on the part of the Football Association. Just consider the conditions Ye Luo has proposed: a complete overhaul of the national team, the Football Association relinquishing its management of all levels of national teams, the establishment of specialized youth training management institutions, and the stipulation that revenues from the Chinese Super League and the national teams must not be submitted to the central authority, but rather be utilized for the establishment of youth training centers at various levels. Reflect on these demands. Are they conditions that the Football Association could possibly accept? Would they dare to agree? To put it mildly, the stipulation that revenues from the Chinese Super League and national teams not be submitted to the central authority is a non-starter. Otherwise, let's not even mention the personal incomes of various bureaucrats. Without the financial return from football, the only sport in the Dragon Nation that can generate revenue from the market, how could the sports administration fund the Olympic strategies for sports like gymnastics, diving, weightlifting, and shooting, which genuinely require financial support from above? Do they possess commercial value? Have you noticed? Gymnastics might be worth a glance, provided the outfits are a tad shorter. Thus, Ye Luo's demands starkly expose the underlying issues of a nation renowned for its gold medals. Is this something that can be ignored? If it were to be fully realized, what would become of the political achievements of the sports administration's leaders? Would they still be able to ascend the ranks? What? You argue that sports should be accessible to all, and the enhancement of the populace's physical fitness is more paramount than gold medals? You are indeed correct. But does improved health lead to promotion? It does not, you see. Moreover, gold medals can be obtained with relative ease by focusing on the 5 major categories of women's gymnastics, with rigorous training and professional approaches to amateur athletes. Victory is attainable. However, promoting sports and fitness for the entire populace? That is exceedingly difficult. After all these years, have we made any significant progress? Contemporary male university students hardly boast the ability to perform a single pull-up. Therefore, Ye Luo's demands clearly aim to sever the vital interests of those in charge. This is an impossibility. For Ye Luo, his primary focus remains on competition. Currently, he possesses but 1 Ballon d'Or, while this season Arsenal has achieved a remarkable quadruple victory. Ye Luo possesses such formidable statistics that his acquisition of this season's Ballon d'Or would come as no surprise. Nevertheless, he currently holds only 2 Ballon d'Or trophies, trailing behind Lionel Messi, who has claimed 3. Ye Luo's aspiration is to surpass Messi in the number of these prestigious awards. Meanwhile, Arsenal Football Club has not remained idle. This summer, while a complete overhaul is unnecessary, the club must still augment its roster with several substitutes and young talents. The depth of the bench is an indispensable element of team strength. Last season, it was widely acknowledged that Arsenal's starting lineup was formidable. With a complete squad, they could even dominate formidable opponents such as Barcelona. However, an influx of injuries revealed that the capabilities of the substitutes fell short. To contend for all championships in the upcoming season, enhancing bench strength is imperative. Naturally, should players of sufficient caliber to contend for starting positions become available. Arsenal would seize the opportunity, as healthy competition is essential. Such competition fosters diligence among the starting players and cultivates a conducive atmosphere for the team as progress. Wenger remains exceptionally occupied, primarily focusing on the selection of a central defender. He has set his sights on Toby Alderweireld, the Belgian defender currently at Ajax. Undoubtedly, Alderweireld is among the most coveted central defenders by numerous elite clubs in top-tier leagues. Last season, he enjoyed a remarkable campaign at Ajax. The 2012 to 2013 season marked a pinnacle of success for Alderweireld, as he not only participated in the UEFA Champions League for 3 consecutive years, but also contributed to Ajax's 3rd consecutive Eredivisie title. Throughout these league campaigns, Alderweireld was a key figure, consistently starting as the central defender. He scored 3 goals this season, including 2 in league matches against Zwolle and 20, with the remaining goal coming during the first leg of the UEFA Europa League round of 32 against Steaua Bucharest. Moreover, Alderweireld's contract with Ajax is entering its final year. At the age of 24, he is approaching the golden years of his career and is likely contemplating a move to a larger league. Although Ajax is a prominent European club with 4 Champions League trophies, the attention on the Eredivisie is regrettably minimal. Thus, Ajax has become a nurturing ground for stars destined for the top 5 leagues. Consequently, should the price be right, bringing Alderweireld to the Emirates Stadium should not pose a significant challenge. However, Arsenal faces considerable competition from clubs such as Atletico Madrid, Napoli, Everton, and AC Milan. Having extended an olive branch to Alderweireld, it becomes evident that compared to Arsenal, the other clubs hold little advantage. After all, Arsenal is the reigning champion of the Champions League. Thus, upon receiving Arsenal's call, Alderweireld exhibited no hesitation in declining Atletico Madrid's invitation, choosing instead to embrace Arsenal. However, the player's desire to join is merely the beginning. The crux lies in the negotiations with Ajax. Principally, Ajax would not obstruct Alderweireld's departure, as they have accepted their role as a purveyor of talent. The negotiations proceeded seamlessly, and soon, the club's first signing of the summer was secured. Arsenal acquired the central defender Alderweireld from Ajax for a fee of £8 million. It must be said that Arsenal's actions were remarkably swift. On June 8th, Arsenal and Ajax officially announced the completion of the transfer negotiations, marking Alderweireld's formal arrival at Arsenal. The announcement took many media outlets by surprise, as Arsenal quietly orchestrated the season's inaugural signing. This suggests that Arsenal is not reveling in the glory of the previous season, but instead is promptly engaging in vigorous actions within the transfer market. While Alderweireld's transfer alone does not convey much, the symbolic significance of this deal outweighs its practical implications. It signifies that Arsenal's ambitions for the upcoming season remain undiminished. With aspirations for greater achievements, at the very least, they aim to continue their pursuit of the championship. This serves as a signal to Arsenal's competitors. All of Arsenal's rivals should recognize that the club's appetite remains unquenched, and they are still brimming with drive. This, I believe, is what truly renders Arsenal formidable. One media outlet remarked that Alderweireld remains unaware that he has unwittingly become a symbol of Arsenal's ambition. It is clear that Arsenal will not stop at signing Alderweireld alone this season. Their next target is Southampton's left back, Luke Shaw, while Monreal is a competent right back. He lacks competition, and Shaw's style diverges from Monreal's. Shaw, young and swift, boasts formidable assisting capabilities, while Monreal's approach is comparatively conservative. Hence, in selecting a left back, the choice can be tailored to counter the varying styles of opponents. Luke Shaw, a rising star in England and a newly minted national team member, presents a greater challenge to acquire than Alderweireld. After all, he is a homegrown talent, sought after by numerous top clubs. In the Premier League, clubs with homegrown players often enjoy certain advantages. Coupled with media hype, the value of English homegrown players tends to be inflated. On the Transfermarkt website, Shaw's market value is listed at €10 million. However, Leon understands. Desiring to acquire a young England international for a mere €10 million seems nothing short of a fanciful dream. The valuation of €10 million would likely require at least £20 million to secure such a player. Moreover, one must contend with numerous competitors in this endeavor. Not to mention, Southampton may not even be inclined to part with him. Nevertheless, in the competitive realm of the Premier League, it is prudent to ensure that your squad includes several homegrown talents. Luke Shaw, with his remarkable speed, youth, and dynamic presence, is indeed capable of vying for a starting position alongside Monreal. However, Shaw faces an abundance of choices. As the previous season drew to a close, reports emerged indicating Manchester United's determined interest in Shaw. Additionally, the financial powerhouses of Manchester City and Chelsea have also cast their eyes upon him, with Liverpool showing interest as well. Southampton is acutely aware that retaining Shaw is an impossibility, thus they welcome the competition among such prestigious clubs. The more suitors there are, the higher the price will soar. Currently valued at $18 million by Transfermarkt, Shaw could potentially see his price multiply significantly amidst this fierce competition. For Arsenal, the challenge of negotiating a transfer fee is one aspect, but equally important is Shaw's personal inclination. Faced with numerous options, he may not necessarily choose Arsenal, making the task of securing him far more daunting than acquiring Alderweireld. In light of this, Wenger personally invited Shaw for a meeting, where the two convened at a hotel in London. Wenger expressed his admiration for Shaw's abilities and began to outline Arsenal's grand ambitions. However, the media had already disseminated much of this information, leaving Shaw seemingly disinterested, as evidenced by the lack of any significant change in demeanor from him or his agent. Thus, Wenger had to employ a bold strategy. Next season, our objective is to claim every championship. This proclamation indeed carried a profound impact, leaving both individuals momentarily speechless. Chapter 133. The summer transfer window. Wenger is acutely aware that, from a talent perspective, many England internationals are significantly overpriced. Yet, as the saying goes, rarity enhances value. In the Premier League, the worth of homegrown players extends beyond mere performance on the pitch. After all, the referees in the Premier League are quite astute in their judgments. The more illustrious English talents within a squad, the greater the likelihood of garnering favorable treatment from officials. Furthermore, the media environment tends to be more lenient as well. Coupled with the Premier League's homegrown player regulations, a capable young star is naturally the center of attention. Even if purchased at a premium, such acquisitions can, at times, prove worthwhile. Wenger understands precisely what players prioritize. When it comes to salary, Arsenal does not hold a significant advantage. Comparisons with super-rich clubs like Manchester City or globally renowned teams like Manchester United, which boast unparalleled commercial value and revenue, further underscore this reality. Arsenal's salary levels pale in comparison to those of Chelsea and are on par with Liverpool. Consequently, the club lacks the financial clout to attract players solely through monetary incentives. Thus, the sole avenue for Arsenal to entice elite players lies in its illustrious history, specifically the confidence instilled by the presence of yellow. While Arsenal may not possess abundant funds, they are endowed with yellow, and with yellow comes the assurance of championships. Possessing titles enables the club to attract ambitious players who aspire for greatness. Should Luke Shaw embody such a player, he would undoubtedly be intrigued by Arsenal's aspirations and ambitions. Indeed, upon hearing Wenger's words, Luke Shaw remained silent, yet his agent was taken aback. "Mr. Arsene, all the championships you mentioned." "Yes. We aim to secure every title Arsenal is eligible for next season. That is our goal." Wenger turned his gaze towards Shaw, who wore a look of incredulity. After all, he was merely a burgeoning star at Southampton, and the notion of championships seemed distant. Yet, Wenger's words resonated in his mind, as a voice within urged him to believe. Wenger was sincere in his intentions. They truly aimed to achieve this goal, having been last season's treble winners. Joining Arsenal would mean acquiring numerous titles, for their squad boasts yellow. "Did yellow say that?" Shaw inquired. A faint smile graced Wenger's lips. With yellow's presence, Arsenal's allure to young talents soared exponentially. Currently, yellow stands as the world's foremost player, and a multitude of aspiring youngsters yearn to follow in his footsteps. Indeed, Wenger affirmed, "Last season, we clinched the treble. Yet prior to the season's commencement, none of us had set our sights on the Champions League title. It was Yellow who steadfastly believed we possessed the capability to secure it. At the time, we all thought he was delusional. Was winning the Champions League truly feasible? Especially while not relinquishing our domestic pursuits. Yet, as you have witnessed, we became treble champions. When the previous season concluded, he declared we would conquer all titles. Do we have any reason to doubt him now?" Wenger spread his hands in a gesture of openness. "You may doubt me, but can you doubt Yellow? He has always delivered on his promises." Shaw inhaled deeply at these words, fully aware of Yellow's prowess, having faced him on the pitch. However, at that time, Shaw was merely a fledgling, a nameless novice in comparison to Ye Luo. It was only after their encounter that Shaw truly comprehended Ye Luo's extraordinary talent. He recognized his own capabilities. Understanding the journey that lay ahead, one might aspire to become an exceptional player, to secure a starting position in a Premier League team. However, when compared to a formidable contender like Ye Luo, a player often hailed as one of the greatest in football history, the difference is akin to that between a myriad of stars and the luminous moon, utterly incomparable. The ambition to claim every championship is a daunting one. If such a goal were to be articulated by an ordinary individual, Luke Shaw would undoubtedly scoff at it. Yet, when the speaker is Ye Luo, he cannot afford to be dismissive. After a moment of contemplation, Luke Shaw arrives at a decision. However, he is acutely aware that he has yet to finalize a contract with Arsenal, and naturally, he must advocate for his own interests, such as salary and bonuses. After all, football is his profession, and it is only prudent to negotiate favorable terms before making a transition. Sir, I am delighted to hear your thoughts, and I will give them serious consideration, Shaw remarks. Wenger, too, does not expect to secure Shaw's commitment in a single meeting. However, Wenger is a prominent figure. Well known in London, he understands precisely what is on Shaw's mind. Clearly, Shaw is intrigued. His eyes betray his interest. He is likely to make a significant phone call the following day. Of course, Wenger will not lower Shaw as compensation simply because of this interaction. Professional footballers deserve to be compensated appropriately for their craft. After parting ways with Wenger, Shaw's agent furrows his brow, hoping that Shaw will choose to join financially robust clubs like Manchester United or Manchester City, rather than Arsenal, known for its frugality. Nevertheless, the choice of club ultimately lies with Shaw, and his preferences hold paramount importance. The agent's influence is limited, as players can dismiss their agents at any moment. The agent is merely an employee, while the player is the true authority. Do you believe they can secure 7 titles next season? The agent inquires. I find that hard to believe, Shaw replies sincerely. However, I am confident they will likely capture several championships next season, especially with Ye Luo on their side. The agent falls silent. As long as Ye Luo remains injury-free, Arsenal will be the frontrunner in all competitions. Their ambitious target of 7 titles is commendable. Even if they do not achieve it, it is of little consequence. They will certainly not leave empty-handed, and Shaw places his faith in Ye Luo. The agent, noticing Shaw's fervent admiration for Ye Luo etched across his expression, realizes that Shaw has already made up his mind, with Shaw expressing his desire to join Arsenal. The next step involves negotiations between Arsenal and Southampton. This summer transfer window, Arsenal is unlikely to make many significant moves, aside from Shaw and Alderweireld. There will not be any grand signings. Time flies, and before long, it is already the end of June. The World Cup is in full swing. Each national team exerted itself to the utmost. In the end, Götze delivered the decisive blow against Argentina, leading the German team to lift the World Cup trophy for the 4th time. Throughout the summer, the populace was enveloped in the fervor of the World Cup. For Ye Luo, he once harbored a passion for this grand tournament. However, now that he is unable to partake in the event, he has scarcely paid it any attention. After the World Cup concluded, the teams of the Premier League commenced their training sessions. The players, free from the responsibilities of the World Cup, returned to their training bases. Upon their return, they congratulated their teammate, the German international Mertesacker, on his World Cup victory. Fortunately, there were no Argentinians in the squad, sparing them the dual task of both congratulating and comforting. Ye Luo evidently became the focal point of the locker room. Everyone was aware that he had ascended to the status of the highest-paid footballer in the world. Logically, one might assume that playing alongside such an illustrious athlete would impose considerable pressure on the team. Yet, Ye Luo did not seem to instill any sense of pressure among his peers. Upon his return to the team, the players clamored for their captain to treat them to a meal. Ye Luo did not decline. Prior to the season's commencement, he treated his teammates to food and drink, fostering camaraderie and enhancing the team's atmosphere. For him, it was not a financial burden, thus he willingly embraced such gestures. This season, numerous Arsenal players found themselves ensnared in transfer rumors. Several emerging stars from the previous season, such as Van Dijk, Fabinho, Maine, Mahrez, and Kante, garnered attention. Frankly speaking, it is entirely natural for some players to be tempted by the lucrative offers from various clubs. For instance, Mahrez was lured by Manchester City's overtures, where the salary would undoubtedly exceed that of Arsenal. However, Mahrez hesitated, for joining Manchester City would likely position him as a rival to Ye Luo. This meant that unless Ye Luo departed from Arsenal, the prospect of Manchester City claiming the championship would be exceedingly daunting. On the first day of training, Wenger announced the team's objectives for the season. Contrary to the astonishment expressed by the outside world, the Arsenal players were not taken aback. They were well aware of Ye Luo's character and his resolute nature. He never made grandiose statements. Since this was a goal articulated by Ye Luo, the team coalesced around him as the central figure, uniting their efforts to pursue this aspiration. In truth, Wenger had not anticipated that the players would so readily embrace this objective. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous, as it spared him the need for extensive explanations. With the goal accepted by all, it was simply a matter of training diligently and striving toward their shared ambition. Thus, he clapped his hands and proclaimed, "All right, gentlemen. Now that we are all clear about our objectives, let us commence our journey towards achieving them. The preseason training will be arduous, and I implore you to persevere. The main lineup for the new season will be determined solely by your performance on the training ground." He pointed at Ye Luo, evoking laughter among the group. Could Ye Luo possibly falter in his form? Surely, that was a jest. Anyone might experience a downturn, save for Ye Luo. If he were to falter, it would indeed herald the apocalypse. Ye Luo himself chuckled, clearly unconvinced of the possibility of his decline. Wenger shared his disbelief. He merely employed Ye Luo as an exemplar to convey his determination to the players. The preseason training commenced, and Alderweireld's transfer swiftly approached its final stages. Although Ajax once reigned supreme in Europe, the constraints of the Eredivisie have transformed them into a mere factory for nurturing football talent, a role they have gradually come to accept. Faced with a 20 million offer, Ajax readily allowed the player to depart. Conversely, the transfer of Luke Shaw proved somewhat troublesome due to Manchester City's interference. Wenger harbored a deep disdain for City, a club that leveraged its wealth to inflate transfer fees indiscriminately, regardless of their actual need for players, merely hoarding them. The market equilibrium was utterly disrupted, leading to exorbitant player valuations. Southampton, too, found themselves in a position to sell, placing Arsenal in a rather precarious situation. Fortunately, player preference ultimately dictated the outcome. After much deliberation, Luke Shaw opted to join Arsenal, despite the high salary allure from Manchester City. His decision clearly stemmed from a belief that Arsenal possessed a far greater chance of securing championships than City. For Shaw, whose career was on the ascent, the prestige of winning titles outweighed financial considerations. He declined City's tempting offer of 120,000 per week, instead choosing Arsenal's 80,000, incurring a weekly loss of 40,000 in pursuit of his aspirations. The legendary seven-time champion. With a nod from Shaw, Arsenal's transfer activities rapidly unfolded. The first official announcement was that of Belgian centre-back Alderweireld. Shortly thereafter, Alderweireld's transfer was also confirmed. Within the team, Giroud chose to embrace the allure of Serie A's AC Milan, departing for Italy. Moyes decided to remain with the squad, while a host of former Arsenal players, including Gervinho, Diaby, Coquelin, Gibbs, Chamberlain, and Wilshere, gradually exited the club. Over the span of 2 seasons, Arsenal's roster underwent a significant transformation, achieving a successful overhaul during this summer transfer window. Thus, the transfer dealings for Arsenal during this season's summer window have concluded. Wenger expressed his satisfaction with the club's operations during the summer transfer period in an interview. The team will not be acquiring any further players this summer. Following a series of maneuvers, numerous marginal players from the first team have been sold, significantly streamlining the previously bloated squad. Wenger has officially announced the closure of the transfer window for Arsenal, stating that they will neither purchase nor release any players. In comparison to other clubs, Arsenal has indeed adopted a rather decisive approach. This strategy greatly benefits the team, as they commenced and concluded their transfer activities earlier than most, allowing for an extended period of stability to focus on tactical training and preparation. Unlike some clubs that engage in a frenzied struggle for a key player until the final hours of August 31st, which hampers their ability to finalize their squad and hampers their preparation, Arsenal has now established their lineup. The next step is to engage in rigorous training to prepare for the new season. Time is somewhat pressing for Arsenal, as their preseason training is interspersed with commercial matches during their Asian tour, which will undoubtedly impact their preparations. However, financial necessity compels the team to proceed. Chapter 134. The Community Shield. The Community Shield serves as the inaugural official match for Arsenal in the new season. At Wembley Stadium, Arsenal faces Manchester United. The Community Shield can be regarded as a precursor to the upcoming Premier League season. The competing teams typically consist of the league champions against the FA Cup champions. However, since Arsenal clinched both titles last season, their opponent for this Community Shield becomes last season's Premier League runners-up, Manchester United. Arsenal had triumphed over Manchester United in both league encounters last season, and particularly for United, the motivation for revenge is palpable. The painful memories of being defeated twice by Arsenal undoubtedly provide an extra impetus for the United players. In the pre-match press conference, United's captain, Rooney, exuded determination. "We will demonstrate our strength in this match. Being defeated 3 times by Arsenal in a single season is a disgrace that we must rectify ourselves." The pressure on Manchester United's manager, Mourinho, is immense as he follows in Ferguson's footsteps, a daunting task for anyone. In contrast, within Arsenal, from the head coach to the players, there is a more tranquil demeanor regarding this Community Shield match. After all, they have bested Manchester United 3 times in succession last season. And this match does not hold exceptional significance. There is no need for excessive fervor. "We hope to secure the championship and set a positive tone for the league season ahead," they expressed. Wenger, during the pre-match press conference, was rather reticent. When confronted by journalists regarding the starting lineup for the match, he declined to provide any insights. Meanwhile, Ye Luo, representing the players, engaged with the press, exclaiming, "We certainly must win." With a smile amidst the array of microphones and recording devices before him, he remarked, "Is it true that Arsenal aims to secure all titles?" "Indeed," Ye Luo affirmed. The match was scheduled for 2 p.m. local time on August 2, 2014, and took place at Wembley Stadium for the English Community Shield. The atmosphere prior to the match was electric, with both sets of fans having arrived early, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the new season after a lengthy 2-month hiatus. Arsenal supporters were in high spirits, singing and dancing, as last season had been an unprecedented success for the club. Should they clinch the Community Shield, it would mark their 4th trophy of the year. Inside the stadium, fans from both sides occupied distinct sections of the stands. Even before the match commenced, a rivalry of sorts ensued. Manchester United supporters attempted to outshout their Arsenal counterparts, yet the latter brandished models of their 3 trophies, taunting their opponents, which left many United fans momentarily speechless. Faced with Arsenal's treble, the United supporters found themselves at a loss for words. Arsenal fans further showcased their trophies from the previous season, inciting frustration among the United supporters, who retorted, "How arrogant. Last season is behind us. This season is a new chapter. Just wait and see how our team teaches you a lesson. Champions of Europe? We possess 3 titles and 12 Premier League championships." The Manchester United fans could only respond with pride in their club's rich history, while eagerly hoping for their team to deliver a sound lesson to Arsenal throughout the match. However, as the match unfolded, United supporters gradually fell silent. The dynamics of the game diverged sharply from what had been anticipated. Pre-match analyses suggested that the Community Shield was not a particularly significant fixture, typically leading both teams to engage in an attacking display to entertain the fans, given that it bore no implications for league standings. Moreover, a mere comparison of the lineups indicated that both teams were closely matched in terms of paper strength. Thus, media predictions leaned towards a high-scoring encounter, hinging on which teams' forwards could seize their opportunities. Yet, as the match commenced, it became evident that such predictions were wildly inaccurate. Arsenal did indeed launch attacks, but Manchester United had retreated, not by choice, but by compulsion. Yes, it was the 10th minute since the match began. Arsenal is relentlessly besieging Manchester United in a tactical onslaught. 10 minutes have elapsed, and Manchester United has scarcely touched the ball. The current scene is truly shocking for those who believe that United could at least contend with Arsenal. For a full 10 minutes, Arsenal has been dominating Manchester United. From the outset, United has been firmly suppressed, scrambling desperately in their own half. The situation is indeed astonishing. Were one to obscure the names of both teams and merely observe the first 10 minutes of match data, one might think it was the Spanish national team facing off against a lesser nation, the commentators exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Arsenal is exhibiting a crushing superiority on the pitch. This is not to say that Manchester United is inherently weak, but rather that they are ill-prepared for the current circumstances. Initially, United envisioned this match as one where, while not guaranteed victory, they could leverage their seemingly more seasoned midfield and attacking lineup to gain an advantage over Arsenal's tactical adjustments. Thus, when they found themselves entirely overrun by Arsenal, the United players were incredulous. They had barely touched the ball at all in those first 10 minutes. The few touches they managed were primarily defensive clearances, passive blocks, and futile attempts to advance the ball, all of which were swiftly thwarted. Such a match scenario is unprecedented for Manchester United. Arsenal's midfield system is unexpectedly fluid. Yellow has penetrated into the most dangerous areas, and due to his formidable presence, United's defenders are hesitant to push forward, leaving the midfield completely in Arsenal's favor. The intimidation factor brought by Yellow allows Arsenal's midfield players to operate with greater freedom. Even the commentators have noted that Arsenal's current formation appears to be impeccably constructed. In defense, Van Dijk and Alderweireld form a solid partnership, with Cancelo and Luke Shaw occupying the fullback positions. The midfield trio consists of Fabinho, Cazorla, and Kanté, with Cazorla leaning more towards offensive organization, while Fabinho and Kanté focus on defensive duties. The division of responsibilities is distinctly clear. In fact, Wenger believes that if Kanté can adapt well to the Premier League, with some development over time, he could serve effectively as a deep-lying midfielder in this trio. This would enable Fabinho to advance further up the pitch, pairing with Cazorla to create a formidable dual midfield presence, thereby enhancing Arsenal's attacking potency. At least on paper, Arsenal undoubtedly boasts an exceptionally impressive core lineup. With Van Dijk, Cazorla, and Yellow forming a central axis, they are undeniably world-class. A strong central axis ensures that the team cannot falter significantly. Moreover, Arsenal's players on the flanks are equally proficient. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the unprepared Manchester United is being dominated by Arsenal. The 11th minute of the match unfolds. Arsenal launched an offensive. After receiving the ball in midfield, Cazorla opted to distribute it to Maine. Within Arsenal's tactical framework, Maine's responsibilities were minimal. His tasks were twofold: to make disruptive runs off the ball to unsettle the opposing defense, and when in possession, to utilize his speed for breakthroughs and deliver crosses. Typically, the coaching staff refrains from assigning overly complex roles to younger players. In stark contrast, Harry Kane bore significantly more tactical responsibilities. In the realm of football, the adage "the capable bear more burdens" invariably holds true. And what of Yellow? His obligations were even more extensive. Take, for instance, the current moment. Maine. He confronted Manchester United's fullback Evra. Oh my. A splendid evasion and breakthrough. Maine's speed was astonishing. He delivered a cross into the center. Yellow. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Yellow initially made a run towards the back post. Midway through, he abruptly reversed his course, circumventing the center-back Smalling, and surged towards the front post. Smalling, despite his attempts to hold him back, could not prevent Yellow from leaping. Yellow soared high, directing the ball towards the goal. De Gea reacted swiftly, extending his hand to forcefully parry the ball away. Outside, Van Persie sought to seize the first touch, only to be firmly contained by Alderweireld. Alderweireld opted not to contest the ball, instead focusing on neutralizing Van Persie. The task of securing the first touch fell to Van Dijk, who effortlessly controlled the ball before advancing it himself. Often, when a center-back seizes the ball immediately, the ensuing counterattack poses a significant threat. Van Dijk's passing ability is commendable. Indeed, his new partner Alderweireld also possesses strong long-passing skills. Both center-backs are adept at initiating play, which evidently benefits Arsenal's offensive strategy. Unexpectedly, Van Dijk surged forward, further disorienting Manchester United's already chaotic defense. Amidst the turmoil, Van Dijk's gaze was fixed on Yellow. After Yellow's header, upon landing, he promptly retraced his steps to evade Manchester United's offside trap. Just as he returned, Van Dijk's pass arrived. Van Dijk's incisive through ball. Yellow. A magnificent turn. Still facing Smalling's defense, Yellow pivoted, deftly maneuvering the ball past Smalling. Smalling dared not commit a foul, as conceding a penalty would be disastrous, especially if it resulted in a red card, rendering Manchester United's chances futile. Ultimately, Yellow outmaneuvered Smalling, finding himself directly in front of Manchester United's goal. Faced with such an opportunity, how could Yellow let it slip away? He assessed De Gea's position and unleashed a right-footed shot aimed at the upper right corner. De Gea could only raise his hand in a symbolic gesture. Before he could react, the ball soared past him, crashing into the net. The 12th minute of the match. Arsenal's relentless assault has yielded a goal. Yellow effortlessly dispatched the ball into Manchester United's net. Yellow. At the moment Yellow struck the ball into the net, the commentators leapt from their seats. The long-awaited goal had finally arrived. Although it was widely acknowledged that under such intense pressure, Manchester United could not withstand for long, the actual moment of scoring still evoked a sense of disbelief. Has Arsenal truly ascended to such heights? Andy Gray marveled. After parting ways with several veterans and fringe players, Arsenal's lineup has become leaner. Their tactical approach has also matured significantly. Just like now, the midfield trio of Cazorla, Kante, and Fabinho has completely liberated Yellow, allowing him to focus solely on one task: how to send the ball into the opponent's goal. Lineker reflected. This is indeed the most optimal way to utilize Yellow, the world's best player. Gray nodded in agreement, affirming that while Yellow is exceptional, Arsenal must also safeguard him, ensuring he can play with greater ease and not overextend his energy. Last season, the way Arsenal utilized Yellow drew criticism from many in the football community. They believed Yellow's talent destined him to leave an indelible mark in football history. Consequently, last season, Arsenal was largely carried by Yellow's prowess. This season has been manageable, but if every season were to unfold in the same manner, Yellow would surely be worn down to a mere shadow of his former self. In truth, Wenger had little choice. It is crucial to recognize that prior to Yellow's arrival, Arsenal was merely a mid-tier Premier League team, with only a couple of standout players. The rest of the squad bore little distinction from those of Tottenham or Everton. Thus, they had to fully harness Yellow's capabilities. Now, Wenger is in the process of constructing a truly formidable team, still built around Yellow. Last season, the lineup hindered Yellow, whereas this season, Wenger's system will genuinely amplify Yellow's talents, integrating the star's abilities into the team's framework. This is the rightful path. On the sidelines, Mourinho's expression was grave. He too had discerned that the current Arsenal is no longer comparable to last season's version. Last season, it sufficed to focus on Yellow, despite the inherent challenges. Yet, when facing Arsenal, for Yellow to score, he had to advance from midfield to the front line, allowing the team a brief respite. And now, Yellow receives the ball directly in the most perilous position. He no longer needs to pass, engage in 1-2s, or dribble his way forward. Once he receives the ball, a slight adjustment is all it takes for him to shoot. This has exponentially increased the pressure on Manchester United's defense, placing them in a state of constant, lethal threat. The burden of this impending danger is palpable. The Manchester United players were in a state of heightened tension, causing their physical exhaustion to escalate swiftly. What could be done? Mourinho furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for alternatives. Chapter 135, A Touch of Cruelty. The goal conceded by Manchester United set the tone for the match. This game also established the overarching theme for the season. Arsenal excels at matches where they take the lead. Once ahead, they control the rhythm of the game with remarkable ease. Having been tempered by last season's challenges and nourished by the championship, Arsenal's players exuded confidence and composure. When in possession, they displayed abundant self-assurance, executing each pass with precision and poise. They had encountered numerous formidable teams on the European stage, and against Manchester United's counterattacks, Arsenal appeared unfazed. On the other hand, Manchester United's morale waned after conceding early in the match. The shadow of their successive defeats to Arsenal in the previous season loomed over the players. Even when trailing by a single goal, their fighting spirit seemed diminished. In the first half, facing Arsenal's control of the ball, Manchester United struggled to mount a counteroffensive. As the first half concluded, the score remained 1-0 in favor of Arsenal, and few believed that Manchester United could equalize. In the second half, Arsenal introduced several key players to regain their rhythm. In the 67th minute, Harry Kane received a cross from Yellow and sent the ball into an empty net, extending the lead to 2-0. This goal effectively secured the victory for Arsenal. Until the final whistle, Manchester United failed to find the back of the net, and Arsenal ultimately triumphed 2-0, lifting the Community Shield. This marked their second consecutive time hoisting the trophy. As the Arsenal players celebrated on the podium, Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray remarked, "This Arsenal side is simply invincible. Frankly, I am beginning to believe that Yellow's bold claims at the end of last season are no longer mere bravado." Arsenal had claimed their first trophy of the season, and nearly everyone believed that this would not be their only accolade of the year. Even the most ardent Arsenal detractors would find it hard to argue that the team would emerge empty-handed across the league, FA Cup, League Cup, and Champions League this season. Their strength was undeniable. Defeating Manchester United at Wembley to capture the Community Shield was hardly surprising, as most had predicted a loss for United. The result aligned perfectly with expectations, so the focus shifted elsewhere. The headline of the North London flagship newspaper was particularly intriguing, featuring an image of 7 championship trophies. Among the trophies, only the Community Shield is adorned with color, while the other championship trophies are monochromatic. This silent headline vividly illustrates Arsenal's ambitions. The meaning is clear for all to comprehend. It resembles a gaming quest. Arsenal has accomplished the task of the first level. The subsequent challenge lies in conquering the remaining levels and seizing additional championship trophies. The first of 7 championships is already secured. Other media outlets are also deliberating on Arsenal's inaugural trophy of the season. Securing the first championship title has provided a promising start to their campaign. Yet I remain skeptical about their potential to achieve the coveted 7 titles. The Community Shield is undoubtedly the most accessible trophy among the lot, leaving little doubt. Following it, the UEFA Super Cup and the Club World Cup are not particularly difficult either, especially the latter, which, despite its grand title, only presents a genuine challenge from the South American champions against the European Champions League victors. The disparity in footballing prowess among continents is stark. Champions League winners typically dominate in the Club World Cup. The true crux lies within the league, the FA Cup, the League Cup, and the Champions League, these 4 fronts. I would believe that Arsenal could secure 1 or 2 of these titles, but to claim all 4, especially defending the Champions League title, seems implausible. Since the reform of the Champions League, no team has ever achieved back-to-back victories in this esteemed tournament. The consensus among the media is that attaining 7 titles is an impossibility. Such an unprecedented feat cannot be realized in an environment as fiercely competitive as the Premier League. Following the completion of the Community Shield match, the first round of the Premier League will commence in a week, marking the last opportunity for preparations. Once the league begins, the scope for adjustments will diminish significantly. Any further changes may come at the cost of performance decline. For Arsenal, the onset of the new season is destined to be somewhat tumultuous. Firstly, Harry Kane has sustained an injury, likely sidelining him for a month and a half. Moreover, veteran Arteta is also injured. Since missing half of the last season, his physical condition has become increasingly fragile. It appears that he too will struggle to participate fully this season. Once a pivotal midfielder for Arsenal, he may now only feature in the League Cup or FA Cup, provided he can maintain his health. Injuries are indeed an athlete's foremost adversary. Nevertheless, the impact of their injuries on Arsenal's current standing is not overly significant. Arteta has gradually transitioned from a starter to a substitute since last season. Kane's injury is not catastrophic either. Ye Luo can play as a striker, while Sanchez can take the wing. The competition on the flanks within Arsenal remains quite intense. Should Sanchez secure a starting position, he would find himself contending with the likes of Moyes, Moyes, and even Bernardo Silva for a wing role. Of course, Silva is also capable of playing as an attacking midfielder, serving as a substitute for Cazorla. At the season's outset, the matches are not overly congested. Thus, the current squad is adequately equipped. Recently, the atmosphere within the Arsenal camp has shifted. With the league set to commence, no one desires to sustain injuries during training. An injury that sidelines a player for several matches could jeopardize their starting position. Within Arsenal, aside from Ye Luo, none of the other players can be deemed as guaranteed starters, for they all face competitive pressure from their peers. This competitive dynamic is something most teams strive for. Substitutes must instill pressure on the first team. Anyone can feel the watchful eyes of competition lurking behind them. Without diligent effort, one risks losing their place within the squad. Wenger has sensed these changes, and as the league approaches, he has opted against high-intensity training sessions, replacing them with more relaxed training regimens. This approach aims to allow players to face the impending long season with a relatively calm mindset. On August 18th, the inaugural match of the English Premier League is set to unfold. Arsenal will be visiting Sheffield United, the newly promoted team that finished second in the championship last season. This first league match is scheduled for the afternoon of the 18th, which corresponds to 10 p.m. East Asia time, to accommodate the global market. Many Premier League matches are strategically arranged during the day, sparing fans in East Asia from the need to stay awake until the early hours. Such scheduling can be rather unfriendly to these supporters. Although this arrangement has drawn criticism from various local media, it undeniably serves the commercialization of the Premier League more effectively, which is why all teams support it. After all, who would turn away from financial opportunities. In this opening match, despite being the visiting team, few would expect Sheffield United to gain any advantage over Arsenal. A newly promoted side facing the reigning champions is indeed a daunting prospect. If Arsenal cannot secure a victory against a newly promoted team, what hope do they have of claiming 7 titles? It would be best to return home and retire early. Although the outcome appears predictable, the match itself garners significant attention, being the first round of the Premier League and featuring Arsenal, one of the league's most followed teams. Everyone is eager to witness how this star-studded squad will perform in the new season. Many believe that the first round of the league holds little significance for Ye Luo, as he is no inexperienced novice. There is little to anticipate in this opening round. Time flies. This marks the 5th year that Ye Luo has participated in the top league. He has indeed become a seasoned warrior, having played no fewer than 50 to 60 matches each season. Over 4 seasons, he has accumulated more than 200 appearances, truly embodying the essence of a veteran. Yet, contrary to common perception, Ye Luo harbors a profound anticipation for tomorrow's match. The reason is simple. He has rediscovered his purpose. One inevitably requires a goal. Without it, one risks stagnation and disorientation. Ye Luo, being human, is no exception. For instance, his objective this season is to secure the coveted 7 crowns. Thus, tomorrow's match serves as the inception of this ambitious quest. While he publicly declares his goal as the attainment of 7 crowns this season, deep within, he aspires to achieve 7 crowns each and every season. Every championship across all competitions he participates in must be his. Few can fathom the magnitude of Ye Luo's ambition. Hence, he refrains from disclosing this true aspiration. He understands that once revealed, others might deem him mad. Ye Luo is uninterested in justification. He is determined to forge a legend uniquely his own. Tomorrow's match is the prologue to this saga, akin to the first chapter of a book. It is widely acknowledged that the opening chapter holds paramount significance. It is the key to captivating the reader's interest, compelling them to delve deeper into the narrative. Therefore, tomorrow's match must be executed flawlessly, instilling a sense of anticipation, laying a solid foundation, and igniting the desire to continue the journey. Thus, he must secure victory. He will accept no outcome other than a resounding triumph. Only a spectacular victory can befit the legendary tale he is about to inscribe. Unbeknownst to others, Ye Luo's grand aspirations remain concealed. To his teammates, he appears much the same as ever, diligently training, infusing humor into the atmosphere, and fulfilling his responsibilities as captain with utmost dedication. He even takes time to engage with young players at the academy, encouraging them to strive for promotion to the first team. In the eyes of the coach, he is a commendable player. To his teammates, a commendable captain. Among fans, he is increasingly seen as an indispensable figure in Arsenal's illustrious history, present, and future, a true legend of the club. It is highly probable that a statue of him will stand proudly in the Emirates Stadium's plaza. In the eyes of the media, he remains a self-assured superstar. At 8:30 the following morning, Ye Luo awoke promptly, akin to a well-set alarm clock. In truth, he consistently rises a few seconds before his predetermined alarm. Most of Ye Luo's life is characterized by a strict routine, particularly regarding his sleep. For an athlete, sleep serves as the ultimate remedy for alleviating stress and fatigue. Ye Luo ensures that he secures at least 10 hours of slumber each day. Upon rising, the team enjoys breakfast, followed by a brief respite before engaging in restorative training at the hotel gym. With the afternoon reserved for competition, there is little opportunity for systematic training or tactical discussions. What needs to be said has already been articulated, and there is no necessity for constant reiteration. Lunch is also taken at the hotel, after which the team relaxes. Some play cards, others chat, play games, watch films, or listen to music. At 1:30, they commence an hour and a half of afternoon rest. After this, they indulge in some afternoon tea before boarding the bus to the competition venue. Everything unfolds as it has on previous match days, with players feeling as though they are caught in the cyclical nature of a season that repeats year after year. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they are on the cusp of a new chapter in history, becoming figures within a significant historical phase. Those who inhabit history often lack a sense of it. When the shot was fired in Sarajevo, few foresaw it as the catalyst for World War I. Many will reflect on this day in the future without retaining any profound impressions. Perhaps it will only be later, when evaluating Ye Luo's illustrious career, But they will be astounded to discover that the most legendary chapter of history began with this very match. For today, Ye Luo embarks on the unprecedented path of becoming the greatest player in history. Bramall Lane is filled to capacity, as Sheffield United fans gather to witness history, not that of Ye Luo, but rather that of their own team. After a 9-year hiatus, Sheffield United finally returns to the pinnacle of league competition, marking a day of glory for Sheffield and a historic moment for their team. The return to the Premier League is a long-cherished aspiration for Sheffield United supporters, who hope to see their team play with style and skill, igniting their dreams of remaining in the top tier. However, life often unfolds contrary to one's desires, and the challenges of a newly promoted team are evident. Facing the reigning champions in their first Premier League match after 9 years is undoubtedly a daunting prospect for Sheffield United. This chapter concludes with Chapter 136, The True Stronghold. In this match, Arsenal fields its strongest lineup, as evidenced by their performances in the pre-season and the Community Shield. In the new season, Arsenal's midfield is primarily composed of Kante, Fabinho, and Cazorla. Arteta has faded from the starting lineup. There is a palpable curiosity among the spectators as to whether this relatively youthful midfield can effectively support Arsenal's offensive strategies. Cazorla, flanked by Kante and Fabinho, is now able to focus on orchestrating attacks, leading to a more structured offensive approach from Arsenal. Ye Luo serves as the fulcrum of their attack, while Cazorla assumes the role of the organizational nucleus. He is set to take on greater responsibilities in midfield control in the absence of Arteta. The question remains, can he fully rise to the occasion? Will Kante and Fabinho be able to bolster Arsenal's midfield? The answer unveiled itself in the 33rd minute. After receiving the ball in midfield, Cazorla elegantly turned, evading an overly aggressive Sheffield United player. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a precise through ball that sliced through Sheffield's defense. Meanwhile, Ye Luo made a sudden inward cut from the flank, finding himself in an open space within the penalty area, where he received Cazorla's deft pass. Ye Luo, amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, he assessed the goal, then unleashed a right-footed strike. The ball soared into the far corner of the net, slipping between the goalkeeper and the post. The Sheffield United goalkeeper, caught too close to react, could only attempt a desperate save. Ye Luo, he netted the first goal of the new league season for Arsenal, assisted by Cazorla. He demonstrated that, even without Arteta, he could adeptly manage Arsenal's offensive organization. Splendid. Sheffield United had performed admirably prior to conceding, maintaining a compact defense, yet they still succumbed to the goal. Following the score, Ye Luo turned and sprinted towards Cazorla, who stood with open arms, awaiting him. As Ye Luo approached, they embraced, and soon other Arsenal players joined, encircling the two. The Arsenal fans in attendance erupted into song, chanting the Ye Luo song, their heartfelt joy spilling forth with each note. Arsenal's form is explosive. They are poised to continue their dominance in the Premier League, perhaps even to rule Europe. Their squad is remarkably youthful. Just look at their core: Van Dijk, Alderweireld, Kante, Fabinho, Cazorla, Ye Luo. This youthful and vibrant axis possesses speed, strength, offensive prowess, and defensive solidity. This is the foundation for Arsenal's next 5 to 10 years. Manchester United once dominated the Premier League for over a decade with their class of '92. Arsenal, too, can establish their dynasty with this talented group of players. The Arsenal fans fervently contemplated. Thanks to Ye Luo's goal, Arsenal secured a 1-goal lead at halftime. In the second half, the teams resumed battle. Ye Luo delivered a splendid assist. He skillfully dribbled down the flank, drawing the attention of 3 Sheffield United defenders. Just as they closed in on him, he executed a sudden pass, not a straightforward delivery to the goal, but rather a reverse triangle pass, catching the Sheffield defenders off guard. They were either focused on thwarting Ye Luo or tightly marking Sanchez, and no one anticipated that Ye Luo, nearly at the byline, would pass the ball outside the penalty area, with Sheffield United's defenders compressed within the box due to Ye Luo's breakthrough. The area near the top of the penalty arc was left unguarded. At that moment, Cazorla surged forward and unleashed a powerful shot. Cazorla possessed remarkable long-range shooting ability. The ball soared above the crowded mass of Sheffield United players in the area. Although the goalkeeper leaped to intercept, Cazorla's strike was executed with such swiftness that he was still some distance from the ball. It plunged into the net. Cazorla. Magnificent. Splendid. Oh, what a display. Arsenal took a comfortable 2-goal lead. After scoring, Cazorla was elated, yet he did not forget to express his gratitude to Ye Luo for the assist. He ran towards Ye Luo, and the two embraced once more. Wenger, observing from the sidelines, smiled at this scene. The team was operating with fluidity. In truth, this match was not as easy as many had anticipated. This marked Sheffield United's first Premier League match in 9 years, and it was on their home turf. They were undoubtedly determined to fight fiercely. Against Arsenal, Sheffield United adopted a defensive strategy. Yet, even so, they could not prevent Arsenal from scoring. Arsenal's offensive was relentless, and with a slight change in rhythm, they created highly threatening shots, successfully netting 2 goals. Initially, Wenger harbored concerns that his players might become complacent, less active, or arrogant. However, it now appeared that Arsenal's players were still brimming with vigor, instilling confidence in Wenger regarding the team's prospects this season. The current midfield pairing seemed quite sensible. It liberated Ye Luo. While he was capable of providing assists, he was not primarily a playmaker. It would be a waste to have him retreat into a deeper role. What was needed was to harness Ye Luo's attacking prowess, allowing him to penetrate the opposition's heart like a dagger. Ultimately, Arsenal easily triumphed over Sheffield United away from home. Both in outcome and performance, Arsenal held the upper hand. As the final whistle blew, the Sheffield United fans in the stands were utterly deflated. They sat despondently in their seats, their faith in the team's ability to remain in the Premier League now wavering. Was it truly the case that we are not of Premier League caliber? This was the prevailing sentiment among all Sheffield United supporters. On the pitch, the Sheffield United players wore expressions of dejection and bewilderment. This nightmarish match left them utterly disoriented. They failed to mount a single successful offensive, unable to orchestrate any meaningful advancement on the field. In essence, they were entirely dominated, existing on an entirely different plane. The scoreline of 5-0 does not adequately reflect the vast chasm between the two teams, as Arsenal clearly eased off in the latter stages, likely to avoid provoking their opponents and avert unforeseen circumstances. Yet, amidst the bewilderment, if the Sheffield United players had remembered that they could resort to more aggressive fouls to send a message to their adversaries, perhaps they would have conceded fewer goals. However, with the final whistle sounding, such reflections are rendered moot. The match concluded with Arsenal comfortably defeating Sheffield United 2-0 away from home. While this might seem acceptable at first glance, considering the minimal touches Sheffield United had throughout the game reveals a stark reality. They conceded merely 2 goals because their opponents did not unleash their full attacking fury. At times, they barely touched the ball. The unfortunate promoted side was served a stark reminder by the reigning champions that they remain formidable contenders for this season's league title. Ye Luo undeniably emerged as the standout performer for Arsenal, showcasing a remarkable form that bodes ill for other Premier League teams. His impressive display in the season's opening match certainly piqued the interest of the media. In a post-match interview, Ye Luo expressed satisfaction with both his and the team's performance, proclaiming, "We are stronger than last season. Therefore, we aim to secure every championship. This is no jest. This is our objective." His declaration was not merely a personal motivation, but also an impetus for the entire team, as he aspired for them to advance together and achieve these grand aspirations. At that moment, no one dared to contradict Ye Luo's words, despite their skepticism regarding Arsenal's ability to fulfill such lofty ambitions. Nonetheless, it seems likely that Arsenal will at least capture the league title this season. In the Premier League, who could possibly impede their progress? Manchester United? While undeniably strong, they lack significant reinforcements this season. Manchester City has undergone a managerial change. Chelsea is in turmoil, and Liverpool? Well, one can only chuckle. Thus, it appears that the Premier League is on the brink of entering an era dominated by Arsenal. In stark contrast to Ye Luo's triumph, the Sheffield United players found it difficult to accept this outcome. Losing the first game of the new season is not uncommon. The scoreline alone might seem typical. However, the players' feelings about this match were even more disheartening than enduring a rout. It is not to say that Sheffield United's players did not harbor aspirations of defeating Arsenal. Rather, they were left grappling with the harsh reality of their situation. However, they did not express it aloud, for they all understood the formidable challenge of defeating Arsenal. Prior to the match, they voiced their hopes of securing points against Arsenal, yet the players of Sheffield United were, in truth, mentally prepared for defeat. Nevertheless, being prepared and actually losing in such a manner, without a semblance of resistance, utterly outclassed by their opponents, was disheartening. Throughout the match, Sheffield United failed to register a single shot on goal, and to suffer such a loss on home soil was a significant blow to the players' confidence. This sentiment was not exclusive to the players. The fans, exiting the stands, appeared equally despondent. They once believed the world was a beautiful place, celebrating their team's ascent to the Premier League and their presence in England's top flight. Yet, that sense of joy crumbled into nothingness after 90 minutes. They watched as Arsenal passed the ball, weaving intricate plays that left their own players bewildered. They witnessed the disintegration of their envisioned, glorious world. The paradise had vanished, leaving only despair. The Premier League proved to be far more brutal than they had anticipated. For teams lacking substantial strength, entering the Premier League was hardly a paradise. Now, the fans of Sheffield United began to worry whether their team would soon find itself relegated back to the Championship. A day later, the first round of the new season concluded, with Arsenal finishing second, trailing Manchester United by a margin of 2 goals. Manchester United claimed the top spot after a resounding 6-1 victory over their opponents. It must be said, Mourinho truly is formidable. Their performance in the new season has been exceptionally strong, triumphing over Stoke City with a scoreline of 6-1 at home. However, this was merely the opening match of the season, and Manchester United was playing on familiar ground. Ultimately, the outcome of the title race will hinge on the direct confrontations between the two teams. Speaking of their encounters, Arsenal has enjoyed a favorable record. Since the arrival of Ye Luo, Manchester United has not managed to defeat Arsenal. If Manchester United continues to struggle against Arsenal, their formidable performances in other matches will serve little purpose. After winning the league title for 2 consecutive seasons, Arsenal has now surpassed Manchester United in total league championships, sending Manchester United from its throne. Although they have the renowned Mourinho at the helm, can he truly lead Manchester United to glory? The formidable adversary that looms before them, Arsenal, is proving to be overwhelmingly powerful. In the aftermath of the match, numerous media outlets praised Arsenal's performance, noting that after a remarkably successful season, they have not rested on their laurels. The new midfield combination appears both sensible and robust. The media contends that although Arsenal had a splendid season last year, much of their success was predominantly reliant on Ye Luo's prowess, indicating an overdependence on him. This reliance is untenable in the long run, as Arsenal cannot perpetually depend on Ye Luo's individual heroics. Such a burden solely on him is detrimental. Should he falter under the weight of expectations, what then? Consequently, in this match, Kanté and Fabinho supplanted Coquelin, while Arteta took on a starting role. This was a bold move, yet it yielded remarkable results. Kanté's defensive talents were prominently displayed in this encounter, while Fabinho's stamina and ability to traverse the pitch allowed him to contribute on both defensive and offensive fronts. With the presence of Fabinho and Kanté, Cazorla could focus on orchestrating play and directing the attack. This midfield combination is formidable by global standards, with some even drawing comparisons to Barcelona's legendary Xavi-Iniesta duo. It is evident that Arsenal's midfield performance in this match was noteworthy. Last season, Arsenal's players seemed to merely serve as a supporting cast to fulfill the demands of the game for Ye Luo, as they entrusted all responsibilities to him, failing to exhibit skills commensurate with their market value. However, the situation is set to change. Arsenal is beginning to exhibit enhanced cohesion, progressing towards becoming a truly formidable team. Chapter 137. UEFA Super Cup. In the second round of the league, Arsenal returned home to face the challenge of Newcastle United. Newcastle possesses decent strength, particularly at their home ground. However, their away record leaves much to be desired. Had they performed well both at home and away, they could contend for a top 4 finish. Therefore, Arsenal's resounding 3-0 victory over Newcastle at home is hardly surprising, considering that Arsenal made significant rotations to their starting lineup. Achieving such a comfortable win under these circumstances speaks volumes about their strength, which has left English media in a state of concern, fearing that the Premier League may become a one-horse race dominated by Arsenal. This Arsenal side is exceptionally robust, boasting a complete and powerful squad. While it is undeniable that their strength is largely attributed to Ye Luo, one cannot overlook his remarkable fitness. They could effectively build 2 equally formidable lineups around him. Post-match, some media outlets commented on Arsenal's decisive victory over Newcastle. Following this triumph, Arsenal traveled to Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic, to participate in the UEFA Super Cup. Originally, the Super Cup was hosted in Monaco, but this year it transitioned to a bidding process among various European cities, resulting in Prague being the venue for this year's event. The two teams that clinched European titles last season will compete fiercely at the Prague Stadium for the coveted title of European champion, with Arsenal, the UEFA Champions League winners, facing off against Serbia from Spain. Serbia is on the brink of transforming the UEFA Europa League into a Serbian Cup, having secured the championship for the second consecutive season. Emery's squad has undeniably mastered the art of competing in the Europa League. While the prestige of this tournament may pale in comparison to that of the Champions League, it nonetheless holds the distinction of being a European championship. Furthermore, Serbia boasts a prominent presence in La Liga, making it a formidable force that should not be underestimated. For Arsenal, there exists a minor complication. The venue for the Super Cup is set in Prague, while the UEFA awards and the draws for both the Champions League and Europa League take place in Monaco. Consequently, Arsenal must divide its delegation, sending one group to Prague and another to Monaco for the awards ceremony and draw. Arsenal's general manager Gazidis has taken Wenger's place at the Champions League draw, yet he cannot substitute for the awards ceremony, as the spotlight is on Ye Luo, as the key player who led Arsenal to a dominant performance across Europe last season. He is the frontrunner for this year's UEFA Ballon d'Or. Numerous media outlets have speculated that Ye Luo is poised to receive this honor. It is important to note that the UEFA Ballon d'Or and the FIFA Ballon d'Or are distinct awards. The former is a UEFA initiative designed to compete with FIFA. The relationship among FIFA, continental football federations, and national football associations is not hierarchical, but rather more akin to a partnership. In many respects, FIFA has limited jurisdiction over UEFA. And given that Europe is the epicenter of global football, UEFA's influence can sometimes surpass that of FIFA. Moreover, UEFA oversees numerous highly influential tournaments, including the Champions League, European Championship, and Europa League, which collectively dominate the football market. Were it not for FIFA's exclusive hold on the irreplaceable World Cup, it is unlikely that FIFA could compete with UEFA's stature. While FIFA has its own Ballon d'Or, UEFA has similarly established the UEFA Ballon d'Or. Although these awards differ, it is entirely feasible for the same individual to be honored with both, as the FIFA Ballon d'Or is unlikely to be awarded to players engaged in leagues outside of Europe, where visibility is significantly lower. This situation poses a dilemma. Should Ye Luo attend the award ceremony, he would have to immediately embark on a journey across the continent to participate in the European Super Cup the following day, leaving him no opportunity for team training and presenting a considerable challenge to his physical readiness. Naturally, Arsenal has lodged its objections. However, UEFA has stated that Ye Luo must either send a representative to accept the award or attend in person, as changing the venue is out of the question. Certainly, they expressed that this is merely a temporary situation, and next year the Super Cup and the award ceremony will be held in the same city, thereby sparing the players from the back-and-forth travel should they be selected among the final 3 nominees. Haha, this is merely Platini trying to undermine me, remarked Ye Luo while flying to Monaco with Gazidis. They simply wish to vex me, for they have no intention of bestowing this award upon me. However, if they do not grant me the honor, the supposed authority of the UEFA Ballon d'Or diminishes. Ye Luo asserted. Platini undoubtedly believes that with my travel back and forth, my physical condition will suffer and my performance will wane. Serbia is formidable, and they might indeed cause us to forfeit the Super Cup, which would ruin our so-called 7-time champion status and render us the subject of ridicule. Ye Luo elaborated to Gazidis. Therefore, I must attend the awards ceremony, and immediately afterward return to triumph over Serbia, demonstrating that such petty maneuvers are utterly ineffectual. It is all in vain. Ye Luo's analysis was, of course, astute. Platini was solely intent on irritating Ye Luo. The previous season's Champions League final had already left Platini in a foul mood, as Ye Luo had shown him no respect during the awards ceremony. This undoubtedly fostered resentment within Platini. If this young man were to come to Monaco again to accept an award, would he not seek to embarrass me publicly? Hence, Platini devised this scheme, which, on the surface, appeared rather grandiose. The Super Cup had already been relocated from Monaco. To suddenly remove the awards ceremony as well would seem excessively harsh towards a city that had served UEFA for over a decade. This was meant to express gratitude towards Monaco, leaving no room for criticism. Platini believed that regardless of the circumstances, Ye Luo would not forsake the Super Cup to accept the award. Thus, he felt assured of his victory. Who would have thought? Ye Luo felt no such difficulty. Instead, he arrived with utmost transparency. At the airport, Ye Luo was besieged by reporters. Are you coming to accept the award? implying you will forfeit the Super Cup the following day? Isn't Arsenal's aim the 7-time champion? Do you entirely dismiss Serbia? In response to the reporter's inquiries, Ye Luo smiled. I will participate in the Super Cup. That is not an issue. Furthermore, Platini has extended a warm invitation. How could I possibly decline? This is a grand event in European football, and I certainly will not be absent. Ye Luo was well aware that Platini did not wish for his presence. Thus, he intentionally made such statements to provoke Platini. Platini felt quite stifled internally, however, outwardly. The cunning UEFA president revealed no sign of discontent. During the award ceremony, he even smiled and praised Ye Luo's performance last season as historic. Ye Luo, of course, would not reveal any cracks in his facade. When he took the stage alongside Messi and Ronaldo, he greeted Platini with a smile as they shook hands. For Ye Luo, regardless of the antics employed by Platini, they are ultimately in vain. He is assuredly the ultimate victor. Thus, he consistently perceives Platini from a vantage point of triumph, embodying a sense of superiority. The positions of the two are fundamentally disparate, which is why Ye Luo refrains from engaging with Platini on equal terms. Moreover, what Platini most desires to witness is likely Ye Luo's explosive outrage, yet he shall not be granted that satisfaction. Messi, Ronaldo, and Ye Luo ultimately comprise the final trio in the candidate list for the award, with the Ballon d'Or to be awarded from among them. The UEFA Ballon d'Or employs a method of real-time voting to determine the victor, contrasting with the FIFA Ballon d'Or, which selects the winner through votes cast prior to the award ceremony, often leading to premature leaks of the results. By the time of the ceremony, only the FIFA president feigns suspense, while the entire world is already privy to the outcome. In comparison, UEFA maintains a semblance of suspense, as it is determined by journalists voting on site. However, this suspense is relative. Should one individual among the three exhibit a conspicuous advantage, even casual fans would predict their victory, rendering the outcome predictable. For instance, during this UEFA award ceremony, despite UEFA's attempts to cultivate an aura of suspense, their efforts prove futile. Unless they dare to risk their integrity by manipulating the final results, which they would not, as such actions would tarnish UEFA's reputation and authority. Platini has no reason to jeopardize his own standing due to personal grievances with Ye Luo. He believes that Ye Luo's absence alleviates the risk of public embarrassment. Yet, should he attend, it would be all the more entertaining. After all, one could observe Ye Luo's condition during the Super Cup the following day. If Ye Luo's team were to lose, it would indeed be humorous. What 7-time champion? What a farce. Meanwhile, while Platini relishes this thought, journalists on site are casting their votes. The host of the national sports channel broadcasting the match quips, "There's no contest. It's obviously Ye Luo. Was there anyone last season more remarkable than him? He shattered records in the league and the Champions League and claimed a treble. If he doesn't win the Ballon d'Or, then I cannot fathom what extraordinary performance would warrant it." Messi and Ronaldo, visibly perturbed, understand their roles as mere supporting figures. In truth, neither was particularly eager to attend. However, UEFA's invitation carries weight. If it were FIFA, they might not feel compelled to show respect, but UEFA's standing necessitates some deference. Thus, the two great players flank Ye Luo, like green leaves accentuating the brilliance of a singular red blossom. They simply wished for the result to be announced swiftly, to spare them from prolonged embarrassment. The outcome was revealed promptly, in a bid to showcase the fairness and transparency of the UEFA Ballon d'Or. In stark contrast to the incessant rumors of manipulation surrounding the FIFA Ballon d'Or, UEFA's voting process appeared remarkably just. The results were displayed directly on the large screen behind the players, allowing everyone to visually perceive this year's outcome. Now, the name Ye Luo illuminated the screen. Gazidis rose from his seat, applauding vigorously, and soon the hall echoed with thunderous applause, accompanied by excited whistles from the audience. Ye Luo's performance in the previous season was nothing short of exemplary, commanding admiration from all. Even Messi and Ronaldo joined in the applause, albeit somewhat chagrined to be in the role of the supporting cast. However, they bore no resentment towards Ye Luo's accolade. His performance was overwhelmingly dominant. They all understood that such an achievement warranted both the UEFA and FIFA Ballon d'Or, and if Ye Luo were to miss out on these honors, it would not be his embarrassment, but rather that of the awards and the recipients themselves, verging on humiliation. It would be better to forego the accolades altogether. The host exuberantly announced, "Congratulations to Ye Luo, the recipient of the 2013 to 2014 UEFA Ballon d'Or. Yellow raised his arms in triumph, basking in the applause and cheers. Messi and Ronaldo sensibly stepped aside, refraining from joining the fray. Platini approached with a stiff smile, cradling the UEFA Ballon d'Or trophy. Congratulations, Yellow, this is truly deserved. After handing the trophy to Yellow, Platini departed without further pleasantries, revealing the strained nature of their relationship. Yet Yellow remained unfazed. Holding the trophy and grasping the microphone proffered by the host, he cleared his throat and remarked, "I am grateful to UEFA for granting me an extra day to participate in the Super Cup. Otherwise, I would have had to rush out with this trophy in hand." The audience was momentarily taken aback before erupting into collective laughter, finding Yellow's humor delightful. However, Platini recognized the veiled jab directed at him, causing his expression to darken. Yellow did not linger on stage for long. After delivering his pointed critique of UEFA, he returned to his seat. During the draw segment, Yellow exhibited little interest, while Gazidis was keenly invested, as it pertained to Arsenal's Champions League group placement. Ultimately, Arsenal was drawn into Group C, alongside PSV Eindhoven, Monaco, and Galatasaray, teams unlikely to pose any significant threat. Thus, the prospect of finishing first in the group seemed all but assured. The absence of suspense rendered the announcement unremarkable. Yet Gazidis was quite pleased. Arsenal appears to be basking in fortune this season, seemingly poised to contend for the illustrious 7 crowns. The following day, the media extensively covered the awards ceremony and the draw from the previous night, with particular emphasis on Yellow's remarkable achievement of receiving the UEFA Ballon d'Or for the first time. Meanwhile, Yellow had already boarded a flight to Prague. He arrived at the team's hotel just 6 hours before the match, taking a brief respite before proceeding to Eden Arena with his teammates. Wenger had initially harbored concerns about Yellow's stamina, but the player's exuberance during warm-ups alleviated those worries entirely. Emery, too, was observing Yellow closely. He held no fear of Arsenal, as his own team was formidable. Their sole apprehension lay with Yellow, whose performance eclipsed even the titles won by Arsenal. He had netted an astonishing 107 goals in a single season and displayed remarkable form in the new season. For Serbia, Yellow's participation in the UEFA award ceremony was undoubtedly a boon, despite his absence from Arsenal's training and the exhausting journey of thousands of kilometers, which would surely impact his fitness. Yellow stood as Serbia's greatest hope, and as long as he performed well, Arsenal would flourish. Conversely, any issues with Yellow's form could spell trouble. Serbia believed that Yellow's condition might not be optimal, hence this match would demand a concerted effort. Though the UEFA Super Cup may seem trivial to many teams, for the city of Prague, it represented a clash between the Champions League and Europa League victors, holding significant allure for local fans. The atmosphere in Prague was electric with anticipation, adorned with flags and banners, as the much-awaited Super Cup commenced. Chapter 138, Tactics? What tactics? Sevilla epitomizes the archetype of a La Liga team, boasting exceptional technical prowess and ball control. However, Arsenal harbored no fears of such opposition. Wenger felt confident about overcoming Sevilla, as Arsenal possessed ample technical acumen to confront them. After all, there remained a slight disparity between Champions League and Europa League champions. Eden Arena, the home ground of the Czech national team, accommodates over 50,000 spectators. Even before the match commenced, the stadium resonated with an awe-inspiring atmosphere crafted by the players of both teams. Amidst this fervor, Sevilla's coach, Emery, stood determinedly at the sidelines. Ambitious in nature, Emery sought to prove his team's strength, having led Sevilla to Europa League glory. This season, he aimed to propel the team further in La Liga. The likes of Malaga and Atletico Madrid had disrupted the hegemony of Barcelona and Real Madrid, igniting hope within numerous teams. Indeed, Arsenal was undeniably formidable. Last season, nearly all the formidable teams faced defeat at their hands. On paper, Sevilla appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, this does not imply that Sevilla would capitulate without a fight. Recently, Sevilla has been in exceptional form, achieving 3 consecutive victories in La Liga. With such a promising state, even in the face of Arsenal, Emery harbored some strategic thoughts. This week, his focus has been on analyzing Arsenal, particularly the characteristics of Yellow, in order to devise methods to curb his performance. The foremost task is to contain Yellow, who is adept at making incisive runs into the penalty area, striking from distance, and executing personal breakthroughs. These are the primary avenues through which Yellow scores. To mitigate Yellow's scoring ability within the box, Emery has deployed Carrizo and a hack, two central defenders renowned for their exceptional defensive prowess. Carrizo stands at an imposing height of 195 centimeters and weighs 94 kilograms, while a hack measures 190 centimeters and weighs 91 kilograms. Even if they cannot completely thwart Ye Luo in aerial duels, they can certainly disrupt his rhythm. To counter Ye Luo's long-range shots from outside the box, Emery has decided to assign a dedicated marker to shadow him throughout the match. Simultaneously, Sevilla's game plan is not solely defensive but rather focuses on offense. Emery has a penchant for attacking football and engaging in high-tempo exchanges. As the match commenced, Ye Luo quickly sensed the presence of his marker, even before Arsenal had advanced the ball past the halfway line, as Cameroonian midfielder Mbaya was already closely shadowing him. The overwhelming scent of Mbaya's cologne nearly overwhelmed Ye Luo, while Mbaya's heavy breathing made Ye Luo feel quite uncomfortable. Does he need to be this close? Ye Luo thought to himself. Cazorla passed the ball, and Ye Luo immediately released it again. He then turned to Mbaya and said, "Hey, buddy, don't be nervous. Do you want me to sign an autograph for you?" Ye Luo's playful banter momentarily caught Mbaya off guard, but by the time he regained his composure, Ye Luo had swiftly turned to receive a cross from Maine. Emery, observing Mbaya's lapse in concentration from the sidelines, was distinctly displeased, but before he could express his frustration, he saw Ye Luo receive the ball and prepare to shoot. "Watch out for his shot," Emery shouted, fearing his defense might not be sufficiently focused. In fact, Sevilla's goalkeeper, Rick, was already fully alert. As Ye Luo wound up for the shot, Rick's muscles tensed, ready to propel himself like a bullet to block Ye Luo's attempt. Bang! The resounding impact drowned out the noise of the crowd, even audible outside the Eden Arena. It was incredibly swift. As Rick finally perceived the trajectory of the ball, only one thought remained in his mind. Fortunately, the shot was well placed, and instinctively, he raised his hands. The football struck Rick's palm with a resounding thud. The immense force was palpable even through the thick goalkeeper gloves, leaving his hand tingling. It was as if the ball pierced through all obstacles, crashing against his palm before continuing its relentless trajectory towards the goal. Just 1 minute into the match, the ball found the net. An eerie silence enveloped the stadium. Wenger, too, was taken aback, his eyes wide as he watched the ball pulsating in the opposing net. The referee's whistle confirmed the goal. Did it truly happen? In just 1 minute? More precisely, from the moment Arsenal kicked off, it took less than a minute for Ye Luo to score. Merely 42 seconds into the game, Ye Luo netted a goal for Arsenal. With the aid of live technical statistics, the commentator relayed the precise details of this remarkable goal. The very first shot on goal resulted in a score, another long-range strike. The goalkeeper, Rick, was utterly helpless against such velocity. What more is there to say? This is Ye Luo. This is football. Arsenal has taken the lead. The Europa League champion Sevilla appeared utterly overwhelmed by the Champions League victors Arsenal. Emery was reeling from the devastating blow of conceding a goal. All his meticulous preparations and weeks of strategizing defensive tactics against Ye Luo had yielded no results. Within less than a minute of the kickoff, Ye Luo had found the back of the net. Emery understood that for Sevilla to triumph over Arsenal, the foremost requirement was to fortify their defense. Only with a resilient backline could Sevilla hope to lift the European Super Cup trophy. Who could simply relinquish the chance at a championship? Conceding a goal right at the start was the most detrimental scenario for Sevilla. On the sidelines, Emery shouted commands, knowing that significant tactical adjustments could only be made during halftime or through substitutions. However, making a substitution so early, just a minute into the match, would be absurd. He swiftly pulled aside Sevilla's left-back Coke, whispering a few urgent instructions into his ear. Coke then returned to the field, relaying the coach's message to his teammates. Emery urged the Sevilla players to maintain their composure, not to be disheartened by the early concession, and to adhere to the pre-match strategy. The Sevilla players understood they must respond. Conceding a goal so early could lead to a disastrous outcome. As the referee noted that both teams were in position, he promptly blew the whistle to restart the match. The Sevilla players kicked off, and Ye Luo immediately sprang forward like a panther, signaling Arsenal's forwards to press high and apply pressure on Sevilla. Under the duress of Arsenal's forward press, Sevilla quickly lost possession, and goalkeeper Rick's errant long clearance was intercepted by Kanté near the center circle. As Kanté intercepted the football, he noticed Ye Luo ahead, raising his right hand to request the ball. With a slight adjustment, Kanté delivered a precise pass straight to Ye Luo's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Ye Luo executed a feint. Deceiving the defender, and completing a swift turn before deftly nudging the ball forward. Here it comes. The commentary box erupted in excitement. However, this time Ye Luo refrained from attempting a long-range shot, for the Sevilla players had learned their lesson. Center-back Carrizo and defensive midfielder Mbaya had effectively blocked his shooting angle. An ill-fated attempt to strike would likely result in the ball ricocheting off an opponent, and more often than not, the football would veer unpredictably. Suddenly, Ye Luo surged forward, causing Sevilla's defense to compress towards the center, thereby opening up space on the flanks. He slid the ball towards the wing, where Main awaited. Main contemplated waiting a moment longer, as Ye Luo was the only one penetrating the penalty area, and the congestion within Sevilla's box was palpable. Yet, Ye Luo resolutely raised his right hand, urging Main to deliver an immediate cross. Main, brimming with confidence in Ye Luo, decided to take a chance despite the solitary presence in the box. He lofted the ball, sending it soaring into the penalty area. Inside the box, Ye Luo had already leapt as Main delivered the pass. Standing at 195 centimeters, Carrizo felt a surprising sense of helplessness as he faced the airborne Ye Luo. A header. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the ball once again found the back of the net. Ye Luo had assisted Main. Main had crossed the ball. There was only one target in the box. Ye Luo. As Ye Luo surged into the penalty area, soaring high, the previously calm voice of Andy Gray suddenly pierced the air, his tone sharpening as he leapt from his seat, one hand gripping the microphone and the other bracing against the table, his entire body leaning forward as if to press his eyes against the edge of the penalty area for a clearer view. This scene was strikingly familiar, as if it had been copied and pasted. Whenever Ye Luo found himself in this state within the box, it signified an overwhelming likelihood of a goal. Since the moment Andy Gray began commentating on Ye Luo's matches, he had witnessed such moments countless times. Gray's voice rose in fervor, his neck and forehead veins protruding. The hand gripping the microphone turned pale, as though he might crush the metal stand in his excitement. The towering 190-centimeter center-back Carrizo found himself utterly overpowered by Ye Luo, the ball hovering just above his head. Despite his utmost effort, Ye Luo soared and connected with the ball, which seemed to carry a whirlwind force, disheveling Carrizo's meticulously styled hair. Simultaneously, beads of sweat from Ye Luo flew alongside the ball, leaving Carrizo with a sudden chill on his face as he turned to witness the football soaring into the net. Goal! The roar of Andy Gray at Eden Park resonates like thunder, as the fervor of that momentous goal erupted. The match timer revealed that Ye Luo had scored at 1 minute and 28 seconds. A mere 36 seconds had elapsed since the last goal. My goodness, am I watching a basketball match? With such an astonishing scoring efficiency, what could possibly impede Ye Luo? Sevilla appeared utterly bewildered. Within just over a minute, Ye Luo had netted another goal. Under the watchful eyes of the home fans, Sevilla found themselves 2 goals down within the first minute of the match. Ye Luo had scored twice. Arsenal had secured an utterly dreamlike start. Ye Luo's performance was nothing short of sensational. Emery must devise a strategy to curb this beast's rampant display at Eden Park. What options does Emery truly have? To concede 2 goals within merely a minute of play. All his pre-match strategies had crumbled. His team was utterly dismantled in the face of Arsenal's prowess, despite their recent 2-match winning streak bolstering Sevilla's morale. This sudden collapse left Emery with a formidable challenge. Should they suffer a significant defeat, how could he provide psychological support to his team? Such a loss would be a devastating blow to their spirits. However, Sevilla still had a glimmer of hope. If they could stave off further goals and perhaps score one themselves, even in defeat at home to Arsenal, their morale would not plummet into despair. Emery had abandoned the notion of taking points from Arsenal. His sole hope now was that the outcome of this match would not adversely affect Sevilla's subsequent performance. At this moment, Ye Luo was exhilarated, yet he maintained his composure. After a brief celebration, he returned to the field with his teammates. Ye Luo sensed an extraordinary flow since the match began. Every shot seemed destined to find the net, a state of grace that was truly rare. Thus, he was determined to continue scoring. As the match resumed, Ye Luo pressed forward, his desire to score so intense that even Arsenal's players felt a twinge of sympathy for Sevilla. Having already netted 2 goals, Ye Luo was still not satisfied. The lad was on fire. Could he net a few more? This match was exhilarating. What just happened? I stepped away for over a minute, only to return to a 2-0 scoreline. Surely, there must be an error in the subtitles. My heart aches for those who missed those 2 seconds. Within just over a minute, he had scored twice. The national broadcaster's commentator was left speechless. Prior to the match, many analysts had earnestly dissected the situation, warning that Sevilla was no weak opponent and that Arsenal should not underestimate them. Some had even claimed Sevilla's midfield was robust and technically skilled, suggesting Arsenal might find it challenging. And yet, what was the result? Even the most optimistic Arsenal supporters could not have anticipated the current scene prior to the match. Emery, standing on the sidelines, appeared somewhat anxious. He realized that the so-called tactics were rendered utterly laughable in the presence of Ye Luo. In the wake of conceding 2 goals right from the outset of the second chapter, Sevilla's rhythm was thrown into disarray. Their accustomed tactical approach was ineffective, leaving Arsenal in complete control of the tempo. The ensuing match devolved into a mere exhibition for Arsenal. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the fans, Arsenal relentlessly assaulted Sevilla's goal through various means: crosses from the flanks, penetrative plays through the center, set pieces, aerial assaults, and ground attacks, all contributing to a multifaceted offensive onslaught. Under such pressure, Sevilla soon crumbled. Ye Luo scored another goal in the second half, completing a hat trick, while Sanchez, Main, and Fabinho also found the net. Sevilla managed to salvage a modicum of dignity with a solitary goal, achieved during a counterattack in the 89th minute, but by then, the outcome was already determined. Arsenal's players seemed somewhat distracted, eagerly awaiting the final whistle to celebrate their second trophy of the season. In this context, what significance did Sevilla's late goal hold? Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed 6-1 over Sevilla at the Eden Arena in Prague, lifting the UEFA Super Cup and securing their second trophy of the season. As Fabinho and Ye Luo raised the trophy high, the moment was immortalized in a photograph. The following day, the North London Evening News featured this image on its front page, accompanied by a remarkably simple headline, 27. It was akin to collecting Dragon Balls. Arsenal had already gathered 2. For the media, Arsenal's victory over Sevilla was hardly an upset. Rather, it was a natural progression. Nevertheless, the press fervently reported on the event, primarily because it marked Arsenal's second trophy of the season and their 5th in the past year. Barcelona once achieved a remarkable sextuple, but that tally was measured by the calendar year rather than the season. In 2009, they secured 6 trophies: La Liga, Copa del Rey, UEFA Champions League, Supercopa de España, UEFA Super Cup, and FIFA Club World Cup. Thus, if Arsenal were to clinch the Club World Cup by the end of the year, they too could join the ranks of the sextuple winners, standing shoulder to shoulder with Barcelona. However, Arsenal's ambition extended beyond merely equaling their rivals. They aspired to surpass them, seeking the unprecedented glory of a 7-trophy season. However, for the media, equaling Barcelona's record is certainly worthy of grand accolades. We are undoubtedly on the verge of claiming our 6th championship of the year, and I perceive no uncertainty regarding our victory in the Club World Cup. When confronted with questions from reporters, Ye Luo candidly expressed that he found no cause for concern, asserting that our opponents in the Club World Cup posed little threat. Yet, a reporter reminded him that Flamengo, the champions of the Copa Libertadores, would not be an easy adversary. Of course, indeed, perhaps they might present us with some minor inconveniences. Ye Luo waved his hand dismissively, but ultimately, the championship shall be ours. This statement, once sensationalized by the media, finally elicited a response from South America. Such is the aim of the media. They seek to embellish the otherwise lackluster Club World Cup, thereby providing themselves with ample fodder for reporting. It is a twofold achievement. Flamengo, a powerhouse of the Samba nation, certainly would not relent. We shall make Ye Luo aware of the consequences of underestimating us. This was asserted by Hulk, a key player for Flamengo, who had recently returned to the team. Following their triumph in the UEFA Super Cup, Arsenal swiftly faced the challenge posed by West Ham United in the 3rd round of the league. Playing at home against a relatively weaker opponent, Wenger opted for some rotation. The West Ham manager perceived this as a prime opportunity to seize points. However, Wenger did not rest Ye Luo, who remained a starter. Consequently, this opportunity for West Ham became akin to a carrot dangling before a donkey, visible yet unattainable. Believing they could exploit Arsenal's significant rotation, West Ham quickly fell victim to Ye Luo's formidable prowess, suffering a 3-1 defeat. Ye Luo scored twice, propelling Arsenal to lead the league with 3 consecutive victories. Although Manchester United also achieved 3 wins, they were surpassed by Arsenal on goal difference. Following this match, a national team match day arrived, with many players from Arsenal's first team called to serve their countries. As the most successful team of the year, It was only fitting that their players received recognition from various national squads. Yet Ye Luo appeared rather relaxed, devoid of any national team obligations. He enjoyed a lighter schedule, free from the need to travel extensively. Instead, he remained at the Coney training ground, practicing alongside the reserve and youth teams. This was not a period of rest, but rather preparation for the League Cup and FA Cup in April. At the season's outset, Wenger had conferred with Ye Luo about their ambition to secure all championships, aiming for a historic 7 titles, which necessitated rotation. However, Ye Luo himself did not require such rotation. Thus, he sought to maintain synergy with the first-team players. On one hand, it is essential to frequently engage with the reserve team players for practice, as it is highly likely that Ye Luo will lead them onto the pitch in upcoming matches. For the League Cup and the FA Cup, Wenger fully intends for Ye Luo to guide the reserve squad. After all, if one aspires to achieve the remarkable feat of 7 titles, one must be willing to shoulder additional responsibilities. Wenger is mindful that if the competition stretches too thin, a significant injury crisis among key players could lead to dire consequences. However, having Ye Luo at the helm of the reserve team for the League Cup and the FA Cup can mitigate such risks. Typically, such extensive rotation might suggest a team has relinquished its ambitions. Yet Wenger holds a different perspective. With Ye Luo in the mix, even a reserve squad remains a strong contender for glory. While Wenger acknowledges that securing 7 titles is an arduous task, he recognizes this as Ye Luo's aspiration, and thus the team must lend its unwavering support. Consequently, during the international match days, Ye Luo does not take a break. Instead, he trains alongside the reserve players to foster cohesion. This collaboration enhances their understanding and refines their formation, ensuring better synergy on the field. The first match of the League Cup is scheduled for October 23rd, so preparations must be diligently undertaken beforehand. During their initial joint training session, Ye Luo delivered an uplifting speech. "Hey, brothers, I have both bad and good news for you. The bad news is that your tasks this season will not be easy, as both the FA Cup and the League Cup are yours to play. However, the good news is that I will be joining you. So, do not feel anxious. Our goal is the ultimate championship." At that moment, Ye Luo's demeanor resembled that of a coach rather than a teammate. Nevertheless, the reserve players found no fault in this. For Ye Luo is the absolute core of the team and its captain, revered for his stature and influence in the global football arena. His address to the newcomers felt entirely appropriate. "I hope you all strive even harder." Ye Luo's gaze swept across the eager faces of the new players. Those who caught his eye instinctively straightened up with pride. They are members of the reserve team, often overlooked, yet now they find themselves on the precipice of opportunity. Ye Luo is set to lead them in the League Cup and the FA Cup, with the ambition of capturing the ultimate title. Training with the reserve team proceeded seamlessly. Ye Luo is an idol to these young players. The prospect of training and competing alongside him ignited their motivation. None wished to squander this chance. In practice, all were fiercely competitive. Wenger was pleasantly surprised by how Ye Luo's few words could galvanize the team's enthusiasm. Such a player is indeed a treasure for the squad. However, this treasure did not linger with the reserves for long. Soon, the international match days concluded and teammates returned, with the first team resuming training. They are preparing for the 4th round of the league, a daunting away challenge against Tottenham Hotspur in the North London Derby. Although it is termed a derby, Arsenal has been on a winning streak, triumphing repeatedly, to the point where the contest has lost its intensity. With the presence of the formidable Ye Luo, Europe quakes in trepidation. Even illustrious teams like Barcelona have been dispatched with remarkable ease by Arsenal. It is widely believed that a team of Tottenham's caliber poses no significant threat to Arsenal. However, within the Arsenal camp, this match is taken with utmost seriousness. Wenger does not permit his players to underestimate their opponents. A derby carries a different logic from ordinary matches. Succumbing to complacency, even against Tottenham, would not be surprising. Football is unpredictable, and anything can transpire. Hence, Arsenal's preparations are executed with diligence, as they would for any match, devoid of any notion of underestimating their rivals. In this context, the outcome was anticipated. At White Hart Lane, Arsenal decisively defeated their arch-rivals with a score of 3-0. Ye Luo netted 2 goals and assisted another, bringing his tally to 8 goals and 5 assists in the league, rendering him invincible. Tottenham was once again forced to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat at the hands of Ye Luo's team. Post-match, media outlets expressed that Ye Luo has become Tottenham's nemesis. However, one must ponder, Which team in the Premier League is not a nemesis to yellow? Having concluded this predictable derby, it is noteworthy that Wenger is a coach with a penchant for beautiful football. Yet, after enduring the harsh realities of previous seasons, he has begun to adopt a more pragmatic approach. He understands that Arsenal's greatest asset is yellow. With yellow in the squad, Arsenal is undoubtedly a top-tier team. With yellow present, they fear no one. Given this reality, Wenger naturally designs his tactics around yellow. The primary task for Arsenal's coach is to facilitate yellow's performance comfortably. Therefore, Wenger does not impose excessive demands on yellow to adapt his playstyle to the tactics. He adopts a flexible approach, wholly dedicated to serving yellow. Unlike Mourinho, who often undertakes audacious maneuvers to assert his status within the team, Wenger recognizes that it is the players who play the game. To leverage yellow's strengths, he must ensure yellow plays comfortably. Thus, Wenger has opted for simplicity. He does not concoct convoluted strategies. Ultimately, Arsenal's offensive philosophy can be distilled into one principle: how to deliver the ball to yellow's feet. What matters most for this Arsenal squad is not to establish a distinctly branded tactic, but to center everything around yellow. The priority lies in maximizing yellow's capabilities and ensuring his happiness within the team. After concluding the derby match against Tottenham Hotspur, Arsenal's inaugural encounter in the UEFA Champions League of the season swiftly follows, as they prepare to challenge the formidable Dutch side, PSV Eindhoven, on their home ground. Commencing on a victorious note is paramount, as it heralds a smoother journey through the remainder of the Champions League fixtures. Indeed, the realm of football is replete with superstitions. For instance, the notion that one must not touch the trophy prior to the final. Numerous players engage in their own rituals before the commencement of a match, be it through prayers, touching the grass, or even seeking blessings from monks. While these practices may lack tangible competitive advantage, their psychological impact is undeniably significant. In the arena of football, the contest encompasses not only tactical prowess and physicality, but also psychological factors that cannot be disregarded. Some assert that success on the pitch is solely reliant on skill. However, those immersed in the sport hold a different perspective. Luck, at times, plays a crucial role, and players firmly believe that the state of their mental well-being is a pivotal determinant of fortune. Consequently, in a bid to cultivate a sense of calm during matches, players resort to various idiosyncratic methods. For instance, Chelsea's captain, John Terry, is notably superstitious, claiming to have over 50 rituals. He occupies a designated seat on the team bus, which is off-limits to others before and after matches. Additionally, he adheres to a specific set of gestures for prayer and listens to the same music prior to every game. An even more peculiar habit belongs to Italian goalkeeper Gianluigi Buffon, who prefers to relieve himself before facing a penalty kick, yet another facet of superstition. For Arsenal, securing a triumphant start is indeed a manifestation of superstition, as winning the first match brings joy and sets a positive tone for subsequent encounters. Chapter 140. The path of the champion unfolds as Arsenal's squad shifts focus to their Champions League clash against PSV Eindhoven. This match is a significant event in the Dragon Country, despite PSV not being a highly regarded team. Although they are a strong contender in the Eredivisie, the league's overall influence is limited. Even Ajax's prominence is somewhat diminished, let alone that of PSV. The sole reason this match garners attention is due to the presence of yellow. For every game featuring Arsenal becomes a major event in the Dragon Country, guaranteed to be broadcast by the national sports channel. Even matches between teams of the caliber of Real Madrid and Barcelona cannot compare to an Arsenal game in the eyes of Dragon Country fans. If there are no conflicts between the two, it is quite manageable. However, once a conflict arises, the free sports channel will undoubtedly broadcast Arsenal's matches. Consequently, fans from Longwo will have the opportunity to witness Yellow's performance on the UEFA Champions League stage. This arrangement is intrinsically linked to Yellow, as the vast majority of Longwo fans are captivated by him rather than Arsenal. PSV Eindhoven triumphed over Ajax last season to claim the Eredivisie Championship. Within this group, PSV represents Arsenal's most formidable adversary. Nevertheless, PSV's strength appears somewhat lacking. Thus, Arsenal's advancement from the group stage seems nearly assured. However, PSV harbors a different perspective. They are determined to fight valiantly on their home turf. Yet, reality has proven this to be in vain. Yellow, amidst the elongated shouts of the commentators, Yellow spread his arms wide in celebration of his goal. Yellow, Yellow, what a striking long-range effort. The goalkeeper had virtually no response to such a shot. Luo scored his first Champions League goal of the season, embarking on yet another quest for glory in the tournament. Merely 11 minutes into the match, Arsenal took the lead. Luo's long-range shot was nothing short of sensational. If you blinked, you might have missed it. It was indeed a magnificent strike. But now everyone has grown accustomed to Luo's astonishing long-range efforts. So few dare to label it as extraordinary. It has become a common occurrence. Everyone knows that once Luo is afforded space for a long-range shot, their goal is in jeopardy. His shots thundered through PSV's defenses like cannonballs. Now, the walls of Eindhoven have crumbled, and Arsenal's forces surged in with unrestrained dominance. Just as we see now, after Luo's goal, PSV had no choice but to alter their strategy and press forward, as this is, after all, their home ground. Losing at home would spell disaster for their chances of victory in away matches. Ensuring a second-place finish in the group seemed a distant dream for PSV, as surpassing Arsenal for the top spot was utterly fanciful. Thus, they aspired to secure points in this match. Winning would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, a draw would still be advantageous. Gaining a point against Arsenal would be a significant achievement, offering considerable value. Hence, after conceding a goal, they swiftly revised their tactics to launch an offensive, even at the expense of exposing their defense. They had to take a gamble. In response, Arsenal capitalized on this situation without hesitation. They needed only to seize one or two opportunities to secure their victory, and that is precisely what Arsenal accomplished. Their goals came in rapid succession. In the 21st minute, the second goal arrived. Ye Luo skillfully maneuvered the ball along the flank, drawing closer to the penalty area. Surrounded by a host of PSV Eindhoven players, he delicately chipped the ball towards the left post. Following closely, Sanchez effortlessly nudged it with his head into the net. PSV committed a fundamental error by fixating solely on the ball, yet one cannot entirely fault them. With the ball at Ye Luo's feet, they had no choice but to mark him. Ye Luo provided 1 goal and 1 assist, granting Arsenal a 2-goal lead. In the 39th minute of the match, Arsenal struck again. This time, it was Cazorla who found the net with a low shot from the edge of the penalty area, further dismantling the opponent's defenses. By halftime, Arsenal enjoyed a commanding 3-goal advantage, rendering the outcome of the match virtually certain. The pace of the game slowed considerably in the second half, with both teams opting for a more measured approach. PSV appeared dejected and disengaged, while Arsenal relished their lead. Wenger, pleased with the scoreline, made frequent substitutions, having utilized all 3 of his available changes early on. No goals were scored in the second half, and Arsenal ultimately clinched a resounding 3-0 victory away from home, marking their first triumph of the season in the Champions League. The team was elated with their inaugural win in the tournament. However, skepticism arose from certain media outlets. Some commentators argued that despite Arsenal's victory, the match was not particularly successful for them, citing a rather trivial reason. Ye Luo had only scored 1 goal. One might think he had been lackluster on the pitch. Yet, this sentiment resonated with numerous media voices, prompting an in-depth discussion about why Ye Luo had scored but once. Was it a sign of poor form? It seemed unlikely. One outlet ventured an explanation. If we examine Ye Luo's running statistics, he covered 57 kilometers in the first half, but only 31 kilometers in the second, a substantial decrease. This, they suggested, accounted for his solitary goal. However, the deeper question remained. Why had he opted for a leisurely pace in the second half? It is well known that although Ye Luo is young, he has already achieved remarkable success, amassing every conceivable honor except for national team accolades. In such circumstances, it is possible that he may exhibit a lack of motivation. While scoring 1 goal is commendable, Ye Luo boasts an average of over 2 goals per Champions League match. For most forwards, a single goal would suffice. But for Ye Luo, it falls short of his own standards. To him, a brace is merely satisfactory, while a hat-trick signifies a truly exceptional performance. Such assertions border on the absurd. Scoring 1 goal in a match is already commendable. Expectations of consecutive braces or hat-tricks cannot be maintained indefinitely. Nevertheless, the media remained unconcerned with the nuances of performance. They prioritize what captivates attention. In a match where Arsenal triumphed decisively by a score of 3-0, the media found themselves at a loss for how to report on the event compellingly. Without a sensational angle, how could they expect to drive readership? Ye Luo found himself at a loss upon reading the post-match media reports. The reason he scored only 2 goals was to facilitate the swift integration of new recruits and to help the other core players of the team regain their form. Cazorla, whose recent performance had been subpar, was given a goal by Ye Luo to help him find his rhythm. Ye Luo's considerations now extended beyond his own performance. He had become the backbone of the team, a pivotal figure, and he had to contemplate the broader picture. This shift in perspective also marked Ye Luo's maturation. As he began to think more from the team's standpoint, this was beneficial not only for Arsenal, but also for Ye Luo himself. Growth and maturity are inherent in human nature, and Ye Luo was no exception, evolving in his own right. However, the media, in their usual fashion, suggested that Ye Luo's two-goal performance was indicative of poor form, leading many to believe that he was underperforming and that this might affect the upcoming weekend's league match. Yet, Chelsea's manager, Conte, held a different view. He dismissed the media's assertions regarding Ye Luo's lack of form. Based on his observations and a thorough analysis of Ye Luo's performance in that match, Conte concluded that Ye Luo was not struggling. Rather, he was evidently intent on creating opportunities for his teammates. Why was he doing this? Conte believed Ye Luo aimed to inspire his teammates to elevate their game. It must be said that Conte quickly discerned Ye Luo's intentions. As Chelsea prepared to face Arsenal over the weekend, Conte did not perceive home advantage as a guarantee of victory. Thus, he adopted a remarkably humble approach, one that provoked even the home fans to turn against him. This low-profile strategy nearly succeeded in causing Arsenal to lower their guard, allowing Chelsea to take a two-goal lead. They returned to the locker room at halftime with a comfortable advantage. However, discussions during the break inevitably turned to Ye Luo's performance, with the consensus being that he was indeed underwhelming. Yet, the second half unfolded in a shocking manner. Arsenal staged a breathtaking comeback, seemingly incensed by the first half scoreline. As the second half commenced, their relentless attacking onslaught left Chelsea gasping for breath. In the 48th minute, Ye Luo executed a deft cut-in to score, reducing the deficit. Just 5 minutes later, in the 53rd minute, he netted another goal, leveling the score. By the 67th minute, Ye Luo completed his hat trick, putting Arsenal ahead. In the final moments of the match, Ye Luo skillfully maneuvered past defenders to assist Maine, who slotted the ball into an open net, sealing a resounding 4-2 victory. The suspense had dissipated entirely, and many Chelsea fans began to exit the stadium prematurely, overwhelmed by the despair of witnessing their team's second-half performance, which left them with little hope of defeating Arsenal. As a formidable presence in the Premier League, Chelsea appeared to struggle against Arsenal, resembling a relegation-threatened team. Conte could only shake his head in resignation. The formidable prowess of Yellow instilled a sense of despair. The key to emerging from Arsenal's dominance in the Premier League lies in the question of when Yellow will depart. After all, time waits for no one. It remains uncertain when he will cease his relentless pursuit of excellence. Scoring goals serves as the most effective rebuttal to skepticism. Following a hat trick against Chelsea, which resulted in a bitter defeat for them, the media that had previously asserted Yellow's poor form disappeared. They collectively forgot their earlier claims, as if nothing had transpired. Instead, they effusively lauded Yellow's commanding performance at Stamford Bridge, shamelessly singing his praises. Moreover, some went so far as to use previous criticisms as counterexamples. Yellow's display yesterday unequivocally disproved the media's speculations about his state, silencing all doubts. It is unclear who has been silenced. Certainly, Yellow is well aware of the media's nature. Today, they may extol him, even groveling, yet tomorrow they could don an entirely different facade. He is not surprised by the media's frenzied adulation, which is precisely why he prefers to avoid excessive interaction with them. He perceives it as a waste of breath. His trust in the integrity of journalists has always been tenuous. The more they attempt to explain, the further they stray from the truth. Explanations often serve as veils for concealment. He chooses silence, as it speaks volumes. One of the afflictions of journalists is the belief that truth is shrouded in layers of obscurity, only accessible through their arduous digging and probing. Any utterance from anyone is deemed untrustworthy, merely a facade for the truth. The public possesses the right to be informed, hence our innate right to question. We may scrutinize anyone, yet no one should dare question our every word, no matter how reasonable it may seem. For if you do not trust the words of truth seekers like us, who can you possibly believe? Since you dismiss whatever I say, what purpose does it serve for me to continue speaking? Wasting breath is as disgraceful as any form of waste, unless I intend to amuse you. It is far more satisfying to let actions speak and deliver a resounding rebuttal. The league has only just begun. Yellow has already netted 11 goals, a staggering feat. This includes 2 hat-tricks and 2 braces. With such form and goal-scoring efficiency, it is utterly insane that doubts persist. Recently, Arsenal's schedule has not been particularly favorable. After facing Chelsea, they are set to encounter Everton, a team that has started this season impressively. They remain one of the 3 unbeaten teams thus far, alongside Arsenal and Manchester United, both of which have achieved 5 consecutive victories. Everton boasts an impressive record of 4 victories and 1 draw, trailing the 2 leading teams by a mere 2 points. This outcome is rather unexpected, especially considering that even Manchester City has stumbled, having dropped points in 2 matches. After 5 rounds of the league, Manchester City stands with 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, placing them 5th in the standings. Liverpool occupies the 4th position, while Arsenal is set to face Chelsea before challenging Everton, and prior to that, they must contend with Bolton. This sequence of matches can indeed be deemed a formidable schedule. However, in reality, neither Everton nor Chelsea posed any significant threat to Arsenal. From the onset of the league, Arsenal has firmly held the top position, boasting a superior goal difference compared to Manchester United. Given the current trajectory, it appears that they will remain in this advantageous spot for quite some time, at least until the commencement of the Champions League knockout stage. There is a prevailing belief that teams such as PSV Eindhoven, AS Monaco, and Galatasaray will not trouble Arsenal during the group stage. This is evident even without expert analysis. Any discerning fan can perceive this reality. Arsenal's form can only be described as sensational, particularly with their star player, Ye Luo, in outstanding condition. The Gunners are on fire. Thus, even though Everton has been performing admirably this season, many media outlets are skeptical about Everton's ability to challenge Arsenal effectively. This skepticism proved accurate, as Everton fell to Arsenal 3-0 on their home turf, marking the end of their unbeaten run in the league. Ye Luo scored a goal in this match, raising his total tally to 12. Following the match, media outlets were abuzz, speculating that if this trend continues, Ye Luo may very well break his own single-season goal record set last year. Ye Luo, however, was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, dismissing the reporters' inquiries and leaving promptly after the post-match interview. The reporters exchanged glances, understanding that Ye Luo was clearly displeased with their previous assessments of his form. Some even suggested that Ye Luo intentionally scored only 1 goal. Regardless, Arsenal celebrated their 6th consecutive victory, while Manchester United finally fell behind, having drawn 2-2 away to Manchester City. Arsenal can now take sole possession of the top spot. In the subsequent Champions League fixture, Galatasaray failed to exert any pressure on Arsenal, who secured a 2-0 victory at home. In this match, Ye Luo again scored just 1 goal, yet this time, no media outlet dared to raise concerns about his form, fully aware that such comments would inevitably lead to a swift rebuttal from him. Concluding the group stage of the Champions League, Arsenal faced Bolton away, a match that held no suspense whatsoever, ending in a decisive 3-0 triumph. After the match, Bolton's coach bitterly remarked that any team with Ye Luo is simply unbeatable. Currently, for many teams in the Premier League, the prospect of challenging Arsenal's resilience appears daunting. Arsenal has established its dominance in the Premier League. Many teams, upon facing them, find themselves surrendering involuntarily, acutely aware of the vast disparity between themselves and Arsenal. Recognizing that their efforts to compete are futile, they question the purpose of exhausting themselves in vain. The art of winning without engaging in battle is the pinnacle of strategy, and Arsenal has achieved this with finesse. This is undoubtedly advantageous for Arsenal, as the resistance they encounter is significantly diminished. Consequently, they can direct their focus toward more crucial arenas, such as the quest to defend their Champions League title. This pathway is Arsenal's route to supremacy. In Chapter 141, titled The Frenzied Manchester United, it becomes evident that not every team harbors the same fear of Arsenal as Bolton does. At least Blackburn, Arsenal's next adversary, appears formidable. In the pre-match press conference, Blackburn's captain and centre-back, Morgan, asserted his intention to impart some valuable lessons to Ye Luo, recalling that Blackburn is a former champion of the Premier League. Although their form has fluctuated and they no longer possess the caliber of a title-winning team, Blackburn supporters hold the right to consider themselves as champions, a status even Liverpool fans cannot claim. Thus, they are unlikely to concede defeat lightly. After all, they are a championship team. As Blackburn hosted the match, they aggressively pressed forward, attempting to exploit their home advantage and carve out some success against Arsenal. However, the outcome was nothing short of a catastrophic defeat. an astounding 8-0. Ye Luo himself netted 5 goals, achieving a remarkable personal feat. This performance left the world in awe. Riding the momentum of their 8-0 triumph over Blackburn, Arsenal faced Monaco in the third round of the Champions League group stage, where they emerged victorious with a 4-0 scoreline. With 3 matches completed in the group stage, Arsenal secured a perfect 9 points. As anticipated by the media prior to the matches, this group proved to be a stroll in the park for Arsenal, with no team posing a credible threat to their position. Advancing as group leaders was all but guaranteed. Moreover, should Arsenal win their next Champions League group match, they are highly likely to finish at the top of the group. Securing this position 2 rounds early would be a significant boon for the team, allowing them to field their substitutes and integrate the reserve players, providing Ye Luo and the younger squad members with valuable experience. Arsenal's emergence as group leaders is virtually assured. Consequently, the Champions League matches garnered little media attention, especially with the looming encounter against Manchester United, their most formidable rival. Arsenal naturally needed to prepare thoroughly for this challenge. While the media touted this as a clash of titans, Ye Luo remained unconvinced of Manchester United's prowess, having triumphed over them in 8 consecutive matches. He had scored 21 goals against them, making him the player with the most goals in their net. How could such a vanquished foe inspire fear in Ye Luo? However, this match, Ye Luo quickly discerned that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The Manchester United team, playing on their home turf, exhibited remarkable tenacity. They remained vigorous and undeterred. In the 18th minute of the first half, Ye Luo seized an opportunity in the penalty area, delivering a strike that sent the ball crashing into Manchester United's net. Arsenal had taken the lead. Based on past experiences, the rhythm of the match would usually fall into Arsenal's hands. They would exploit their advantageous position, compelling their opponents to push forward, subsequently aiming for the spaces left exposed. Once Arsenal gained the upper hand, if their adversaries lacked any strategic intent, it was manageable. However, should they devise a plan, Ye Luo would wreak havoc on Arsenal's defense, leading to a cascade of goals conceded. Yet, this match unfolded differently. Merely 3 minutes after Arsenal's goal, Manchester United equalized. The goal was scored by Rooney, the team's star player, who stabilized the situation for Manchester United. Nevertheless, just before the end of the first half, Arsenal regained the lead. This time, the goal came from Maine, who received Ye Luo's pass on the weak side and unleashed a powerful shot that pierced through De Gea's grasp and found the back of the net. Despite this setback, the Manchester United supporters in the stands did not waver in their encouragement. Their cheers for the team remained unwavering, inspired by their home crowd. The trailing Manchester United displayed commendable resilience. Arsenal felt the pressure emanating from a determined Manchester United. Despite their efforts, United could not find an equalizer before the first half concluded. However, the players exited the field with their heads held high, exuding the demeanor of champions. Unbeknownst to Arsenal's fans and players, Manchester United's squad harbored a resolute belief. They could not afford to lose again. They had endured enough defeats at the hands of Arsenal. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Manchester United would not relinquish their fight. Their conviction in this match was even stronger than that of a Champions League final. Above all, they could not lose. They could not succumb to Arsenal. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all Manchester United players. In the locker room, Mourinho consoled his team. His players were filled with fighting spirit, yet Mourinho felt it was insufficient. Arsenal resembled an iron fortress with a high melting point. Therefore, if Manchester United merely burned with this intensity, it would not suffice to melt this formidable cold iron. The flames must be greater and more fervent. Mourinho's task now was to continue fueling this blazing furnace. His words of encouragement ignited a sense of shame and indignation among the players. They had allowed their opponents to take the lead in their own stadium during the first half, leaving them feeling powerless. This group of Manchester United players was proud. They had once reached the pinnacle of success. Now, how could they dishonor the name of the Red Devils by conceding defeat so easily? The players yearned for the second half to commence at that very moment. The inferno of passion consumed Arsenal entirely. Upon returning to the pitch, they were met with an unexpected reality. It felt as though they were not facing mere human players, but rather a pack of ferocious beasts with crimson eyes. This revelation caught Arsenal off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. The fervent Manchester United unleashed a relentless assault, dominating Arsenal on their home turf. Their desperate gamble carried a resolve that spoke of fighting to the death. In this charged atmosphere, It wasn't long into the second half before Manchester United struck. Rooney. Once again, it was Rooney. The commentator exclaimed. The stands at Old Trafford erupted in jubilant cheers as fans leapt from their seats, vigorously pumping their fists. Manchester United, having twice equalized after falling behind, displayed remarkable tenacity. Rooney's goal served as a stark reminder to Arsenal. This was Old Trafford. This was Manchester United's sanctuary. They would not be so easily vanquished by Arsenal. Once more, Manchester United leveled the score. This goal evoked the enchanting spirit of the Red Devils, a team that had conjured miracles countless times before. Could they be on the brink of yet another astonishing feat? As the match progressed, both teams found themselves in a deadlock. Faced with the fervor of Manchester United's players, Arsenal struggled to impose their dominance. Manchester United clung to Arsenal with unwavering resolve, resulting in a fierce battle in midfield. The Manchester United supporters in the stands were invigorated by the unfolding drama. They understood well that against Arsenal, Manchester United held no significant advantage. Yet, they were content to have dragged the match to this point. Then, an electrifying moment ignited Old Trafford into a frenzy in the 73rd minute. When Di Maria cut in and thundered the ball into Arsenal's net, the stadium trembled. A sudden roar of celebration erupted, soaring to the heavens, akin to a volcano erupting in fiery splendor. Old Trafford shook with excitement, and even viewers at home could feel the electric atmosphere through the quaking television screens. Manchester United took the lead. Di Maria, Di Maria, Di Maria. His goal ignited hope for Manchester United to triumph over Arsenal at home. The entire stadium was ablaze with fervor. The Theatre of Dreams seemed to be infused with magic once more. Arsenal's players were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they had Yellow. Yellow would not show mercy. He would not allow the enemy to revel for too long. Let us not forget our identity, Alex, Yellow said, pulling the dazed Sanchez back into focus. What? We are the enemies. We are Manchester United's adversaries. Do you understand? Yellow asserted earnestly. One must not show leniency towards foes. With the ball beneath his feet, Yellow had only scored once in this match, but Rooney had netted twice. He would not allow Rooney to overshadow him. Although it is impossible for Rooney to catch up with Yellow on the scoring chart, he will not let a single match's gains and losses slip by unnoticed. A fierce competitive spirit is an essential quality of a great player. Under the referee's intervention, Manchester United reluctantly concluded their celebrations. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the players of Manchester United excitedly raised their fists towards the stands, urging the supporters to amplify their roars in appreciation of this thrilling encounter. However, Yellow swiftly silenced the stadium. Merely 2 minutes after Manchester United scored, he equalized the score with a goal. Yellow. A shot. My goodness. A dead angle. An absolute dead angle. The opponent stood no chance. David De Gea barely had a reaction. It was spectacular, truly spectacular. The two strongest teams in the Premier League delivered an extraordinary clash. Alas, witnessing Manchester United concede another goal. The commentator from Manchester United TV covered his head in despair. Aside from sighing, he was at a loss for words. Initially, leading had given him a glimmer of hope. But just 4 minutes later, that hope was shattered. The feeling was unbearable. If given the choice, he would rather have had no hope to begin with, thus sparing his heart from such pain. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, urging his players, instructing them not to lose even if they could not win. He grasped the hands of the team's star player, Rooney. Rooney was taken aback. Is this still Mourinho? Is this still Manchester United? When has Manchester United ever been so feeble? Over the past 2 years, they had been thoroughly crushed by Arsenal. Rooney clenched his fists. He needed to score. He wanted to win. He was determined to triumph in this match. Returning to the field, he rallied his teammates, stating, "The boss said he doesn't want to lose this match." What he conveyed was essentially the same as Mourinho's message, but expressed in a different manner, yielding an immediate change in effect. All the Manchester United players clenched their fists in solidarity. Their fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Appearing nothing like a team that had just conceded a goal, Mourinho successfully ignited the players' fighting spirit. For Mourinho, tactically, he found himself at a loss against Arsenal. As Yellow had no weaknesses, his abilities were top-notch across the board. Therefore, in the absence of a tactical solution, Mourinho could only hope that the mental strength of the Manchester United players might bring about a miracle. Willpower can sometimes be the foundation for creating miracles. The Arsenal players were also taken aback. They had expected that after equalizing, their opponent's morale would plummet, making their subsequent play easier. Little did they anticipate that just as Arsenal planned to capitalize on their momentum to decisively defeat Manchester United, their own defense would nearly falter. It was a counterattack. Di Maria surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving Alderweireld in his wake. He found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, Szczesny. Just as the Arsenal supporters held their breath and Manchester United fans were on the verge of celebration, Di Maria decisively struck the ball. It sailed past Szczesny's defenses. But instead of finding the back of the net, it ricocheted off the post and out of play. The commentator from Manchester United television nearly smashed his desk in frustration. Upon witnessing Di Maria's opportunity, he was almost ready to raise his arms in jubilation, only to have them crash down onto the table in despair a moment later. His head cradled in his hands, lamenting the chance missed. Oh, Di Maria. He squandered the opportunity to become a hero. Arsenal must have broken out in a cold sweat. It was truly a perilous moment. They had not anticipated that, after conceding a goal, Manchester United could still mount such a counterattack. The Arsenal players were certainly rattled, particularly Wenger, who immediately approached the sidelines to vociferously chastise the team for their defensive lapses. This was Old Trafford, the home of Manchester United, and their adversary was Mourinho. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for Wenger to demand an enhancement of their defensive efforts. Naturally, the Arsenal players felt some resentment, believing that retreating into defense was somewhat cowardly. Yet they were soon compelled to withdraw as United's offense surged forward. Manchester United's attacking trio consisted of Rooney, Van Persie, and Di Maria. In midfield, they had a technically proficient trio of Schweinsteiger, Kagawa, and Carrick. While their midfield defense appeared somewhat fragile, this was a misperception. Carrick possessed formidable defensive abilities and exceptional anticipatory skills. Often referred to as the invisible man of midfield, this moniker actually underscores his prowess. Many potential threats were diffused silently through his positioning and movement. The saying, "A good warrior achieves victory without boasting," aptly applies here. This midfield configuration, coupled with the diligent defensive efforts of Rooney and Di Maria, rendered United's defense surprisingly resilient. In contrast, the formidable attacking power brought by two attacking midfielders and three forwards constituted the greatest strength of this Manchester United side. Under the relentless pressure of United's assault, Arsenal found it nearly impossible to lift their heads. The players of Manchester United were as fervent as beasts. In such circumstances, Arsenal had little recourse but to defend. In the final 10 minutes of the match, Arsenal was pinned in their own half, unable to break free, with even Ye Luo failing to gain possession. Ultimately, when the referee blew the final whistle, the away fans of Arsenal collectively exhaled in relief. They had never witnessed such a fervent Manchester United. From a certain perspective, the psychological fortitude of United's players indeed enabled them to achieve a miracle, as they ended their embarrassing streak of 8 consecutive defeats against Arsenal, securing a draw. This was a commendable result for Manchester United. As Mourinho aptly stated, even if one cannot triumph, one must not succumb to defeat. And indeed, they have succeeded. Chapter 142. A harsh reality following a draw with Manchester United, Arsenal's winning streak came to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, they faced a League Cup match against Middlesbrough, a team from the Championship. For the other Arsenal players, it was a day to rest, yet Ye Luo was required to lead the reserve and U19 teams into battle. The match proved to be quite arduous for Arsenal, as the score remained tied at 3-3 until the 90th minute. Just when it seemed that Arsenal might be pushed into extra time, or even penalties against a Championship side, Ye Luo delivered a decisive blow in the 92nd minute, propelling his team into the next round of the League Cup. Following the cup match, Ye Luo promptly returned to league duties. In the 10th round of the league, Arsenal decisively defeated Aston Villa 3-0 at home, with Ye Luo netting 2 goals. His tally for the season in league matches reached an impressive 22 goals, having played only 10 matches. Overall, his total for the season soared to 39 goals. In the Champions League, Ye Luo continued his remarkable form during the group stage, as Arsenal overwhelmed Monaco with a resounding 4-0 victory at home, where Ye Luo scored twice and provided an assist. The match saw Arsenal make significant rotations, substituting nearly half of their starting players. Despite such extensive changes, Arsenal demonstrated formidable strength at home, leaving Monaco to return home with a bitter taste after conceding 4 goals. After 4 rounds of group matches, Arsenal stood undefeated with 12 points, leading the group ahead of PSV Eindhoven by 3 points, while Galatasaray and Monaco trailed with a single point each. This meant that Arsenal had already secured advancement to the knockout stage 2 rounds early, and their next objective was to finish atop the group. They would soon address this issue, as on November 22nd, in the 5th round of the group stage, Arsenal would host PSV Eindhoven, and a victory would ensure their first-place finish. In League Match 11, Arsenal faced Nottingham Forest at home, where they ruthlessly triumphed 2-0. Once a dominant force in Europe, Nottingham Forest has returned to the Premier League, yet their revival is likely to take a considerable amount of time, perhaps a decade, or even 50 years. It is certainly not a journey they can embark upon at present. Nottingham Forest, now a prime candidate for relegation, has managed to secure only 3 points in 10 Premier League matches, a dismal record. This former Champions League powerhouse has sadly diminished to a state of fleeting ascents to the Premier League, followed by rapid descents. Meanwhile, Arsenal strides confidently along the path of resurgence. Following the match against Nottingham Forest, Arsenal is set to face Sunderland away just 3 days later. This encounter marks yet another round in the League Cup, which has now progressed to the 4th stage. Advancing further would lead them to the quarterfinals. And if they can surpass that hurdle, they will enter the semifinals. This season, the League Cup has undergone reform, with the semifinals adopting a home-and-away format. The team with the greater aggregate score will advance to the final. In the event of a tie in aggregate goals, unlike European competitions, away goals will not be considered. Instead, a 30-minute extra time will ensue, and if the deadlock persists, a penalty shootout will determine the victor. Beyond the semifinals lies the final, where the fledgling reserve players will have the chance to showcase their talents at Wembley Stadium, a venue where many have yet to compete. This prospect fills them with exhilaration, and they have been diligently striving in training to achieve this goal. The media has grown accustomed to Arsenal fielding their reserve team in the League Cup. Some commentators perceive this as a lack of effort or disrespect towards their opponents. However, deploying reserve players for the League Cup is a common practice among many top clubs. The distinction lies in the fact that other elite teams usually reserve this strategy for encounters against relatively weaker opponents, such as those from League One. It is indeed rare to see a team like Arsenal adopt an entirely reserve approach across all competitions. Nonetheless, media speculation has remained relatively superficial. Some outlets argue that Arsenal's reliance on reserves, combined with the likes of Ye Luo, dreaming of clinching the League Cup title, is quite unrealistic. As the League Cup clash with Sunderland approaches, Coach Wenger has been rather reticent in the locker room. Although Sunderland is considered a relegation candidate this season, one might ask, in which season have they not been? Yet, they are the Black Cats, endowed with 9 lives, managing to stave off relegation each year. Competing in the Premier League, their prowess surpasses that of Championship side Middlesbrough. Consequently, Arsenal must exercise considerable caution, especially given that they will be employing a reserve strategy led by Ye Luo. In pursuit of the coveted 7 crowns, Ye Luo is fully committed. However, the inexperience of the reserve players can sometimes lead to instability. Should they succumb to nerves and ultimately lose the match, Arsenal's ambitions would be thwarted. For lost championships do not return. This situation underscores the formidable challenge of claiming every title. Both the League Cup and the FA Cup are single elimination tournaments, where a momentary lapse can result in elimination. This format is rife with unpredictability. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a breeding ground for upsets? If Arsenal were to falter, would not everyone be waiting to revel in their misfortune? Wenger merely offered a few understated words of caution, appearing somewhat unconcerned about Sunderland. Yet, for the reserve players, every match in the League Cup is akin to a final. Under the leadership of Ye Luo, they stand a chance of advancing all the way to the finals and seizing the championship. Fueled by this ambition, their morale is at an unprecedented peak. No matter what, they are determined to journey to Wembley alongside Ye Luo. With this aspiration propelling them forward, they are brimming with energy, akin to boiling water confined within a pressure cooker, ready to burst forth. When the moment arrives, the steam will unleash an inexhaustible force. The power of steam is formidable. It propelled humanity into the industrial age. Now, this very force resides within the hearts of the players. They must harness this strength to accomplish what appears to be an insurmountable challenge, journeying to Wembley with Ye Luo. For Sunderland, facing Arsenal's reserve team at home, even with Ye Luo's presence, poses no cause for trepidation. Previously, Arsenal's reserves, playing at home, were overwhelmed by Middlesbrough, nearly rendered helpless. Had it not been for Ye Luo's extraordinary performance, Arsenal might have faced an early exit. Yet, Even Ye Luo cannot consistently deliver such brilliance. It is utterly improbable. Should such a scenario occur, it would be a stroke of misfortune. Thus, Sunderland believes that eliminating Arsenal is a highly likely outcome, unless Ye Luo manages an extraordinary feat of scoring 4 goals in this match. This sentiment is shared by Sunderland's players and their supporters alike. The media incessantly speculates about the challenges facing Arsenal's reserves, leading many to perceive them as merely riding on the coattails of Arsenal's reputation, lacking genuine prowess. Could Sunderland possibly lose to such a feeble team at home? Certainly not. Sunderland feels confident in their victory. Meanwhile, Arsenal's fans are skeptical about their reserve team making a credible push towards Wembley, expressing concern for the team's future. However, from the outset of the match, it became evident that the situation diverged drastically from public expectations. The performance of Arsenal's reserve players was worlds apart from their earlier encounter against Middlesbrough. They exhibited a vigorous offense and tenacious defense, fully unshackled in this match. With spirited running and unwavering confidence, Sunderland, not exactly a powerhouse themselves, found it challenging to counter the defensive wall erected by Arsenal's reserves. They struggled to penetrate Arsenal's penalty area, resorting to long-range shots as their only viable option. In truth, many had fallen into a misconception, believing that Middlesbrough, competing in the Championship, could pose such significant challenges to Arsenal, and thus Sunderland, being a Premier League team, would fare even better. Yet few bothered to analyze why Middlesbrough managed to threaten Arsenal. Their approach was straightforward and physical, overpowering the smaller reserve players, who understandably struggled against such tactics. Sunderland, at the very least, is a team of Premier League caliber. Their playing style indeed exhibits a degree of technical sophistication. When facing the seemingly weaker Arsenal reserves, they sought to dominate through control, launching relentless assaults in an attempt to technically outmaneuver their opponents. However, this approach inadvertently allowed Sunderland to overlook Arsenal reserves' most significant vulnerability, the lack of physical confrontation experience, while their own technical prowess and discipline managed to neutralize the opposition's flair for intricate play. Thus, in terms of actual threat, Sunderland proved less effective than the straightforward, aggressive long-ball tactics employed by Middlesbrough. Football, after all, is not merely a simple mathematical equation. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless pressure on the Arsenal reserves without scoring, it was hardly surprising when Arsenal struck first through a counterattack. This unexpected turn was particularly notable upon reflection after the match. During the game itself, when Arsenal took the lead, it caught everyone by surprise, not because Arsenal had scored, but rather because it was not Ye Luo who netted the goal. Instead, it was Ye Luo's assist that paved the way for the young, 18-year-old academy graduate Gnabry, who deftly propelled the ball into the net from a tight angle. At that moment, Ye Luo had drawn all the defensive attention, leaving the other Arsenal reserves unmarked. As Gnabry entered the penalty area, Ye Luo's pass arrived, accompanied by a booming shout from Ye Luo, urging him to shoot. In a reflexive response, Gnabry slid to connect with the ball, easily redirecting it into the net. Thus, Arsenal's first goal materialized. After the goal, Gnabry stood momentarily stunned, while Ye Luo, along with a throng of teammates, rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Well done." It was only after Ye Luo lifted him in celebration that the slight-framed Gnabry truly comprehended the significance of his achievement. He had scored on a professional stage, against a team that had participated in the Premier League last season, Sunderland. Overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistened with tears of joy, exclaiming to himself, "I scored." More teammates surged forward, playfully ruffling his hair, eager to share in his good fortune. "Well done." They all cheered, feeling a fervent fire igniting within them, illuminating a path leading to the majestic Wembley. On the other hand, Sunderland players were filled with frustration. Prior to the match, they had believed that Arsenal's greatest threat lay in Ye Luo, and thus their focus was solely on neutralizing him, rather than devising a strategy against Arsenal as a whole. They did not perceive their approach as underestimating the opponent. They felt adequately cautious, convinced that the Arsenal reserves were not formidable enough to warrant their full attention. They believed that by merely containing Ye Luo, they could effectively stifle Arsenal's offense. Little did they anticipate that the goal would come not from Ye Luo, but from another Arsenal player. In truth, reaching the reserve level within the esteemed youth development system of a club like Arsenal is an achievement in itself. At the very least, they can be considered professional players of a nearly top-tier league. Many of them are destined to make their mark in the Championship or the Premier League in the future. Therefore, they possess a certain level of technical prowess, qualifying them as competent professionals. When faced with such opponents, neglecting defense only serves to bolster their confidence, which is precisely what the reserve players currently lack. However, the players from Arsenal's reserve team have begun to regain their self-assurance. They believe that their arduous training during this period has finally borne fruit, and the aspiration to reach Wembley now appears increasingly attainable. This goal has significantly invigorated the morale of the Arsenal players. In the subsequent matches, under the guidance of Ye Luo, the reserve team has seized control of the game's tempo. They have fortified their defense in their own half, employing vigorous movement to disrupt the opposition's passing. Through counterattacks, they have posed a threat to their rivals' goal. After all, Arsenal is still a prestigious Premier League club, and the quality of their youth training is assured. These young talents rank among the finest in England, endowing them with a solid skill set. The combination of their abilities and newfound confidence naturally manifests in their performance. These players are inherently capable but lack match experience. Once they accumulate this experience, they will not be inferior to those players from Sunderland. Moreover, their familiarity from years of playing together enhances their synergy. Consequently, as their confidence grows, Sunderland finds themselves in a precarious situation, struggling to penetrate the defense while failing to maintain their own. The threat posed by Ye Luo is immense. As the first half draws to a close, Ye Luo unleashes a long-range strike that breaches Sunderland's defenses. Given the circumstances observed in the first half, it is widely believed that the outcome of the match has largely been decided. In the second half, Sunderland will likely find it exceedingly difficult to make any significant impact. They might even find themselves praying to avoid a humiliating defeat. Ultimately, the final score stands at 4-1. Ye Luo scored again in the second half and provided an assist for another goal, 2 goals and 2 assists. The Arsenal reserve team has eliminated Sunderland and advanced to the next round. The performance of the Arsenal reserves has prompted the media to turn their attention and sing their praises. Many players have been dubbed geniuses by the English press, and their notoriety is gradually expanding. However, for them, this is merely the beginning. Should anyone become lost in their newfound fame, they may ultimately fade into obscurity. Professional football is a ruthless arena. Chapter complete. Chapter 143, The Dawn of a Dynasty. In fact, Wenger himself believes that relying solely on the reserves, along with Ye Luo, to secure the League Cup title is somewhat unrealistic. Nonetheless, he must concede that this approach alleviates the first team's burden, sparing them the rigors of dual competitions and reducing the risk of injuries. For instance, they are soon to face Liverpool in an upcoming match. Should there be 1 or 2 injuries to the first team during the previous League Cup, Wenger would have been in quite a predicament. However, the situation now appears favorable. Arsenal's first team is currently free of injuries, and Cazorla has also resumed training. The midweek League Cup match did not exert significant physical strain, allowing the team to be in a state of readiness. As they prepare to face Liverpool away, Arsenal can approach the match with the full vigor of the squad. In contrast, although Liverpool made several rotations in the League Cup, a substantial portion of their first team still participated. While Arsenal has successfully implemented this strategy, other teams have attempted to replicate it, believing it to be a dual benefit, training the reserves while granting the first team additional rest. Yet, many teams that have recently adopted this approach quickly discovered its impracticality. For Arsenal, it is a pathway to success, while for others, it leads to a dead end. This distinction is largely due to Ye Luo, who can lead Arsenal's reserves effectively, while other teams view their reserves as a forfeiture of the tournament. In their previous League Cup encounter, Liverpool faced Everton away, a significantly tougher opponent than Birmingham. Despite Everton's historical struggles against Arsenal, they remain a formidable contender in the Premier League. Consequently, Liverpool experienced greater pressure in the League Cup match, expending more energy in the process. Indeed, Liverpool and Everton battled fiercely for 90 minutes, managing only a single goal, with Liverpool narrowly advancing by a score of 1-0. The term narrowly applies as Everton put forth a valiant effort on their home ground. Ultimately, it was Sterling's goal that secured Liverpool's progression, albeit at a considerable cost. Firstly, the match hero Sterling sustained an injury, sidelining him until after Christmas. Additionally, their star forward Suarez received 2 yellow cards, resulting in a 1-match suspension. Thus far this season, Suarez has performed admirably, scoring 8 goals in 11 league appearances, making him Liverpool's most vital scorer. Consequently, Liverpool hastened to appeal, asserting that Suarez's 2 yellow cards were unjustified. Their appeal aimed to delay the ruling, allowing Suarez to participate in the highly anticipated match against Arsenal. Once the appeal was submitted, Suarez could still play until the decision was rendered, ensuring he would not miss the encounter. Liverpool's appeal successfully allowed Suarez to feature in the match against Arsenal. He has become Liverpool's primary offensive threat, particularly due to his robust physicality, agility, and exceptional ball control, coupled with impressive speed and nimbleness, which serve him well against many of the Premier League's towering center-backs. His characteristic can be deemed a significant advantage when faced with Arsenal's two central defenders. Van Dijk frequently engages in the team's offensive organization, while Alderweireld lingers behind, his pace insufficient and his pivot slow, rendering him susceptible to Suarez's dominance. Thus, the focal point of this match lies in the clash of two elite attackers. In interviews, Suarez has expressed his unwavering commitment to triumph over his adversary, revealing a competitive spirit within him. It is not that he perceives himself to be superior to Ye Luo. Rather, he aims to assist Liverpool in clinching victory as a means to indirectly best Ye Luo. For instance, if he performs exceptionally during the match, becoming a direct contributor to the team's success, while Ye Luo's performance falters, he would then surpass Ye Luo in stature. This method appears considerably easier than a direct confrontation with Ye Luo, yet his aspirations may be overly optimistic. Arsenal is poised for an all-out attack, and Ye Luo is in stellar form. Even with Liverpool at home, they cannot withstand Arsenal's formidable offensive onslaught. In the 8th minute of the match, Ye Luo, maneuvering the ball in the attacking third, earned a free kick through a breakthrough, having been tripped by Liverpool's defender Skirtle as he cut inside. The free kick was awarded just outside the penalty area. Initially, the Arsenal fans believed the referee's whistle indicated a penalty, but soon they erupted in cheers, aware of Ye Luo's prowess in set pieces. As Ye Luo positioned the ball, Liverpool braced themselves for the imminent threat, erecting a five-man wall, with another player lying on the ground to thwart any quick low shot from Ye Luo. Such proximity rendered a direct shot less viable, prompting Ye Luo to opt for a curling effort aimed at the near post. The ball gracefully arched over the jumping wall, akin to a precisely guided cruise missile, striking the underside of the crossbar and soaring into the net. Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina had no remedy for such a strike. A direct free kick had opened the gateway to victory for Arsenal. Liverpool found themselves entirely subdued by Arsenal. Gerrard's injury precipitated a breakdown in Liverpool's midfield organization, leaving them without a central orchestrator and reducing their offense to a haphazard affair. How could such a Liverpool hope to triumph over a buoyant Arsenal? Following Arsenal's lead, they seized control of the match's rhythm. Subsequently, Arsenal solidified their defense, enticing Liverpool to advance and expose space in their own backline. They were unperturbed by Liverpool's reluctance to push forward, for Arsenal held the advantage. To equalize, Liverpool needed to attack, yet how could they do so without advancing? A long clearance from the back would scarcely threaten Arsenal's goal. Thus, Liverpool found themselves in a tortuous predicament, pressing forward with trepidation in an attempt to mount an offense. Fully cognizant that such actions would grant Arsenal's attacking line ample room to exploit. Yet, they could no longer afford to ponder such risks. Who was the first to concede a goal? Once a goal is lost, there is a price to pay. The cost manifests as Arsenal's offensive front, akin to a pack of wolves, advancing with predatory gazes, leaving behind vulnerabilities in their defense. Ye Luo stands at the forefront, seemingly isolated. Yet, it is known to all that Ye Luo is now the most perilous threat, as Liverpool lacks sufficient personnel to contain him. The moment he receives the ball, a menacing offensive opportunity arises. Alongside Ye Luo, the flanks are occupied by Sanchez and Maine, both of whom possess remarkable speed and dribbling finesse. Once the ball reaches the attacking third, they surge forward without hesitation, trusting Ye Luo implicitly. He is not one to relinquish possession easily. With Ye Luo as a stronghold, Arsenal's counterattacks are remarkably precise. This strategy is straightforward, yet it effectively showcases the strengths of Arsenal's attacking trident. Other teams might attempt to replicate this, but they lack Ye Luo, resulting in a significant disparity in outcomes. Many teams' rapid counterattacks can falter due to their forwards failing to maintain control, leading to immediate and more dangerous counterattacks from their opponents. Arsenal, however, has no such concerns because they possess Ye Luo. Does his ability to control the ball in the attacking zone still warrant skepticism? Faced with Arsenal's compact defense, Suarez's agility and speed become stifled. Surrounded by adversaries with no room to operate, Liverpool's offense has yet to make an impact, while Arsenal's goal arrives first. A classic Arsenal-style counterattack. more accurately described as a yellow-style counterattack, unfolds. Yellow effortlessly halts a rapid-through ball from the defense. Many perceive the difficulty in stopping such a swift pass, speculating that Yellow might opt to redirect it back to the midfield. Yet, Yellow handles it with grace. The swiftly soaring ball appears almost glued to his foot, landing without a bounce. He then glides past Liverpool's midfield line, advancing with the ball. The Liverpool defense, compelled to retreat, forms a semicircular barrier before Yellow. But as they compress, space opens elsewhere. Yellow deftly lifts the ball, sending it soaring between two Liverpool defenders, landing in the left side of the penalty area. A figure races forward, leading the charge into the box, Sanchez on a breakaway. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Reina rushes out, only to witness Sanchez deliver a precise pass to the opposite side. Main arrives just in time, poised to gently push the ball into the open net. 3 players, 2 passes, and without a doubt, the ball finds its way into Liverpool's goal. This is a quintessential Arsenal-style counterattack. What a splendid execution. 2 passes utterly dismantled Liverpool's defense. When Ye Luo takes possession of the ball, Liverpool's defense can only rely on fortune. If they encircle Ye Luo as they have just done, the outcome is inevitable. However, when Ye Luo is in possession and the defensive numbers are insufficient, it is akin to gifting him a goal. Regardless, they are bound to concede. Such a counterattack is unstoppable. The Arsenal players embrace one another, while Liverpool's players wear expressions of despair, many with hands on hips and heads bowed. 2 goals down, and this is merely the first half. For a team like Arsenal, this signifies that Liverpool is perilously close to defeat. Everyone understands how formidable Arsenal can be with just a 1-goal lead, let alone a 2-goal advantage. Rodgers observes the unfolding counterattack from the sidelines, feeling helpless, and can only muster a wry smile. Being 2 goals down at halftime is an overwhelming challenge for Liverpool. Yet, what can Rodgers do to triumph over Arsenal? One must contain Ye Luo. But after all these years and numerous coaches, has anyone devised a successful strategy to limit Ye Luo? No. His versatility renders him devoid of weaknesses. Without weaknesses, how can one contain him? It is simply impossible. Therefore, Rodgers' strategy for this match was to engage Arsenal in a direct confrontation, maintaining his own approach. The outcome, as anticipated, was a gamble, betting on the hope that Arsenal's attacking form would falter today. Clearly, Rodgers has lost that wager. Accepting defeat in such a manner is preferable to the alternative of a grim 90-minute stalemate followed by a loss, as at least in this way, he would not face blame. Instead, he would be seen as someone who adhered to his football philosophy, with the final defeat attributed to a significant disparity in player capabilities. This season, it appears that no team in England can thwart Arsenal. However, Rodgers firmly believes that no team can remain at the pinnacle indefinitely, nor can any player maintain peak performance perpetually. In the next season or the one after, this team will inevitably descend into a trough. At that juncture, other teams will seize their opportunity, but to whom that opportunity will belong remains uncertain. Perhaps it will be Liverpool, perhaps it will belong to him, Rodgers. In the second half, Arsenal continues to adhere to their established strategy. Liverpool supporters watch with clenched teeth, fervently hurling insults at Arsenal's players, hoping they will rise to the occasion and bravely engage Liverpool in an offensive battle. Yet Arsenal remains indifferent to their opponent's sentiments, unwilling to relinquish their comfortable path to victory. After all, the league schedule is demanding enough. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? In the 53rd minute of the match, another goal from Arsenal arrives. Substituted into the match, Harry Kane seized the high point in the attacking zone, shielded the ball, and effortlessly delivered a precise cross. Yellow surged forward with remarkable speed, receiving Kane's pass and penetrating the penalty area, where he faced the advancing goalkeeper. With deft movements, he executed a pendulum maneuver. The commentators erupted in astonishment as Yellow skillfully evaded the keeper and nudged the ball into the empty net. 3-0. Arsenal secured their victory. In the 78th minute, the substitute Kane scored a goal. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over Liverpool with a decisive 4-1 away victory. After 12 rounds of the league, Arsenal remained unbeaten, extending their remarkable streak of invincibility to 60 matches across seasons. The media speculated that Arsenal was not far from clinching a 3rd consecutive Premier League title. Since the inception of the Premier League, only Manchester United has achieved a three-peat in the league. Generally speaking, attaining such a feat is deemed essential for establishing a dynasty. For instance, Manchester United accomplished this remarkable three-peat on 3 occasions, leading many to assert that they established 2 dynasties in the Premier League. Now, Arsenal is treading a similar path. The only potential barrier to Arsenal's dynasty may be mere luck, such as an injury to Ye Luo. However, Ye Luo has never been prone to injuries. Thus, it seems that the establishment of Arsenal's dynasty is now inevitable. Chapter 144. Has the opportunity arisen? In the 13th round of the league, Arsenal faced Stoke City away. In this match, Wenger made significant rotations from the previous starting 11 against Arsenal. Only goalkeeper Szczesny and striker Ye Luo retained their positions, while the others were replaced. With this rotated lineup, Arsenal narrowly won 1-0 against Stoke City, with Ye Luo scoring the sole goal of the match. This season, Ye Luo has scored in every Premier League match, marking an astonishing 36 consecutive league games with goals. This extraordinary statistic continues to flourish. Moreover, Ye Luo has netted in every match across all competitions this season, a feat that astounds many. He has scored 24 goals in the league this season, a tally that could have contended for the Golden Boot in previous seasons. And this is only after 13 league matches. Additionally, Ye Luo has netted 6 goals in the Champions League and 6 in the League Cup. The FA Cup has yet to commence. Including the Community Shield and the UEFA Super Cup, Ye Luo has amassed an astounding 40 goals this season. This formidable figure stands unrivaled in Europe. He is the most prolific scorer across the continent, outshining even Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. With Ye Luo's explosive form, Arsenal is surging forward on all fronts. Arsenal is now regarded as Ye Luo's team, and when people mention this squad, the prevailing image is that of Ye Luo and his teammates. His brilliance is overwhelmingly radiant, almost blinding. In fact, Ye Luo's teammates are not lacking in prowess either. For instance, Sanchez has netted 9 goals and provided 9 assists in 13 Premier League matches, ranking second in terms of direct goal involvement, just behind Ye Luo. Similarly, Cazorla boasts an impressive midfield record, reflecting the statistics of a top-tier superstar. Yet, in comparison to Ye Luo, such figures pale significantly. The stars continue to shine, but the sun has risen. While the English media marvel at Ye Luo's astonishing statistics, Arsenal's focus has shifted away from the league. They are preparing for a crucial UEFA Champions League group stage match against PSV Eindhoven at home. A victory in this encounter would enable Arsenal to secure their advancement as group leaders a round early, providing them with some respite in the densely packed schedule of December. This month is particularly demanding for Arsenal, as they must travel to Edo, Japan, for the Club World Cup. The long journey and congested fixtures make December anything but easy for the club. Securing top position in the group in advance would allow them to conserve energy in the Champions League. Should Arsenal fail to clinch the top spot early, they would be compelled to field their key players in the December matches, significantly impacting their overall performance, not only in the Champions League, but also in the league, the Club World Cup, and the upcoming FA Cup. Although the English FA has already postponed some of Arsenal's December fixtures in light of their Club World Cup commitments, the sheer volume of matches remains daunting. Nevertheless, few believe that Arsenal will falter at their home ground. If they can triumph over PSV Eindhoven away, the outcome of this home match seems almost predetermined. Thus, securing the top group position appears to be a certainty for Arsenal. It is generally perceived that PSV Eindhoven's efforts to challenge Arsenal at the Emirates may be misguided, as their chances seem exceedingly slim. The Dutch side harbors no aspirations of contending for the group lead, given the formidable challenge of defeating Arsenal away. With their energy better spent in the league, PSV Eindhoven may feel content with merely qualifying. However, when addressing the media regarding their stance, PSV would undoubtedly assert their commitment to giving their all at the Emirates. Admitting a lack of confidence would betray the spirit of competition. While PSV professes to be fully committed, their true intentions may not reflect such fervor, as they are likely to rest some of their starters in consideration of their league commitments. Thus, the match held little suspense. A mere 6 minutes into the game, Arsenal scored. What a magnificent long-range shot by Ye Luo. Such speed and angle from such distance. Only Ye Luo can wield such a shot as a regular weapon in today's football arena. Amidst the commentators' exuberant shouts, the Emirates Stadium transformed into a joyous sea. This is the power wielded by a dominantly superior team. Many clubs ponder whether it is worthwhile to exert themselves against Arsenal. If one cannot triumph despite their utmost efforts, then why bother? Shouldn't they conserve their energy for more worthy adversaries? Even in the Premier League, some teams strategically concede matches against Arsenal, weighing the costs of exertion. no one is foolish. If battling Arsenal is deemed futile, why engage at all? Consequently, Arsenal's players can distinctly sense that many teams lower their heads in their presence. This season, numerous matches have been relatively effortless for them, requiring minimal exertion. What does this signify? It is the intimidation factor of a reigning champion. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over PSV Eindhoven with a score of 3-0, securing 15 points and advancing as group leaders a round ahead. Ye Luo scored twice in this match, bringing his tally to 8 goals in the Champions League group stage this season. Though his total appears to have declined compared to last season, his goals have become more evenly distributed. While he may not be achieving the occasional quadruple or quintuple, his consistent scoring helps the team progress steadily. At Ye Luo's level, personal statistics become mere numbers. He must consider his teammates as well. After all, if he scores excessively and provokes opponents, it could lead to injuries among his comrades, thereby diminishing the team's strength. Ye Luo now contemplates not only his own performance, but also the broader team dynamic. Winning securely is paramount. When the time comes to boost his stats, he shall do so. This approach may very well lead to his final statistics surpassing even those of the previous season, which would not be surprising. With 8 goals, Ye Luo currently leads the scoring chart, followed by Cristiano Ronaldo with 6, and Lionel Messi in third with 5. The fourth position is shared by several players, including Bayern Munich's Müller, Manchester City's Aguero, and Manchester United's Rooney and Van Persie, each netting 3 goals. As the Champions League group stage progresses, 5 teams, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Manchester United, and, of course, Arsenal, have exhibited formidable performances. The media has taken notice. The European football scene has entered an era of divine rivalry. This season, Real Madrid has invested a staggering $1.3 billion to acquire Eden Hazard from Chelsea. Hazard now forms a formidable trident alongside Cristiano Ronaldo and Karim Benzema. Meanwhile, Barcelona boasts a terrifying trio of Neymar, Luis Suarez, and Lionel Messi. Additionally, Bayern Munich's combination of Arjen Robben, Robert Lewandowski, and Frank Ribery has matured significantly. Manchester United's Wayne Rooney, Robin van Persie, and Gareth Bale have also displayed remarkable synergy in their attacking front this season. Consequently, these 4 teams each possess a top-tier attacking trident, including Arsenal's trio of Alexis Sanchez, Ye Luo, and Sadio Mane. These 5 elite clubs command an array of fearsome attacking combinations that leave other teams in awe. Each of these trios consists of world-class stars, a phenomenon that in the past was only briefly witnessed in a select few teams. The existence of 5 such super tridents among these clubs is unprecedented. Moreover, these 5 teams are not necessarily the strongest. The rise of new powerhouses like Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain further complicates the landscape. Europe seems to have entered an era where the strong only grow stronger. However, the media from North London scoffs at this notion. What divine rivalry! It is the era of Arsenal's dominance. While the tridents of these teams are indeed formidable, none possess Ye Luo. Ye Luo is in a league of his own. The confidence of Arsenal's media undoubtedly stems from Ye Luo's unparalleled statistics. No matter how strong your trident may be, it cannot surpass Ye Luo. After concluding the match against PSV Eindhoven, Arsenal is set to host Manchester City. Typically, such matches garner significant attention. Following Manuel Pellegrini's departure from Manchester City, the club has appointed the esteemed Carlo Ancelotti. Ancelotti faces considerable challenges, primarily concerning the strained relationship with star striker Sergio Aguero. Rumors of a transfer to Barcelona have surfaced, as the Catalans are in need of a center forward and Aguero is a close friend of Lionel Messi. This is no baseless speculation. Last season, Aguero had just renewed his contract with Manchester City, indicating that this is not a mere ploy by his agent for a salary increase. Aguero is evidently resolute in his desire to leave Manchester City. However, the club remains steadfast in their refusal to sell, especially given the recent contract renewal and the lengthy duration remaining on his agreement. With Manchester City not lacking in financial resources, should Aguero push too hard, the club could simply choose to sideline him for several years, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Thus, the prospect of his transfer to Barcelona has ultimately fizzled out. A club that continues to invest heavily without reaping any rewards is bound to encounter difficulties. Performance is the ultimate remedy for such issues. Once results falter, problems will inevitably surface. Many teams have collapsed under such a vicious cycle. Perhaps Manchester City is no exception, though fortunately, their financial stability remains intact. Wealth may indeed obscure numerous issues. However, In terms of competitive prowess, Manchester City has significantly weakened compared to previous seasons. Against such a team, Arsenal's victory seemed almost effortless. In the 32nd minute, Ye Luo scored with a stunning long-range shot from outside the penalty area, the ball slicing through the air with remarkable speed, leaving goalkeeper Joe Hart as nothing more than a spectator. Prior to this goal, the commentators were praising Manchester City's decent performance, noting they had not conceded a goal for half an hour. Yet, just as they lauded City's efforts, Ye Luo's thunderous strike silenced them all. Ye Luo. It was indeed Ye Luo. It appeared that Manchester City was on the verge of yet another defeat, as Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray remarked. His prediction proved accurate. Shortly after the onset of the second half, Manchester City conceded a second goal, again scored by Ye Luo, who netted a brace during the match. At the Etihad Stadium, Ye Luo remained the most unpopular figure, yet the vitriol from City fans could not sway his form, leading to a sense of despair among them. They felt that Manchester City might only triumph over Arsenal once Ye Luo departed from the club. For Ye Luo, securing a victory against Manchester City brought him immense joy. In the subsequent matches, Arsenal began to frequently employ a rotation strategy, granting more opportunities to substitute players while allowing first-team members a chance to rest and recuperate. Wenger was preparing Arsenal for their third trophy of the season, the FIFA Club World Cup. The team was set to embark on a long journey to Japan, necessitating that the players maintain peak condition prior to departure to avoid fatigue. Regardless of the rotations, Ye Luo was indispensable, a steadfast starting center forward, consistently finding the back of the net. His adversaries trembled at his feet. Against Sunderland, Ye Luo scored twice, leading Arsenal to a 3-1 victory. Against Portsmouth, he opened the scoring, guiding the team to a 2-0 win. After 16 rounds of the league, Arsenal accumulated 46 points, standing proudly at the summit of the table. In second place, Manchester United trailed closely behind with 43 points, just 3 points adrift, mirroring their previous encounters. This illustrates Manchester United's formidable strength, while 3 points may seem trivial. The challenge of catching Arsenal is daunting indeed. For Manchester United, December heralded new opportunities, as Arsenal faced a significantly denser schedule this month, contending not only in the Premier League and Champions League, but also in the Club World Cup. Though the latter entails merely 2 matches, however, they must traverse vast distances, crossing nearly half the globe. Such a journey will undoubtedly impact Arsenal. In their final Champions League group match, Arsenal is set to travel to Turkey, a daunting distance indeed. Moreover, playing away in Turkey has never been an easy task. Should Arsenal experience even a slight fluctuation in their league performance due to these circumstances, it may present an opportunity for Manchester United. Chapter 145. The Club World Cup. Galatasaray, a prestigious Turkish club, boasts their home ground, the Sami Yen Stadium, renowned throughout European football as a formidable fortress. Although it accommodates fewer than 30,000 spectators, it is referred to by Galatasaray supporters as hell. Not hell for Galatasaray, but rather hell for their opponents. This is not mere self-aggrandizement. Other fans concur with this sentiment, as any European team that has faced the terrifying atmosphere of the stadium would be reluctant to return for a second encounter. However, Ye Luo is an exception. Having previously played in Turkey, he is familiar with the environment. No matter how fervent the fans may be, he will play his game undeterred. The so-called home advantage holds no sway over Ye Luo. With him on the roster, the other Arsenal players are naturally emboldened. In Istanbul, Arsenal had prepared thoroughly. For instance, they employed a ruse, booking 2 hotels. The public hotel was intended for the Turkish fan scrutiny, while their players had secretly retreated to a different establishment. Consequently, Galatasaray fans spent an entire night causing a ruckus at a hotel where no Arsenal players were staying, igniting fireworks and firecrackers to no avail. Unbeknownst to them, Galatasaray supporters believed their antics had deprived Arsenal players of a good night's rest, while in reality, the team was peacefully slumbering in their other hotel, entirely unaffected. The actions of Galatasaray fans can be regarded as mere performance art. The following morning, upon reading the reports in the newspapers, everyone shared a hearty laugh. This clever deception was devised by Ye Luo, who, with a modest expenditure, ensured a restful night for the Arsenal players, worth every penny. Though the fans may be fervent, the Galatasaray players remain composed. They recognize that this match holds little significance. In their previous group match, they suffered a 0-3 defeat against Monaco. Thus, regardless of the outcome, their hopes of advancing to the Europa League as third in the group are exceedingly slim. In their head-to-head record, Galatasaray does not hold an advantage over Monaco. With a 2-goal deficit in goal difference, while Galatasaray trails by 7, the gap is insurmountable. Hence, this final group match merely serves as a formality for Galatasaray. Both parties harbor no conflicts of interest. The fervor of Galatasaray's fans stems solely from their desire for the team to secure at least one victory in the Champions League, a matter of considerable pride for them. However, the players may not share this sentiment. Upon the release of the starting lineup, Wenger opted to rotate a majority of the key players, indicating that Arsenal has no intention of giving their all. Galatasaray, too, perceives little significance in this match and would rather conserve energy for the league, especially as they have slipped to 5th place in the Turkish Super League. Thus, for both sides, the match carried a sense of indifference. The atmosphere at the home ground was indeed intense, and both teams unleashed a thrilling exchange of attacks, culminating in a score of 4-2, with Arsenal netting 4 goals and Galatasaray 2. Ye Luo managed to score once during the match, bringing his tally to 9 goals across the 6 group stage matches. Following the conclusion of the game, the camaraderie among the players remained intact. Galatasaray's players, akin to fervent fans, eagerly sought to take photos with Ye Luo, requesting his autograph and expressing hopes of connecting with him on Twitter, mirroring the behavior of ordinary supporters. Despite their shared identity as players, their statuses differ significantly. The Galatasaray players are acutely aware of Ye Luo's prowess, leading to a sense of admiration akin to that of fans. Thus, their enthusiastic demeanor is hardly surprising. After concluding this final group stage match in the Champions League, Arsenal returned to England. The following day, after all group matches had been completed, the round of 16 was established. UEFA swiftly conducted a draw. Given that teams like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich finished first in their respective groups, a clash with Arsenal was not feasible. However, Arsenal was drawn against Borussia Dortmund, a draw that was neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate. Dortmund is no longer the formidable team it once was, currently languishing in 13th place in the league. Therefore, they may not pose a significant threat in the Champions League. After the draw, Arsenal prepared for their weekend match against Fulham. Following the game against Fulham, the entire squad would be heading to participate in the Club World Cup. In the match against Fulham, Arsenal made extensive rotations, with even some reserve players appearing in the 18-man squad, undoubtedly a great encouragement for them. However, these reserve players did not get the opportunity to play, remaining on the bench throughout the match. Arsenal emerged victorious with a narrow 2-1 win against their opponents. Although the match itself was not particularly thrilling, as Fulham even had opportunities to score, the reserve players have little opportunity to take the field. Wenger must ensure that the team secures victory, for the 3 points are paramount. Winning this match allows Arsenal to maintain a 3-point lead over Manchester United. The day following this match, the entire Arsenal squad will embark on their journey to participate in the Club World Cup. This marks Ye Luo's inaugural participation in the tournament, whose predecessor was the Toyota Cup, an event previously sponsored by Toyota, featuring the champions of the UEFA Champions League and the Copa Libertadores. The lucrative prize money allowed for the invitation of these 2 champion teams. The Toyota Cup itself evolved from the Intercontinental Cup, established with the purpose of pitting the world's 2 strongest teams against each other to determine the true king of football. Thus, the tournament showcased the champions from the 2 continents representing the pinnacle of global football. Subsequently, upon the ascension of FIFA President Blatter, there was a determination to elevate the Club World Cup to rival the UEFA Champions League in prestige, leading to its inception in 2005, which replaced the former Toyota Cup and included champions from various continental competitions. However, despite the increased number of participating teams, which has indeed rendered it a genuine World Club Cup, the spotlight remains on the contest between the UEFA Champions League and Copa Libertadores champions. As the annual finalists stem from these 2 teams, the disparity in football prowess among the continents is significant, with South America being the only region able to compete with Europe. On the national team front, many countries can send players abroad to Europe, allowing them to hold their own against European national teams. Yet, at the club level, South American teams struggle to match the strength of the Champions League victors. For Arsenal's players, the opponents they encounter in the Club World Cup hardly command their respect. Even Boca Juniors, the champions of the Copa Libertadores, they are merely there to claim their anticipated 3rd trophy. Upon the landing of their flight at Tokyo Narita Airport, Arsenal was met with an enthusiastic reception from local fans. The club boasts a considerable following worldwide, and Japan is no exception. Given Arsenal's status as a formidable team and the Japanese admiration for strength, their fan base has only grown. With their star players in attendance, the excitement among Japanese fans, eager to catch a glimpse of their idols, was palpable. From the moment they stepped out of the terminal, the Arsenal squad was engulfed by the cheers of the awaiting supporters. Countless schoolgirls and boys erupted in screams, with the star player Ye Luo being the most adored. Although Ye Luo hails from Longwa, this does not hinder his immense popularity in Japan, where many schoolgirls brandished posters of him, adorned with red hearts to express their affection. Amidst the throng, Ye Luo clearly relished this treatment, frequently waving to the female students. Among the boys, there were many who admired Ye Luo, drawn to his robust physique, goal-scoring prowess, and rebellious spirit, making him an ideal idol for adolescents. They too chanted his name. However, Ye Luo's demeanor towards them was somewhat more reserved than towards the girls, as his gaze predominantly lingered on the latter. Before taking to the field, the Arsenal players exuded an air of relaxation, contrasting sharply with their visibly anxious opponents. It seemed as though they were not participants in the semi-finals of the World Club Cup, but rather vacationers enjoying a leisurely tour. Once on the pitch, the Arsenal players remained oblivious to their adversaries, unaware of their names or playing positions. Yet, this mattered little. Arsenal's strategy was not to defend, but to assert dominance in attack, dictating the flow of the game. If the opponents managed a mere 30% ball possession, it would be regarded as a testament to Arsenal's defensive prowess. From the outset, Arsenal launched an aggressive assault towards Al Ahly's goal. Initially, the African champions sought to engage Arsenal in a fair contest, believing they were fighting for their dignity. However, Arsenal's players treated them with indifference, provoking a sense of insult among the proud African champions. Yet, this stature diminished swiftly, as within 5 minutes, their resistance crumbled. In the 5th minute, Arsenal scored, with the goal attributed to none other than their star player, Ye Luo. Upon receiving the ball in the penalty area, he effortlessly evaded a defender, created an angle, and with a deft touch, curled the ball past the post and into the net. The stands of the Edo National Stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. With the home team already eliminated, the local fans embraced Arsenal, and by extension, Ye Luo. During this period, many Japanese supporters even procured the flag of the Dragon Kingdom, adorning their faces with stickers to declare their unwavering allegiance to Ye Luo. The lines of space are pierced. The sword of the Empire. The flamboyant commentary of the Japanese announcer commenced. Arsenal had taken the lead. They could now execute their favored strategy of counterattacking. However, contrary to the announcer's assertions, Arsenal did not retreat after gaining the advantage. Indeed, they excelled in such tactics, but only against formidable teams like Barcelona or Manchester United. Against this so-called African champion, such a display of deference was inconceivable. Thus, following their goal, Arsenal maintained their high pressure, relentlessly bombarding Al Ahly's defense. In that moment, the African champions finally grasped the vast chasm separating them from the European elite, as the atmosphere in the penalty area grew increasingly tense. Arsenal's goals came in a relentless succession. By halftime, they had established a commanding lead of 4-0. Yellow netted a brace, while the other goals were scored by Cazorla and Van Dijk. As the second half commenced, Wenger began to make substitutions. He fervently wished that the Club World Cup would allow for unlimited changes, akin to the preseason, enabling him to replace all 11 starters. This would afford more players the opportunity to participate and provide crucial rest for key athletes. Unfortunately, this match was an official contest, governed by FIFA regulations, which limited substitutions to just 3. Remarkably, those 3 slots were utilized by the 60th minute. Typically, one would expect a coach to conserve substitutions for unforeseen circumstances. However, Arsenal faced no such uncertainties. They too required rest and adjustment. Thus, many anticipated that the remainder of the match would devolve into a mere formality. As Arsenal prepared for the upcoming final, the score seemed unlikely to change significantly. Yet, the unfolding of events contradicted those expectations. Although Arsenal's intensity waned compared to the first half, the goals continued to arrive in a steady stream. Ultimately, in the second half, Yellow completed his hat-trick, contributing to an astonishing scoreline of 7-0 against Al Ahly. This outcome astonished numerous media outlets. While they anticipated Arsenal's victory, they did not foresee such a lopsided margin. It was indeed ruthless. However, Those who witnessed the match understood that Arsenal had shown restraint. The goals scored in the latter half reached a point where not shooting would have been an affront to their opponents. Arsenal, even while holding back, achieved a remarkable 7-goal tally. Had they gone all out, could the African champions have faced a double-digit defeat? The following day, another semi-final concluded, with Boca Juniors facing Club America in a match that extended into extra time. Ultimately, Boca Juniors triumphed with a score of 3-1. Unlike Arsenal's effortless victory over the African champions, Boca Juniors encountered a far more arduous challenge. On one hand, the disparity in quality between Boca Juniors and Arsenal was considerable. On the other, Club America posed a stronger challenge than the African champions. The level of football varies significantly across continents. The weakest is Asia. While African national teams are formidable, the local leagues are poorly organized, resulting in comparatively weaker club teams. In contrast, teams from North and Central America, particularly those from Mexico, possess notable strength and distinctive styles of play. South American teams surpass those from other continents in terms of prowess. However, the strength of the leagues in Europe is unparalleled. The uneven development of football has long been an established fact. With various resources converging towards European leagues, the extent of this imbalance has only widened. A decade or two ago, clubs in South America, particularly the powerhouse teams from Brazil and Argentina, were certainly on par with the top European clubs. Yet, as European leagues have become increasingly affluent, South American clubs have nearly transformed into mere training grounds for European teams. Any South American prodigy who demonstrates promise is swiftly noticed by European clubs and whisked away to the continent. This has created an ecological chain of sorts. Nonetheless, the only teams capable of somewhat matching the strength of European clubs are primarily from South America, where football is a universal pastime. Ultimately, the encounter between Boca Juniors and Arsenal in the finals of this Club World Cup was not unexpected. Regardless of whether it is referred to as the Club World Cup or the Toyota Cup, the essence remains unchanged. It is a contest between the champions of Europe and South America. With this realization, many breathed a sigh of relief. The Club World Cup has truly commenced at this juncture. In the pre-match press conference, a reporter requested Boca Juniors coach, Barletta, to discuss their opponents in the final. Barletta, with a serious expression, responded, "What can we say? We are about to face the most formidable team in the world, and we will be confronted by the world's best players." His answer cast a somber mood among the Argentine journalists present, even before the match had begun. Boca Juniors appeared to be conceding. However, they could not argue against Barletta's statement, as the disparity between Boca Juniors and Arsenal was indeed substantial. This gap cannot be bridged merely by determination or bravado. Sometimes, regardless of one's reluctance, one finds oneself powerless in the face of such a disparity in strength. Historically, in past Club World Cups, the gap between South American champions and European champions has been considerable. While South America boasts numerous footballing powerhouses, its leagues, due to economic factors, have effectively become talent reservoirs for the top 5 European leagues. Virtually any rising star in South America will seek a transfer to a European club. The vast disparity in financial rewards makes this inevitable. After all, professional athletes must earn a living. Although they displayed humility before the match, Boca Juniors fought valiantly during the game. They were aware of their inferiority to Arsenal, yet in football, anything is possible. Arsenal is not invincible against supposedly weaker opponents. Thus, when Boca Juniors scored in the 16th minute of the match, nearly all the players, both on the field and on the bench, surged forward in celebration. They seemed to have attained the most significant victory in the world, witnessing a glimmer of hope, the hope of overcoming Arsenal. However, the aspirations of Boca Juniors were swiftly shattered just 3 minutes later, a reality brought forth by Ye Luo. Merely 3 minutes after conceding a goal, Ye Luo assisted in equalizing the score. The process unfolded with an air of simplicity, as if Arsenal could score at will, even moments after conceding. It appeared they merely wished to prolong the game. The aura surrounding Arsenal's goal conveyed a sense of ease. They played with a relaxed demeanor, reminiscent of carefree youths reveling in the sport. Balletta's expression turned grim. Nothing could be more brutal than this. They had once dared to dream of achieving a miracle, only to have that hope swiftly extinguished. Their opponents, so merciless, effortlessly rendered their hard-fought endeavors meaningless. Although no one could decipher his inner turmoil, he wrestled with conflicting thoughts. He no longer harbored notions of showcasing the repercussions of provoking Boca Juniors. He wished to cast aside these thoughts, regretting ever entertaining such ideas, for the embarrassment was overwhelming. After equalizing in just 3 minutes, Arsenal's momentum surged, intensifying like a tsunami towering 10 meters high, crashing down upon Boca Juniors, engulfing them in overwhelming waves. In the face of this immense force, Boca Juniors found themselves devoid of any means of resistance, swept along by the tide, disoriented, unsure of their destination or when respite might come. Arsenal, showing no mercy, relentlessly assaulted the crumbling defense of Boca Juniors. Before the first half concluded, Sanchez netted a goal, granting Arsenal a lead. Following a 15-minute halftime for adjustments, Boca Juniors failed to improve their performance. The second half saw Arsenal maintaining their dominance. This Club World Cup final unfolded like a mere warm-up match, with Boca Juniors cowering in their own penalty area under Arsenal's relentless onslaught. A once mighty South American powerhouse, an Argentine giant, found themselves in such a disheartening predicament, leaving many spectators shaking their heads in dismay. Was Boca Juniors truly that weak? Or was Arsenal merely too formidable? Once Arsenal took the lead, the match lost its suspense. In the second half, Ye Luo scored twice, decisively sealing the fate of the game. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over Boca Juniors with a score of 4-1, claiming the title of Club World Cup champions. As the referee blew the final whistle, the impatient Arsenal substitutes, who had been eagerly awaiting the end of the match, rushed onto the pitch. They embraced their 11 teammates in a fervent celebration, rejoicing in their victory, while Wenger stood with his hands on his hips, embodying the moment's triumph. He felt an immense sense of fulfillment. This marked Arsenal's 6th championship of the year. Perhaps it was the most successful year since he had taken on the role of head coach. 6 titles. Only Barcelona has previously achieved the remarkable feat of a sextuple in a single year. Now, Arsenal joins their ranks under the stewardship of Wenger. He suddenly experienced an unprecedented satisfaction in his coaching career, a feeling that surged to his nose, causing it to tingle, and welled up in his eyes, moistening them with tears. At that moment, Ye Luo approached him. It was a mystery how he managed to navigate through the throng. Ye Luo was now the object of pursuit for media outlets around the globe. "You've shed tears, boss," Ye Luo remarked. Wenger did not respond, but instead inquired, "How did you evade them?" Ye Luo chuckled, "Boss, the athletes on the field can't catch me. Do you think those camera-wielding journalists stand a chance?" Wenger glanced at the panting journalists on the field and couldn't help but laugh. Competing in a race against Ye Luo was indeed a humorous thought. "Boss, we are the sextuple champions. Why are you so emotional? What will you do when we secure the 7th title?" Ye Luo gazed at Wenger in astonishment. To Ye Luo, this Club World Cup felt almost effortless, rendering the championship somewhat commonplace. It was even less challenging than the UEFA Super Cup. "Come, let us celebrate. Such scenes will become a regular occurrence. You must get accustomed to it." During the award ceremony, Ye Luo received the Club World Cup, emblematic of the highest honor in club football, from FIFA President Blatter. Though somewhat lacking in prestige, it could still be regarded as a world championship, a true world championship. Not the self-aggrandizing titles claimed by Americans. Americans often tout their domestic champions as world champions, such as declaring the NBA champions as world champions or the NFL champions as such. Basketball and American football may dominate in the United States, but they are not universally recognized sports, so their claims to world championship status often go unchallenged. Later, as Bayern Munich legend Schweinsteiger concluded his career by joining the MLS team LA Galaxy, an American journalist asked during the signing ceremony, "Mr. Schweinsteiger, will you bring a world championship to LA Galaxy?" This moment became a classic joke widely circulated by European media, a testament to the long-standing mockery of American brashness. This was no recent phenomenon. It was quite ordinary. Now, Arsenal could indeed assert that they had won a world championship, the Club World Cup title. They could claim to be the strongest club in the world, a designation that transcended Europe, encompassing the entire globe. A true world champion. After attending the award ceremony, Ye Luo participated in a separate awards event. Upon the podium, he held the model of the Toyota car key, symbolizing the accolade of the best player at this year's Club World Cup. Behind him stood a Toyota SUV, the prize for the best player. However, he harbored little interest in the vehicle, valued at over 1 million yuan. As a spokesperson for Mercedes, driving a Toyota would be deemed unprofessional. Moreover, he had no intention of taking the car with him, given the strained relations between his nation and Japan. To drive a Japanese car would be ill-advised, especially since Japan's automotive industry is paramount. For his country to emerge as a developed nation, it must secure a significant share of this multi-trillion-dollar industry, which has the potential to generate millions of jobs. Hence, it is foreseeable that as industries evolve, fierce competition will arise between his nation and Japan in the automotive sector, a conflict rooted in industrial rivalry rather than mere historical grievances. Descending from the podium, he posed a rather perplexing question to the representatives of Toyota. Can it be converted to cash? The expression on their faces froze momentarily. They had never encountered someone so eager. Nonetheless, they eventually acquiesced to his request. The car, valued at $280,000, remained with them while he took the money. Satisfied, he felt that this trip to Japan had not been in vain, having earned the equivalent of his weekly salary within just a few days. After the competition concluded, Arsenal enjoyed a night off, allowing everyone to revel one last time before departing Japan. Upon returning to the hotel, he began to recalibrate his focus. Engaging in systematic training to prepare for the League, Champions League, FA Cup, and League Cup, he understood the necessity of remaining vigilant, ensuring that he maintained peak performance. For the title of seven-time champion could slip away at any moment. The following day, Arsenal concluded their Club World Cup journey, boarding the flight back to England. At John Lennon Airport, as Arsenal fans witnessed him descend from the aircraft, proudly holding the gleaming Club World Cup trophy, a tremendous cheer erupted. Over the past year, Arsenal supporters had experienced immense joy. They were among the happiest fans in the world. In this year alone, their team had secured the Premier League title, the FA Cup, and the Champions League trophy. Having secured the Community Shield and the UEFA Super Cup, Arsenal has now triumphantly returned with the FIFA Club World Cup. In just a year, they have amassed 6 prestigious trophies, illuminating the glory of Arsenal upon the global stage. Enthusiastic supporters at the event unfurled banners, chanting that this is the era of Arsenal. Indeed, Arsenal has established its dominance over the world of football. Ye Luo, representing the entire Arsenal squad, delivered a succinct speech at the airport. With minimal words, he raised the trophy and proclaimed that many more championship titles await, until you grow weary of them. 1,000 fans echoed in unison, declaring, "We shall never tire." Arsenal's victory in the Club World Cup reverberated throughout Europe, compelling all media outlets to acknowledge that we have entered an era dominated by Arsenal. Arsenal has supplanted the Barcelona of recent years, emerging as the new invincible force. Their performance this year has been nothing short of authoritative. Historically, only Pep Guardiola's Barcelona in 2009 can be compared to their dominance. Within this year alone, Arsenal has secured 6 championship trophies, and they are now on the verge of pursuing a historic 7th title in a single season. Media outlets have proclaimed the dawn of Arsenal's era in European football. Analysts are now fervently examining how to overcome Arsenal, reminiscent of the analyses conducted to defeat Barcelona in the past. However, after extensive deliberation, the conclusion has emerged. Barcelona's reign was founded on tactical style. By identifying a counter-strategy, one could dismantle their dominance. Conversely, Arsenal's supremacy is singularly attributed to Ye Luo. To challenge Arsenal's reign, one must find a way to defeat Ye Luo or to diminish his form, compel his departure from Arsenal, or hope for an injury, among other possibilities. Regrettably, such prospects appear grim. Firstly, the media has long given up on the notion of Ye Luo's decline, as he has not experienced a dip in form for 4 years. Furthermore, Ye Luo has never sustained an injury. With his unwavering excellence, one could only wish for him to wander like Ibrahimovic, seeking a new home. Yet, Arsenal currently has no incentive to part with Ye Luo, nor does he have any reason to leave, as he is integral to their success. Arsenal's market presence has flourished, significantly bolstering their financial situation. In the eyes of Arsenal's ownership, Ye Luo's significance surpasses that of the club itself. Ultimately, it has become apparent that there exists no shortcut to countering Ye Luo. One must identify a player capable of genuinely limiting him or standing in his league. But is such a feat attainable? Even Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, it is widely perceived that the two of them are indeed a tier below Ye Luo. European media have begun to assert that Arsenal's dominance in Europe, relying on Ye Luo, must be curtailed and restricted. For if Arsenal were solely dependent on Ye Luo and their star players, it would yield little benefit for the evolution of football tactics. While the rhetoric may sound grandiose, the underlying fear is palpable. Many are apprehensive that Arsenal could truly establish a prolonged reign over Europe, transforming the continent's football landscape into a mere garden for Arsenal and Ye Luo. However, is it truly so simple to impede and suppress Arsenal's ascent? Returning to the domestic league, Arsenal faced Leicester City in the 18th round. The home team swiftly succumbed to a resounding 4-0 defeat, while Arsenal triumphed magnificently on their travels, with Ye Luo netting a brace, sustaining his splendid form. Following this match, as the end of the year approached, speculation about the FIFA Ballon d'Or winner for the upcoming January began to circulate. Presently, it appears devoid of suspense. Ye Luo stands unchallenged, having showcased the finest performance of the year, with the most illustrious individual statistics and the most formidable team accolades, without question. Chapter 147. The victors shall not be condemned. On December 22nd, Arsenal is set to host Sunderland. 3 days later, on the 25th, they will face Blackburn away, followed by another away match against Everton on the 29th. A mere 48 hours later, Arsenal will once again play at home against Bolton, and on January 5th, they will compete in the FA Cup. The intensity of this schedule poses a formidable challenge for any team, particularly for Arsenal, which is engaged in multiple competitions. Many media outlets speculate that Arsenal may drop points during this congested period or even face elimination from either the FA Cup or the League Cup. Having recently returned from distant Japan, Arsenal's physical condition is likely to be affected. With the demanding schedule, the risk of injuries escalates. Many players tend to sustain injuries during winter, a phenomenon somewhat linked to the climate. England's winter is cold, damp, and often rainy, rendering outdoor activities less suitable and significantly increasing the likelihood of injuries. Coupled with the grueling schedule, numerous players find themselves succumbing to injuries due to the dual pressures of fatigue and adverse weather conditions. Consequently, long ago, many Premier League managers advocated for the establishment of a winter break, akin to those in La Liga and the Bundesliga, to grant players adequate time for rest. After all, English teams already contend with a more congested schedule than those in other leagues, participating in more rounds and in additional cup competition. This relentless pace imposes an excessively harsh physical strain on the players, who are, after all, mere mortals. Not everyone is like Ye Luo. They require rest. They need to adjust, and they must allow their bodies a moment of respite. Therefore, the request for a winter break is both reasonable and justified. However, this reasonable request has yet to receive the approval and implementation from the Premier League. Why is this so? Because of economic interests. The Premier League is reluctant to relinquish the immense attention garnered during the Christmas period. Attention equates to traffic, which translates to revenue. In comparison to financial gain, the health of the players seems to be of little consequence. Thus, even now, the Premier League maintains the world's most congested schedule without a winter break. Each Premier League player must compete as if forged from iron. Against this backdrop, many formidable teams have faltered under the strain of a grueling schedule, as it significantly tests the depth of the squad and luck. The likelihood of widespread injuries in such a schedule is high. If injuries accumulate, the team's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly decline, potentially causing them to lag behind in this intense fixture list. Consequently, many believe that Arsenal's quest to navigate this congested period smoothly will be anything but easy. This presents Arsenal with a formidable challenge, one that cannot be ignored. Should Arsenal slow their pace, it presents an opportune moment for other teams. Those lurking in the shadows, such as Manchester United, Manchester City, and Chelsea, would seize this chance to usurp them. Theoretically, this holds true. Yet analysts often overlook that Arsenal is not the sole team facing a demanding schedule. Many presume that this Christmas period-esque grueling fixtures will trouble Arsenal, providing an excellent opportunity for rival teams to close the gap. However, they fail to recognize a crucial point. If this is a devilish schedule for Arsenal, is it not the same for other teams? The intense Christmas fixtures affect all Premier League teams, not just Arsenal. Manchester United, Chelsea, Everton, Arsenal, and Manchester City all endure the same plight. Why should only Arsenal be impacted? If one argues that their participation in the Club World Cup has hindered their condition and stamina, it is noteworthy that upon returning to England, they triumphed over Charlton with a resounding 3-0 victory, which speaks volumes of Arsenal's capabilities. Yet, numerous media outlets incessantly speculate that Arsenal may falter. Sometimes, such speculation is merely a projection of their inner thoughts. The most effective way to dispel their doubts is through tangible actions, by delivering consecutive victories to shatter their illusions. Results serve as the finest form of self-justification. The first test of this grueling schedule has arrived. Arsenal faces Sunderland at home. There is little suspense surrounding this match, as those opposed to Arsenal harbor no expectations that Sunderland will pose a significant threat on their turf. The prowess of Sunderland is evident. They truly struggle to pose any significant threat to Arsenal. Early in the match, Ye Luo assisted Arsenal in taking the lead. Subsequently, Harry Kane scored with a deft touch to extend the advantage. In the second half, Gerrard struck from distance, adding another goal to the tally. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over Sunderland with a commanding scoreline of 3-0, maintaining their unbeaten streak for the season. 2 days later, Arsenal's players graced the pitch once more. Following a rotation of the squad, the team remained invigorated. From the onset of the match, they firmly seized control. Ye Luo once again found the net first. Within the very first minute, he headed the ball into Blackburn's goal from within the box. This goal shattered the defensive barriers, unleashing a torrent of dominance. Faced with such overwhelming force, Blackburn crumbled under pressure. A resounding 5-0. Arsenal celebrated yet another victory on their opponent's turf. With 20 rounds of the league completed, Arsenal continued their unbeaten run. Including the previous season, Ye Luo had now scored in 25 consecutive league matches, equaling his own record from last season. Initially, many believed that this remarkable feat of scoring in 25 consecutive matches would remain unmatched for years to come. Yet, in his second season, Ye Luo is poised to replicate this achievement. Should he score in the next league match, a new record will be established. It appears that the only one capable of breaking Ye Luo's record is none other than himself. Post-match, the media expressed a sense of resignation. Unbeknownst to Ye Luo, he had accomplished yet another milestone. In fact, he had scarcely paid attention to it during the previous season. Only when journalists brought it up did he realize, oh, I've broken yet another record. Well then, I shall surpass it in the next match. Ye Luo, eager and prepared, views record-breaking as a commonplace occurrence. Initially, it was anticipated that Arsenal would field their strongest lineup against Everton. However, when the starting 11 was announced, the surprise was palpable. Arsenal continued with their rotation. A blend of starters and substitutes left many astonished. The reasons for this astonishment were twofold. First, Everton is certainly no weak opponent, and second, it was assumed Arsenal would fully support Ye Luo in his quest to break the record. After all, he is their star player, and aiding him in achieving this milestone would reflect positively on the club. Although Wenger had indeed intended to field a full-strength side to assist Ye Luo in breaking the record, Ye Luo himself believed it sufficient to adhere to the team's standard preparation rhythm. He was not particularly concerned about the record. He already possesses numerous accolades. This minor record seemed hardly worth the fuss. Nonetheless, the media remained fervently engaged in coverage, suggesting that if Ye Luo were to fail to break the record, it would be regarded as a disappointment. Some individuals, with a hint of malice, anticipated the narrative that overwhelming media attention might impose undue pressure on Ye Luo. Under immense pressure, would he falter? Such hopes were shattered within the third minute of the match. Ye Luo scored. The record-breaking goal was rather unremarkable, a mere follow-up shot. After Fabinho's long-range effort was valiantly parried by the opposing goalkeeper, Ye Luo surged in to sweep the ball into the net. An ordinary goal, indeed. Unexceptional, clean, and decisive. Following the goal, Ye Luo spread his arms in celebration. The ball is in. The ball is in. This goal marked Ye Luo's consecutive scoring streak at 26 matches. A new record. He shattered his own previous record of 25 consecutive matches with goals. The commentators erupted in exclamations. An ostensibly mundane goal. Yet, it was this very goal that established a new record. Regardless of the nature of the goal, this record stands before us, undeniable. It seems that only he can surpass his own achievements. 5 minutes. Merely 5 minutes. Ye Luo completely dispelled the pre-match speculation. Truly astounding. In the face of such overwhelming prowess, even Everton's home advantage was rendered futile. This was not only the day Ye Luo broke records, but also the day they faced a crushing defeat. Ye Luo effortlessly shattered the record he had set himself. The ensuing match became exceedingly manageable for Arsenal. The game fell entirely into their rhythm. Everton attempted to resist, but it was ultimately futile. In truth, Everton displayed considerable tenacity. They did not lose their composure after conceding a goal, nor did they rush forward in a desperate bid to equalize, thus leaving themselves vulnerable to Arsenal's counterattacks. Under Pochettino's guidance, Everton maintained a solid defense, denying Arsenal the chance to capitalize further. The commentators praised Everton's performance, noting Pochettino's remarkable ability to unify the team. restoring their fighting spirit. However, Everton's resilience was confined to the first half. After a 15-minute intermission in the second half, Arsenal's players ceased their frantic pursuit of shots. Instead, they began to maneuver around Everton. With Arsenal in the lead, there was no need for haste. Should Everton remain passive, Arsenal could continue to circulate the ball around the periphery until the final whistle. While a 1-0 scoreline may not be visually appealing, victory is what matters. Who cares about aesthetics? Hence, in such circumstances, it was Everton who should feel anxious. If they did not press forward, they could only accept a frustrating defeat. In fact, many Everton fans felt that conceding a single goal was acceptable. Numerous prestigious clubs often face annihilation against Arsenal. If Everton could limit the score to just 1 goal, it would be considered a tolerable outcome. Therefore, even if Everton's players chose not to advance, their fans would not blame them. After all, they were up against Arsenal. However, the sentiments of the fans belong solely to them. The players of Everton, on the other hand, harbor aspirations of their own. They yearn to secure points in this match, whether it be 1 or 3. Currently, Everton occupies the 6th position in the league, with a glimmer of hope for a top 4 finish and a shot at the Champions League. Thus, the pressure mounts upon Everton to make their intentions known. Nevertheless, Arsenal remains unfazed by their opponent's ambitions. They are far more concerned about a lack of resolve from Everton. As Everton pressed forward in attack, Arsenal's players swiftly shifted their focus to exploit the spaces in the Everton defense. Should Everton choose to retreat and concede, Arsenal would refrain from mercilessly pursuing victory, as there is no animosity between the two sides. Furthermore, with the congested fixture schedule, Arsenal's players are reluctant to squander their energy. Yet, since Everton has opted to advance, they should not blame Arsenal for their ruthlessness. Consequently, as Arsenal launched a series of counterattacks, goals began to flow in abundance. In the 67th minute, Ye Luo netted the second goal of the match, extending the lead to 2-0. This goal ignited a rift within the Everton ranks, leading to a divergence of thought. Some players sought to continue attacking, while others felt the need to prioritize defensive stability. This discord manifested in a chaotic display on the field. Their attacks lacked coherence, and their defense was equally disorganized. As a result, conceding goals became inevitable. The third goal arrived in the 70th minute, followed by the fourth in the 78th minute. Stemming from a corner kick, Ye Luo soared high at the back post, deftly redirecting the ball to the front, where Van Dijk effortlessly headed it home. 4-0. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over Everton with a commanding scoreline of 4-0. Ye Luo established a new record by scoring in 26 consecutive league matches. Arsenal continues to lead the points table, maintaining their winning streak without a hint of faltering, much to the disappointment of many. In the aftermath of the match, numerous disappointed individuals begrudgingly praised Arsenal and Ye Luo. Football legends also emerged to commend him, declaring Ye Luo as one of the best in the world. The accolades flowed abundantly, with no room for dissenting voices, even if some harbored such thoughts privately. After all, to mock others, one must possess some merit themselves. Otherwise, they risk becoming the fool. Everyone is astute enough to recognize this. Few are willing to embrace the role of a jester. Ye Luo has indeed captivated all with his formidable prowess. In a world where strength reigns supreme, once one ascends to a height that commands universal admiration, the flaws that once plagued them transform into the stuff of legend. Much like Maradona, had he not achieved such resplendent success, he would surely have been a cautionary tale, branded with a myriad of negative labels. Victors are seldom criticized. The chapter concludes. Chapter 148, Truly a Monster. Arsenal continues to surge forward. In the 21st round of the league, Arsenal achieved a resounding victory over Bolton, further solidifying their lead atop the standings. During the third round of the FA Cup, Arsenal fielded a team composed of reserves and the remarkable Ye Luo, triumphing 3-0 against Coventry to advance smoothly. Following this, in the 22nd round of the Premier League, they secured another home victory, defeating Stoke City 3-0. Then came January 18th, a pivotal clash in the 23rd round of the Premier League, where Arsenal bested Manchester City 2-0 away from home. Manchester City now finds itself in turmoil, having already confirmed Pep Guardiola, the coach of Bayern Munich, for the next season. This has left the current manager, Conte, in an awkward position. Consequently, Manchester City has struggled in recent matches, with players seemingly disengaged from the game, having already fallen out of the title race. Next was the first leg of the League Cup semi-final, where Arsenal faced their North London rivals, Tottenham. Remarkably, Arsenal nearly sealed the tie in the first leg, dominating Tottenham at White Hart Lane with a 3-0 victory, all while fielding a team primarily made up of reserves. Following this, another cup competition loomed, the fourth round of the FA Cup against Brighton. In a thrilling encounter, Arsenal narrowly avoided elimination, ultimately relying on Ye Luo to deliver a last-minute winner, finishing 3-2 and advancing to the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. Looking back, Ye Luo's reserve players finally faced defeat, losing 1-2 at home to Tottenham. However, this setback did not impede their progression to the League Cup final, where they would face Chelsea. Ye Luo achieved the incredible. Oh my goodness. He truly led the reserve players to the League Cup final. A 7-time champion. He is not merely speaking. He is genuinely striving towards this goal. After the match, nearly all attention was directed at Ye Luo. The League Cup final is scheduled for March 1st. February remains a densely packed month for Arsenal. Yet they continue to deliver commendable performances. They secured consecutive league victories against Aston Villa and Tottenham before being held to a draw by Leicester City. However, they later triumphed over Middlesbrough in the FA Cup, advancing to the semi-finals. After this match, Arsenal finally encountered defeat, losing 1-2 away to Crystal Palace in the 25th round of the league. Nevertheless, this setback is inconsequential, as they maintain a solid 8-point lead over second-placed Manchester United. Following this match, Arsenal faced the Champions League round of 16, starting with an away challenge against Borussia Dortmund. How to contend with Ye Luo? This has become a significant conundrum in contemporary world football, and the same applies to Dortmund's manager, Klopp. Almost all coaches are studying Ye Luo, and the more Klopp delves into his analysis, the more he recognizes the formidable nature of Ye Luo. Jurgen Klopp, a man of great experience, found himself in a quandary after studying the prowess of Ye Luo. He concluded that Ye Luo represents the epitome of versatility in football history. Faced with such an extraordinary player, how does one devise a strategy to counter him? Klopp, along with the coaching staff at Borussia Dortmund, grappled with this dilemma. The more they analyzed, the less confidence they felt about the impending match. Ultimately, Klopp made a resolute decision. Instead of fixating on how to neutralize Ye Luo, an endeavor fraught with challenges, he would harness the power of their home ground, focusing on asserting their dominance. This, he determined, was the most prudent course of action for Dortmund at this juncture. He recognized that the more they obsessed over countering Ye Luo, the greater the risk of being overwhelmed by him. Thus, it was far more advantageous to capitalize on the strength of their home advantage at Westfalenstadion, a venue that instills trepidation in teams across the globe. Although Dortmund had lost some of their previous sharpness over the past 2 seasons, their foundational strength remained intact, particularly in their midfield and attack. As the starting lineups were announced, Arsenal maintained their first-choice squad, featuring Szczesny in goal, with Van Dijk and Alderweireld as central defenders, Cancelo at right back, Shaw on the left, and a formidable midfield trio of Kante, Fabinho, and Reyes. Their forward line boasted the talents of Maine, Ye Luo, and Sanchez. On the other side, Dortmund appeared set to employ a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Weidenfeller in goal, Subotic partnering Hummels in central defense, and Papastathopoulos and Schmelzer occupying the fullback positions. The double pivot consisted of Gundogan and Weigl, with Reyes playing as the attacking midfielder, and Kambu on the left flank, who could also assume the role of a secondary striker, while Kuba operated on the right. Up front was Aubameyang, whose expression was tinged with complexity. His agent had previously engaged in negotiations with Arsenal, seeking a transfer, but the move fell through due to excessive demands. Had circumstances been different, perhaps he would have reached the pinnacle of his career last season, securing the coveted championship. This season, Aubameyang harbored aspirations of joining Barcelona, yet their interest waned following their significant investment in Suarez. As the officiating crew escorted the players from both teams onto the pitch, the Westfalenstadion was filled to capacity. Upon the players' entrance, the Dortmund supporters unleashed a chorus of sharp boos directed at the Arsenal players. Amidst the cacophony, Ye Luo, adorned with the captain's armband, calmly participated in the coin toss. Following a series of pre-match rituals, the game commenced. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the match was underway. In the first half of the match, Arsenal, adorned in their away attire of white shirts and black trousers, kicked off first, advancing from the left side of the screen towards the right, while Borussia Dortmund, donned in their home kit, pressed forward from the right side to the left. This encounter marks a pivotal clash in the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16. Duan Xian commenced his commentary for the viewers at home. As the tempo of the game escalated from the outset, Arsenal employed a high-pressing strategy, while Dortmund, not renowned for their defensive prowess, sought to exploit their home advantage. As emphasized by Klopp prior to the match, noting that Dortmund's sole edge lay within their own stadium, while Arsenal's vulnerability resided in their defensive line. Consequently, Dortmund launched a vigorous offensive right from the beginning, aiming to catch Arsenal off guard with an early goal that could potentially tilt the match in their favor. Arsenal seized the initiative, quickly orchestrating an attack due to their advantageous kickoff. Cazorla received the ball in the center, returning it to Fabinho, who then delivered a lateral pass to the onrushing Ye Luo. Ye Luo surged forward and unleashed a powerful strike. The sound echoed as the ball struck the upright and rebounded over the goal line, sending shivers down the spines of the Dortmund supporters. Weidenfeller, the goalkeeper, arose from the ground, still shaken, and glanced nervously at his goal, only to exhale in relief upon realizing the ball had not crossed the line. Fortunately, the attempt had failed to find its mark. After regaining his composure, Weidenfeller gestured for the ball from the ball boy, and Dortmund proceeded to restart play. Before long, Dortmund's offense penetrated Arsenal's defensive third. Campbell advanced with the ball, attempting to break through, only to be brought down by Cancelo's challenge. The referee awarded Dortmund a free kick and issued a verbal warning to Cancelo. Officiating such a high-stakes encounter is no easy task, as every decision is met with jeers from the crowd, regardless of their allegiance. As the referee cautioned Cancelo without issuing a card, the Dortmund fans erupted in discontent, vociferously booing. Conversely, had the referee opted to show a card, he would have faced derision from Arsenal supporters as well, who would surely have been dissatisfied with anything less than a red card to expel Cancelo from the match. If officiating were to align with the whims of the fans, no visiting team would ever prevail. Dortmund earned a free kick approximately 30 meters from the goal, albeit from a slightly awkward position. Reyes and Campbell deliberated on how to execute the set piece. Both players possessed commendable technique, making a shot from this distance feasible, though a pass was also a strong possibility. Ultimately, Campbell opted for a powerful strike. The football struck the wall, resulting in a deflection, and in that very moment, the stands erupted with eager cheers. However, the deflection was not overly dramatic, allowing Szczesny to effortlessly regain control of the ball. Szczesny, ever composed, secured the ball in his grasp. Although Campbell's shot did not find the net, it was an encouraging sign, indicating that Dortmund would not adopt a conservative approach at home. Perhaps this match would evolve into a thrilling contest of open play, as noted by one commentator. Within mere minutes of the match's commencement, both sides had orchestrated a threatening attack. Arsenal quickly retaliated, with Cazorla receiving the ball just outside the penalty area and unleashing a powerful shot, which was deftly parried by Weidenfeller. Similarly, Ye Luo's performance was marked by stability. During defensive phases, he pressed forward, while in attack, the ball frequently sought to flow through his feet. Nevertheless, in the opening stages, Ye Luo refrained from taking risks with adventurous passes, opting instead for safer options, focusing on orchestrating the offensive play. Cazorla, on the other hand, frequently penetrated the penalty area. Klopp observed Ye Luo's contributions closely. Thus far, Ye Luo had yet to fully showcase his prowess, affirming the soundness of the strategy devised prior to the match. Perhaps Dortmund indeed held the advantage in the early stages. The tempo was brisk, with the ball rarely lingering in midfield, as both teams chose to swiftly transition, directing the ball into dangerous territories to mount their attacks. In the 8th minute, Van Dijk secured the ball in the backfield, advancing it over the halfway line before delivering a diagonal pass to the overlapping left-back, Luke Shaw. However, it was evident that there was little synergy between Van Dijk and Shaw. The former delivered a pass intended for the feet, while Shaw, anticipating a through ball, was caught off guard. By the time he adjusted, he was forced to halt abruptly to regain control, aware that he could not handle the ball with poise. Shaw executed a sudden stop, turned, and slid the ball laterally to Maine. Upon receiving the ball, Maine noticed Ye Luo making a late run to offer support, and thus, he smoothly directed the ball towards Ye Luo. Initially, the defender Stambend was closely marking Ye Luo. However, as Ye Luo surged forward, Stambend anticipated a direct approach to exploit the space in the flank. Unexpectedly, Ye Luo halted mid-run and changed direction, a shift in rhythm that Stambend could not match. This momentary lapse allowed Ye Luo to elude him. Ye Luo, now liberated from Stambend's grasp, received the ball near the top of the penalty arc. At that juncture, Dortmund's center-back Hummels could not overlook the threat posed by Ye Luo in such a position. He charged towards Ye Luo, prompting a sense of alarm in Gundogan. For with the center-back advancing, two fullbacks remained behind. This was a scenario most dreaded in defensive formations. At this moment, Dortmund's defensive line formed a precarious inverted horseshoe shape, signifying a substantial gap had emerged in the center. Originally tasked with sweeping the field, Gundogan hurriedly accelerated towards the penalty area. He could no longer defend against Ye Luo. Instead, he needed to immediately fill the gap exposed by the center-back. He had already spotted Reyes making a diagonal run into that area. If Ye Luo could deliver the ball, it would result in a clear chance on goal. Simultaneously, Dortmund's other fullback, Schmelzer, was also drawn towards Ye Luo. Although he was sprinting back, his pace was sluggish, and he turned to watch Ye Luo, completely unaware of Main's movements behind him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. If Ye Luo had paused to observe and then passed, the opportunity might have vanished. Thus, he did not linger and executed a swift diagonal pass instead. The ball traversed the gap between Stindl and Schmelzer, landing directly in front of the unmarked Main. The moment Ye Luo passed the ball, Main surged forward, swiftly catching up to the football. Gundogan initially intended to defend against Cazorla, but upon noticing Main's open space, he had no choice but to rush towards him. If he neglected Main, the latter would find himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, Szczesny. However, this left Cazorla completely unmarked. Main chose not to take the shot himself. Instead, before Gundogan could arrive, he laid the ball across to the center. Cazorla did not make a direct run into the penalty area but moved parallel to Dortmund's defensive line to avoid being offside, thus providing Main with a passing angle. As the ball arrived from Main, Cazorla took 2 steps back and unleashed a shot. In the absence of any marking, his powerful strike left Weidenfeller unable to make any save. The ball slammed into the net. Klopp, witnessing this goal, couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. The essence of this goal lay in Ye Luo's pass, the timing of that pass. Countless players failed to master such precision. Yet Ye Luo seemed to instinctively know where to place the ball to create maximum threat without even looking up. This lad is not just a prolific scorer. He is also world-class in midfield, truly a phenomenon, Klopp murmured. Chapter 149, a desperate stance Cazorla. Splendid. Arsenal's attacking teamwork completely tore through Dortmund's defense, achieving the lead merely 10 minutes into the match. Duan Xian shouted enthusiastically. Ye Luo orchestrated this goal. His passing was simply exquisite, utterly uncontainable. Following the goal, Cazorla was equally exhilarated, for this meant that if Arsenal could triumph over Dortmund away from home, they would hold an undeniable advantage in the two-legged knockout tie. The Arsenal players rallied together, and amidst the cacophony of boos at Westfalenstadion, they celebrated jubilantly. The television broadcast replayed the entire sequence of Arsenal's goal in slow motion. Ye Luo's positioning, Ye Luo's choices, Ye Luo's passing decision. In slow motion, the scene captivated the fans, leaving them spellbound. With an effortless grace, the players simplified the intricate situation through mere banter. When he unexpectedly passed the ball to Main, the subsequent actions of the Arsenal players became remarkably straightforward. Main delivered a cross, and Cazorla struck, rendering everything so effortless. Accustomed to Ye Luo's goals and direct assists, such orchestrated attacks deserve to be showcased. A true delight. Remarkable. Exquisite. Utterly exhilarating. In an instant, comments from fans flooded the screen on the internet in Langlois. To be candid, this attention on Cazorla, the scorer, seems somewhat unjust. After all, the one who scores is typically the focal point. Yet this is Langlois, and the pivotal role in the goal undeniably belongs to Ye Luo, who contributed at least 80 to 90% of the credit. Without his ingenuity in creating space, how could Main and Cazorla have enjoyed such unimpeded opportunities for passing and shooting? In football, there exists a professional term known as the penultimate pass, the crucial pass leading directly to an assist. Often, this penultimate pass is the most critical in the entire goal-scoring sequence. Prior to that, Ye Luo's passing and movement manipulated both opponents and teammates, generating space, culminating in a decisive strike. Klopp furrowed his brow. This concession had rendered Dortmund quite passive. If their earlier choice to attack was a tactical decision, they could no longer afford to remain dormant. Klopp's assistant inquired, "What do we do now?" Klopp lifted his gaze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he focused on Ye Luo. If left unchecked, Dortmund might concede even more goals. But did Dortmund have the luxury of choice now? It was merely one goal. This would not break us. Klopp clenched his jaw. However, To rashly alter the pre-established tactics merely 10 minutes into the match could inflict a devastating blow to the team's morale. Players might doubt their preparations, believing they had been rendered futile, forced to alter their strategy, leading them to feel inferior to their opponents. Thus, Dortmund could not afford to change course. Instead, Klopp continued to rally the team's spirits, urging them to press forward in attack. Concurrently, he summoned Stambouli to his side, imparting crucial instructions to bolster the defense against Ye Luo. Stambouli understood Klopp's intent. What was Stambouli's method to restrict Ye Luo? It was through an escalation of fouls. Now, Stambouli shadowed Ye Luo relentlessly. You wish to possess the ball? I shall deny you that opportunity. Whenever there was a possibility for Ye Luo to receive the ball, Stambouli would swiftly intervene, pulling him down. His actions were subtle, avoiding any overtly aggressive fouls. However, such fragmented fouls, which do not result in cards, can nonetheless confine Ye Luo's performance. In Stebender's view, as long as Ye Luo lacks possession of the ball, his threat diminishes significantly. To deliver a threatening pass, to assist, to shoot, one must have the ball at their feet. Right? Stebender believed he had grasped Klopp's intent and discovered a method to counter Ye Luo. Yet, he soon felt the pressure. If it were truly that simple to limit Ye Luo, he would not have amassed so many goals and assists. Given that the opponent was prone to fouling, Ye Luo expanded his range of movement, utilizing back-and-forth runs to temporarily elude his markers while simultaneously preparing to make a pass. Other players might falter under such circumstances, but Ye Luo would not. Gradually, Stebender became more anxious. His actions grew increasingly reckless, culminating in a challenge from behind that brought Ye Luo down. The referee, finally attuned to the cacophony of boos reverberating throughout the Westfalenstadion, issued the first yellow card. Stebender protested, attempting to persuade the referee to rescind the decision. But the referee was unyielding, merely gesturing for him to depart. Stebender glanced at Ye Luo, who returned a smile. A chill coursed through Stebender, as if he were not confronted by a mere player, but rather a colossal beast from ancient times, bearing a fearsome grin of white teeth. That yellow card served to temper Stebender's fervor. He could not afford another reckless foul, lest he receive a second yellow and be sent off, which would spell disaster for Dortmund. Indeed, as a defensive midfielder primarily tasked with sweeping up in the midfield, the burden of a yellow card constrained him. Under Ye Luo's leadership, Arsenal began to dominate the attack. Dortmund struggled offensively and failed to impose any effective restrictions on Ye Luo, rendering counterattacks irrelevant as Arsenal did not require them. Arsenal relentlessly created opportunities, while Dortmund's goal was besieged. In the stands of the Westfalenstadion, Dortmund fans gritted their teeth, anxious that their team might concede a second goal at any moment. However, Dortmund's goalkeeper, Weidenfeller, delivered an outstanding performance, preventing his team from conceding again in the first half. As the halftime whistle blew, the demeanor of the players as they exited the pitch was telling. Dortmund's situation appeared grim. Their players wore furrowed brows, heads bowed, hastily departing. Klopp rose from the bench, swiftly making his way down the players' tunnel towards the locker room. In truth, Klopp breathed a significant sigh of relief. Despite being on the back foot in the first half, they had not conceded further goals, which was crucial as it afforded him the opportunity to make adjustments during the halftime break. A football match's two halves can indeed be viewed as two separate contests, as both teams often undergo substantial changes during the interval. The performance in the second half is likely to starkly contrast with that of the first. In the locker room, Klopp primarily emphasized matters of offense. As for defense, he entrusted the sweeping responsibilities to Stambouli, while Gundogan was assigned to Mark Yarrow, in order to prevent Stambouli from receiving a second yellow card. As the second half commenced, Dortmund exhibited a fervent offensive posture, yet they struggled to penetrate. The ball circulated predominantly on the periphery, and the players appeared increasingly anxious. A prime example of this anxiety was Royce's erratic shot from 30 meters out, near the right side of the penalty area, which soared high over the goal. This missed opportunity seemed to unleash a contagion of unease among the Dortmund players. Following Royce's attempt, Aubameyang, unwilling to be left out, retreated to the midfield to demand the ball, only to turn and unleash a shot devoid of any offensive organization or angle, an effort solely driven by the hope that brute force might yield a miracle. Indeed, while sheer power can occasionally lead to miraculous outcomes, the very nature of a miracle implies its rarity. Otherwise, it would simply be termed as frequent scoring from powerful strikes. Thus, As the Dortmund players and fans yearned for a long-range shot to breach Arsenal's defenses and reverse the scoreline, they soon confronted the harsh realities of the match. In the 56th minute, Arsenal seized a splendid opportunity. Aubameyang, after drifting wide, attempted to cut inside for a shot, only for his effort to be deflected by Van Dijk, landing at Ye Luo's feet. As Ye Luo received the ball, his back was turned to the attacking direction. Gundogan promptly closed in, intending to mark Ye Luo. However, Ye Luo deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, while simultaneously turning in another direction, leaving Gundogan momentarily bewildered. Subsequently, the left-back, Luke Shaw, received Ye Luo's pass and dutifully returned it to him. Ye Luo launched a counterattack. Arsenal's counter was underway. No commentary was needed. Dortmund's players were acutely aware. Stambouli rushed towards the ball-carrying Ye Luo, who then executed a diagonal pass to Sanchez, making a run down the flank. Sanchez accelerated rapidly, charging towards the front. At the moment he received the ball, Dortmund's defense appeared as desolate as an endless prairie. Sanchez was galloping free. Sanchez. His speed was astounding. Tackle him. Slide in. Stop him. The urgent shouts echoed throughout the Westfalenstadion. In an instant, the flames of battle ignited in Dortmund's defensive third. As Sanchez surged forward with the ball, the other Dortmund players scrambled to recover. Left-back Schmelzer finally caught up with Sanchez just outside the penalty area, positioning himself in front of him. However, Sanchez was now faced with limited space to exploit his speed. He slowed down and raised his head to glance at the situation in the penalty area. Then, with his right foot, he nudged the ball towards the byline, feigning a cross that deceived Schmelzer into extending his foot to block. In that moment, he deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, transferring it to his left, and gently pushed it toward the edge of the penalty area. There, Ye Luo had already made a rapid run forward, like an arrow in flight. At that instant, the two central defenders, Subotic and Hummels, rushed in almost simultaneously. They did not lunge at Ye Luo, but instead positioned their bodies to obstruct the shooting lane. If Ye Luo were to shoot, he would have to lift the ball, as a ground shot was impossible. Under such circumstances, executing a shot over the bodies of the two defenders and into the goal posed immense difficulty, with a high likelihood of missing altogether. Ye Luo had originally intended to shoot, but as Subotic and Hummels charged in recklessly, he altered his approach. His right foot, poised for a strike, suddenly relaxed, transforming into a spoon-like motion as he scooped the ball off the ground. The football soared into the air, flying over the two defenders as Ye Luo leaped, vaulting over the fallen bodies of Dortmund's central defenders. Ye Luo was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Amid the commentator's astonished exclamations, Ye Luo maneuvered past the two defenders and retrieved the ball. At that moment, Weidenfeller had already charged out. Weidenfeller. In the commentary booth, the announcer from Dortmund radio voiced a desperate cry tinged with fervent hope. He longed to witness Weidenfeller thwarting the one-on-one opportunity. Almost all the fans stood slightly fixated on the penalty area, anticipating the imminent clash. Weidenfeller, brimming with determination, knew he had to assert his presence. However, just as he attempted to read Ye Luo's intentions, Ye Luo suddenly used his right foot to pull the ball inward. Weidenfeller decisively shifted half a step to the left, poised to launch himself forward. But in that fleeting moment of movement, Ye Luo swiftly poked the ball with his left foot, then deftly controlled it with his right. This sequence unfolded almost instantaneously. By the time Weidenfeller reacted, the football had already rolled past his feet, grazing the inside of the post, and finding its way into the net. Goal. Ye Luo. 3-0. Another brace. Magnificent. Ye Luo feigned a right-footed cut to move inward, and as Weidenfeller made his move, he gently poked the ball with his left foot, a subtle yet effective maneuver. The ball found the net. 3-0. Arsenal led Borussia Dortmund away from home. In the commentary booth, nearly all the announcers erupted in cheers, while only the Dortmund radio commentator buried his face in his hands, mirroring the anguish of the fans at Signal Iduna Park. Trailing by 1 goal, there was still hope for a comeback. Trailing by 2 goals is not devoid of hope. However, being 3 goals behind essentially equates to a death sentence. Although time remains in the match, facing Arsenal, who have demonstrated a remarkable ability to mount a comeback, leaves few mentally sound Borussia Dortmund supporters believing in the possibility of such a turnaround. Throughout the Westfalenstadion, fans of Dortmund are seen in anguish, some covering their faces in despair, others folding their arms, lost in bewilderment. At this moment, the camera pans to the stands, where some fans have already begun to exit. Many Dortmund supporters, unable to bear the sight any longer, opt to leave the stadium prematurely. With less than 10 minutes gone in the second half, Dortmund's threatening attacks are virtually non-existent, while Arsenal has managed to score again. Trailing by 3 goals, Dortmund has lost all hope of a comeback or even leveling the score. The disheartened fans begin to vacate the stadium, and soon, the stands have noticeably thinned. Those who remain appear devoid of spirit, seated in silence, gazing blankly at the pitch as if trapped in a nightmare. Klopp stands on the sidelines, arms crossed, brow furrowed, shaking his head slightly. Dortmund desperately needs to attack. To score, a single goal could reignite the team's morale. But how can they find the net? Klopp turns his gaze to the bench and calls for forwards Adrian Ramos, midfielder Shinji Kagawa, and Henrik Mkhitaryan to warm up. It is time for Dortmund to fight tooth and nail. Yet, with a 3-goal deficit, Klopp must take a gamble, urging them to simplify their play and launch direct balls from the back. You must control the high ground, Klopp instructs as he places an arm around Adrian's shoulders. Adrian nods earnestly. Leave it to me, boss. Klopp gives a nod, sending Adrian onto the pitch to replace Sebastian Kell. A defensive midfielder is sacrificed for a forward. Dortmund is now adopting a desperate stance. Chapter 150. The meaning of life lies in the fight. Dortmund is making a substitution, with Adrian coming on for Kell. This is indeed a desperate measure. Commentators are taken aback by Klopp's audacious decision. Of course, the effectiveness of this gamble will ultimately be determined on the field. Once Adrian enters, Dortmund abandons the pursuit of short, intricate passes, opting instead for high balls from the midfield and defense. It must be said at times, such a straightforward approach proves to be more effective. With Adrian as a focal point, Dortmund begins to create numerous opportunities, and Arsenal's penalty area starts to buzz with activity. However, this newfound vigor comes at a cost. With one less defensive midfielder, only Ilkay Gundogan remains in that pivotal position. The astute Ye Luo quickly notices this gap, and as possession is regained, he gestures with both hands, signaling for his teammates to press forward. The pace of the match suddenly slowed down. Of course, the deceleration was not due to Ye Luo's intention to call it a day. The opposing team had substituted in a forward, indicating their refusal to concede. Confronted with an adversary unwilling to surrender, it was imperative to empty the magazine entirely, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Arsenal maneuvered the ball into Dortmund's 30-meter zone. Maine, after receiving the ball on the flank, halted and surveyed the field. He spotted Ye Luo in the center, who was his primary passing option. Consequently, Maine swiftly delivered the ball to him. As Ye Luo received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Dortmund's players dared not act recklessly. A foul in this position would grant Arsenal a remarkably advantageous free kick. In such high-stakes encounters, any free kick from a precarious position must be diligently avoided, especially considering Ye Luo's formidable prowess in set pieces. Given the opportunity, he could certainly find the back of the net. Therefore, upon receiving the ball, Ye Luo was not fouled. Instead, he shielded it with his foot. However, Dortmund's midfielder, Gundogan, was not to be underestimated. Not committing a foul did not equate to relinquishing his defensive efforts. He nudged Ye Luo from behind, an action that Ye Luo cleverly capitalized on. With a deft touch, Ye Luo pulled the ball and turned, now facing the goal. As he neared the penalty arc ahead of him, Maine, Cazorla, and Sanchez were actively positioning themselves. Their simultaneous presence in Dortmund's penalty area rendered the defenders cautious. Should any one of them attempt to intercept, a gap would inevitably open for Ye Luo. They could not afford to take such risks. At that moment, only Reyes charged towards Ye Luo, who, without hesitation, adjusted his stance. Ye Luo swiftly turned, escaping Gundogan with barely a meter of space, and unleashed a long-range shot. The inside of his right foot sliced through the air, sending the ball soaring in an exaggerated arc. It navigated around the crowd within the penalty area, evading the fingertips of the approaching goalkeeper. The ball grazed the right post and nestled into the net. As it crossed the threshold, Cazorla had just arrived on the scene. When the ball arced past everyone in the box, including Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller, the Westfalenstadion fell into a moment of hushed anticipation. Meanwhile, Arsenal fans watching from their screens erupted in ecstatic cheers. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, 4-0. Arsenal has taken a commanding lead of 4-0. Ye Luo's efficiency in scoring against formidable opponents was astonishing. This marked yet another hat trick. He was truly a nemesis for strong teams. Andy Gray was animated. and Arsenal's supporters reveled in jubilant celebration, for the suspense of the match had dissipated. What a splendid long-range strike. What a spectacular goal. Just a hint of hesitation granted Ye Luo the opportunity to shoot. Arsenal leads 4-0. Duan Xian exclaimed with a smile. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Ye Luo is extraordinary. Oh my, yet another hat trick. Incredible. A stunning long-range goal. Ye Luo declared, "Step aside, let me take charge." Following Ye Luo's remarkable goal, the internet erupted with admiration for his prowess. It is no surprise that everyone is in awe. Ye Luo's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Achieving a hat trick against a formidable team like Borussia Dortmund and propelling his team to a commanding 4-goal lead has left Arsenal fans elated. 4-0. Even the most conservative Arsenal supporters felt a profound sense of assurance at this moment. Victory was all but secured. With this win, Arsenal has guaranteed their place in the Champions League. After scoring, Ye Luo did not run about with outstretched arms. Instead, he stood firm, raising a single fist in triumph. Other Arsenal players flocked to him like moths drawn to a flame, embracing him in celebration. Yet, regardless of the throng surrounding him, Ye Luo's fist remained raised. With Ye Luo, anything is possible, Duan Xian remarked, captivated by the brilliance of his strike. Although the power of his long-range shot was modest, the angle was exquisite, creating a beautifully arcane trajectory. Andy Gray also lauded Ye Luo's remarkable kick. The television replayed the goal from various angles, behind Ye Luo, from the perspective of the goal, and from above the pitch, each viewpoint vividly illustrating the elegance of his shots. Weidenfeller was unable to save the shot due to its insurmountable curvature. Klopp found himself at a loss for words, offering only a wry smile before returning to his seat on the bench. Trailing 4-0, the match was effectively over for Borussia Dortmund. The two-legged Champions League tie had concluded, and their objective now was simply to avoid further humiliation. Klopp once guided Borussia Dortmund to the pinnacle of success, but the departure of key players year after year has forced the team into a perpetual state of rebuilding, undermining their ability to genuinely challenge Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga. Now, Klopp seems to be losing grip on his squad, as their performance in the league this season has been dismal. Perhaps being eliminated from the Champions League is not entirely detrimental for Dortmund. At least they can redirect their focus entirely on the league, striving to secure a spot in European competitions. Klopp understands that should he fail to reverse the current situation, he too may face departure, even as the coach who once led Dortmund to greatness. In the face of poor results, he is liable to encounter the ire of the fans. After Ye Luo scored yet again, the atmosphere on the pitch became somewhat subdued. Aubameyang exerted himself in pursuit of a goal, yet his teammates appeared paralyzed by fear, reluctant to risk conceding further goals. In such a scenario, Arsenal found themselves at ease. The final match concluded in such an unremarkable manner. As the referee blew the final whistle, the camera focused on Ye Luo. Undoubtedly, he was the standout player of the match. The game ended. Arsenal triumphed over Dortmund with a resounding score of 4-0 away from home. Arsenal has secured their qualification for the Champions League round of 16. The second leg has lost all significance. No one believes Dortmund can stage a comeback at the Emirates Stadium. 4-0. 4 away goals, an advantage so immense it is beyond comprehension. Ye Luo once again exhibited a hat trick. Indeed, this is no longer news. The commentators exuberantly proclaimed. The camera remained fixated on Ye Luo, who, clutching the match ball, entered the mixed zone filled with backdrop banners. It was an exhilarating match. Scoring a hat trick is undoubtedly joyous. Bored? How could I ever be bored? I will never tire of scoring goals, never. Ye Luo's voice was calm, yet he has now ascended to the status of a superstar. Whatever he utters will undoubtedly make headlines the following day. As anticipated, the international media focused their attention on this match the next day. Is Dortmund a weak team? Certainly not. They possess undeniable strength. Yet, Dortmund was still swept aside by Arsenal on their home turf. The result was utterly astonishing. Who can thwart Arsenal? Who can stop Ye Luo? This question arises once more. However, no one can provide an answer. Back in England, Ye Luo resumed training with the reserves. The League Cup final is approaching. It is well known that Arsenal will undoubtedly field their reserve team for this final. In anticipation of the League Cup final, all eyes turn to the Arsenal reserve team. What kind of performance could they deliver? Despite the reserve team's commendable prior performances, The most brutal yet captivating aspect of competitive sports is that if you ultimately fail to secure the championship, you are rendered inconsequential, quickly forgotten. All of your prior efforts and accolades will vanish into thin air. A weaker team, not favored before the match, fights valiantly in every game, never yielding. Such perseverance is indeed worthy of admiration and emulation. Yet, if they do not emerge victorious, the interest in their commendations and lessons will last at most a few days. A week, before being swiftly forgotten. Only when this team overcomes numerous challenges and claims the championship trophy, standing atop the highest podium, can they be deemed legendary. Only then will they be eternally remembered and possess the right to inspire future generations. For everyone loves a champion, fans adore them, and the media revels in their glory. The pursuit of strong champions is an inherent trait of humanity. If one were to inscribe the reserve team's story into textbooks for others to learn from, clearly, a championship ending would be the most fitting conclusion. If the team secured the runner-up position, how would you elucidate to the children the dissonance between the prior exuberant praise of the reserve team and their eventual defeat against the opponents? The children may question this narrative, consequently casting doubt on the principles you aim to impart. After pouring forth sweat, tears, and even blood, the final outcome of failure might suggest that no matter how hard one strives, success remains elusive. What, then, is the impetus for exertion? Only when the reserve team triumphs can the aforementioned rationale hold true, allowing the children to genuinely admire and emulate them, striving towards that ideal. For they will understand that effort yields rewards. Their endeavors will not be in vain, thus fueling their motivation. This is a straightforward concept, yet it is often misconstrued as an endorsement of a singular focus on victory and gold medals, which some believe contravenes the spirit of sport. In truth, championing victory and medals embodies the essence of athleticism. The ultimate significance of sportsmanship is the relentless pursuit of self-improvement, overcoming formidable challenges, and ultimately achieving victory. Without that final triumph, all prior efforts become meaningless. No one relishes engaging in fruitless endeavors, nor does anyone wish to labor in vain. Some assert that life's paramount importance lies not in triumph, but in the struggle. This is a misapprehension. The crux of life entails battling first, followed by victory. Ye Luo has already led the reserve team through their struggles. Now, he must guide them to triumph. This constitutes a complete and meaningful journey. The League Cup final approaches with great anticipation, yet the verbal sparring between both sides remains conspicuously absent. Chelsea's coach, Conte, maintains a low profile, seldom discussing the adversary. And when he does, it is only to offer praise. He treats the Arsenal reserve team as though they were the first team. Naturally, Wenger also perceives Chelsea as a formidable opponent. Regardless, both sides opt for commendatory remarks, leaving one to ponder the sincerity of their sentiments or their intent to mislead the opponent. Nevertheless, Conte's statements garner widespread approval. In any case, the Arsenal reserve team has demonstrated their capabilities through prior performances, earning the respect of the majority. Thus, even if Conte exercises caution, none shall deride him. For the Arsenal reserve team, this may indeed represent the most formidable challenge and trial. Under conditions where both teams exert their utmost, raw talent will invariably determine the outcome. When it comes to skill, even with Ye Luo's presence, the Arsenal reserve team may not prove to be Chelsea's match. After all, despite the scrutiny of the phrase football is a team sport due to Ye Luo's emergence, Conte remains steadfast in his belief that football is indeed a collective endeavor. If this is the case, then it presents an opportunity for Chelsea. On the day of the final, at the new Wembley Stadium, the iconic twin towers of the old Wembley are no more. The current stadium is defined by its towering arch, soaring to a height of 133 meters and stretching 315 meters in length. In the evening, the arch resembles a splendid rainbow bridge in the night sky, harmonizing beautifully with the renowned London Eye, which stands not far away. However, the arch serves a purpose beyond mere decoration. It is instrumental in securing the northern roof of Wembley Stadium with dozens of steel cables, as well as 60% of the southern roof. Consequently, the new Wembley does not require the support columns that characterize the old stadium, ensuring that all 90,000 seats offer excellent views of the game from every angle. Anyone who has attended a match in person knows the agony of being assigned a poor seat, which means spending money without the ability to enjoy the thrilling experience alongside others. Such unfortunate circumstances are all too common in traditional English stadiums, where numerous pillars support the roof. If one finds themselves unlucky enough to purchase a seat behind a pillar, they may end up seeing nothing at all. Additionally, some stadiums have low roofs, and if your seat is on the upper tier, you may only catch a narrow glimpse of the field. However, at the new Wembley Stadium, these issues are non-existent. This venue stands as the pinnacle of five-star stadiums in the UK. Even after its reconstruction, it remains unblemished in its historical significance within English football. The stadium buzzes with excitement as a crucial FA Cup final is about to unfold here. Chapter 151. An inability to resist truly magnificent. The players of the Arsenal reserve team cannot help but steal glances at the stands during their warm-up, only to be struck by the sheer sight before them. They are not unfamiliar with the sight of a fully packed Wembley Stadium. They have watched it on television and have, at times, been spectators themselves in the stands. Yet, none have experienced the overwhelming impact of today, standing on the pitch, with 90,000 spectators towering above them, even if the crowd were to remain silent. The mere act of watching them generates immense pressure and a palpable aura that seems to pin them to the ground. The cacophony of sounds intertwines, further intensifying their anxiety. Only Ye Luo remains the calmest among them, having lost count of how many matches he has played in this arena. The annual Community Shield, the League Cup final, and the FA Cup final. He has 3 such opportunities each year. Moreover, as he is not an English player, he does not harbor any particular sentiments towards Wembley. It is merely a larger stadium to him. Assistant coach Blake also notices the demeanor of the Arsenal reserve players, who appear daunted by the atmosphere and distracted. He raises his voice, urging the players to focus on their warm-up. If you wish to play only 10 minutes in the League Cup final, you may as well keep staring up. If you wish to see this final match through to its conclusion, then you must earnestly engage in your warm-up. The vocal encouragement proves quite effective. After all, none would desire to step into the final only to be sidelined due to inadequate preparation. With this realization, the team cast aside their distractions and commenced a serious warm-up. Once the warm-up concluded, they returned to the locker room, awaiting the final moments to unfold. Head coach Wenger paced the locker room, anticipating the return of each player. Once all had gathered, he signaled to assistant coach Blake to close the locker room door, shutting out the surrounding clamor. The soundproofing of this 5-star facility was indeed remarkable. "Gentlemen, this is a match of extraordinary significance and challenge for you," Wenger stated, getting straight to the point. "What immense pressure have you endured on this journey? What achievements have you realized? Only you understand the hardships faced to reach this stage as a reserve team." Hearing their manager's words, many reserve players felt their eyes welling with emotion, for they had indeed traversed a far more arduous path than their opponents. To meet Yellow's expectations, to earn the right to compete alongside him in the League Cup, each of them had exerted efforts that were several, even dozens, or even 100 times greater than before. They had never anticipated that the intensity of training in the reserve team would surpass that of the first team. What a journey it has been. Yet you have persevered, have you not? That is why you deserve to stand on this grand final stage. There is no need for anxiety or worry. You must remember what lies behind you, all the effort and sweat you have invested. You are more deserving of this moment than your opponents. At this juncture, Wenger glanced at Ye Luo, who rose with a smile and addressed his teammates. "Guys, you have performed magnificently. You have long been worthy of being part of this legend." Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and erupted into cheers. Soon, more voices joined in, raising their arms and rising from their seats. "Defeat Chelsea. Lift the League Cup. We shall become legends." While enthusiasm surged, Wenger was wise enough not to engage the young reserves in a direct offensive against Chelsea. To secure victory, only the most effective defensive counterattacks could exploit Ye Luo's individual prowess to overcome Chelsea. As the first half progressed, 25 minutes elapsed, yet the score remained at 0. Statistically, Chelsea maintained a comprehensive advantage in possession, passing accuracy, and shots on goal. If one were to solely consider these figures, Arsenal's reserve team appeared to be cowering, hands on heads, passively enduring a barrage. However, for the fans watching the match, no one entertained such thoughts, for they had Ye Luo. Although opportunities for Ye Luo's offense were few, each occasion sent a thrill of apprehension through Chelsea supporters. After all, Ye Luo's formidable reputation precedes him, and everyone is acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. However, what astounded the audience most during this match was not merely the stalemate reflected in the scoreline. but rather the surprising synergy exhibited by the Arsenal reserve team with Ye Luo. Contrarily, it evoked a sense of familiarity akin to that of the Arsenal first team. They displayed remarkable composure and unwavering confidence. Their defensive movements were vigorous, and their mutual support was seamless, effectively stifling Chelsea's relentless advances. This left Chelsea's players feeling increasingly anxious, as their previous patience dissipated, replaced by a frantic urgency to score. Concerns about their defensive line loomed large. What if Ye Luo managed to score? Despite facing a reserve team, they were still contending with Ye Luo. The repeated admonitions from their coach had seemingly been forgotten. In their impatience, they began to forego meticulous build-up play, opting instead for hasty shots in hopes of breaching Arsenal's defense. Yet, such an approach was unlikely to penetrate the resolute back line of the Arsenal reserves. If they could be so easily breached, then all of Chelsea's pre-match efforts would amount to nothing more than a farce. Conte rose from the sidelines, sensing a palpable danger in his players' performance. He approached the touchline, intending to signal for calm. He had long warned the Chelsea players that devouring their opponents in one swift motion was an impossibility. However, Ye Luo's intimidating presence loomed large, hovering unsettlingly around Chelsea's defensive line, inducing a sense of panic among the players that could lead to costly mistakes. As the raucous crowd at Wembley Stadium roared, Conte decided to wait for the din to subside before issuing further instructions, knowing that his voice would be drowned out amidst the tumult. Yet Arsenal denied him that opportunity. A long-range shot from Chelsea abruptly concluded their offensive maneuver, but rather than retreating to their half, they held their ground near the midfield, poised to launch another attack. In previous instances, Arsenal's long passes had not always reached Ye Luo, as he was often isolated in the attacking front. If Chelsea could intercept their long balls, they could initiate another offensive thrust. To conserve time, they refrained from retreating, thereby maintaining an unrelenting onslaught. Some players believed that retreating would diminish their chances of contributing to the attack. They yearned for the opportunity to make a significant impact. Thus, a majority of Chelsea's players congregated in the space beyond the midfield, eagerly awaiting another chance to strike. However, this time, Arsenal's goalkeeper, Straw, delivered a precise long ball directly to Ye Luo. Ye Luo did not leap to contest the header. Instead, he leaned his body against Chelsea's central defender, Gary Cahill, deftly glancing the ball behind him with a flick of his head. Immediately, he pivoted, shaking off Cahill as he sprinted towards the ball. With Cahill being Chelsea's last line of defense, his failure to intercept meant that Ye Luo was confronted by a vast expanse of open space ahead. Before he could meet Chelsea's goalkeeper, Thibaut Courtois, he would encounter no other defenders. The din from the stands suddenly intensified, as Arsenal fans erupted in cheers, rallying behind Ye Luo, while Chelsea supporters unleashed a cacophony of boos in an attempt to disrupt his focus. They hoped to see him stumble as he approached the ball, misjudging his steps and failing to control it promptly, thus granting Chelsea's players precious time to regroup or, perhaps, even falter and fall, relinquishing possession back to Chelsea. Ye Luo, however, remained unfazed. He caught up with the ball and began to dribble forward. His first touch sent a chill down the spines of the Chelsea fans who wished for his misfortune. With a flawless and impeccable touch, he maintained an ideal distance from the ball, neither too close to hinder his stride nor too far to lose control. This perfect spacing allowed him to accelerate, and after just 2 strides, he was poised to make contact with the ball once more, his rhythm impeccable. Witnessing his exquisite touch and dribble, many Chelsea supporters felt their hopes plummet. Ye Luo carried the ball forward, now directly facing the goalkeeper. The outcome of such a confrontation was all too predictable. Ye Luo, he regained possession, a splendid flick of his head to evade Cahill. He accelerated, and now, no one could impede him. Amidst the commentators' fervent exclamations, Ye Luo surged forward into the penalty area, pursued by frantic Chelsea players scrambling to recover. Conte stood in the technical area, anxiously observing the scene unfold. He could hardly believe Ye Luo was allowed such a straightforward approach toward Courtois. He doubted his keeper could parry this shot, unless Ye Luo misfired. None of the Arsenal reserves rushed to support their captain. At this moment, they simply watched in anticipation. Ye Luo would undoubtedly not disappoint them, for he was the very soul of the team. Soon, Ye Luo reached the edge of the penalty area, just as Courtois advanced to confront him. The two were destined to collide within the box. Confronted by Courtois' interception, Ye Luo exuded an air of calm. He lifted his left foot, using the outside of his foot to feint a pass to the left. Courtois did not immediately dive. Instead, he shifted his weight in that direction. But at that crucial moment, Ye Luo's left foot circled around the ball, not in a mere bicycle kick, but rather, he deftly pulled it back with his left foot. The ball was deftly redirected to his right, perfectly countering Courtois' movement. As the two individuals brushed past each other, Ye Luo deftly maneuvered the football past Courtois with his left foot. Instead of immediately striking with his right foot, he chose to push the ball forward once more, completely eluding the goalkeeper. Upon realizing that Ye Luo had deftly shifted the ball to his left, the Dutch goalkeeper lost his balance in his attempt to pivot and pursue, falling helplessly to the ground. He was utterly incapable of thwarting Ye Luo's advance. The vast expanse of the open goal lay before him, and as long as Ye Luo did not suffer from cramp, he could effortlessly send the ball into the net. The Chelsea players trailing behind were beside themselves with frustration, reaching out desperately into thin air, as if such gestures could somehow restrain Ye Luo and impede his progress. Yet, these efforts were destined to be in vain. Some even harbored the hope that Ye Luo might squander the opportunity in front of the empty goal, a scenario not uncommon in football. But if Ye Luo were the type to falter in such moments, could he truly have scored over 100 goals in a single season? Confronted with the open goal, Ye Luo resolutely opted for his signature approach. He swung his left leg in a wide arc and unleashed a powerful shot. Even from such a close distance, his choice conveyed a message to all. Arsenal, even its reserve team, remains an unconquerable force. The sound of the football striking the net echoed through the air. Goal. As Ye Luo sent the ball crashing into Chelsea's net, the dreams of the Chelsea supporters shattered. Those familiar with Arsenal knew that they thrived on taking the lead in matches, often asserting control once they scored first. This was a scenario no one wished to witness. Yet, Chelsea had inadvertently granted Arsenal the advantage, a blunder of the utmost folly. Previously, Chelsea had been performing well, but upon seeing Ye Luo, they faltered, gripped by anxiety at the prospect of their fortress being breached. Consequently, they indeed succumbed. Conte, on the sidelines, was seething, his frustration palpable. This was a complete unraveling. Had Chelsea's composure been steadier, even a scoreless draw would have favored them. Who could have anticipated such a rapid collapse of their team? Simultaneously furious and disheartened, he found it hard to accept that Ye Luo had become so formidable that merely hearing his name could unsettle opponents, causing them to lose their composure and rationality. He could not come to terms with this truth. Losing to Arsenal was one thing. Losing to Ye Luo, whom they had faced numerous times before, was another. Yet, those past defeats had come after fierce resistance, unlike this instance, which felt like a preemptive surrender. If not for this match, he would have remained unaware of the extent of his players' fear of Ye Luo. While the Arsenal team celebrated jubilantly, his own expression was one of grave concern. Chapter 152. Another champion after scoring, Ye Luo spread his arms wide and sprinted towards the corner flag. Upon reaching it, he fervently pounded his chest, proudly displaying the Arsenal emblem to the fans in the stands. His method of celebration ignited the fervor among Arsenal fans, elevating the already thunderous cheers to new heights. The crowd enthusiastically chanted Ye Luo's name. The other Arsenal reserve players dashed from the back line, having eagerly sprung into action the moment Ye Luo skillfully maneuvered past the goalkeeper. Once they caught up with him, they enveloped him in a jubilant embrace, celebrating the goal, having taken the lead in the League Cup final. These reserve players understood the significance of this moment. Ye Luo had fulfilled his duty by securing the advantage for the team. Now, their sole responsibility was to defend fiercely, utilizing every part of their bodies, save for their hands, to thwart Chelsea's attempts on goal. When the match resumed, Chelsea did not launch an aggressive onslaught as the Arsenal reserves had anticipated in their quest for an equalizer. Instead, they opted for a more cautious approach, fortifying their defense before gradually seeking opportunities. While this strategy was undoubtedly prudent, it risked dampening their morale. The Chelsea supporters, witnessing their team's lack of urgency in the face of a deficit, grew increasingly anxious. Some fans were so eager they felt compelled to rush onto the pitch themselves. However, Chelsea's players failed to respond to the pressure of trailing, prompting a chorus of boos directed at their own team, a clear indication of dissatisfaction with their performance. The players understood the implications of these jeers, especially as they continually passed the ball among themselves in the backline. Yet, they chose to remain resolute in their approach. The fans' discontent was evidently less threatening than the prospect of conceding another goal to Ye Luo. If they pushed forward recklessly, risking another strike against them. The match would be irretrievably lost, relegating any remaining time to mere garbage time. Arsenal would then retreat en masse, and in their desperate bid to maintain hope, Chelsea would inevitably commit to an offensive strategy. At that point, Arsenal could impose their will at will, with yellow poised to disrupt their defense further, potentially leading to even more goals conceded. Thus, they were unwilling to heed the fans' directives. Conceding only one goal before halftime was far preferable to two. Conte's expression was grim. He was acutely aware of the players' sentiments. Yet, such a reaction immediately following a goal seemed ill-advised. It blatantly communicated to the Arsenal reserves that they feared their offensive prowess, prompting a retreat. Even if they managed to avoid conceding further goals in the first half, did they truly believe Wenger would remain oblivious during halftime? If he were incapable of discerning the situation, he would hardly be worthy of his role as Arsenal's head coach. Did they think that merely conceding one goal in the first half would absolve them of the need to attack in the second? When the time came to be offensive, what then? Would they not fear the counterattacks? This was a final. They needed to exhibit their fighting spirit. In a clash of titans, the brave prevail. If they allowed their momentum to wane, how could they possibly hope to secure victory? However, he is currently unable to communicate with his players, as the tumultuous atmosphere renders his words inaudible. All he can do is stand on the sidelines, arms crossed, with a somber expression. He fervently hopes that his team will not concede any more goals before the conclusion of the first half. Trailing by 2 goals places him in a precarious position. Although Chelsea's conservative tactics may embarrass their supporters, they have proven effective. By the end of the first half, Arsenal failed to score again, leaving the score at 1-0 in favor of Arsenal. This outcome does little to bring Conte joy, as it does not reflect Chelsea's steadfast defense against Arsenal's relentless onslaught. A significant portion of this scoreline is attributable to Arsenal's own decisions. In the face of Chelsea's staunch defense, they opted not to press forward aggressively, instead retreating to their half. After all, they are in the lead. Even a single goal advantage is still an advantage. Moreover, they possess great confidence in their defense. Therefore, even with just a 1-goal lead, they believe they hold the upper hand. Should Chelsea dare to advance, Arsenal can swiftly resume their counter-attacking strategy, leading Chelsea back to their frantic performance from the first half. Thus, Conte harbors no sense of satisfaction regarding his team's first-half performance. He is already anxious about the impending second half. Upon returning to the locker room, Arsenal did not express dissatisfaction over scoring only once in the first half. On the contrary, they were elated. Particularly, Yellow's words had ignited their spirits. Did you notice Chelsea's players after we scored? They did not rush forward to equalize. Instead, they chose to retreat defensively. What does this signify, gentlemen? It signifies that they fear us. They are afraid that if they press forward, we will score even more goals against them. A Premier League team's first-string squad is afraid of our reserve team, but that is the reality. So, my friends, we are invincible. The enemy has revealed this to us in the clearest manner, so let us approach the second half with that conviction. These words stirred the Arsenal reserve players into a fervor, their roars resonating like thunder. Meanwhile, in the adjacent locker room, Chelsea's head coach Conte was vehemently criticizing his team's surrenderist attitude in the first half. You have surrendered prematurely. Do you think that merely maintaining a score of 0-1 in the first half will secure victory? You have revealed all your tactics to Arsenal. They now know you fear their counterattacks, and in the second half, they will be even more unrestrained. What can you do? There is nothing you can do. Will you not need to attack in the second half? Conte's scathing rebuke left Chelsea's players unable to hold their heads high. It is indeed quite humiliating. Yet the coach has no viable solutions to offer. Ultimately, breaching the resolute defense of the Arsenal reserves is no simple feat. Before they can penetrate the goal of Arsenal's youth team, they may well find themselves conceding yet another goal, or perhaps even several. This reality weighs heavily upon them, leaving them disheartened. What means do we possess to secure victory? Our attitude is earnest and impeccable, yet it appears insufficient. Are we truly inferior even to Arsenal's reserves? It has always been relatively easy for them to acknowledge their own complacency, but admitting their inferiority to the Arsenal youth team proves far more challenging. Nevertheless, the current state of affairs indicates that, in this match, their prowess genuinely falls short of that of Arsenal's reserves. At the very least, the latter's defense has successfully thwarted Chelsea's attacks, while Chelsea's own defense has faltered against Arsenal's counterattacks. A deficiency in defense and offense alike does indeed suggest a lack of capability. What, then, Can Chelsea possibly wield to contend for a championship against Arsenal's reserves? The mere thought that they, as a proud Premier League club, cannot triumph even over a reserve team is a bitter pill to swallow, leaving them feeling suffocated and disheartened. Their morale has plummeted dramatically. Consequently, the second half of the match holds little suspense. Chelsea, lacking in ambition and confidence, stands in stark contrast to the Arsenal reserves, who are brimming with determination and self-assurance. As the second half commences, some Chelsea players, defiant in spirit, strive to exert themselves further. The outcome, however, is predictable. Their offensive efforts pose no threat to the Arsenal reserves' goal. Subsequently, Arsenal's counterattack proves menacing, with Ye Luo orchestrating an attack that nearly results in a goal. Had it not been for Courtois' crucial intervention at that pivotal moment, Arsenal would have earned a corner kick. Chelsea, seizing the opportunity to defend the corner, retreated entirely. Although Ye Luo failed to convert the corner into a goal, Chelsea did not mount any significant counteroffensive. They were genuinely apprehensive about suffering an even greater defeat. With Chelsea refraining from advancing, the Arsenal reserves likewise held back, content with their lead. This stalemate persisted for over 20 minutes. As the clock dwindled, Chelsea players began to recognize the futility of mere defense. If they wished to salvage a victory, they must attack, even at the risk of being pierced by Arsenal's relentless assault. Moreover, Chelsea's fans were unyielding in their criticism of the team's conservative tactics. With boos echoing throughout the second half, head coach Conte continuously urged the team to push forward. Under the influence of these various factors, Chelsea finally launched another offensive. The most delighted by Chelsea's attack were the players of Arsenal's reserves, as it presented them with an opportunity to score. For these exuberant Arsenal reserve players, winning by a single goal was evidently insufficient. The ensuing play saw Chelsea press forward, while Arsenal's reserves maintained a steadfast defensive stance, poised for counterattacks. At last, in the 78th minute, Arsenal seized a chance during a counterattack. Gnabry surged down the flank, skillfully maneuvering the ball before delivering a cross. Ye Luo, rushing in from the center, executed a spectacular leap to connect with the ball. The goalkeeper, Courtois, also launched himself forward, seemingly to thwart either the cross or Ye Luo's impending strike. The proximity between the two was striking, as they appeared on the verge of colliding. At that moment, Courtois had an advantage, for he could use his hands. In the penalty area, goalkeepers are afforded strict protection, and any physical contact typically results in a foul against the attacking player. Conversely, a goalkeeper colliding with an opponent is merely exercising self-preservation, free from reprimand. If Ye Luo were to be struck by Courtois' foot to the head, it would be a futile encounter. Yet, Ye Luo exhibited no inclination to concede. From the instant he leapt, he was resolute in his pursuit of glory. Ultimately, he managed to head the ball before Courtois could intervene. The ball slipped through Courtois' armpit and into the net, resulting in a collision between the two. Since Ye Luo made contact with the ball before the collision, the notion of fouling the goalkeeper was rendered moot. Ye Luo pushed aside the weight of Courtois and soared towards his teammate, Cole. Simultaneously, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Arsenal supporters in the stands. It was evident to all, Arsenal fans and Chelsea supporters alike, that this goal had extinguished any suspense in the match. With only 12 minutes remaining, Arsenal led by 2 goals. Unless divine intervention occurred, Chelsea stood little chance of overcoming their opponents. Yet, it appeared that in this match, divine favor rested with Arsenal's reserves. Unless they threw caution to the wind, relentlessly attacking regardless of their defensive vulnerabilities, their chances remained slim. Even if they managed to score 2 goals, how many would they concede in that time frame? Ye Luo and Gnabry embraced in celebration, soon joined by their fellow reserves. This jubilant assembly turned towards the Arsenal fans, who waved their arms and chanted, "We are the champions. We shall be champions." The Arsenal supporters echoed their exuberance. "Yes, we are the champions." In stark contrast to the jubilant Arsenal players and fans, the Newcastle side stood in stunned silence. Goalkeeper Courtois did not even approach the referee to protest Ye Luo's challenge. Not only had Ye Luo not fouled him, but even if he had, Courtois had already lost faith. He believed that even if the goal were disallowed, it would not prevent Ye Luo from scoring again. Victory was undoubtedly destined for Arsenal. Chelsea, despite fielding a full-strength Premier League squad, played the role of the perfect supporting cast. Conte surveyed the state of his team and found little to say or do. He turned back to the bench and sank into his seat, falling silent. The Chelsea supporters in the stands have come to realize the inevitability of defeat. Some have begun to depart prematurely, their thoughts now revolving around the convenience of returning home or to their hotel post-match, rather than whether Chelsea can orchestrate a remarkable comeback before the final whistle. As images of departing Chelsea fans flashed across the television screen, the commentator could not help but lament that many may still be reluctant to accept the truth. The reality is stark. Arsenal is formidable, not only in their first team, but equally impressive in their reserves. This League Cup final has served as a proclamation of Ye Luo's invincibility. He has effortlessly led a reserve team to triumph over Chelsea, a club vying for European competition in the Premier League, while Diego Maradona ascended to godly status after guiding Napoli to the Serie A title. He never led Napoli's reserves to victory in the Coppa Italia. Ye Luo, however, has not only accomplished this once but has done so twice, with aspirations for a third triumph. He seeks to demonstrate his prowess through undeniable facts. As the Arsenal players concluded their celebrations and returned to the pitch, the remainder of the match devolved into mere formality. Wenger recognized this shift and began to make frequent substitutions, utilizing all three available changes at once. This was an opportunity for more reserve players to experience the atmosphere of a League Cup final. The effort extended beyond the 10 players on the field to include Ye Luo and others who, due to their inherent capabilities, remained on the bench. To prevent the substitutes from feeling disheartened, Wenger consistently exhausts his 3 substitution slots in matches devoid of suspense, allowing more bench players to step onto the field and make their presence felt. Observers of the Arsenal reserve matches understand that such substitutions signal the contest is firmly in hand, easing any tension surrounding the game. Conversely, for Arsenal's opponents, this development is far from favorable. Defeat is already sealed. As soon as Wenger initiated substitutions, jubilant cheers erupted from the Arsenal supporters in the stands, their exuberance resonating until the referee's final whistle signaled the end of the match. At that moment, the cheers of Arsenal fans at Wembley reached celestial heights. Congratulations to Arsenal, as they are crowned the League Cup champions of this season. With this triumph, they have secured their 4th title of the season and are steadfastly progressing toward their goal of 7 crowns in a single campaign. Chapter 153. The Spotlight Battle on the Podium. Each Arsenal reserve player wore a radiant smile. This moment encapsulated Arsenal's victory in the League Cup, immortalized on the front pages of all media outlets. While the League Cup may not be regarded as a prestigious trophy, the fact that Arsenal achieved this victory with their reserves is a legend worthy of eternal remembrance. In the aftermath, numerous media outlets eagerly reported on this remarkable match. They have all expressed commendation and admiration for the strength and performance of Arsenal's reserve team. Even immediately following the conclusion of this match, news emerged that several Premier League and Championship teams were interested in these reserve players. For these young talents, this recognition is the greatest reward for their efforts. The experience in this League Cup may very well alter the course of their futures. Other reserve teams now gaze enviously at Arsenal's, pondering why their own first teams lack players as bold and capable as Ye Luo. In this information age, there are scarcely any secrets. It is widely known that Ye Luo was the one who, against all odds, insisted on allowing the reserve team to participate in the League Cup and the FA Cup. Without his steadfastness, there would be no reserve team legends. However, his insistence is supported by his undeniable talent. Had it been anyone else, no matter how fervently they wished to field the reserves in the League Cup and FA Cup, they would likely have been eliminated after only 2 rounds, without the requisite skill. One should not attempt to handle delicate matters. After the conclusion of the League Cup final, all reserve players were granted a day's holiday to relish the exquisite taste of being champions. In the current landscape, it is increasingly difficult for major clubs to rely solely on their youth academies as the backbone of their teams. Achieving results now often hinges on acquiring already established stars. While there is always a chance of misjudgment in such purchases, it remains a swifter and more convenient option than sourcing talent from youth squads. For the players of Arsenal's reserve team, winning the League Cup is immensely beneficial for both themselves and the club. Their outstanding performance in the tournament, while it may not secure them professional contracts with the first team, certainly garners interest from other clubs. The reserve players can afford a day of rest. But Ye Luo does not share this luxury. He has first team matches awaiting him. On March 3rd, Arsenal will host Manchester United. With such a significant match on the horizon, how could Ye Luo possibly indulge in rest? Even if someone were to express concern for him and suggest he take a break, he himself would not entertain the idea. In the first half of the season, Arsenal drew 3-3 with Manchester United at Old Trafford, having scored 3 goals yet failing to secure a victory. This result marked the end of Arsenal's streak of consecutive wins. Since then, Arsenal has continued to triumph, and had it not been for Manchester United, they could have set a record for 25 consecutive wins. However, all of this has faded into oblivion. Thus, this forthcoming match can be viewed as a chance for Yellow to exact revenge. Arsenal cannot allow Manchester United to draw against them in consecutive matches. It is already disheartening that they have not managed to achieve a double victory over them this season. The thought of losing at home to Manchester United has never crossed Yellow's mind. Wenger, adhering to his cautious approach, is well aware that facing an opponent like Manchester United requires utmost prudence. After all, his adversary is none other than Mourinho-led Manchester United. The first half of the season, marked by a draw of 3-3, speaks volumes. At any moment, should one dare to underestimate Manchester United, swift retribution is sure to follow. Their current standing at second place this season attests to their formidable prowess. Were it not for Arsenal, United would likely still reign as the undisputed champions of the Premier League. Thus, even at home against this formidable opponent, Wenger dares not exhibit the slightest complacency. The encounters between Arsenal and Manchester United have consistently drawn significant attention, and they are undoubtedly the most cherished fixtures for both teams, particularly in light of Arsenal's resurgence. In the first half of the season, United succeeded in drawing against Arsenal on their home turf, which has bolstered the confidence of many of their players. The ability to net 3 goals against Arsenal has undoubtedly fortified their belief in their attacking capabilities. As they prepare to visit the Emirates, the players of Manchester United have refrained from making grandiose claims, fully aware of the challenge that awaits them. Moreover, having just secured the League Cup title, Arsenal's reserve team, with Yellow playing a pivotal role, is riding high on momentum. It is wise not to provoke Yellow, whose competitive spirit is well known after years of rivalry. He is the kind of individual whose ire can lead to dire consequences. Jose Mourinho, fully cognizant of this, has chosen a different approach ahead of this clash. Contrary to his usual provocative nature, he refrained from inciting tension or disparaging Yellow. Instead, he extended goodwill towards Arsenal, unequivocally acknowledging them as one of the most formidable teams in contemporary European football. He expressed his wish for their success on the European stage, emphasizing that he desires formidable adversaries, for only strong teams deserve the title of Manchester United's arch-nemesis. As for Yellow, Mourinho offered nothing but praise, recognizing his proven capabilities through tangible achievements. There is no need for further discussion. The accolades speak for themselves. Leading the reserve team to both the League Cup and FA Cup victories, Yellow stands unparalleled in this regard. The notion that Arsenal is, without question, the strongest team in Europe today and a representative of English football would have been unthinkable coming from Mourinho in the past. Some may speculate that Mourinho is employing a smokescreen to confound his opponents, yet he appears earnest in his remarks, devoid of any subsequent provocations that could bewilder the media. This is indeed the Mourinho we are witnessing. The most incensed, however, are the players of Manchester United, who feel belittled by Mourinho's apparent lack of faith in their ability to triumph over Arsenal. Such indignation is intolerable. The players of Manchester United are brimming with unexpressed determination. On the day of the match, the Manchester United players had just concluded their final warm-up before the game, returning to the locker room. Everything they observed during the warm-up ignited a deep-seated rage within them. Even before the match commenced, Arsenal fans in the stands were prematurely celebrating a championship. Indeed, they were not merely rejoicing over a prospective victory in this encounter. They were heralding their impending title. Numerous Arsenal supporters brandished banners proclaiming their championship status, while paper replicas of the Premier League trophy were conspicuously displayed. After years of rivalry, could Manchester United players truly fail to comprehend the intentions of the Arsenal fans? Why do they not celebrate prematurely in other matches? Moreover, the conditions of this match did not warrant such premature jubilation. The motivation behind their actions was not genuine celebration, but rather a provocation aimed at Manchester United. They sought to convey to United that Arsenal harbored aspirations of clinching the title, while United was relegated to trailing in their wake. The Manchester United players seethed with indignation upon realizing this. The recent dismal performance under Mourinho had left them underestimated, and now, faced with derision and provocation from the opposing fans, the fire within them could no longer be contained. As they made their way back to the locker room, each United player resembled a furnace on the verge of eruption. Faria, trailing behind the group, observed the fervor of his teammates with delight, a smile gracing his face. To him, this was a promising omen. Mourinho's despondency had become palpable, making the players' display of determination and confidence all the more precious. As long as these players could maintain their fierce resolve, even if this season faltered, Manchester United could rise anew in the next, posing a significant threat to Arsenal. Upon returning to the locker room, the players received no encouragement from Coach Mourinho, which, given recent events, was hardly surprising. No one expected Mourinho to offer further guidance. He appeared resigned to the outcome of the match. The coach seemed too timid. The driving force behind the players was their profound animosity toward Arsenal, a sentiment deeply ingrained in their very essence. From the moment they entered the locker room until their final appearance on the pitch, Mourinho uttered but a single phrase. In this match, I will not impose any pressure. Feel free to express yourselves and manage as you see fit. In a curious parallel, in Arsenal's locker room, Coach Wenger also refrained from saying much. All signs leading up to this match indicated that Manchester United had all but lost their fighting spirit. Even the most resolute Mourinho had bowed his noble head beneath the might of Arsenal. What was there left to fear? Even with utmost caution, Wenger's heart swelled with confidence as the team's fortunes improved. The current situation is exceedingly favorable. He truly cannot fathom what there remains to be anxious about in the match. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, there is Ye Luo. He has entirely aligned himself with Ye Luo, recognizing that relying on him is not at all shameful. It is noteworthy that many coaches would envy such an opportunity to depend on a player of Ye Luo's caliber. Fueled by unwavering confidence in both the match and in Ye Luo, Wenger's pre-game words were few. He simply encouraged the players, urging them to relax. Your strength surpasses that of Manchester United. Victory in this match is rightfully yours. I await the joyous news of your triumph. No one found any fault in Wenger's remarks, be it the assistant coaches or the players. They were all convinced of their superiority over Manchester United, and winning seemed a foregone conclusion. What was there to worry about? In their current form, not only Manchester United, but even Barcelona and Real Madrid would have to bow in submission. To become the champions of 7 titles this season, such audacity is essential. Thus, the Manchester United players stepped onto the pitch, fueled by a fierce resolve and transformed aggression. In stark contrast, the Arsenal players appeared relaxed and casual, as if they were not heading to compete at the Emirates Stadium, but rather to lay out a plastic tablecloth on the grass and enjoy a sumptuous feast while basking in the rare winter sun. Indeed, today's weather was delightful. In early March, to be graced with such warm sunlight was a pleasant surprise, especially after a week of incessant rain. Though light, it had become quite tiresome. Such splendid weather, coupled with the prospect of witnessing a match where they could vanquish their arch-rivals Manchester United, felt akin to a delightful outing for the Arsenal fans. As for the grim expressions on the faces of the Manchester United players, no one paid them any heed. In their eyes, it was merely the last desperate struggle of players unwilling to accept defeat, yet unable to evade it. The more contorted their expressions, the deeper their inner turmoil, and consequently, the greater the joy for the Arsenal supporters. To triumph over their nemesis on home soil, thoroughly burying them, would be the ultimate act of retribution. After enduring over 2 decades of suppression by Manchester United, Arsenal could finally hold their heads high. From this moment forth, they intended to make it abundantly clear to all Manchester United supporters that the realm of English football now belonged to Arsenal. As the match commenced, the Arsenal fans anticipated that it would unfold like many others, with Arsenal scoring early to establish a lead, and subsequently reverting to their most practiced and comfortable defensive counterattacking style. Witnessing each incisive counterattack stirred the blood of the Arsenal supporters. While Arsenal's counterattacks might not possess the aesthetic elegance of Barcelona's or their own artistry, they excelled in directness, with the likes of Maine and Sanchez on the flanks. Combined with Ye Luo, rapid counterattacks suited Arsenal perfectly. The offensive display unfolded with the elegance of Mercury spilling across the ground, a sight to behold. With just a few passes, they advanced from their own half to the precipice of the opponent's penalty area, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to regroup. This style of football captivated the English, who revel in directness. Yet, today's match diverged from the usual script. They did not seize the lead from the outset. Manchester United proved to be more resilient than anticipated. Indeed, resilient was how Arsenal supporters regarded these United players, who appeared to be merely clinging on in a desperate struggle. Their tenacity was no match for Arsenal's formidable onslaught. In all likelihood, within a mere 15 minutes, their defense would crumble under the relentless barrage from Arsenal. Arsenal's primary tactic, of course, was to strike on the counterattack, but this strategy came into play only after they had scored. Prior to finding the net, their approach was one of relentless aggression, attacking, and attacking again, determined to breach any opponent's defenses with fierce artillery. Thus, in the opening moments of the match, Arsenal unleashed a ferocious assault, intent on securing an early goal with unyielding vigor. Their supporters, well acquainted with this pattern, remained composed. Could Manchester United withstand 5 minutes? Would they endure 10? And if they could they hold out for 15? In any case, until a goal was scored, Arsenal's momentum would show no signs of waning. The Arsenal players on the field perhaps felt the situation more acutely than the fans in the stands. After 10 minutes, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. This Manchester United was not the team they had anticipated. Or rather, it was not the team they had expected. What precisely was different? It was difficult to articulate, yet they sensed that these United players exhibited an extraordinary tenacity. Even when they were fully committed, they defended with gritted teeth. However, that was the extent of their efforts, as they remained entrenched in defense. 5 minutes of defending, 10 minutes of the same. They were completely stifled by Arsenal's overwhelming offensive might. What threat could such a team, limited to mere defense, possibly pose? All they could do was tremble under the weight of Arsenal's formidable assault, praying their defense could hold for just another minute. Yet, this could not alter the outcome. The Arsenal players paid little heed to the peculiarities of their opponents, continuing their unrestrained bombardment with the singular goal of breaching Manchester United's defenses and securing victory. In their eyes, once they took the lead, victory would be assured, even if it was by just a single goal. This was the confidence and swagger of Arsenal. However, at times, excessive confidence and arrogance can lead to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 154. The Red Dot Combo. Just as Arsenal fans and players believed that Manchester United would crumble under their relentless pressure, poised for an easy victory, United unexpectedly launched a sharp counterattack. No one had anticipated this turn of events. Having been thoroughly overwhelmed by Arsenal, Manchester United found themselves in a desperate position. Instinctively shielding their heads with their hands and curling up in a futile attempt to withstand the onslaught. Yet, astonishingly, they suddenly rallied, reversing the tide and pinning Arsenal beneath them. With clenched fists, they launched an assault towards Arsenal's vulnerable points, an act of sheer brilliance. As Manchester United's counterattack surged forward, many Arsenal fans stood agape, unable to fathom that the opposition had already breached the penalty arc. Rooney, he is surging forward with the ball. Goodness, his speed is remarkable. He appears utterly ageless at 31. Surrounded by a dearth of Manchester United teammates, Rooney found himself devoid of support, yet this was of little concern. For Arsenal had also committed few players to the defense. In their haste to score, Arsenal overlooked the gaps behind them, allowing Manchester United to mount a decisive counterattack. The commentator, who had previously lauded Arsenal's relentless offensive pressure that had left United gasping for breath, seemed to have forgotten his earlier praise. Amidst the commentator's exclamations, Rooney now faced Arsenal's last line of defense, the centre-back Alderweireld. Due to Alderweireld's lack of pace, he often lingered in the back while his team surged forward in attack. Van Dijk had just ventured up to assist in the offensive play, even pushing into the penalty area for a potential strike. Now, he was experiencing the consequences of his advance, desperately sprinting back. The defense now rested solely on Alderweireld's shoulders. As Rooney confronted Alderweireld, he eschewed any elaborate feints, simply nudging the ball aside before accelerating past. Alderweireld was rendered helpless by Rooney's straightforward maneuver. In a moment of desperation, he reached out to pull Rooney down. Whether it was due to his long reach or perhaps sheer luck, though one might argue it was unfortunate luck, he indeed grasped Rooney's shirt and, disregarding everything else, yanked downward with all his might. Rooney, having already entered the penalty area, tumbled to the ground. The referee Webb's whistle pierced the raucous atmosphere of the Emirates Stadium, a sound that rang sharply in the air. A penalty. As Rooney rolled on the ground, he continued to exert force before finally coming to a stop. In the midst of his rolling, the shrill whistle reached his ears, prompting him to glance back at the referee. He saw the official rushing towards the penalty spot, finger pointing decisively. He had succeeded. He leapt to his feet, arms raised in triumph. as if he had already scored a goal. In truth, had he truly wished to break through moments earlier, Alderweireld would not have been able to impede him. He could have easily bypassed Alderweireld and faced Szczesny, confident in his ability to find the net. However, upon catching sight of Alderweireld's outstretched hand, he had a sudden change of heart. Simply scoring would not deliver a sufficiently harsh blow to Arsenal. With their full squad intact, playing at home, and with over 70 minutes remaining, they would undoubtedly have opportunities to recover. A mere one-goal lead is precarious for Manchester United. However, once that goal is secured, Arsenal is certain to bolster their defensive ranks, making it increasingly difficult for United to seize further counter-attacking opportunities. This solitary goal might very well be the only one Manchester United scores in this match. How can they maximize their advantage? Ideally, a goal that also results in Arsenal losing a player, particularly a central defender, would undoubtedly expose more vulnerabilities in their defense. Even if Wenger opts to make adjustments by introducing Koscielny, he would have to withdraw an attacking player, thereby alleviating some pressure from United's backline. This, in turn, would afford Manchester United more opportunities to attack. In that fleeting moment, Rooney exhibited remarkable composure. He deliberately slowed his pace, and Alderweireld did not disappoint him, firmly grasping the hem of his shirt. What transpired next was quite straightforward. Alderweireld's actions were undeniably a foul, leaving no room to contest Rooney's legitimacy. The malicious infraction thwarted Manchester United's advance, and given that Alderweireld was the last bastion of Arsenal's defense, breaching him would have allowed Rooney to face the goalkeeper directly. With that opportunity now vanished, the repercussions were bound to be severe. The referee, Webb, approached Alderweireld and produced a red card from his chest pocket. A red card. Alderweireld faced severe punishment for his infraction. It was not merely a red card. His foul not only expelled him from the pitch, but also granted Manchester United a penalty kick. Arsenal's start could not have been worse. Although the situation suddenly turned against Arsenal, their dominance had rendered many matches devoid of suspense and significance. Commentators found little excitement in such scenarios. Yet, Manchester United's resilience and determination finally infused the match with intrigue, making it far more engaging for the commentators. Despite the clarity of Alderweireld's foul, Arsenal's players surged forward to confront Webb, arguing that Rooney had feigned the fall. This rationale was utterly untenable. Their protests bore no fruit. Manchester United was awarded a penalty, and Alderweireld was compelled to leave the field. Meanwhile, the Arsenal fans in the stands were unconcerned with the nuances. They directed their ire at Webb, displaying their displeasure with obscene gestures, many accusing him of being a Manchester United supporter. Such exclamations would not reach Webb's ears as he stood at the penalty spot, urging Arsenal players to vacate the area to allow Manchester United to take the penalty. Rooney was the designated penalty taker. As he approached the penalty mark with the ball, a cacophony of boos erupted from the Arsenal fans in the stands behind the goal. However, such an atmosphere was merely a triviality for Rooney. Throughout his illustrious career, he had encountered far greater challenges. He would not be crushed by such pressure. He positioned the football carefully, then stepped back, awaiting the referee's whistle to sound once more. On the Manchester United bench and coaching staff, every individual craned their necks, leaning forward, their gazes fixed on Arsenal's goal. No one noticed Mourinho, seated on the bench, motionless, his hands resting on his knees, which suddenly clenched into fists. The entire Manchester United coaching staff and substitutes, with the exception of Mourinho, rose to their feet, stretching their necks and leaning forward, while some of the more eager individuals rushed beneath the coaching area, ready to celebrate. Rooney had secured a magnificent opportunity for Manchester United. This penalty not only signified that Manchester United could take the lead over Arsenal, but more importantly, it meant that Alderweireld would have to leave the pitch, reducing Arsenal to 10 men. There was still a considerable amount of time left. The depleted Arsenal would have to contend with Manchester United for over 70 minutes, and no one believed their stamina could endure without faltering. If the ball found the net, Manchester United could retreat and fortify their defense, patiently awaiting Arsenal's physical decline before launching a counterattack. Mourinho sat on the bench, his demeanor far less animated than the others. Yet, no one noticed his hands, which had transformed into two clenched fists. Rooney stood at the edge of the penalty area, ignoring the jeers and boos from the stands, and refrained from glancing at the fans behind the goal. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed solely on the goal, waiting for the referee's signal. Alderweireld had long accepted his fate, reluctantly bidding farewell to the pitch. However, he did not head directly to the locker room. Instead, he lingered at the tunnel, peering out. He wished to witness the outcome of the penalty. He had risked a red card, hoping to grant Szczesny, the adept penalty-saving goalkeeper, an opportunity. As long as Arsenal did not concede, he could find some solace, even if he was no longer on the field. At last, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Rooney took his run up and struck the ball. The football did not soar, but rather skimmed along the grass, heading toward the bottom left corner of the goal. This was the angle most despised by goalkeepers, as it required them to lower their center of gravity while reaching far enough. However, such a shot often goes awry, as penalty takers tend to overly pursue precision. Yet, this day, fortune favored Rooney. The ball was both accurate and swift. Although Szczesny had anticipated the correct direction, he was too far away, unable to reach it. He could only watch as the ball grazed the post and found its way into the net. It was a goal. The commentators' roar ignited the passion of Manchester United's fans. The few Manchester United supporters in the Emirates Stadium, alongside the multitude watching at home, erupted in jubilant cheers. Manchester United had taken a 1-0 lead over Arsenal in just 17 minutes of the match. Arsenal, long a leader among teams, has finally experienced the taste of being surpassed. The penalty was indisputable, and Rooney, under immense pressure, calmly converted it into a goal. Truly, he embodies the essence of a superstar. Arsenal may have their prowess, but we, Manchester United, boast Wayne Rooney. Just as Rooney struck the penalty, Manchester United's assistant coach, Faria, was about to raise his arms in celebration. At that moment, he felt a shove and a figure darted past him. It was Mourinho. He raised his arms in triumph and let out a jubilant roar. In his excitement, he tore off his suit and hurled it to the ground. Behind him, not just Faria, but everyone on Manchester United's bench and coaching staff stood in stunned silence. Mourinho turned to his bewildered colleagues and chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that we are leading?" Faria was the first to react. Being Mourinho's assistant and familiar with his idiosyncratic style, he quickly deduced the reason behind Mourinho's unusual behavior over the past few minutes. He was intentionally feigning despair. All for this moment. To make Arsenal believe that Manchester United posed no threat. This man even managed to deceive our own team. Realizing this, Faria burst into laughter and rushed down from the coaching bench, embracing the ecstatic Mourinho. Not only Faria, but the television broadcast also captured this moment. Mourinho's celebration was utterly wild. If it weren't for the quick close-up shot from the broadcast, others might have mistaken him for someone else. His exhilaration was palpable. Most commentators were at a loss for words. However, some astute individuals quickly connected Manchester United's performance in the match with Mourinho's current demeanor compared to his previous conduct, leading to a swift understanding of the situation. Mourinho had successfully deceived everyone. This is how it should be, huh? This is Mourinho. Mourinho had adeptly tricked both his team and Arsenal. Let us observe Wenger's expression. The broadcast swiftly cut to a close-up of Wenger, whose countenance was far from pleasant. At the moment when Rooney earned Manchester United a penalty while simultaneously sending Alderweireld off with a red card, he remained oblivious to the underlying issues, merely lamenting his team's unfortunate luck. However, when Mourinho charged down from the coaching bench, it dawned on him. This was Mourinho's way of demonstrating dominance over him and Arsenal. Did you think I would surrender? Now behold who is mocking whom. Wenger felt as if Mourinho had slapped him across the face, leaving half of his face burning with humiliation. He had to admit that he had indeed underestimated Manchester United and Mourinho. Thus, he bore this slap in silence, without excuse or justification, left to endure the sting alone. Now, he must contemplate how to reverse this unfavorable situation. Firstly, he needs to substitute a central defender. But who should he withdraw? Each member of Arsenal's attacking ensemble is of paramount importance, and no one can be casually replaced. Regardless of the choice, Wenger is faced with a vexing dilemma. In truth, the Manchester United players were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. It was the seasoned Rooney who maintained his composure, sprinting back towards the coaching bench, directing his run towards Mourinho. The other players soon realized that such a passionate coach was precisely what they had longed for. It appeared that Ferguson's apparent lack of faith was merely a performance. This charade not only deceived them, but also misled their adversaries. Otherwise, how could Arsenal have so easily afforded them a counterattack opportunity during the match? Understanding the owner's thoughtful intentions, these players felt a pang of guilt for their earlier doubts and discontent towards Mourinho, while simultaneously growing in admiration for their owner. For the sake of the team's victory, He had endured the scorn of the crowd and the weight of criticism. Was it not all to reclaim such an opportunity? With this realization, their resolve to vanquish Arsenal intensified. Regardless of the immense cost or the means they employed, victory was imperative. A group of players surged back with Rooney, then leaped towards Mourinho. Chapter 155. Adjustments. As the Manchester United players reveled in their celebration, Wenger pondered whom to substitute. On the field, Arsenal's attacking configuration featured Ye Luo at the forefront, flanked by Mane and Sanchez on either side, with Cazorla orchestrating the attack centrally, supported by the two defensive midfielders, Kanté and Fabinho. This attacking formation was impeccably balanced, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, the very perfection of this arrangement rendered the task of substitution increasingly challenging. Replacing any one of them could disrupt this delicate equilibrium. However, a change was necessary. Currently, Van Dijk was the sole central defender, which was untenable. Maintaining the integrity of the defense was crucial. Koscielny had already been summoned to warm up and would be ready to enter shortly. With Manchester United's morale soaring, it was inevitable that if Arsenal's defense remained unchanged, conceding another goal would simply be a matter of time. After much deliberation, Wenger concluded that only Fabinho could be substituted. Kanté was indispensable. Withdrawing him would render the midfield virtually unprotected. And what of Cazorla? He was essential for the team's attacking organization, possessing excellent positional awareness. At times, he could even form a defensive partnership with Kanté. Neither of these two could be replaced, and the wide players were equally untouchable. Mane and Sanchez relentlessly surged forward, supplying ammunition to Ye Luo. These two wide players were akin to Arsenal's legs. Would a rational individual sever one of their own limbs? With two legs, one can run, while with a single leg, one is relegated to crawling upon the ground. It is evident that running surpasses crawling in speed. Thus, the wingers cannot be substituted. And neither can Ye Luo. Without Ye Luo, Arsenal cannot even dream of equalizing, let alone securing victory. In this light, the only candidate for sacrifice is Fabinho. Despite his significant contributions, he serves as the crucial link between Arsenal's defensive midfield and attacking midfield, and possesses the ability to make incisive runs into the box to score. However, at present, his defensive skills do not rival those of Kanté, and his attacking prowess pales in comparison to Cazorla. Therefore, sacrificing Fabinho becomes the sole option. Thus, merely 5 minutes after Manchester United took the lead, a dead ball opportunity arose, prompting Arsenal to make a substitution. Fabinho was replaced by Koscielny. Wenger understood the reluctance of this change, but felt it was necessary to prevent any negative sentiments from Fabinho. He approached Fabinho, embracing him and patting his back, commending his efforts. Regrettably, he had to make this substitution. To his surprise, Fabinho responded with understanding, saying, "I know, boss. As long as we can win, I am fine with it." Satisfied with this response, Wenger breathed a sigh of relief, patted Fabinho on the shoulder, and sent him back to the bench. Arsenal's substitution, replacing Fabinho with the center-back Koscielny, was purely reactive, a decision made out of necessity. The Manchester United players recognized this shift, which bolstered their confidence in securing victory. Meanwhile, Arsenal's supporters were filled with anxiety, their brows furrowed. Now, they would face the challenge with only 10 men. Enduring over 70 minutes of intense competition, how long could these 10 endure? After taking the lead, Manchester United did not immediately retreat. They sought to capitalize on their advantage by pressing for another goal against Arsenal. Yet, they remained composed, aware that it was not the time for overconfidence. After attempting to attack for a while and observing that Arsenal's defense remained resolute, they abandoned the idea and retreated to engage Arsenal in a tactical stalemate, biding their time for a counterattack. Arsenal, renowned for their counterattacking prowess, now found themselves on the receiving end of such tactics, a most uncomfortable experience. Ye Luo, in particular, was the most eager to score, having been misled by Mourinho's statements. He had assumed that Mourinho was intimidated by him, leading to such submissive remarks. Inwardly, he had underestimated both Manchester United and Mourinho. Little did he know he had been deceived. Upon realizing this, Ye Luo's anger surged. He recognized the ruse especially when Mourinho exuberantly celebrated from the sidelines. Ye Luo despises being deceived, as it leaves him feeling manipulated. He resolved to convey a message to Mourinho. The ways to provoke him extend beyond mere pre-match mockery. Indeed, Mourinho harbored some reservations about revealing his thoughts so prematurely. Yet, what could he do when the goal arrived so early? If he remained indifferent after such a breakthrough, the morale of his team would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow, compelling him to take action. Simultaneously, he recognized that Arsenal was trailing by a goal and down a player. Even if they were aware of the deception they had fallen victim to, what difference did it make? Could such a favorable situation not guarantee a victory for Manchester United? Contemplating this, he rushed down to the sidelines, celebrating with exaggerated enthusiasm. The impact was remarkable. Manchester United's morale surged while Arsenal's visibly diminished. In this ebb and flow, even if Manchester United played a more defensive game, they held the advantage. Following the goal, Mourinho refrained from returning to the bench. Instead, he stood at the sidelines, hands in pockets, observing the match unfold. His mere presence, without uttering a word or taking any action, infused his players with boundless strength and confidence. This epitomizes the pinnacle of a head coach's mastery. However, today, Ye Luo was determined to confront this legendary manager head-on. He could no longer swallow his frustration. Ye Luo began to raise his hand frequently, signaling his teammates to pass him the ball. Previously, he would only do this occasionally when he was in a shooting position. But as his teammates became more familiar with him, they instinctively passed him the ball without needing his signals. Now, regardless of his position on the field, he raised his hand to demand the ball, a clear indication of his mounting anger. His teammates complied, delivering the ball to his feet. With Fabinho off the pitch, Arsenal's offensive strategy had simplified: pass the ball to Ye Luo from the backline or exploit the flanks for a strong attack. Ye Luo, opting not to enter the penalty area, withdrew to demand the ball. When he asked for it, it was given to him. Upon receiving the ball, he did not dribble or pass, he simply shot. Regardless of his position on the field, he took the shot. This approach was undeniably unreasonable, yet after all these years, Arsenal's players had grown accustomed to it. Ye Luo possessed the skill and merit to take such liberties. What could anyone say? In truth, Ye Luo had rarely resorted to such brute force. Most of the time, he played like a conventional player, collaborating with others and creating opportunities for them. Instances of him acting so unreasonably, as he did now, were scarce, perhaps not more than twice in a season. This was the first time this season that he chose to unleash this approach against Manchester United. The players and staff of Manchester United failed to grasp the significance of Ye Luo's actions. To them, it appeared that he was acting out of anger and frustration, hastily attempting to assert himself independently. Rather than feeling apprehensive, they welcomed more of such behavior from Ye Luo, believing it would alienate him from his teammates, leading him to lose their support. After all, how effective could he be on his own? Such wasteful opportunities, in fact, drained Arsenal's morale. Over time, their spirit would inevitably wane. In the end, all the opportunities were squandered by Ye Luo, leaving little incentive for the others to exert themselves. However, the match did not unfold as they had anticipated. Regardless of how unreliable Ye Luo's attempts at goal were, the Arsenal players continued to supply him with an endless barrage of passes. At this moment, even the most illustrious players were willing to play a supporting role for Ye Luo, for he eclipsed them in stature. Manchester United gradually began to feel the mounting pressure. What concerned them most was that Ye Luo's actions alleviated the attacking burden on Arsenal. They did not need to commit excessive personnel to their offensive efforts, allowing more players to remain in the backline to defend against Manchester United's attacks. This numerical disadvantage had become virtually imperceptible. For over 10 minutes, Manchester United failed to launch a single counterattack. On several occasions, even when they crossed into Arsenal's half, they quickly faced the overwhelming force of Arsenal's superior numbers and were soon overwhelmed. Even Rooney found himself at a loss, let alone the others. Nevertheless, Manchester United's resolute defense had indeed been meticulously crafted. Relying solely on Ye Luo, who could at most attempt long-range shots, they could not completely breach Manchester United's defenses. It is essential to recognize that the barrier, from the goalkeeper to the defenders, was formidable. To pierce through them with a long-range shot would require a strike of extraordinary caliber. Unfortunately, despite 12 attempts, Ye Luo had yet to deliver such a spectacular effort. Most of his shots were either too straightforward, easily saved by De Gea, deflected off the defenders, or simply went astray. The stalemate persisted until halftime, with the score remaining 1-0 in favor of the visiting Manchester United. As the first half concluded, relief washed over the Manchester United players and fans alike, followed by gratitude and ultimately confidence. They had withstood Arsenal's relentless bombardment for nearly 30 minutes without conceding a goal. Such defensive resilience was commendable. This performance instilled them with faith, reassuring them that they could hold out until the final whistle. Now, if they could just maintain their defense for one more minute, victory would be theirs. As time progressed, Arsenal's stamina was rapidly depleting. By the 75th minute of the second half, Arsenal's players would reach their physical limits. And at that point, even the slightest pressure from Manchester United could trigger a complete collapse of Arsenal. Regardless of whether they scored or not, Manchester United would find themselves in an invulnerable position. In stark contrast, the Arsenal players descended from the pitch with somber faces, heads bowed in disappointment. The pallor on each of their faces was unmistakable. They trailed by a goal at halftime, failing to equalize before the break. Moreover, they were down a player, a deficit that would profoundly impact their performance in the second half. Back in the dressing room, the Manchester United players were visibly exhilarated, embracing Rooney and lauding his performance during the first half. Some even inquired whether the penalty was intentional, as they believed that given Rooney's pace, it was unlikely that Koscielny could have easily caught him. In the gaze of admiration from those around him, Rooney unveiled his strategic plans, earning abundant praise and accolades. The ability to conceive such a tactical approach in a fleeting moment was indeed remarkable. Many minds at that instant likely struggled to comprehend the implications. At present, due to Rooney's ingenuity, Arsenal found themselves a goal behind and a player short. If Manchester United could maintain their defense in the second half, victory would undoubtedly be theirs. Yet, this was not the source of their greatest elation. Their true delight stemmed from the return of Mourinho. Upon his arrival in the locker room, he was met with an enthusiastic welcome from the players, who erupted in applause and cheers. Mourinho, brimming with excitement, showed no trace of apprehension. Everyone was captivated by him, and he himself felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. He waved his hand, and the raucous cheers gradually subsided. Now is not the time for celebration, gentlemen, he cautioned. Despite the joy, Mourinho remained composed. There were still 45 minutes to play, and anything could transpire within that span. Save your cheers for the final whistle, he asserted, and his words quelled the exuberance. The players gazed at him, eager for more insight. First, I must apologize. Yes, I deceived you. But as you all witnessed, I also managed to deceive them, Mourinho remarked, gesturing towards the door. The effect was palpable. It was only upon conceding the goal that they realized their misstep. Laughter erupted in the locker room, as Manchester United players found amusement in Arsenal's folly, relishing the moment of poetic justice. At that juncture, they momentarily overlooked their own entanglement in Mourinho's ruse. However, their adversaries were no mere straw men. Arsenal would undoubtedly make adjustments in the second half. They would bolster their attack and employ varied offensive strategies. Merely defending against Ye Luo would prove insufficient. Mourinho began to outline the critical considerations for the second half, emphasizing a singular core idea. Arsenal's resurgence would be ruthless and multifaceted, particularly on the flanks. To thwart Arsenal's goal-scoring attempts, Manchester United's defense needed to remain vigilant against all Arsenal players. After all, none could afford to underestimate those Arsenal players, each capable of being a starter on a team like Manchester United. Simultaneously, in Arsenal's locker room, head coach Wenger was instructing his team on their approach for the second half. He refrained from criticizing Ye Luo for his brashness in the first half. Rather, he encouraged the team to collaborate with him. For at least the first 20 minutes of the second half, they were to adopt this strategy. Wenger recognized the advantages of Ye Luo's approach, noting that it could conserve the team's overall stamina. With the attack largely centered around Ye Luo, the others needed only to pass him the ball, requiring minimal movement, merely watching from behind after their passes. This naturally conserved energy, which was crucial for Arsenal, who found themselves a player down, yet still intent on mounting an aggressive offensive. This approach ensures that one does not falter in the final 15 minutes of the match due to exhaustion. In truth, Ye Luo's method is not conventional and is strictly prohibited in many teams. However, Wenger possesses the courage and audacity to endorse Ye Luo's strategy and openly demands the entire team to comply. Within the entirety of Arsenal, only one individual voiced dissent. Ye Luo's standing within the club is thus clearly evident. End of chapter.